transcending to Blue Star, where ferocious beasts rampage. Every individual possesses the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities, thus becoming formidable protectors of their domain. Fortunately, after being severed from his girlfriend, he activated an Invincible system, commencing with an SS-level thunderous ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the passive skill SS-level Purple Nimbus Thunder. Ding! The host has completed the task of slaying 300 ferocious beasts and has acquired the Eye of Insight, along with an additional 300 ability points. Ding! The host has accomplished the task of slaying 10 pinnacle first-tier ferocious beasts, rewarded with the Overlord's Fist, alongside an additional 500 ability points. Thus, Xuan became a legendary figure of his generation on Blue Star. The Talented One, SS-level Thunder? You dare to call this an inability to awaken powers. The Instructor. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the most gifted prodigy I have ever encountered. The Enemy. To oppose him is undoubtedly the most foolish decision one could make. Chapter 1. Just after a breakup, he awakens an SS-level passive ability. Xuan. A sweet voice resonated, and a graceful figure approached his side, attracting envious gazes from the onlookers. Casting a glance at the enchanting Wuxianovel before him, Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, for just yesterday, he discovered that Wuxianovel had appeared in a small advertisement. Initially, he presumed it to be a deliberate act by someone, but to his astonishment, upon contacting her for a meeting, it was indeed Wuxianovel. They had not met directly, yet her adept manipulation and alluring voice suggested this was not her first encounter. Moreover, she was not naive. She had stumbled upon that advertisement, likely disseminated in scant numbers, given her status as the belle of Jinling No. 2 High School. Little did he know the extent of the betrayals she had orchestrated behind his back. Let's part ways. Wuxianovel declared with a disdainful glance at Xuan, for she had already ascended to a relationship with Lu Changhong, who had awakened an S-level ability, promising an illustrious future. You must be Xuan, right? As the scion of the Lu family in Jinling, Lu Changhong was in an entirely different league from this mere youth, especially now that he had awakened an S-level ability, destined for greatness. Keep your distance from Xuan from now on, or face the consequences. The threat was palpable, and onlookers regarded the heartbroken scene with a tinge of sympathy. Yet, Xuan remained unfazed, for at that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Suitable soul host detected. Invincible system activation successful. Ding! Host's passive skill SS-level Purple Nimbus Thunder is activating. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xuan's gaze sharpened. After 18 years, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Damn it, the system truly never arrives late, only tardily. The dog system does not deceive me. Moreover, it begins with an SS-level Thunder ability. One must understand that such a level is comparable to ordinary abilities of SSS rank. By heavens, the time for my rise has come. As for the breakup, he had no time to dwell on it. Wouldn't it be more fruitful to study the system? Very well. Nonchalantly waving his hand, he smiled and stated, I agree to the breakup. The moment those words left his lips, Wuxianovel was taken aback. She genuinely could not believe Xuan had so readily acquiesced. However, this was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't he supposed to act like a lovesick fool, begging her not to break up, especially since she had awakened an A-level ability? In fact, she had already concocted a plan to mock him and then cast him aside into Lu Xiao's embrace, bidding farewell to the small advertisement for good. Yet now, despite the breakup, she found no joy in it, for Xuan did not even spare her a glance, which infuriated her. How dare he? With that, Xuan strode towards the square's exit, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. Chinner, just ignore him, Lu Changhong said, skillfully wrapping his arm around her slender waist, a sensation he had personally experienced and found delightful. Chinner, appearing gentle and charming, nodded. She had expended considerable effort to win Lu Xiao's favor, even spending a substantial sum to mend her reputation, for Lu Changhong was not easily duped. As for the small advertisement, now that she had ascended to the genius Lu Xiao, she would not be foolish enough to continue with it. Although, it had been the fastest route to quick money. Thank you, Lu Xiao. Chinner sighed in relief, and then turned to the admiring crowd, saying, Tonight, I will serve you well. Hee, very well, Lu Changhong replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He could not deny that her skills were quite impressive, far superior to those of the previous girls, and this was precisely why he had chosen to pursue her. However, at that moment, the skies above Jinling erupted with an announcement. Congratulations to the genius Wuxianovel of Jinling No. 1 High School, Class 1, for awakening the SS-level fire ability and advancing to the pinnacle of the first tier. This is a formal announcement. Boom! As this news broke, it immediately captured everyone's attention. Wuxianovel, the belle of Jinling No. 1 High School, a pinnacle warrior of the first tier, truly worthy of our goddess Xuan. How impressive! To think she has awakened an SS-level ability. It has been years since Jinling has seen such a phenomenon. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Lu Changhong was momentarily stunned. An SS-level innate ability, particularly a fire ability, is exceedingly rare, destined for achievements far beyond his own. Although their talents were closely matched, that slight difference was akin to an insurmountable chasm. If only he could possess such a woman. Lu Changhong's mind began to race with possibilities. Lu Qian'er naturally sensed the fervor in Lu Changhong's gaze, and jealousy surged within her. Indeed, no man could be trusted. What was so remarkable about Mu Xian'er awakening an SS-level ability? Lu Changhong returned to his senses, feeling the delicate waist beneath his gaze, and it seemed he would need to vent his frustrations tonight. Qian'er, be sure to perform well. As he spoke, Lu Changhong smiled and added, tomorrow, I will take you to meet my father. Really? Upon hearing that Lu Xiao intended to introduce her to his family, Lu Qian'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Lu Xiao. Lu Changhong nodded slightly, but in his mind, he was preoccupied with the image of Mu Xian'er. If Lu Qian'er were to discover this, one could only imagine her reaction. Then, his gaze shifted towards the direction Yi Xian had departed, and a cold smirk graced his lips. Brat, soon you will meet your demise. As he left Jinling number 2 high school. Oh, Yi Xian glanced back, sensing a faint aura of hostility. A smile crept across his face. 2 awakened individuals, just the perfect opportunity to test this SS-level thunder ability. Chapter 2, Awakening the Purple Celestial Thunder, the Gravity Domain, and the Qilin Step. In a secluded courtyard of Jinling, an unexpected crackle echoed. Flames surged forth, quickly enveloping an entire teacup, which soon splintered into shards scattered across the ground. What? Upon receiving the news, Mu Xian'er's stunningly beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? That Yi Xian actually possesses no extraordinary abilities. The revelation struck her with a greater emotional upheaval than her own awakening of the SS-grade flame ability. Over the span of 3 years, the individual who dominated the Jinling base's academic rankings, once regarded by her as a rival to surpass, turned out to be devoid of martial prowess. How could this be? Murmuring to herself, Mu Xian'er furrowed her brows. Yi Xian, do you truly lack any extraordinary powers? Come here. At that moment, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Miss. With a swift motion, a man appeared and bowed respectfully, emanating the aura of a 6th-tier powerhouse. Such a spectacle would surely astonish the outside world. Mu Xian'er scrutinized the individual before her, pondering for a moment. Go and monitor Yi Xian from Jinling number 2 high school. Inform me immediately if there are any anomalies. The 6th-tier powerhouse was taken aback, his expression laced with skepticism. Miss, why do you concern yourself so much with that brash young fellow? Do you dare question me? Her voice, sharp and commanding, sent a chill through the room. The 6th-tier warrior, sensing her anger, dropped to his knees with a thud. I dare not, my lady. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed hard. After all, she was the cherished gem of the Mu family in the imperial capital, her status far beyond his reach. Go. With a wave of her hand, the 6th-tier powerhouse vanished from sight. Yi Xian. Once he departed, Mu Xian'er's gaze flickered. If you truly lack any connection to martial arts, it would greatly disappoint me. In the depths of the forest behind the mountain, Yi Xian ventured into secluded territory, where those formidable beings should remain oblivious. Ding. SS-grade Purple Celestial Thunder has been activated. Do you wish to awaken? Awaken. Squinting his eyes, Yi Xian reflected on his 18 years in this martial world. Awakening his abilities was crucial for the strong wielded absolute authority. Congratulations, host. SS-grade Purple Celestial Thunder is awakening. At that very moment, 2 awakened individuals arrived and were taken aback by Yi Xian's dazed expression. Hey, if we eliminate this kid, we can join the Lu family. I've never liked him. A cold glint flickered in their eyes. If they could make him disappear without a trace, following Lu Xiao would surely lead to a bright future. Attack. Armed with daggers, they lunged at Yi Xian with ruthless intent. Zzz. As they closed in within mere inches, an overwhelming surge of thunder erupted from Yi Xian. Clang. The daggers clattered to the ground, and in an instant, the thunder sent both assailants hurtling backward, blood spraying forth. Soon after, the 2 were met with an astonishing sight. Staring in disbelief at each other. What? Thunder, such dense thunder. Could that guy actually have awakened extraordinary abilities? With a deafening roar. Before they could process their shock, the terrifying purple celestial thunder enveloped the area, obliterating the surrounding trees into splinters. The 2 awakened individuals scarcely had time to scream before they were reduced to ash. Boom! Suddenly, a cosmic phenomenon unfolded as bolts of lightning surged. A column of thunder descending from the heavens, striking Yi Xian. The ground around him was instantly scorched. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a transformation within himself. Opening his eyes, he sensed the surging energy within him. Is this mid-stage of the first rank? A moment of surprise washed over him, for he had just awakened. Barely at the initial stage. Of course, the situation was different for someone like Mu Xian'er from an esteemed family in the imperial capital, blessed with unmatched resources. However, Yi Xian's attention shifted to the chaotic scene around him, ravaged by the SS-grade thunder ability. This purple celestial thunder is truly extraordinary. A smile crept upon his lips, a sense of satisfaction blooming within. Host detected a novice gift package. Do you wish to open it? A novice gift package? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resolved to proceed. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 ability points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Qilin step. Curious, Yi Xian examined the virtual panel that appeared before him, pulling up the details of the skill. Qilin step, a technique akin to the gravity domain, capable of suppressing enemies and rendering them immobile. Its true power lies in its ability to restrain the enemy's bloodline, thereby diminishing their combat strength. Wow. Upon reading this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. A technique similar to the gravity domain that could also suppress bloodlines? This ability seemed incredibly formidable. By the way, what exactly are ability points? Yi Xian inquired of the system. Ability points can enhance the host's realm and skills, obtainable solely by slaying ferocious beasts. They represent the fastest way for the host to grow stronger. Understanding the system's explanation, Yi Xian realized that the most vital aspect of this invincible system was indeed the ability points. Furthermore, the system would periodically issue tasks, offering unexpected rewards. With 200 ability points at his disposal, he decided to experiment. With a focused thought, the system responded promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has increased to the late stage of the first rank, consuming 100 ability points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the first layer of the Qilin step, consuming 100 ability points. Buzz. Yi Xian's body trembled as an even greater force coursed through him. The sensation affirmed the invincibility of this system. Tasting the sweetness of power, Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. I might as well try the Qilin step. He began to channel the technique, taking a single step forward. Crack. The ground groaned under the strain, fissures spreading outward beneath his feet. Good heavens, this gravity domain must be at least tenfold. He marveled, then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years. Realm, late stage of the first rank. Abilities, purple celestial thunder, SS grade. Skills, Qilin step, first layer. Items, none. Ability points, 0. Gazing at the attribute panel, a smile graced Yi Xian's lips, for he understood that from this moment forth, he was set to embark on an invincible path. Such a commotion would surely attract attention. It was best to depart swiftly. With a burst of speed, he dashed away, moving at least several times faster than before. Whoosh. Just as Yi Xian had departed for roughly 100 breaths, a figure materialized at the scene, none other than the 6th-tier powerhouse beside Wuxianovel. Lin Tianying squinted as he sensed the fluctuation. That kid was clearly here, and just moments ago, there was an awakening disturbance. Such intensity must be at least SS-grade thunder ability. Could it be that young fellow? Realizing this, Lin Tianying swallowed hard, for he had scouted the area for kilometers beforehand and found no one else. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, murmuring, if that's true, that kid's future is boundless. Chapter 3. Reactions to the thunderous abilities and the commencement of the martial arts examination. Half a day later, as night fell, in the Manhwa community. Dad, I'm back. Stepping through the door, Yi Xian's lips curved into a smile, for although they weren't wealthy, the home was filled with joyful memories. Xian, you're here? Manhwaudiobook, upon seeing her son return, smiled and said, wait a moment, dinner will be ready shortly. Soon enough, the dinner commenced. As the table, illuminated by bright lights, took on a more serious atmosphere, Yi Pengfei took a deep breath and inquired, how did the awakening ceremony go? Ultimately, it was Yi father who posed the most pressing question, as the ability awakening ceremony was pivotal to their son's future, leaving him no room for indifference. Old Yi. Manhwaudiobook shot a glance at Yi father, offering reassurance. Xian is fine. Even if his abilities did not awaken, we ranked first in the literary exams. His future is assured. Listening to his mother's words, Yi Xian felt a wave of emotion. His parents, being orphans in their past lives, were his greatest blessing, and he had cherished them deeply from a young age. Mom and Dad, I have some good news for you. Pausing for effect, Yi Xian continued. But please keep it a secret. I actually awakened an SS-level thunder ability, although this information has been sealed by the Jinling base. By saying this, Yi Xian hoped to put his parents' minds at ease while explaining why others were unaware. Cough, cough. As Yi father, who had just taken a sip of tea to calm his nerves, heard his son's words, he immediately spat it out. What did you say? His incredulous gaze fixed upon his son, SS level, and thunder ability. The revelation struck him profoundly. After all, both he and his wife were ordinary individuals, and they could hardly fathom their son awakening such extraordinary powers. Although he could not cultivate martial skills, he was aware that thunder abilities were among the most elite, said to be equivalent to SSS-level abilities in certain respects. Xian, am I dreaming? Manhwaudiobook, still in shock, could hardly process the information. Of course not. Observing his parents' reactions, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile as he grasped the cup in his hand. With a flicker of electricity, the cup disintegrated into powder as he opened his palm. If this scene were to be witnessed in his past life, it would surely have made him a top magician. Now do you believe me? Yi Xian smiled, determined that he would ensure his parents would no longer have to worry for him after a lifetime of toil. This was precisely why he chose to demonstrate his abilities before them. Moreover, as he spoke, his aura surged. I have now reached the late stage of the first rank. With my thunder ability, no ordinary first-rank peak can contend with your son. As Yi father and Yi mother felt the martial aura radiating from their son, they exchanged astonished glances. Haha, wonderful. Excellent. Yi father exclaimed joyfully, his spirits soaring. Waning, go fetch my finest wine. I want to share a few drinks with my son. Yi mother rolled her eyes at Yi father, then cautioned, tomorrow is your martial exam, so take it easy. At the Jinling base headquarters, in the conference room, a crowd gathered around, watching a video that displayed the terrifying scene of raging thunder in the depths of the back mountain of Jinling No. 2 High School. This is an exceptionally intense thunder wave. It must be at least S level, if not higher. The attendees murmured, their expressions unusually solemn. Indeed, said Wang Tianba, the chief instructor of the Jinling base, his eyes gleaming as he watched the video, exuding the aura of a peak 6th rank warrior. According to the data collected on site, there is a strong possibility that an SS level thunder ability awakener has appeared. What? The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the room. The principal of Jinling No. 2, Zhao Wuji, narrowed his eyes and remarked, Commander Wang, if that is the case, does this awakener possess talents that surpass wuxianovel? Humph. At that moment, the principal of Jinling No. 1 shot a glance at Zhao Wuji. What? Old Zhao, do you presume this genius hails from your school? All right. Commander Wang waved his hand to silence them, then added, if it is indeed an SS level thunder ability, then it would certainly surpass wuxianovel in terms of talent. After all, an SS level thunder ability can only be rivaled by SSS level fire type abilities. As he spoke, the conference room fell into an unprecedented silence. If such a genius were to grow, they would undoubtedly be a source of pride for the Jinling base. Everyone, you should understand what an SS level thunder ability means. Therefore, if anyone suspects such a person, be sure to inform me at once. Pausing for emphasis, Commander Wang continued, however, let me be clear, if I discover anyone attempting to harm such a genius, I will personally see to their ruin. None dared to defy him. Zhao Wuji and the others bowed in deference. After all, Commander Wang was their superior, and his rank commanded respect. Moreover, he was a peak 6th rank powerhouse, far beyond their ordinary 6th rank warriors. Good. Noticing their reactions, Commander Wang nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow is the martial exam, an excellent opportunity to discover talents. You all should prepare. As time flew by, the next day arrived. In the outskirts of Jinling base, in Lungyun town, Yi Xian, having received his combat gear, arrived at the gathering square, where tens of thousands of participants were densely packed. The martial exam was not only for many candidates, but also for various rogue cultivators and those seeking to make a name for themselves. However, the only rigid requirement for participation in the martial exam was that contestants must be under 20 years of age. Additionally, no powerful experts were allowed to protect them during the exam. Otherwise, they would be disqualified. Look, that's Yi Xian. Upon arriving at the square, his identity was quickly recognized, especially since many from Jinling No. 2 were present. My heavens, Yi Xian actually came. Wasn't he unable to awaken abilities? A buzz of conversation erupted, and Yi Xian paid them no mind. However, in a corner of the square, a couple of individuals stood in shock. It's him. Lu Qian'er was taken aback upon seeing him, her brows furrowing. How foolish to participate in the martial exam when he couldn't awaken abilities. That guy, Lu Changhong, upon spotting Yi Xian, was filled with disbelief. How could he still be alive? 2 awakeners failed to kill him. Seeing Yi Xian, especially his face, ignited a fierce glint in his eyes. Very well, I shall settle this during the martial exam. As his voice fell, Lu Changhong's aura surged, revealing his mid-stage 1st rank power, a result of his father spending a fortune to acquire a drop of 5th rank beast blood. Lu Changhong, you have reached mid-stage 1st rank. Lu Qian'er sensed his aura, exclaiming, impressive. The admiration in her eyes inflated Lu Changhong's vanity, and he then directed his gaze toward Yi Xian in the distance. Boy, this time I will show you what a gap truly means. At that moment, a girl in combat attire, whose perfect figure drew the attention of many, stepped onto the stage. Wuxianovel. Upon seeing her, Lu Qian'er clenched her fists, her jealousy barely concealed. However, she was acutely aware of the mystery surrounding Wuxianovel and the formidable forces backing her, which even Lu Changhong respected. The nature of that force remained unknown to her. In any case, the power behind Wuxianovel was something she could not afford to offend. Who are you? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, unable to deny that her beauty was unparalleled. Wuxianovel, sensing the adoration in the gazes around him, particularly her noble aura, Yi Xian had already come to a conclusion. Do you need something from me? Nevertheless, Yi Xian felt that the girl's gaze was peculiar, giving him the impression of being a lamb under the watchful eye of a hungry wolf. That fellow, could he possibly be a pervert? Indeed. Upon witnessing Yi Xian participate in the martial examination, Wuxianovel narrowed her eyes with profound meaning. You have not disappointed me. You are truly the man I have set my sights on. Uft. At this declaration, every individual in the square was rendered speechless. What on earth did they just hear? The aloof school beauty from Jinling No. 1 High School actually claimed that Yi Xian is the man she desires. My heavens. Has she lost her mind? Surely this is not a dream? Yi Xian was equally taken aback, feeling the penetrating stares of countless individuals around him. Has this woman gone mad? Does she not realize the impact of her words? However, before he could ponder further, she continued. You are the only man I wish to conquer. Hearing this, Yi Xian nearly stumbled to the ground. What in the world? To conquer him? This woman is undeniably deranged. Who in their right mind would say such things? Creak. Lu Qianer, witnessing this scene, was infuriated. How could this be? Why is Mu Xianer acting so irrationally? That foolish man is clearly incapable of martial cultivation. How could she treat him in such a manner? What merit does he possess? Just then, Yi Xian felt a fragrant breeze approach, and he realized Mu Xianer was less than 3 inches away from him. From a distance, it would seem as though they were about to kiss. Mu Xianer, this pervert, this crazy woman. Yet, before Yi Xian could contemplate the situation, Mu Xianer squinted her cunning eyes and said, Yesterday, you awakened your thunderous ability at the back mountain of Jinling No. 2 High School, correct? Boom. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's heart tightened. What the hell? How does this crazy woman know? I do not understand what you are referring to. What thunderous ability? Yi Xian, gazing at the stunning beauty before him, thought to himself, damn it, being at a disadvantage against a crazy woman is not my style. At that moment, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he boldly wrapped his arm around her delicate waist and pulled her close, revealing a charmingly wicked smile. Though I am quite handsome, there's no need for such obsession. You. In that instant, Yi Xian fiercely pressed his lips against Mu Xianer's ruby wands, leaving the entire crowd utterly exhausted by the scene. What the hell? Yi Xian actually kissed the goddess Xianer. How infuriating. Lu Qianer was genuinely disgusted by what she witnessed. How could that waste of a man dare? Snap. Lu Changhong's face darkened as he bled from his injuries. That brat is courting death. He never imagined that the breathtaking beauty Mu Xianer, whom he had dreamt of, would be kissed by that guy. How could he not feel furious? Haha, how will you conquer the first kiss of a man? Releasing Mu Xianer from his embrace, Yi Xian said with a domineering flair. However, Mu Xianer narrowed her eyes, her sword ablaze with flames, causing the entire square's temperature to soar several degrees. Swish. In the next moment, Mu Xianer struck, and by the time Yi Xian regained his senses, she had already unleashed a sword strike with an overwhelming peak aura. What the hell, this crazy woman? Yi Xian raised his right hand, ready to defend himself, but in an instant, the terrifying power of the flames surged into his body, forcing him back 5 or 6 meters. Nonetheless, Yi Xian feigned a pale complexion, pretending to be exhausted, and staggered to one knee on the ground. What the hell? That Yi Xian actually managed to withstand a blow from the goddess Xianer? The crowd was filled with astonishment, as they knew that Mu Xianer's attack was not something an ordinary person could withstand. What is this? It must be due to his combat gear and weapon, they thought as they noticed his pallid appearance. However, the recent kiss with the goddess Xianer ignited immense jealousy among them. Why couldn't that person be themselves? Yi Xian. After the strike, Mu Xianer did not continue her assault. Instead, she smirked and said, You're quite impressive. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Changhong. You are not as good as him. With that, Mu Xianer sheathed her sword and gracefully walked away. Before departing, she cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xian, while others failed to notice. She sensed the SS-grade flame ability flowing into him, only to be completely neutralized by a mysterious force. Moreover, that guy's aura, was it late first tier? Mu Xianer murmured as she glanced back at Yi Xian before departing. That guy is most likely the one who awakened the thunderous ability. Nearly comparable to an SS-grade thunder ability? That is, at this point, Mu Xianer tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, an existence more formidable than my SS-grade flame ability. I told you, that kid is not simple. Subsequently, a charming smile graced Mu Xianer's lips. How could the man I have chosen possibly be a waste? After walking a short distance, a voice interrupted, Miss. Is it appropriate for you to be so intimate with a mere young boy? A 6th-tier expert bowed in reminder, to which Mu Xianer's expression turned icy. Silence. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Gulp. The intense heat radiated, causing the 6th-tier expert to kneel before her. I dare not, but the family head. Humph. Mu Xianer interrupted the 6th-tier expert. Feel free to report to my father. The 6th-tier expert was left without words, and Mu Xianer ignored him. Continuing, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true intentions in approaching me. While there may be a duty to protect, I believe. At this point, Mu Xianer continued. The most crucial purpose is to monitor me, correct? Cough, cough. Miss, the family head's orders are not something I can disobey. The 6th-tier expert coughed, realizing that it was indeed strange for her not to be aware of his motives. You should know what the consequences will be if my elder brother learns of your disrespect towards me. Mu Xianer stated, though she did not elaborate. It sent a shiver down the 6th-tier expert's spine. He immediately begged for mercy. Miss, I was wrong. I did not witness the earlier events. Chapter 5, System Task. Slay 300 inferior beasts. Yixian. Lu Changhong glared at the figure in the distance who had stolen the spotlight, seething with anger. I shall ensure your demise. It was evident that the anger Wuxianer directed toward Yixian was merely a small act of revenge for him. After all, that had been her first kiss as well. Strangely, she felt no disgust at all. I hereby announce the commencement of the 2047 Jinling Base Martial Examination. As the principal of Jinling No. 1 High School, Shou Qianqi's voice resonated, the gates of the cold cloud town opened, and a wave of bloodied air rushed forth. With the announcement, tens of thousands of candidates surged into Cold Cloud Town. It was a leap from the fish to the dragon, a battle for fame. The test lay before them. Securing a good rank could change their fate and lead them to prosperity. Charge! Tens of thousands of candidates rushed in, presenting an impressive spectacle. Yixian, would you like to team up? At that moment, a voice interrupted. It was class leader Lu Zhankue, who previously invited Yixian to join him. Having noticed his impressive strength, no need. Yixian politely declined the class leader's offer and stated, I intend to go alone for this martial examination. After all, acting solo would allow him to unleash his full potential without reservations. Class leader, you should hurry. Indeed, why bother with that waste? The classmates around him glanced at Yixian before surrounding the class leader and departing. This scene elicited a cold smirk from Lu Changhong, clearly a scheme of his making. Soon, tens of thousands of candidates had entered Cold Cloud Town. Once a bustling village, it was now entirely overrun by bloodthirsty rats and swift wolves, all of which were first-tier and inferior beasts. Subsequently, he activated his high-tech wristband. Suddenly, the operation interface materialized before him, displaying the rules of the martial examination. 3 points for killing a low-tier ferocious beast, 5 points for an early-stage first-tier beast, 9 points for a mid-stage beast, and 15 points for a late-stage beast. He then opened the points panel. First place, Wuxianer, 210 points, Jinling No. 1 High School. Second place, Pei Donglai, 158 points, Jinling No. 1 High School. Third place, Zhao Tianyuan, 156 points, Jinling No. 1 High School. 56th place, Lu Changhong, 108 points, Jinling No. 2 High School. Gazing at the rankings, Yixian could not help but be astonished. The martial examination had just commenced. Yet so many points had already been amassed. It was evident that at least 50 points were required to be within the top 100, especially with Wuxianer leading the pack at an impressive 210 points. The competition was indeed fierce. After a brief contemplation, Yixian's thoughts were interrupted by a jarring sound. Squeak. He turned his gaze to see several low-tier bloodthirsty rats scuttling out, their crimson eyes entirely devoid of any semblance of cuteness. Swoosh. In an instant, the nearest bloodthirsty rat lunged at Yixian with its menacing fangs, moving with remarkable speed. Zing. A blade of light, accompanied by a thunderous crack, sliced through the air. And in the next moment, the rat lay lifeless, its throat cut. Yixian's score increased by 3 points, but his ability points merely rose from 0 to 1. It appeared that low-tier ferocious beasts only contributed 1 ability point. After pondering for a moment, he surveyed his surroundings. Although the numbers seemed sparse, the overall quantity was substantial. With a sense of exhilaration, a smile curved Yixian's lips. If that's the case, let the hunting commence. With a flicker of movement, he swiftly dispatched 8 more bloodthirsty rats. Yixian's score soared to 27 points, and his ability points ascended to 9. It was time to move on. Yixian activated his wristband and noticed a crimson dot several kilometers away, a mid-tier Gale Wolf. This was precisely what he sought. With a swift motion, he dashed towards the mid-tier Gale Wolf, his speed allowing him to cover the distance in no time. Empowered by the purple sky divine thunder, Yixian transformed into a specter. Roar. Eventually, Yixian arrived at the lair of the Gale Wolf pack, and there stood the mid-tier Gale Wolf, unmistakably the leader. As the leader howled, dozens of low-tier Gale Wolves surrounded Yixian, indicating that these first-tier beasts had begun to exhibit rudimentary intelligence. Just what I wanted. A triumphant smile graced Yixian's face as he executed the Qilin step. With a single stride, he unleashed a tenfold gravitational field that enveloped the surrounding Gale Wolves. At that moment, Yixian summoned the purple sky divine thunder, unleashing a terrifying storm of lightning that enveloped the area within a radius of several meters. In an instant, the thunder roared, sending dust flying. Thud, thud, thud. As the lightning dissipated, the once formidable Gale Wolves lay charred on the ground. What a thrill! Witnessing the scorched corpses strewn across the ground, Yixian's score surged by 84 points. Combined with the points from the previous bloodthirsty rats, Yixian's total now reached 135 points. At this moment, his ranking had climbed to 120th place. Meanwhile, in a derelict factory, what? Lu Qianer gazed at the refreshed scoreboard in disbelief. Impossible. How could that waste, Yixian, be ranked 120th? It was evident that she had been closely monitoring Yixian's ranking. Even with Lu Changhong's support, she had only managed to secure the 108th spot, while Lu Changhong had ascended to 32nd. How could that boy, with no awakened abilities, achieve such a score? It seemed he possessed some talent after all. As she scrutinized the scoreboard, Lu Changhong made a phone call. It's time to act. That kid has had enough time to prance around. Don't worry. Your reward will be substantial once the task is accomplished. After hanging up, Lu Changhong glanced back at the scoreboard, a cold smirk on his face. Competing with me? You're far too inexperienced, kid. Die. With a swift motion, he slashed through the bodies of 2 early-stage Gale Wolves, leaving the mid-tier Gale Wolf leader as the last one standing. Roar. The Gale Wolf leader, witnessing the demise of its pack, erupted with fury, emanating a formidable aura. Such strength could threaten even late-stage beasts. Chill and step. With a decisive stride, Yi Xian unleashed a tenfold gravitational field once more, and in the next moment, he swiftly severed the leader's neck. As the Gale Wolf leader regained its senses, its eyes widened in disbelief before it collapsed, lifeless. Indeed, a mid-tier ferocious beast posed no real threat. Simultaneously, in the shadows, swish. 5 figures emerged onto the scene, revealing themselves to be the team from Jinling No. 1 high school, led by Zhou Tong, a late-stage expert, accompanied by 4 mid-stage companions. Boss, the sonic device is set up. That kid is finished. On the crumbling rooftop, the 5 members peered through binoculars at the unfolding scene, their lips curling into expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Meanwhile, as Zhou Tong pressed the button, the sonic device activated. The sound waves reverberated, causing the ferocious beasts within a radius of several kilometers to pause momentarily before charging madly towards the source of the sound. What is this? Yi Xian watched the map, observing the frenzied approach of the red dots that represented the beasts, his brow furrowing. Could someone be targeting me? Ding. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host has triggered a mission. Slay 300 low-tier ferocious beasts. Reward, Eye of Insight, plus 300 ability points. Taken aback by the unexpected announcement, Yi Xian's eyes widened. The Eye of Insight, and an additional 300 ability points? Such temptation was simply irresistible. In fact, he ought to thank those who conspired against him. Yi Xian grinned widely, then turned his gaze toward the impending tide of ferocious beasts, his battle spirit surging. It was time to engage in a thrilling battle. Chapter 6. A trial of skill draws attention from higher-ups. Roar. Squeak. Minutes later, the multitude of bloodthirsty rats and Gale Wolves fixed their predatory eyes on Yi Xian. Though they were merely low-tier beasts, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Akin to a miniature beast tide, numbering no less than 800. Kill. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. 300 low-tier ferocious beasts were hardly a challenge for him at his current strength. Swoosh. With a flicker of movement, he swiftly dispatched a dozen beasts on the spot. 10, 20, 30. Thus, as time passed, 15 minutes later, boss, don't worry. Even a late-stage beast wouldn't survive against such a horde. One of Zhou Tong's subordinates sneered. Aware that they faced nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts, a challenge his team would not dare to provoke lightly. Let us hope so. Zhou Tong took a deep breath. But we must remain vigilant. Once he exhausts his strength, we strike. Understood. A member equipped with a D-class sniper rifle, capable of taking down even late-stage beasts, prepared for the impending confrontation. However, as Yi Xian continued to slay the ferocious beasts, his score ranking began to shift, and he astonishingly reached 99th place. At that moment, elsewhere, thud, a body collapsed to the ground, and beside it appeared a graceful figure, emanating an aura of peak first-tier strength. Notably, the slain beast was also at the peak of the first tier. Oh, glancing at the score rankings, Mu Xianer narrowed her eyes. Interesting, he's entered the top 100 so quickly. Has he finally ceased hiding? Truly deserving of the attention I bestowed upon him. Let me see what surprises you can deliver. Mu Xianer gazed at the leaderboard, where a solitary figure stood far ahead with over 3,000 points, and felt a tinge of ennui. The absence of worthy opponents rendered the contest somewhat lackluster. Just then, a 6th-tier expert materialized in the arena, exclaiming, "Congratulations, miss. You are but a step away from advancing to a 2nd-tier warrior." It was evident that, with his keen perception, he recognized that his esteemed lady was on the brink of transitioning to the 2nd tier. Following previous warnings, he appeared considerably more subdued. Miss. If Yi Xian truly possesses the powers of a thunder elementalist, he could very well break into the top 10. Top 10? Mu Xianer shot a glance at the 6th-tier expert. You underestimate him. That strike on the square earlier revealed his prowess at the late stage of the 1st tier. What? The 6th-tier expert's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, Yi Xian has reached the late stage of the 1st tier. If paired with thunder abilities, could he not contend with peak 1st-tier warriors? In the operations command room of Lingyun Town, Commander Wang scrutinized the leaderboard. That Yi Xian sounds somewhat familiar. Commander. He ranked 1st in this year's literary examination. A coach from the Jinling base interjected, drawing Commander Wang's attention to Principal Zhao Wuji of Jinling No. 2 High School. Principal Zhao, this student hails from your institution. Ahem, indeed, Commander. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat and continued. This young lad is indeed the top scorer in the literary examination, but he has yet to awaken his powers. What? Principal Qiu Qianxi of Jinling No. 1 High School looked utterly astonished. He hasn't awakened his powers. Yet he ranks within the top 100 in the martial examination? Such capability warrants at least a B-class elemental talent. Zhao Wuji, are you jesting with us? Before Zhao Wuji could respond, another voice echoed through the command room. Look, Yi Xian's ranking has surged to the 85th position. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned in unison. For such an ascension in ranking typically required an increase of at least 100 points. The scene shifted to Yi Xian's battle. At that moment, the footage transitioned, revealing Yi Xian engaged in combat against a horde of nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts. How could this be? The command room erupted in astonishment. For only a peak first-tier warrior could navigate such perilous circumstances. Zhao Wuji, are you certain this young man has not awakened his powers? Principal Qiu Qianxi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene. This boy is a born warrior. Indeed, a coach from the Jinling base remarked, captivated. With each strike, he wields his strength to perfection, utilizing not just his arms, but also his waist, legs, and entire body. Should he possess any powers, even E-class would culminate in extraordinary results. Suddenly, Yi Xian's dagger crackled with surging lightning, radiating a powerful aura of late first-tier energy as he swung the dagger, resulting in the immediate demise of several beasts. Boom. Lightning powers. Principal Qiu Qianxi was left flabbergasted. Zhao Wuji, you said he hasn't awakened any powers. Zhao Wuji was equally perplexed, bowing slightly to Commander Wang. Commander, this is absolutely true. All students present at the awakening ceremony can attest to it. At this moment, the Jinling base coach squinted thoughtfully. Commander, could it be that Yi Xian is an S-class thunder elementalist? Impossible. Another instructor interjected with a furrowed brow. The awakening that day was of at least S-class caliber. Yet the lightning energy emanating from Yi Xian now appears to be merely B-class. Upon hearing this, a sense of disillusionment washed over the command room, and even the commander sighed. After all, each year, the Jinling base produced numerous thunder elementalists. Keep an eye on this young man. With his temperament and courage, his future accomplishments may be beyond measure. Zhao Wuji felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. I never expected this young lad, whom I had almost given up on, would surprise me in such a manner. Though his thunder powers may be B-class, his talent is equivalent to A-class. Combined with his temperament and control over strength, he is undoubtedly a genius. Meanwhile, in the arena, Yi Xian smirked. System, terminate the battle footage. Affirmative, host. As the system's voice faded, the combat visuals in the operations command room concluded, a scene Yi Xian had deliberately exposed to them. After all, at this stage, revealing his talents could prove beneficial. Turning his gaze, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This dreary battle must come to an end. With the manifestation of the Qilin step, an overwhelming surge of thunder powers coursed through him. At that moment, he made no effort to conceal his full strength, unleashing the might of the Zixiao divine thunder. In an instant, over 100 ferocious beasts fell victim to his devastating power, showcasing the extraordinary might of the Zixiao divine thunder. What? The sudden turn of events startled everyone nearby. This lad has been hiding his true strength. We must act swiftly. Boom. Zhou Tong's subordinate immediately pulled the trigger, sending a specially designed bullet hurtling toward Yi Xian's forehead, capable of breaching the defenses of peak first-tier warriors. With a sly smile, Yi Xian, dagger crackling with lightning, effortlessly sliced the bullet in half. Finally, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Let me see what kind of formidable foes you truly are. Chapter 7, Wuxianovel versus Second-tier Gale Wolf King. Oh no. Zhou Tong was taken aback upon witnessing the young man cleave a bullet in two, knowing it could penetrate the defense of a peak first-tier warrior. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled, while Yi Xian continued to dispatch the remaining beasts. Ding. Host has completed the task of slaying 300 ferocious beasts, receiving the Eye of Insight, and an additional 300 ability points. As Yi Xian finished off the last of the beasts, the system's reward notification rang in his ears. Oh, a smile crept across Yi Xian's face. With enough ability points at hand, it was time to elevate his prowess. With this thought in mind, he summoned the system. System, enhance my strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your realm has ascended to the peak of the first tier, consuming 200 ability points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your Qilin step has upgraded to the second layer, consuming 200 ability points. With these two notifications, both Yi Xian's realm and skills were elevated. Feeling the surge of newfound power, he exerted slight pressure with his right foot, causing the ground to crack beneath him. This feels quite satisfactory. Yi Xian grinned, the destructive potential he now wielded rivaling that of his previous use of the Qilin step. Next, he accessed his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years. Realm, peak of the first tier. Ability, Zixiao Divine Thunder, SS class. Skill, Qilin step, second layer. Eye of Insight. Items, none. Ability points, 475. Gazing at the attribute panel, Yi Xian wore a satisfied smile before shifting his gaze to the distance, promptly activating the Eye of Insight. As the Eye of Insight came into effect, the previously obscured structures faded before his eyes, granting him a perspective akin to that of a divine observer. This ability is extraordinary. He marveled, finding it far superior to any high-tech mapping device. Soon, a smile spread across Yixian's face as he spotted a group of figures fleeing in distress. Found you. With a flash, he surged forth, harnessing the lightning to propel himself at an astonishing speed, appearing as a streak of lightning from afar. Retreat at full speed. That boy's strength is far beyond our capabilities. As Zhou Tong's voice faded, a flash of lightning abruptly severed their path, and before them stood the formidable Yixian. Now, contemplating escape seemed futile. Crackling with energy, Yixian emanated an aura of unfathomable terror, the sheer intensity of the thunder sending shivers down Zhou Tong and his companion's spines. How could this be possible? Zhou Tong, eyes wide with astonishment, sensed the dense thunder up close. The strength of such lightning was at least S-class. Could it be that the lightning wielder from the back mountain of Jinling No. 2 High School is you? Moreover, his strength was at the peak of the first tier. At this realization, Zhou Tong felt a grave weight in his heart. Such capabilities might rival those of Wuxianovel. Kill him. At a moment of fierce resolve, Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed with malice. Enmity had already been established between the two factions, and even if Yixian was at the peak of the first tier, they would fight for survival. With a swift and coordinated effort, the five launched an assault on Yixian, clearly well acquainted with their respective abilities. Their combined force sufficient to contend with a peak first-tier opponent. Qilin step. Witnessing the five encroaching upon him, Yixian executed a step forward. Under the tenfold gravity field imposed by Zhou Tong and his comrades, their speed drastically diminished, their expressions grave. Truly, he was a late-stage first-tier. Observing Zhou Tong's arduous advance, Yixian took a second step of Qilin step. Boom! The terrifying pressure surged instantaneously, elevating the gravity field to 30 times. As if an earthquake had erupted, the four mid-tier members were crushed to the ground, spitting blood. Zhou Tong was not faring any better. On one knee, he knelt on the ground, his complexion as pale as paper. At this moment, not only was he unable to attack, but even resisting the gravity field was a Herculean struggle. What manner of ability is this? Zhou Tong could hardly fathom the immense pressure weighing down upon him. He had never even heard of such a power. Hand over the huaxia coins you possess. You. Hearing Yixian's demand, Zhou Tong's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Yixian, do not go too far. Crackling. Just then, Yixian's fingertips danced with arcs of lightning, potent enough to threaten a peak first tier. You bastard. Zhou Tong's lips twitched at this sight. We will comply. Thus, under Yixian's extortion, Zhou Tong transferred all of the huaxia coins from the five of them to Yixian. Ding dong. Upon receiving the notification on his phone, Yixian was taken aback. 3 million huaxia coins. What a fortune these individuals possessed. It was worth noting that, as awakeners, this was no trivial sum, at least not in Yixian's eyes. Yixian, having received the money, now release us. Humph. Before Zhou Tong could finish his sentence, Yixian transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing past Zhou Tong and his companions in an instant, causing 5 sprays of blood to erupt. You. Zhou Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Even in his final moments, he could not accept that this fellow lacked any martial ethics. Fool. Casting a glance at the corpses of Zhou Tong and his companions, you believe the words of your enemies? And yet, you still aspire to learn the art of killing. Meanwhile, at the location of Wuxianovel, beep beep, glancing at the smart wristband, Lu Changhong's expression darkened. How could this be? Zhou Tong and the others have gone missing? This is impossible. Lu Qian'er stared at the leaderboard, her face a mask of shock. That useless Yixian has surged to the 20th position with 1647 points. How could that guy possibly have slain so many ferocious beasts alone? Damn it. Looking at the leaderboard, Lu Changhong seethed with fury. It should be noted that nearly 90% of their points had been given to him, and now he had merely 1238 points, ranking 28th. This meant that Yixian had now outpaced him. Huff. Lu Qian'er's eyes flickered, taking a deep breath. Lu Changhong, from now on, all points from hunting fierce beasts will be yours. Team leader, we concur. The other 7 nodded in agreement. They were now all in the same boat with Lu Changhong and naturally wished to vent their frustrations. Thank you all. Lu Changhong took a deep breath, solemnly stating, once the martial examination concludes, I will ensure to compensate all of you for your losses. No need for such courtesy, team leader. The group felt a surge of joy. After all, Lu Changhong's family held considerable influence in the Jinling base, and they were eager to foster a good relationship. The following day, at dawn, roar. A beastly roar jolted Yixian from his slumber, prompting him to look around. With his penetrating vision, he spotted a second-tier Gale Wolf King pursuing a stunning girl in the distance, and that girl was none other than Wuxianovel. Wuxianovel? Seeing her battling while retreating from the second-tier Gale Wolf King, Yixian could not help but recall their first kiss. Though he quickly dismissed the thought. What time is it for such musings? Flamesword slash. As rich flames engulfed the area, the street was soon ablaze. The second-tier Gale Wolf King enveloped in flames. Boom! With a single strike, the wolf, comparable to a small mountain, was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing down with a resounding thud. Such combat prowess is utterly monstrous. Grr. Before Yixian could contemplate further, the wounded Gale Wolf King's eyes turned a fierce crimson. Sensing its violent aura, Yixian's expression grew serious. This was bad. The Gale Wolf King had gone berserk. Chapter 8. The First Alliance, slaying the second-tier Gale Wolf King. Roar. With a frenzied howl, the Gale Wolf King surged forward with alarming speed, closing the distance in an instant. This is not good. Wuxianovel hastily raised her hand to defend, yet she was still sent flying over 10 meters. Blood spewing from her mouth. Facing a second-tier beast in a berserk state is truly too overwhelming. Sighing, Wuxianovel lost interest in the fight, watching as a sixth-tier powerhouse was about to intervene. Sizzle. In a moment of dire urgency, a figure tore through the void, appearing before Wuxianovel. Crazy woman. Get out of the way. As lightning crackled, Yixian sent Wuxianovel flying away, and then, with a surging aura of peak first-tier strength, he stood as if a war god bathed in thunder. This guy. Wuxianovel felt her heart race at the sight of the overwhelming lightning. Undoubtedly, this was an SS-class ability. However, she did not expect him to come to her rescue in such a perilous moment. My goodness, it really is him. The sixth-tier powerhouse, witnessing the young lady's refusal to let him intervene, clicked his tongue. An SS-class lightning ability. Such innate talent rivals that of other abilities at the SSS level. Such a prodigious figure is something that all major factions and martial arts schools in the capital would scramble to recruit. Boom. With a single blow, the enraged Gale Wolf King remained unfazed, while Yixian was thrown back several meters. This ferocious beast, having entered a state of rage, possessed strength comparable to a mid-tier second-tier beast. Crazy woman, why did you provoke it? Yixian was speechless. Even he had to exert his full strength against such a being, and victory was uncertain. Humph. Wuxianovel snorted. Yixian, are you done pretending? With an SS-class lightning ability and peak first-tier strength, even I might not be your match. Wuxianovel narrowed her eyes, feeling a rare intrigue towards this young man before her for the first time. She then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The person I have my eyes on is indeed extraordinary. Yixian, Wuxianovel, has anyone ever told you that you are quite narcissistic? Yixian rolled his eyes, while the sixth-tier powerhouse nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging. Was this kid seeking death? When did anyone dare to speak to the young lady in such a manner? To be honest, if the young lady ordered him, he would be the first to strike, delivering a lethal blow to this insolent boy. Is that so? Just then, Wuxianovel revealed a charming smile, leaving the sixth-tier elder in disbelief. The young lady was not angry. Cough. Are you certain this is not a dream? Roar. At that moment, the diminutive figure facing them halted its onslaught, clearly agitated, as a tempestuous aura surged around it once more. Continuing down this path was futile. Observing the ferocious adversary before them, they turned to Wuxianovel. Surely you possess a method to vanquish it? Indeed, there was a way, but at this moment, its rage made it impossible for me to approach closely. Wuxianovel furrowed her brow thoughtfully as she gazed at the second-tier Gale Wolf King across from them. To close in, Yixian revealed a cryptic smile. I will distract it. You seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. In an instant, with the air crackling with thunder, he leapt into the air, soaring directly towards the head of the second-tier Gale Wolf King. A speed so astonishing that even Wuxianovel could only watch in awe. The Gale Wolf King, noticing the audacious figure above, was undoubtedly provoked. Its full attention now fixated on this act of defiance. Had that fool lost his mind? In midair, how could he unleash his techniques while restraining the frenzied second-tier Gale Wolf King? Surely, even survival would be a challenge. With the Qilin step, his aura fully unleashed, a tenfold gravitational field enveloped him in an instant. Such an overwhelming gravitational pressure. Wuxianovel watched with wide eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within her gaze. Aside from his SS-class thunder abilities, he possessed such formidable techniques. A fleeting chance. In the blink of an eye, Wuxianovel darted towards the underbelly of the Gale Wolf King, the spot most vulnerable. Roar. The Gale Wolf King, sensing the imminent threat to its abdomen, swiftly swatted at Wuxianovel with a claw. Humph. This was precisely the moment she awaited. In midair, Yixian let out a cold snort, then took another step with the Qilin step, applying a 30-fold gravitational pressure. Wuxianovel, continue your assault. I shall handle the rest. Taking a deep breath, Yixian appeared beside Wuxianovel in a flash, as the dense thunder surged into his dagger, meeting the Gale Wolf King's claw attack head-on. Boom! In the terrifying collision, blood immediately trickled from the corner of Yixian's mouth, his complexion paling slightly. However, he successfully thwarted the Gale Wolf King's strike. Beast! You seek death. Witnessing Yixian sustain injury while protecting her, Wuxianovel felt a surge of anxiety, her eyes glinting with cold light. Flame's cataclysmic descent. With a swift motion, a fire sword materialized, and in the next moment, it pierced the Gale Wolf King's abdomen at lightning speed. The horrific flames instantly incinerating its internal organs. Thud. At that moment, the colossal second-tier Gale Wolf King collapsed to the ground, a charred corpse. This, a sixth-tier powerhouse, who had been prepared to intervene, stared incredulously at the scene. That boy, in conjunction with the young lady, had actually slain the frenzied second-tier Gale Wolf King. He was genuinely astonished. According to his understanding, the young lady should have at least reached the second tier to slay such a ferocious beast, and yet she placed such trust in that boy. Earlier, she had risked herself by launching a surprise attack on its abdomen with Flame's cataclysmic descent. He had never witnessed her act so recklessly before. Could it be that she had developed feelings for that boy? As this thought crossed his mind, the sixth-tier powerhouse's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. If the young lady were to become involved with that boy, the young master would be the first to object. After all, the disparity between the Mu family of the imperial capital and the ordinary citizens of the Jiangnan base was insurmountable. What a remarkable move. Gazing at the stunning girl before him, Yixian couldn't help but marvel at that recent strike. It was likely enough to severely wound a second-tier novice. Speaking of which, that technique required a considerable amount of psychic energy. Then, Yixian's gaze playfully settled on Mu Xiener. You trust me so completely, yet you possess little strength at present. Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you? Mu Xiener shot him a sidelong glance, unperturbed. Do you have that capability? Of course. She had a sixth-tier guardian watching over her. Who would dare let her come to harm? Cough, just a jest. Yixian cleared his throat. You are quite the composed madwoman. Replenish your powers. I shall guard you. After casting a glance at Mu Xiener, Yixian walked a short distance away, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Behind him, Mu Xiener's expression was complex. How could it be that she felt a sense of security by his side? How strange, Mu Xiener murmured, her brow furrowing as a wave of unease surged within her. An instinct warned her of impending danger. Thus, the destinies of the two were intertwined from this moment onward. Chapter 9. The final battle approaches. Braving the lair of bloodthirsty rats. Buzz. Not long after, a formidable aura surged from behind, prompting Yixian to look back. Had she broken through to the second tier as a warrior? Yixian was taken aback. Although that madwoman had a hint of narcissism, her talent was undeniable. Young lady, you've broken through to the second tier so swiftly. The sixth-tier powerhouse concealed in the shadows was equally astonished. Reflecting on the previous battle, it seems this has a significant connection to that boy. In the face of life and death, growth is the best shortcut. What a delightful surprise. The sixth-tier powerhouse murmured, while Mu Xiener exhaled in relief, sensing her breakthrough in realm. Congratulations on your ascension to the second tier. Yixian smiled faintly at the breathtaking girl before him. Thank you, Mu Xiener replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I owe it to our earlier battle against the frenzied Gale Wolf King. Otherwise, this opportunity would not have arisen. Here. Mu Xiener then produced a card. This card contains 1 million Chinese yuan. I never owe anyone favors. Oh. Yixian was momentarily taken aback at her generous offer. 1 million right off the bat? I didn't realize you were such a little heiress. Humph. Mu Xiener rolled her eyes at him, annoyed by his sharp tongue despite receiving benefits. By the way, at a certain moment, Mu Xiener squinted and smiled at the boy before her. Yixian, would you be interested in placing a bet? A bet? Yixian furrowed his brow, wondering what mischief this madwoman was plotting. Indeed, Mu Xiener regarded him with a knowing look. Let South compete for first place in the martial arts examination. The winner can command the loser to perform 3 tasks, provided they do not cross any boundaries. As she spoke, she envisioned leveraging this boy's talents, which were not inferior to her own. How could she let such an opportunity slip away? First place in the martial arts examination? Yixian pondered, casting a skeptical glance at Mu Xiener. Are you so certain you can defeat me? Absolutely. Mu Xiener declared proudly, I am gifted beyond compare. Do you dare to challenge me? Well, that could work. Weighing the options, Yixian nodded. Who would refuse such a tempting offer? He then teasingly remarked, carrying a little heiress home wouldn't be too bad. You. Hearing his words, Mu Xiener gritted her teeth in frustration. We'll see if you can win against me. After exchanging a few more words, Mu Xiener watched as Yixian transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing into the distance. How infuriating. Mu Xiener narrowed her eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. That jerk actually thinks he can carry me home. Ugh. Bah. What on earth am I thinking? Swish. At that moment, the sixth-tier powerhouse arrived on the scene. Young lady, how astute. Observing his young mistress betting with that boy, he discreetly flattered her. If that boy loses, we could draw him into the Mu family. Moreover, the young lady has half again as many points as he does. Mu Xiener nodded slightly, then added, to ensure victory, I shall now devote myself fully to increasing my points. Where are the nearest ferocious beasts? Under the keen perception of a sixth-tier powerhouse, attention was drawn to a certain location. Miss, to the southwest, there are no fewer than 10 first-tier ferocious beasts and hundreds of lesser ones. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiener allowed a smile to grace her lips. Yixian, with a half-point difference in scores and the perception of a sixth-tier expert, as the top scorer in the martial examination, victory is assured for me. With this thought, Mu Xiener chuckled mischievously. When the time comes, you shall serve me day and night. Meanwhile, Yixian utilized his eye of insight to survey the distribution of the beasts. As the top scorer in the martial examination, he could win even with his eyes closed. Mu Xiener was scheming against him. and naturally, he had designs of his own on her. Especially since she possessed a mysteriously privileged identity. Having her do 3 things for him free of charge would indeed be delightful. Just then, Yi Xian's eye of insight revealed a bloodthirsty rat nest located several kilometers away, densely populated with at least 10,000 bloodthirsty rats, along with numerous first and even second-tier ferocious beasts. Such a prime location for scoring points made him curious about how Mu Xianer would claim victory. In a flash, Yi Xian appeared a dozen meters away, moving at such speed that even third-tier martial artists would struggle to keep up. At this moment, only 20 hours remained until the martial examination concluded. "Is that Yi Xian?" Lu Qianer exclaimed in disbelief as she spotted a figure approaching. "Oh." Lu Changhong seized a pair of binoculars and, to his astonishment, recognized the unmistakable silhouette. "Yi Xian, heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you dare to enter." With a cold smile, Lu Changhong's heart brimmed with malice. "Since you dare to venture into the bloodthirsty rat nest, you shall remain here." As he spoke, he retrieved a D-grade sonic device from his backpack. "Isn't that a bit excessive for dealing with that kid?" One of the team members inhaled sharply, aware that a D-grade sonic device costs at least 500,000 huaxia coins, as it could attract second-tier beasts. "Not at all." Lu Changhong replied with a chilling smile. The boy's current ranking justified the use of such a device. "Withdraw." After preparing everything, a mocking grin flickered across Lu Changhong's lips. A kid who cannot awaken special powers. What of his impressive strength? However, unbeknownst to him, Yi Xian had witnessed their entire conversation. "Lu Changhong, you truly are a persistent specter," Yi Xian thought as he retracted his eye of insight and continued onward. The matter concerning Zhou Tong was likely orchestrated by him, and he would settle the score after the martial examination concluded. For now, the priority was to secure the top position in the martial examination. Soon, Yi Xian arrived near the D-grade sonic device, a smirk curling his lips. "In that case, let us engage in a grand battle." With a press of the button, Lu Changhong activated the D-grade sonic device and swiftly departed with Lu Qianer and the others, fearing that they might become collateral damage. Yet, they were unaware that they were straying further down a path of self-destruction. Chapter 10. The emergence of the 4th-tier bloodthirsty rat king shakes the command room. With 2 steps forward, Yi Xian initiated the Qilin step, enveloping the area within a 30-fold gravitational field. The weaker ferocious beasts were instantly crushed into a pulp. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would be utterly astounded. It was a veritable artifact for group battles. At that moment, Yi Xian had an epiphany. If he infused thunder into the Qilin step, the results would be extraordinary. As he contemplated this, a surge of potent thunder coursed through his legs, and the original 30-fold gravitational field erupted with arcs of lightning, sufficient to severely wound first-tier beasts. In an instant, the surrounding area transformed into a vacuum zone, claiming the lives of at least 100 ferocious beasts. Incredible! Yi Xian was momentarily stunned by the results. Employing the Qilin step combined with thunder abilities could annihilate mid-tier and even severely injure late-tier first-level beasts. Once more, as Yi Xian's figure shifted, his dagger slashed through the air, each strike resulting in the demise of numerous ferocious beasts. With the sporadic use of the Qilin step, even against thousands of ferocious beasts, Yi Xian single-handedly wreaked havoc. Ding! Host has triggered a mission. Slay 10 peak first-tier ferocious beasts. Reward: Overlord Fist, plus 500 ability points. Amidst the slaughter, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed in his ears. A system task? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, surveying the endless throng of bloodthirsty rats and swift-winged wolves. A smile creeping across his face. Not only can I score points, but I can also complete a mission. How delightful. Then, let the battle commence. At that moment, a more potent aura surged around Yi Xian, elevating him to the level of a second-tier martial artist, akin to Mu Xianer. Ding! Congratulations. Host has advanced to the early second-tier realm, consuming 400 ability points. Yi Xian disregarded the system's voice, instead reveling in the unprecedented power coursing through him. This strength was several times greater than before. Clenching his fists, he turned to face the incoming ferocious beasts. Come and fight. With thunder swirling around him, he unleashed a dagger strike, obliterating dozens of beasts in its path. The power vastly surpassing his previous abilities. The exhilaration of becoming stronger was truly intoxicating. Thus, as Yi Xian unleashed his full power, his ranking soared dramatically over time. 18th place, 15th place, 13th place. With 10 hours remaining until the martial examination concluded, Yi Xian's ranking reached the 9th position, a spectacle that left everyone astounded. At the Jinling base's command room, 9th place, Colonel Qiu Qianqi of Jinling No. One high school could hardly believe his eyes, that Yi Xian has actually entered the top 10. Unbelievable. Cough, cough. Zhao Wuji observed this and cleared his throat. What on earth has that young man experienced for his score to rise so rapidly? After a moment of contemplation, Commander Wang instructed the retrieval of Yi Xian's battle footage. Shortly thereafter, a concerned instructor furrowed his brow. Commander, it seems the drone has malfunctioned and cannot retrieve the battle footage. Oh, Commander Wang was momentarily taken aback, Such an occurrence is truly regrettable. However, this young man's excellence is somewhat beyond our expectations. Upon hearing Commander Wang's words, the attendees in the command meeting room were all shaken. Very few individuals garnered such praise from Commander Wang. What did you say? Just then, another instructor appeared, visibly shocked. In the cold cloud town, beneath the bloodthirsty rat nest, there is a fourth-tier bloodthirsty rat king. This is bad. After some frantic operations, the instructor's expression changed drastically. Commander, Yi Xian is near the bloodthirsty rat nest. And moreover, less than 5 kilometers from the fourth-order bloodthirsty rat king. Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with astonishment. A fourth-order bloodthirsty rat king. And so close to the rat nest, it would be a challenge even for fifth-order experts to escape. No wonder that young man has swiftly risen in the rankings. Truly a madman. Clearly, equipped with a high-tech wristband map, Yi Xian could not be unaware of the bloodthirsty rat nest's existence. Thus, he must have done this intentionally. Immediately, combat aircraft were dispatched to rescue Yi Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Commander Wang issued orders to a trusted aide. Yes, Commander. Taking a deep breath, Instructor Luo solemnly responded and promptly left to prepare for Yi Xian's rescue. As for qualifications, that was a jest. Yi Xian's performance thus far was more than sufficient. This, Zhao Wujia, upon hearing, furrowed his brow tightly. Given the distance to the bloodthirsty rat nest, even at full speed, it would take nearly 10 hours. By then, the martial examination would likely conclude. The atmosphere in the command room was exceedingly grave. One must understand that if the fourth-order bloodthirsty rat king were to launch an assault, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the hundreds of thousands of candidates. One could only hope that he could endure until then. Commander Wang sighed, evidently feeling a sense of affection for this talent. It should be noted that being able to score points while surrounded by countless ferocious beasts in the bloodthirsty rat nest demonstrated that he was even more exceptional than he had anticipated. Zhao Wujia, your Jinling No. 2 high school has truly produced an extraordinary genius. Qiu Qianqi smacked her lips. At their level, it was clear that while talent was crucial, one's temperament was equally significant. Old Qiu, please do not jest with me. Zhao Wujia was exceedingly worried. If that young fellow were to perish there, it would surely grieve me for half a year. Hearing this, the personnel in the command room fell into silence. Look, Yi Xian's ranking has risen again. Moreover, he directly ascended to 6th place. As these words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze to the score leaderboard. First place, Mu Xiener, 4,896 points, Jinling No. 1 High School. Second place, Zhao Tianyuan, 3,328 points, Jinling No. 1 High School. Third place, Lu Qigong, 3,117 points, Thunder Martial Arts School. Sixth place, Yi Xian, 2,910 points, Jinling No. 2 High School. Observing Yi Xian's scoring position, Zhao Wujia felt his anxiety intensifying. Young fellow, you must not come to harm. It should be noted that Yi Xian from Jinling No. 2 High School now held the highest score and had remarkably broken into the top 10. Meanwhile, at the location of Mu Xiener, with a plop, the last ferocious beast was slain by her, and she subsequently checked her score panel. 6th place. That guy is quite formidable. Yet, taking a deep breath, Mu Xiener arrogantly declared, there are still 8 hours left. I refuse to believe you can make up nearly 2,000 points, let alone surpass me. Pressure. Undoubtedly, at that moment. Even someone as strong as Mu Xiener sensed a hint of pressure. However, before she could close the leaderboard, it refreshed. What? That guy is in 4th place with 3,108 points. A flicker of panic surged in her eyes, and she dared not waste a moment. Where to next? I must urgently boost my score. Indeed, the martial examination had only just begun. Chapter 11. Capturing first place in the martial examination, shocking all. The bloodthirsty rat nest. Not far away. Kirin Step. As Yi Xian unleashed the thunder Kirin Step, its might had increased beyond measure, and over 100 ferocious beasts perished on the spot. Among them, there were no fewer than 10 first-order beasts. Before the army of beasts could encircle him, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to slay a peak first-order beast. As time passed, one after another, peak first-order beasts were vanquished, and by the half-hour mark before the martial examination concluded, he successfully killed 100 peak first-order beasts. After all, the peak first-order beasts near the beast nest were all on the periphery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slaying 10 peak first-order beasts. Reward, Overlord Fist, plus 500 ability points. Subsequently, Yi Xian summoned his martial arts technique. Overlord Fist. The Overlord Fist is an exceedingly fierce martial technique. A single punch carries the might of the Overlord, capable of shattering mountains and rivers, leaving one's spirit shaken. Gazing at the description of the Overlord Fist, Yi Xian was quite astonished. Its style was entirely different from the Kirin Step. System, elevate the Overlord Fist's level. With a thought, he summoned the system, which quickly responded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Overlord Fist, consuming 100 ability points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the second layer of the Overlord Fist, consuming 200 ability points. 2 consecutive notifications confirmed the mastery of the first 2 layers of the Overlord fist. Clenching his fist, he could distinctly feel the terrifying energy surging within. Roar. However, at that moment, the 4th Order bloodthirsty rat king beneath the nest emitted a piercing sound that even Yi Xian found grating. Immediately, the surrounding beasts surged toward Yi Xian like a frenzy. Evidently, the consecutive slayings of peak First Order minions had truly enraged the 4th Order bloodthirsty rat king. There was still a 2,000-point gap. That girl is quite capable. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, surveying the frenzied tide of beasts approaching him. Let's do this. Kill. Overlord fist. With lightning coursing through his fist, he struck at the overwhelming horde of ferocious beasts with a mighty blow, crackling with energy. With the addition of thunder, the Overlord fist's might was further amplified. Break. As Yi Xian's voice fell, he forcefully carved a bloody path through the encroaching masses, then employed the Kirin step to transform into a bolt of lightning, swiftly escaping. With that single move, the number of fallen ferocious beasts exceeded hundreds, significantly closing the gap in points. However, this action only served to infuriate the 4th Order bloodthirsty rat king further, which then commanded the beast nest to initiate a relentless assault against Yi Xian, with many second-order beasts also joining the fray. Undoubtedly, Yi Xian had triggered the beast tide of Linyun Town. 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. As the martial examination drew closer to its conclusion, the beast tide surged ever more violently. However, Wuxianovel's score was also skyrocketing. Clearly, facing Yi Xian's narrowing point gap, she felt increasingly pressured. Damn it. Observing the scores drawing nearer while time was running out. If this continues, I might lose. It's all or nothing. Glancing back at the surging beast tide behind him, Yi Xian transformed into a streak of light and pivoted towards the beast nest. Kirin step. In an instant, he pushed his technique to the extreme. The 30-fold gravity domain mixed with thunder struck down, and before the pursuing beasts could react, a smirk appeared on Yi Xian's lips. Die. Overlord fist. Crackle. With a single punch, he activated both techniques to the utmost. Had Yi Xian not advanced to a second-order martial artist, he would have undoubtedly exhausted himself. Boom. With the combination of both attacks, the power surged dramatically, and in an instant, a radius of nearly 100 meters was enveloped in thunder, obliterating countless lesser beasts, and even several second-order beasts caught off guard. Retreat. After the strike, Yi Xian barely managed to transform into lightning and flee. This counterattack had truly disrupted the rhythm of the beast nest. Just then, a massive figure, the size of a house, emerged from the depths of the beast tide, revealing itself to be the 4th Order bloodthirsty rat king, its crimson eyes and menacing fangs sending chills down one's spine. The 4th Order bloodthirsty rat king appeared, its blood-red gaze fixated on Yi Xian as an endless tide of beasts surged toward him. Meanwhile, in the command room, a voice echoed, "Is that boy really just a B-grade thunder ability?" Commander Wang gazed at the leaderboard, his eyes narrowing. 8,576 points, quite unexpected indeed. How could Mu Xian'er be left trailing by over 1,000 points? Qiu Qianxi stared at the rankings in disbelief, just like during the written examination. That Yi Xian had once again crushed her in the martial arts assessment. How could that insufferable brat achieve this? As for Zhao Wuji, he felt as if he were dreaming. Their Jinling No. 2 high school had actually claimed the top spot in the martial arts examination, an unprecedented feat. This young man's future is limitless. In the conference room, everyone was astounded. This boy was simply extraordinary. Subsequently, Commander Wang sent a message to his confidant, Luo Tong, instructing him to ensure that Yi Xian was recruited to the Jinling base. Such a talent must not be hindered by the intrigues of various factions. That would indeed be a pity. In a certain place in Chengyun Town, Mu Xian'er, having slain the last ferocious beast, was determined to check the leaderboard. Upon seeing it, her eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? How had that guy managed to not only close the hundreds of points gap, but surpass her by over 1,000 in such a brief time? Suddenly, 6-tiered experts arrived at the scene, equally bewildered as they looked at their young lady's score. That boy actually won? This was utterly inconceivable. But if that were the case, wouldn't the lady have to fulfill the 3 conditions set by that boy? As this thought crossed their minds, a fierce glint flickered in their eyes. Miss, no one else knows of your wager. Perhaps at this point, the 6-tier expert's killing intent surged. I can eliminate him. Silence. Mu Xian'er shot a glare at the 6-tier expert. That remark better not reach my ears again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. A cold sweat broke out on the 6-tier expert's forehead. I acknowledge my offense. He truly hadn't expected the lady to defend that boy so fiercely. Over the years at the Jinling base, I have had few friends. Mu Xian'er gazed into the distance and continued. This Yi Xian counts as one. Do you understand? Gulp. The 6-tier expert dared not slacken his diligence. I remember. The word friend was something he had never seen the lady use, whether in the imperial capital or Jinling. What charm did that boy possess that warranted such treatment from her? Meanwhile, Lu Qian'er was equally stunned as she looked at the leaderboard. The top of the martial arts assessment was Yi Xian. Staring at the leaderboard, Lu Qian'er felt as if she had seen a ghost. Then her gaze shifted towards the bloodthirsty rat nest. Impossible. That guy, surrounded by beasts. How could he still be alive? A wave of anxiety surged within her. She knew Yixian's character all too well. If he found out that they had set him up to fall into the beast tide, the consequences were unimaginable. Immediately. We must leave. Lu Changhong was no fool. Yixian's acquisition of the top martial arts score indicated that his strength had clearly surpassed Lu's imagination. The most prudent course of action was to flee Chengyun town as swiftly as possible. However, they remained unaware that Yixian was already heading towards them. Chapter 12. Visitors from Jinling Base. An unprecedented treatment delivered. A quarter of an hour later. Get lost, beast. Lu Changhong killed a ferocious beast and sped towards the exit with Lu Qianer and the others. Suddenly, with a crackle, lightning flashed, and a familiar figure appeared not far away, followed by a teasing voice ringing in their ears. Where are you all headed? Allow me to escort you. What do you want? Lu Changhong gripped his sword tightly, warily observing Yixian, who was the top scorer in the martial arts assessment, far beyond his capabilities. Why? What do you think? Yixian smirked, then produced an object that was unmistakably a D-grade soundwave device. This looks familiar, doesn't it? The next moment, an ominous button appeared in his hand, and he pressed it down. Yixian, you lunatic. Lu Changhong's expression changed drastically upon witnessing Yixian's actions. He knew all too well how useful that device was. Retreat. Ignoring Yixian, Lu Changhong attempted to lead his group away. But, before he could act, a terrifying gravitational field enveloped them from above. A crackling sound echoed, and the expressions of Lu Changhong and his companions shifted dramatically. This gravity is terrifying, Yixian. It's you. Lu Qianer's lips bled as regret flooded her heart. If given another chance, she would never have suggested a breakup or plotted against him. What? Lu Changhong's face paled. Such a peculiar ability. Gravity enhancement? Damn it. Spare me. Lu Qianer fell to her knees. Terrified of the beast tied behind her. I still love you. Is that so? Yixian looked at Lu Qianer, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Remember that time with the advertisement and the client you never met? That was actually me. Besides, you shouldn't have conspired with Lu Changhong against me. As he spoke, a thunderous punch, enveloped in lightning, struck with ferocity, sending Lu Changhong and his group flying. At that moment, the overwhelming beast tide had already arrived. Enjoy my gift. With a flash, Yixian transformed into a bolt of lightning and sped away. The already severely injured Lu Changhong and his group met a tragic end amidst the beast tide, undoubtedly the best way to eliminate any evidence. The heart-wrenching screams erupted from the tide of beasts. It was the last sound Lu Changhong and his companions ever made. In a short while, a Jinling base warplane appeared above Yixian, and the hatch opened. A figure emerged near Yixian, radiating the aura of a fifth-tier warrior. This person was none other than Instructor Luotong. This individual is formidable. Recognizing the warplane, Yixian relaxed slightly. You must be Yixian, Instructor Luotong remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he observed the boy's calm demeanor in the face of such a beast tide, a testament to his exceptional nature. Greetings, sir. Although Yixian was unaware of the identity of the person before him, he could tell that the individual was of significant standing, thus he maintained a respectful demeanor. Instructor Luotong nodded with a smile, calmly watching the beast tide. From here on, leave it to me. With a flick of his right hand, a crimson long knife appeared. Boom. His aura surged instantaneously, and terrifying flames enveloped the long knife. Flame slash. With a whoosh, the magnificent blade light sliced through the air, rapidly shooting towards the fourth-tier bloodthirsty Rat King, cleaving a path through the beast tide along its trajectory. With overwhelming force, it penetrated the body of the bloodthirsty Rat King, whose eyes widened before its massive form erupted into a mist of blood. A fifth-tier warrior, terrifying indeed. Yixian was left dumbstruck at the scene before him. The nightmarish beast tide that had tormented tens of thousands of candidates was effortlessly obliterated by this individual with a single strike. As he sensed the unprecedented strength of this human, the panicking beast tide began to recede rapidly, especially since their lord, the Rat King, had been vanquished. In an instant, the area was devoid of the gale wolves and bloodthirsty rats. Not a single ferocious beast remained. Phew, having quelled the beast tide. Instructor Luotong let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Little one, are you all right? As they spoke, the two had already entered the warplane. And Instructor Luotong inquired, allow me to introduce myself. After a few pleasantries, Instructor Luotong got to the point. My name is Luotong, an instructor at Jinling Base, responsible for recruitment matters there. Before we proceed, I would like to confirm something. He paused, narrowing his eyes. Please report truthfully, as this is crucial for your future treatment. Were you the one who awakened the thunder ability on the back mountain of Jinling No. 2 High School? After finishing his question, Instructor Luotong added, rest assured, today's conversation shall be classified as top secret, unknown to the outside world. A series of maneuvers are designed to allay Yixian's concerns, which are of paramount importance not only to him, but also to the Jinling base. If I were to claim otherwise, would the esteemed sir be disappointed? As his voice faded, Yixian extended his right hand, and instantly, a surge of vibrant thunder filled the room, a violent force that even Luo Tong found overwhelming. It is worth noting that Luo Tong is already an S-class fire attribute ability user. The potency of the thunder ability before him is truly remarkable. My goodness. The unexpected scene left Luo Tong utterly astounded. Such power undoubtedly qualifies as SS class. Indeed, it is you. Taking a deep breath, the way Luo Tong gazed at Yixian transformed. You, my friend, have concealed your talents quite effectively. Ah, thank you for your kind words, sir. Yixian replied with a slight smile, adding, a tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. I understand this principle. Listening to the young man before him, Luo Tong managed a bittersweet smile. Even if you conceal it, you still stand out. To be honest, Luo Tong observed Yixian with a notably pleasant demeanor. Commander Wang holds you in high regard, even though your previous performance was merely B-class thunder ability. The commander of the Jinling base? Yixian was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that such a prominent figure would notice him. Indeed, Luo Tong expressed his admiration for the commander. You must understand, the commander is a peak 6th tier powerhouse, the strongest entity in the Jinling base aside from the supervisory envoy. Peak 6th tier. Yixian was truly astonished by this level of power. It was an unfathomable existence. Furthermore, Luo Tong swiftly returned to the matter at hand. Smiling as he said, provide me with your account details. Let us issue your reward. Reward? Yixian hesitated momentarily at Luo Tong's words. Naturally, Luo Tong, seeing Yixian's expression, was not surprised. You didn't think that being first in the martial examination was merely a title, did you? The first place in the martial examination comes with a reward of 80 million huaxia coins. What? Upon hearing this, Yixian was genuinely shocked. 80 million. What a staggering amount. Even with his extortion of Zhou Tong and his associates, his total assets barely exceeded 4 million, in comparison to 80 million. It was but a drop in the bucket. Little one, you seem quite astonished. Luo Tong, noting Yixian's reaction, continued. Moreover, due to your outstanding performance, the Jinling base will reward you with a cultivation technique, with the base covering the expenses. The price shall not exceed 100 million huaxia coins. Hiss. At this revelation, Yixian's heart raced. Although he understood that the Jinling base was attempting to curry favor, the temptation was undeniably alluring. Chapter 13. Exchange for the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. Join the Jinling base. Heh. After a moment's contemplation, Yixian smiled slyly. Given your vast experience, sir, why not assist me in selecting one? Luo Tong was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected request. You, my boy, are quite clever. Subsequently, without hesitation, Luo Tong summoned a high-tech wristband and accessed the Alliance Mall. Voila! Soon, he brought forth a cultivation technique. This is the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, acquired by a 9th-tier powerhouse from the Thunder Ruins, who nearly perished in the process. This, a 9th-tier powerhouse, nearly perished. Yixian was genuinely astonished. Such a feat alone testified to the technique's extraordinary nature. This technique must be purchased personally by the user's account, and the purchasing conditions are rather stringent. However, due to your first-place ranking in the martial examination, you are entitled to a 20% discount at the Alliance Mall, bringing the price to exactly 100 million. Gulp. At this, Yixian could not help but swallow hard. What a remarkable opportunity. Thankfully, he had sought Luo Tong's assistance in selecting, or he would have missed out on such a valuable technique. If paired with the Purple Heaven's Divine Thunder, the effects would undoubtedly be magnified. Thank you, Instructor Luo. Yixian expressed his gratitude. But Luo Tong waved his hand. Do not rush to thank me yet. This 100 million will only purchase the first layer of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. It was at this moment that Luo Tong displayed the cost for all layers of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, and Yixian nearly fainted at the sight. What? The second layer costs 300 million, the third layer 500 million, and the fourth layer a staggering 1 billion. The Nine Heavens Thunder Technique consists of 6 layers, with the 5th layer priced at a whopping 2 billion, and the highest, the 6th layer, an astounding 5 billion. Truly, it is utterly insane. Are you feeling overwhelmed? Luo Tong observed Yixian's reaction with amusement, then continued. This means that to fully cultivate the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, you will need nearly 9 billion huaxia coins, and that is after the discount. If purchased at full price, it will exceed 10 billion. Such a price would bankrupt even a 7th-tier martial artist. After outlining the advantages and disadvantages, Luo Tong did not rush him to decide. The martial examination has just concluded. You may take your time to ponder. Luo Tong was quite pleased with the young man before him, perhaps due to Yixian revealing his SS-class thunder ability, which had significantly strengthened their rapport. At the very least, there was a fundamental level of trust. Thank you, Instructor Luo. Yixian slightly bowed, then declared, no need to think further. I shall choose the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. If I am to practice, I shall practice the strongest. Excellent. Hearing Yixian's decision, Luo Tong's eyes narrowed with satisfaction. In the future, you will surely be grateful for today's choice. Of course, this was not the most crucial matter. Pausing for emphasis, Luo Tong's expression grew serious. What follows is of utmost importance. On behalf of the Jinling base, I invite you to join as a regular member. Do you accept? Boom. Yi Xian was taken aback, his entire being shaken by the personal invitation from the Jinling base instructor. Such treatment was unprecedented. He was momentarily at a loss for words, but Luo Tong continued without haste. Yi Xian, should you join the Jinling base? The base will provide you with a villa in the central Imperial Garden District, along with an annual salary of 50 million huaxia coins. Furthermore, Commander Wang will apply for you to become an elite member of the base. After a brief pause, Luo Tong elaborated. You must understand that the minimum requirement for an elite member of the base is to possess at least third-tier martial artist strength. One last point. Should you gain admission to Jinling University in the future, even without revealing your SS-class Thunder ability, you will be sought after by various factions, including those from the Imperial capital. Joining the Jinling base will allow you to avoid numerous troubles from these factions, enabling you to focus solely on martial arts. Luo Tong patiently explained, analyzing the pros and cons of Yi Xian's current situation. Excellent. Yi Xian understood that Luo Tong's intentions were in his best interest. Though there was a hint of personal gain involved, nonetheless, that did not matter to him. I shall join the Jinling base. After all, the Jinling base serves as the guardian spirit of all Jinling. With such a powerful presence backing him, various factions would surely think twice before overstepping their bounds, bringing far more than mere convenience. He was acutely aware of the wisdom in relying on a sturdy tree for shade. Haha, splendid. Seeing Yi Xian's quick agreement, Luo Tong promptly produced a bronze medal, inscribed with the emblem of the Jinling base, the very symbol of its membership. Ding. In no time, Yi Xian's account reflected a staggering sum of 130 million. This comprises the reward for being first in the martial examination, as well as the funds for being a member of the Jinling base. As for purchasing the first layer of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, it will be completed through direct login, and the Jinling base will handle the payment. With that said, Luo Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little one, from now on, we are allies. The relationship between Luo Tong and Yi Xian had quietly deepened, especially since they might soon become comrades in arms. Command Center. What? Upon hearing the news, Commander Wang's eyes narrowed. Ha! Excellent. A hearty laughter resonated through the air, capturing the attention of Zhao Wuji and others, leaving them puzzled about the source of such exuberance. My apologies, esteemed colleagues. The chief instructor Wang remarked with a hint of contrition on his face, before adding with a wily grin akin to that of a cunning fox. I have just received word from Instructor Luo that Yi Xian has now officially joined the Jinling base. Boom. At these words, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor. The top scorer of the martial examination, Yi Xian, had aligned himself with the Jinling base. Such swiftness was indeed unexpected. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Instructor Wang had orchestrated this revelation deliberately, a subtle proclamation of dominance to dissuade any lurking ambitions from rival factions. That little rascal has joined the Jinling base. Zhao Wuji, contemplating this news, eventually nodded in agreement. This is indeed a favorable turn of events. Given his background, aligning with the base may prove to be the wisest choice. Seasoned by the tumult of power struggles, he understood that while the offers from various factions might seem enticing, the treachery inherent in such dealings could pose lethal risks. In contrast, the base provided a more equitable environment. Yi Xian, you are the most distinguished student of Jinling No. 2 High School. Do not let this old man down, Zhao Wuji mused, gazing in the direction of Linyun Town. His eyes filled with anticipation for the promising future that awaited the young lad. Congratulations, Chief Instructor Wang, on welcoming yet another prodigy to the base. Xu Qianqi and the others, not daring to be remiss, bowed in congratulation to Chief Instructor Wang, which only deepened the smile upon his face. Of course, what delighted him most was the fact that Yi Xian was an SS-level Thunder Elemental Adept, indicating that his future accomplishments would likely surpass even Wang's own. Furthermore, the young man had chosen to cultivate the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, which undoubtedly promised a more resplendent future. Yet, little did he know, this was merely the commencement of Yi Xian's legendary journey. Chapter 14. Who am I? Those beasts cannot harm me. Half a day later, in the plaza of Linyun Town, with a soft thud, a warplane touched down, its hatch opening to reveal Instructor Luo personally escorting Yi Xian out. Yi Xian, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, said Instructor Luo. Safe travels, Instructor Luo. Yi Xian smiled as he bid farewell, emerging into the sight of tens of thousands of examinees. Look, that's Yi Xian, the top scorer of the martial examination, with over 8,000 points. He is so handsome. In an instant, Yi Xian became the focal point of the gathering, a fact he took in stride. After all, it would be peculiar if he did not attract attention. At that moment, a graceful figure descended from the warplane nearby, soon locking eyes with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, what a coincidence. Upon reaching the ground, Musianer, as striking as she had been before the examination, captured everyone's attention with her stunning beauty, making it nearly impossible not to notice her. Hey, are you uninjured? Yi Xian inquired with concern, his tone noticeably more familiar than before. Wuxianovel shot him a glance. Who do you think I am? Those beasts could not possibly harm me. By the way, she continued after a moment's contemplation, her gaze turning serious. I heard that Lu Changhong and his entire team perished. You didn't have a hand in that, did you? Cough, cough, how could that be? Yi Xian felt a jolt of anxiety. This woman was perilously astute. Is that so? Wuxianovel waved her hand dismissively, but let me remind you. Lu Changhong did have a grudge against you. His uncle is a third-tier martial artist, so do be cautious. Thank you, Yi Xian noted inwardly, acknowledging the potential threat posed by a third-tier martial artist. No need for that, Wuxianovel said, her demeanor shifting as she slyly raised her voice. Rest assured. You may request me to do 3 things for you at any time, in the spirit of fair play. As her words echoed, Yi Xian could distinctly feel the astonished gazes of those around them. This girl is inviting trouble for herself. He offered a bitter smile, evidently unimpressed by this gift. Yet, the other examinees were far from unfazed. The notion that Yi Xian had somehow compelled the goddess Xian'er to owe him 3 favors sent waves of excitement through the crowd. If only I could have Xian'er as my wife, what bliss that would be, they thought, their imaginations igniting. Meanwhile, at Manhwa community, a group clad in exquisite armor entered the community, just in time to witness a couple conversing. The 2 foremost figures, both third-tier martial artists, exchanged knowing glances before nodding slightly. Excuse me, are you the parents of the martial artist Yi Xian? At this declaration, the surrounding crowd turned their attention, astonished that such esteemed martial artists had come seeking the Yi couple. Who are you? Yi Pengfei asked, feeling the weight of the powerful presence before him. There is no need for concern, one of the leading third-tier martial artists replied with a smile. Yi Xian has achieved the top score in the martial examination and has now joined the Jinling base as one of our colleagues. We are here on the orders of Instructor Luo to assist you in relocating to the affluent district of Dai Yuan Villa. Wow. The residents of the community erupted in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Yi family's son is the top scorer in the martial examination. He has become a martial artist in the Jinling base. My goodness. The glances directed at Ye's father and mother shifted, now filled with a sense of reverence. The Yi family had truly struck gold, moving directly into the affluent district. What? Ye's father and mother were momentarily stunned. While they had known their son had awakened SS-level thunder abilities, they had never anticipated such a rapid transformation in their circumstances. Top scorer in the martial examination. That boy must have endured a great deal of hardship. Wonderful. Ye's father inhaled deeply, walking toward their home under the gaze of the crowd, undoubtedly marking the most glorious moment for the couple. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at Dai Yuan Villa. Yi Xian, this is the residence that Instructor Luo has selected for you. The villa staff explained patiently. To reside here, one must not only be a prodigy like yourself, but even the least qualified must be a 5th-tier martial artist. Moreover, security is of no concern. 6th-tier martial artists from the base provide protection alongside S-class weaponry. After the staff completed their explanation, they departed. Gazing at the sprawling villa, Yi Xian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. I never imagined I would move into a residence designated for 5th-tier powerhouses so swiftly. Truly, strength and talent govern all authority. With his enhanced perception, the villa's amenities were laid bare before him as he made his way to the study. Log into my account. As Yi Xian spoke, a virtual hologram materialized beside him, revealing a lowly-like artificial intelligence. Please hold on, Master, scanning in progress. As the scanning concluded, Yi Xian's account was successfully logged in. Retrieve the first form of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. Understood, Master. The holographic lowly responded. Her voice melodious and delightful, a true auditory pleasure. The 9 Heavens Thunder technique costs a total of 100 million huaxia coins after discounts, to be paid by the Jinling base. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? As Instructor Luo had indicated, the Jinling base had already prepared everything. Purchase. Without hesitation. Yi Xian confirmed his decision. While the price was steep, the value was undeniable. Additionally, please recommend some equipment for purchase. Certainly, Master. The holographic lowly quickly presented a selection of gear tailored for Yi Xian's current abilities and powers, based on your current strength and abilities. I recommend the following equipment. A-class battle armor, 5 million huaxia coins. S-class thunderblade, 30 million huaxia coins. Furthermore, the holographic lowly continued. Considering your strong familial ties, I recommend purchasing 2 A-class gene serums, totaling 12 million huaxia coins. Purchase. As he gazed at the items recommended by the intelligence system, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before making a decision. The purchase was successful, totaling 47 million huaxia coins after discounts. Observing the dwindling funds, Yi Xian couldn't help but click his tongue at the rapid expenditure. Suddenly, he recalled the fighter jet previously piloted by Luo Tong. I must acquire a fighter jet. Understood. The light and shadow fairy then proceeded to display the fighter jet interface. Given the master's financial capacity, the following types of fighter jets are available for purchase. Xiaoji recommends that the host acquire an S-class fighter jet, priced at 45 million huaxia coins after the discount. That's exorbitant. Yi Xian gasped at the price of the jet, But upon learning that it came equipped with artillery capable of severely injuring a 4th-tier warrior, he felt somewhat reassured. I'll buy it. Gritting his teeth, Xuan proceeded to purchase the S-class fighter jet, recognizing that having it would significantly reduce future complications during his endeavors. Exiting the Alliance Mall, Xuan was pleasantly surprised to receive the encrypted first formula of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. This would effectively mitigate the risk of the technique being stolen, and one couldn't help but commend the Alliance Mall for their meticulous efforts in this regard. Ding. Detecting that the host possesses the first formula of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, would you like to practice it? Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the voice echoing in his mind. Could it be that the ability points could enhance even this? Chapter 15. Enhancing Strength. The Liu family's conspiracy. Practice. After weighing his options, Xuan made his decision, for enhancing his abilities with ability points would save him considerable time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the first formula of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, consuming 100 ability points. As the system's voice rang in his ears, a smile crept across Xuan's lips. According to comments from practitioners of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, the fastest among them would take at least a month to master it, while he had accomplished it in under half a minute. If the outside world were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Accessing his attribute panel, he noted, Name, Xuan. Age, 18 years. Realm, early 2nd tier. Abilities, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, SS grade. Skills, Qilin Step, Level 2, X-Ray Vision, Overlord Fist, Level 2, first formula of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Items, Bronze Medal, Imperial Garden Villa Contract. Ability points, 7562. Observing the attribute panel, Xuan marveled at the over 7,000 ability points, sufficient to significantly enhance his strength. System, enhance my strength. Soon, the highly efficient system responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for elevating his realm to mid-2nd tier, consuming 800 ability points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to late 2nd tier, consuming 1,000 ability points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading Qilin Step to level 3, consuming 400 ability points. As his ability points dwindled to just over 4,000, Xuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his lips twitching violently. What on earth? System. Are the ability points going insane? Indeed, Xuan hesitated to continue accumulating points, for at this rate, they would vanish in no time. Click. As the doorbell rang, Xuan utilized his X-ray vision to see his parents arriving, prompting him to leave the study. Now, he had already become a late 2nd tier warrior, with both Qilin Step and Overlord Fist reaching the 3rd level. How extravagant. Upon entering the villa, Ye's parents felt as if they were in a dream. Who would have thought we would one day reside in such a place? Indeed, Ye's father echoed the sentiment, curiously surveying the surroundings. That kid must be highly regarded by the base. Dad, Mom. As he surveyed the villa, Xuan descended from the 2nd floor. Xiaoxian. Upon seeing their son, the couple's hearts finally settled, and they hurriedly surrounded him. After exchanging pleasantries, Ye's father, still incredulous, confirmed. Did you really achieve 1st place in the martial arts examination? Yes. Xuan smiled slightly, saying, Mom and Dad, we will never have to live a difficult life again. Haha, wonderful. Ye's mother finally began to accept the situation, her smile unrestrained. Following this, the couple began to explore the villa. In the testing room, observing the spacious testing area, Xuan's gaze landed on a stone tablet, specifically designed for testing strength. I wonder how my combat power stands now, he murmured, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the testing stone tablet. Overlord Fist. Intense thunder surged into his fist as he executed the 3rd level of Overlord Fist to its fullest extent, smashing it against the testing stone tablet. With the attack entirely absorbed by the stone. Buzz. At a certain moment, the testing stone tablet radiated brilliance, and a virtual projection appeared above it. Peak 2nd tier. This was the result of Xuan's Overlord Fist, showcasing damage equivalent to that of a peak 2nd tier warrior. Not bad. Gazing at the damage enhanced by Overlord Fist, Xuan's attention then shifted to a B-grade long sword nearby. Well then, let us also test the first formula of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Grasping the long sword, he channeled the Purple Sky Divine Thunder into it, executing the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Ziz. In an instant, he swung the sword. Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Thunderous strike. Boom. The thunderous sword light crashed against the testing stone tablet, and in that moment, the surging energy made the stone tablet glow even more brilliantly, leading to the appearance of a virtual projection. Early 3rd tier. Indeed, with this strike, Xuan unleashed an attack equivalent to that of a 3rd tier warrior. Incredible. The Nine Heavens Thunder technique truly lives up to its reputation. What a formidable technique. Undoubtedly, the first formula of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique was Xuan's most powerful single-target attack at present. In terms of overall combat power, he could very well slay even an early 3rd tier warrior. Crack. Just then, the B-grade longsword began to develop cracks, startling Xuan, as expected. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder is too overpowering. A B-grade weapon cannot withstand its energy. Ding dong. After the test, Yixian's intelligent wristband received a notification. And upon opening it, he discovered a virtual projection indicating that the Jinling base had sent a message. Warrior Yixian. Please report to Jinling base tomorrow to complete the new member registration. Registration as a new member at Jinling base? Yixian murmured to himself, knowing that he would soon encounter many talented individuals from Jiangnan base. Meanwhile, at another location, in a high-end villa district, elder brother, in a certain villa, Lu Yifeng looked gravely at the man before him. What did you say over the phone? Changhong is dead. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianxiong gazed at his younger brother, Yifeng. The Jinling base reported that Changhong and his companions perished during a beast tide. However, I suspect he was set up to be killed, and that person is likely the martial arts examination's first-place winner, Yixian. Pausing for a moment, he brought up the coordinates of the last known location. When Changhong's last position was recorded, that Yixian was approximately 5 kilometers away. Furthermore, within a radius of several kilometers, Yixian was the only one present. Having said this, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Tianxiong's eyes. Yet, there is no evidence. Click. Hearing his elder brother's words, Lu Yifeng's expression darkened. It is highly likely. At that distance, a bit of manipulation could easily divert suspicion. I recall they seem to have had a feud. Yes. Lu Tianxiong nodded solemnly. Changhong had stolen that kid's girlfriend. Oh. Just then, while perusing information on Yixian, Lu Yifeng was taken aback. Elder brother, that kid has joined the Jinling base. If we wish to deal with him, we may need to employ some tactics. Jinling base. A look of apprehension filled Lu Tianxiong's eyes, for no one dared to oppose them in Jinling. However, I have a plan. Lu Yifeng continued. Coincidentally, my captain's nephew was also specially recruited by Jiangnan base this year, and has been nominated for an elite member slot. Now at the mid-stage of the second tier, I shall allow him to investigate. At this point, he squinted his eyes. If that brat dares to act, I will ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. With a resounding bang, Lu Yifeng struck the specially reinforced bulletproof glass coffee table, shattering it into shards, his aura radiating the essence of a third-tier warrior. Excellent. Lu Tianxiong inhaled deeply. My younger brother knows many people. I appreciate your assistance. No need for such words, elder brother. The glint in Lu Yifeng's eyes turned fierce and menacing. Anyone who dares to harm my nephew shall find themselves facing 100 ways to disappear without a trace. Chapter 16. The Tumult at Jinling Base. The show is about to begin. The following day, at the headquarters of Jinling Base. In the plaza. Look, is that Yixian? This year's top scorer in the martial arts examination? As Yixian appeared, it instantly sparked fervent discussions among the new members. For being the top scorer in the martial arts exam is no trivial feat moreover. Even Mu Xiener, who awakened the SS-level fire attribute, could not surpass him. Feeling the piercing gazes of the crowd, Yixian remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such attention. That brat, is he Yixian? Not far away. A young man fixed his gaze upon Yixian. The top scorer, is he the target this time? The one whom my uncle mentioned could very likely have killed Lu Changhong. This individual is named Zhao Zheng, the illustrious nephew of Lu Yifeng. Already at the mid-stage of the second tier at the tender age of 20. Gentlemen. A voice resonated from nearby as Luo Tong approached the gathering and nodded slightly at Yixian. I am Luo Tong, an elite member and instructor at Jinling Base. Here today to select one among you as an elite member. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the onlookers from previous years were taken aback. An elite member, mind you, is a status they could only dream of achieving, for such an elevation in identity and standing is monumental. Furthermore, this year's new members boast 2 elite candidates. Pausing for effect, Luo Tong's gaze swept the assembly. Yixian and Zhao Zheng stepped forward. Hearing Instructor Luo's words, Yixian strode to the forefront, and simultaneously, Zhao Zheng appeared not far away. These 2 are the elite candidates. Luo Tong subtly nodded at Yixian. I trust you are familiar with Yixian, this year's top scorer. As for this individual, while not as famed as Yixian, he is nonetheless at the mid-stage of the second tier. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Mid-stage of the second tier? And at such a young age. Subsequently, the new members who had initially underestimated them swallowed hard. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, a headstrong new member glared at Yixian indignantly. Zhao Zheng is one thing, given his youth and mid-tier prowess. But what about Yixian? What right does he have to be an elite candidate? Indeed, with this provocation, others joined in, their voices rising, with the weakest among them being late-stage first-tier warriors. Unwilling to back down, Luo Tong, observing these challengers, smiled at Yixian. Yixian, what do you think? After all, being the top scorer in the martial arts exam at Jinling is commendable, yet it holds little weight among these new members. Since he refused, Yixian's lips curled into a smirk, clearly determined to make a statement. Then let them come at me together. If any of you can harm me, I shall relinquish my spot as an elite candidate to you. Wow. At this declaration, the new members were undoubtedly stirred. For the allure of becoming an elite was far too great, even if it was merely a candidacy. Humph. Zhao Zheng observed coldly from the sidelines. This brat boasts with audacity. Though these challengers may seem lacking, a few possess considerable strength, with some even rivaling second-tier warriors. Underestimating oneself, does he truly believe that being the top scorer grants him superiority over his peers? As anticipated, the new members narrowed their eyes. Instructor Luo, bear witness. We shall see just how formidable the top scorer truly is. Count me in. Immediately, over 10 members stepped forward, the majority being late-stage first-tier warriors. With only a few at their peak. Whoosh. The throng surged forward, each unleashing their most potent attacks, unwilling to hold back as they vied for the elite candidate designation. Excellent. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He was now at the late stage of the second tier, his strength vastly superior to before. Dominating Heaven Fist. The aura of late-stage first-tier power surged forth, and with a crackling thunder, within moments, he sent the multitude flying, with the weaker ones spitting blood as they fell. What? The outcome left the group dumbfounded. Despite their collective effort, even a mid-tier warrior would struggle against such force, yet the brat had utterly crushed them. This young man. Luo Tong squinted, recognizing the profundity of his martial technique. Although its origins were unknown, his strength was certainly comparable to that of a mid-tier warrior. Cough. We are in awe. After that single blow, the crowd bowed in respect. It was no surprise that Yixian had achieved the title of top scorer in the martial arts examination. Hehe, do any of you still harbor doubts? Luo Tong's mood soared, truly remarkable for an SS-level thunder ability user. His combat prowess transcends the ordinary. We dare not. The hundreds of new members present felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in after their earlier boasts. In that case, let us continue. Instructor Luo. Just as everyone thought it was over, a voice called out from afar, belonging to none other than Zhao Zheng. I wish to spar with Yixian. Pausing for a moment, he continued meaningfully. The elite member must emerge from among us too. Thus, to save time, the victor shall become the elite member. Upon hearing Zhao Zheng's proposal, Luo Tong furrowed his brow. While this challenge appeared reasonable, it was inherently unfair to Yixian. Yixian, do you agree? Ultimately, Luo Tong left the decision to Yixian, for even if he declined, it would not pose an issue. Very well. Yixian's gaze fell upon Zhao Zheng. From the outset, this fellow had harbored intense animosity towards him, though the reason remained unclear. Has this lad lost his mind? He actually agreed to spar with a mid-tier warrior to contend for the elite member title? Indeed, the new members found it hard to comprehend, truly audacious. Oh. Luo Tong recalled the earlier words of Yixian about the wood standing out in the forest being susceptible to the wind, which seemed out of place now. In that case, let us determine the victor in a single battle. With Luo Tong's declaration, the entire area trembled. Even the previous members were left speechless, turning their gazes to the arena. Brat, you're quite intriguing. Noticing Yixian's resolute acceptance, Zhao Zheng narrowed his eyes. However, you will soon realize just how vast the gap between us is. Yixian, Zhao Zheng possesses the rare S-level teleportation ability. Instructor Luo cautioned, and Zhao Zheng's smile widened. For even if they were aware, it would all be futile before absolute strength. Teleportation ability? Upon hearing this, Yixian's gaze sharpened as he witnessed Zhao Zheng's figure vanish from his original spot, moving with incredible speed. Dominating Heaven Fist. Once again, he unleashed his strike. But this time, he activated the second layer. Boom. Following the resounding impact, both Yixian and Zhao Zheng were forced back several meters. With Zhao Zheng looking at Yixian in astonishment, for such an attack could hardly be easily endured, even by someone at the mid-stage of the second tier. Clang. The host has triggered a mission to utterly defeat the adversary Zhao Zheng, receiving in return the coveted micro-level movement technique, along with an additional 800 ability points. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Yixian momentarily paused. A micro-level movement technique. Such a treasure would undoubtedly enhance his prowess in combat, rendering him nearly invincible. It seems this fellow still has some utility. I hope he can endure a bit longer, for revealing too much could be detrimental. Chapter 17. Becoming an elite member, joining the Annihilation Squad. Once more, upon witnessing his opponent effortlessly absorb his punch, Zhao Zheng ceased to underestimate him. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a long knife, launching a rapid assault towards Yixian, a far cry from his previous attacks. Chill and step. With a single step, Yixian utilized his current strength, and the gravitational field he commanded was incomparable to before, causing Zhao Zheng's speed to plummet. This is bad. Just as Zhao Zheng regained his senses, he was sent flying by Yixian's dominating Heaven Fist, enveloped in crackling lightning that engulfed both of them before Zhao Zheng was hurled away. Bang, bang, bang. After enduring a flurry of over 10 punches, Zhao Zheng finally managed to force himself free. However, he now gasped for breath, utterly disheveled, far removed from his earlier composure. Give it your all, or else. As the words fell, an aura of a second-tier martial artist surged around Yixian. You are bound to lose. What? Zhao Zheng, sensing Yixian's strength, was taken aback. A second-tier martial artist? You've actually ascended to the second tier? Shocked. Undoubtedly, Yixian's power left him astounded. It seemed the likelihood of him besting Lu Changhong had increased significantly. The surrounding new members were equally stunned, realizing why he had so easily defeated them earlier. This young man is indeed full of surprises. Luo Tong observed the scene, equally flabbergasted, then revealed a knowing smile. It appears the victor will soon be determined. Yi Xian. Zhao Zheng took a deep breath, steadying his mind. I must admit, your strength is formidable. However, you shall surely be defeated next. Buzz. The teleportation ability surged into his long knife, amplifying its might, as he unleashed his ultimate strike, the dominating blade slash. This high-level technique was sufficient to rival late second-tier martial artists. As Zhao Zheng charged at him, Yi Xian stepped forth, under the influence of the gravitational field. He flipped his right hand, wielding the lightning sword. Flash. The thunder surged into the long sword, clashing with the long knife, resulting in a standoff that left Zhao Zheng shaken. Puff. After a tense moment of stalemate, Zhao Zheng spat a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like a shooting star. His aura in disarray, clearly devoid of further fighting capability. Impossible. Zhao Zheng's face reflected disbelief. He could not fathom his defeat. Did I truly lose? The new members present were wide-eyed, astonished that the top scorer of the martial arts examination could defeat Zhao Zheng, a mid-second-tier martial artist. Truly unexpected. Luo Tong narrowed his eyes, fixating on Yi Xian. This young man's strength is likely sufficient to contend directly with late second-tier martial artists. Very well. From this day forth, Yi Xian shall be an elite member. As the proclamation resounded, the venue erupted in thunderous applause, including past members. At one moment, Luo Tong discreetly glanced at Zhao Zheng. It should be noted that the elite member position originally belonged to Yi Xian. It was only due to Zhao Zheng's unexpected entry that the current events unfolded. Though Zhao Zheng's teleportation ability was commendable, he still fell short when compared to Yi Xian. Zhao Zheng, do you have any objections? Luo Tong's gaze fell upon him, inquiring. Subordinate, fully convinced. Zhao Zheng inhaled deeply, bowing in response, for he dared not contest the outcome. Yet that young man is doomed, based on his recent display of abilities. He undoubtedly possesses the means to eliminate Lu Changhong and then utilize his abilities to escape. 5 kilometers away. Such a distance is easily traversable for one endowed with lightning abilities. Excellent. Luo Tong nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a silver medal. Yi Xian. This is the symbol of elite membership. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence in the future. Yes, Instructor Luo. Accepting the silver medal, Yi Xian was met with envious glances from those around him, for his training ground would now be situated in the elite member zone. Yi Xian, follow me. The rest of you may disperse. With that, Luo Tong led Yi Xian deeper into the base. Before long, they arrived at the elite member area, where groups of individuals were already engaged in conversation. Ding. The host has successfully completed the task of utterly defeating Zhao Zheng, rewarding him with the micro-level movement technique and an additional 800 ability points. Surveying the elite area, Yi Xian heard the system's voice. Almost immediately, he sensed a subtle transformation within his body, perceiving the surrounding environment with newfound clarity. Furthermore, with the micro-level movement technique now at his disposal, he felt capable of slaying even early third-tier martial artists. Duanya. In the midst of his contemplation, he heard Luo Tong's voice. A new elite member has just arrived. Let us place him in your squad for training. This is a genius favored by the chief instructor. Deliberately raising his voice, he caught Duanya's attention, whose gaze shifted towards Yi Xian. A genius favored by the chief instructor. It was well known that the chief instructor was a prominent figure at the Jinling base, possessing an astute eye for talent. Being recognized by him was a testament to extraordinary potential. Very well. Duanya nodded emphatically, recalling how Instructor Luo had always shown him considerable favor. Yi Xian. Noticing Duanya's nod, Yi Xian introduced him. This is Duanya, the captain of the Annihilation Squad and a mid-4th-tier martial artist. Following him will allow you to adapt to the base swiftly. After some exchanges, Duanya recalled something. By the way, Yi Xian, right? We are about to embark on a mission to hunt the 4th-tier beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros. Would you be interested in joining us? Upon hearing this, even Luo Tong narrowed his eyes. The 4th-tier iron-armored rhinoceros was a notoriously troublesome creature, with only veteran warlord-level squads possessing the confidence to slay it. Despite the Annihilation Squad's formidable reputation, the difficulty of this task remained considerable. A 4th-tier beast. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then gazed into the distance. Very well. Only through life and death can one grow stronger most rapidly. After whispering this, he looked resolutely at Duanya. I will go. Haha, excellent. Duanya recognized the determination in his eyes, his own satisfaction evident. Although Yi Xian was merely a 2nd-tier martial artist, his strength was undoubtedly far beyond that. Without further ado, let us set out immediately. With a nod from Duanya, the two bid farewell to Luo Tong and departed the base once more. Soon after, Luo Tong arrived at the chief instructor's office. What is it? Chief Instructor Wang inquired upon seeing his confidant. Chief Instructor, as you predicted, Yi Xian has successfully ascended to elite membership. After a brief pause, he continued. However, he has already departed with the Annihilation Squad to Jiangning City. The Annihilation Squad. Upon hearing this, Chief Instructor Wang gazed towards the direction of Jiangning City. Hunting the 4th-tier iron-armored rhinoceros. That task is no simple feat. I hope they can return safely. Yet, simultaneously, a conspiracy targeting Yixian began to unfold alongside this hunting mission. Chapter 18. Is Yixian a dual attribute ability user? In Jinling, at a certain villa. What? Lu Yifeng answered a virtual call, his expression shifting dramatically upon receiving the news. All right, I understand. What is the matter? Upon witnessing Lu Yifeng's expression, his elder brother, Lu Tianxiong, furrowed his brow and inquired, What troubles you, brother? Taking a deep breath, Lu Yifeng's eyes gleamed with intensity. That Yixian is highly likely to target Chang'an. The nephew of the Bloodkill Squad leader has already engaged him. That lad has ascended to the 2nd rank of martial artists and possesses the ability of thunder. Not to mention the potential of another extraordinary power. With a crack, Lu Tianxiong's countenance twisted with ferocity upon hearing his brother's words. It must be that scoundrel, Yifeng. He cannot be allowed to live. Rest assured, brother, Lu Yifeng replied with a cold smirk. I have reliable intelligence that he has joined the Oblivion Squad and has traveled to Jiangning City. Coincidentally, the Bloodkill Squad has a mission there as well. We shall eliminate him without fail. Excellent. Lu Tianxiong's expression brightened at this news. Upon your return, I shall personally commend your squad. Hehe. I thank you on behalf of the captain, brother, Lu Yifeng said, his eyes narrowing before shifting to the distance. Jiangning City lies within the heart of the beast-infested region, where the danger level is exceedingly high. It is the perfect locale for murder. 2 days later, in Jiangning City, within the forest. Allow me to introduce our team members. Duanya began, casting a glance at his comrades. Lin Gu, the vice-captain of the Oblivion Squad. Chen Xian and Chen Kuan, the brothers responsible for defense with their strength-based abilities. His gaze then fell upon the brawny man with ammunition strapped around his waist. This is Chu Yang, our primary source of firepower. Captain, is this the martial examination's top genius you spoke of? Chu Yang asked, grinning at Yixian. Though his strength is somewhat lacking, his future is boundless. Chu Gu, you jest, Yixian replied with a slight cough, acknowledging the truth in the statement. After a round of pleasantries, their relationships grew markedly closer, especially since Duanya had previously informed them that Yixian was the prodigy favored by Commander Wang. They understood the weight of such a proclamation. As they progressed, Yixian suddenly sensed an anomaly. Using his X-ray vision, his expression shifted in alarm. Not good. Captain, we are under attack by beasts. At this declaration, the members of the Oblivion Squad froze momentarily, then turned to survey their eerily quiet surroundings. Beasts, they thought. For the tranquility around them bore no hint of an impending assault. One could not help but chuckle inwardly. Even the martial examination's top genius seemed prone to anxiety in unfamiliar trials. Brother Yi, the arrival of beasts is always heralded by signs, as is the case now. Chu Yang remarked sagely, scrutinizing the surroundings. Enough, Duanya interjected, furrowing his brow. Everyone, remain vigilant. Yixian is correct, we must be surrounded. What? Lin Gu and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Captain, are you certain? Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he did not let his guard down. Just then, before Duanya could utter another word, a horde of over 1,000 horned wild boars encircled them, while at the rear, a 3rd-rank beast with fiery eyes fixed its gaze upon them, clearly regarding the martial artists as a sumptuous feast. Captain, this is becoming troublesome, Vice-Captain Lin Gu said gravely, eyeing the 3rd-rank beast. That ironclad boar leader exudes an aura that suggests it is late-stage 3rd rank, its combat prowess comparable to a peak 3rd-rank beast, coupled with its minions. Our situation is dire. Indeed, Duanya gripped his sword and shield tightly, swiftly devising a battle plan. In such circumstances, maintaining composure was paramount. I will lead the charge. Chu Yang, provide fire support. Chen Qian and Chen Kuan, protect Chu Yang. Lin Gu, cover our rear. Understood, Captain. The 4 responded in unison. Duanya then turned his gaze to Yixian. Brother Yi, you are new here. Your role will be to provide support. All right. Yixian nodded in agreement. And Duanya's eyes shifted back to the ironclad boar leader. Engage. With this command, the Oblivion Squad surged like a blade towards the ironclad boar leader. For if they could vanquish it, the remaining boars would falter. It could be said that Duanya's judgment was astute. Wind blade slash. With his sword in hand, Duanya unleashed a powerful strike, his wind-based ability racing towards the charging beast. In an instant, 5 or 6 horned wild boars fell, their necks pierced, including one 2nd-rank beast, showcasing the might of his attack. Captain, you are formidable. Chu Yang exclaimed in awe, his eyes wide with admiration. Is it possible that you have reached late-stage 4th rank? Damn it, you pests, perish. Chu Yang shouted as he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the beast horde. Brother, we cannot appear weak either, Chen Kuan declared as he cleaved a 1st-rank beast in half, exuding confidence. Naturally. But be cautious, Vice-Captain, Chen Qian warned. But before he could finish, he spotted a peak 2nd-rank beast racing towards Lin Gu. needing to alert him. Unfortunately, they were all entangled with beasts and could not offer assistance. Though the vice captain was a fourth-rank martial artist, the ambush came too suddenly. Lin Gu, hearing the warning, turned to look just as he prepared to deploy his fire ability for defense. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the area, and a powerful fist sent the peak's second-rank beast flying, quickly followed by Chu Yang's firepower reducing it to mere pulp. That was close. Chu Yang gasped, patting his chest in relief, then turned to Yi Xian in astonishment. Brother Yi, your skills are impressive. That move just now could rival peak second-rank strength, Chun Qian observed, his gaze towards Yi Xian shifting appreciably. Indeed, this power surpasses previous martial examination champions. No wonder Commander Wang has taken notice. Yi Xian, thank you, Lin Gu said, taking a deep breath. Though he could have slain that peak second-rank beast himself, it would have come at a cost. Lin Gu, you are too polite. We are comrades. After all, Duanya remarked, his eyes narrowing. I had no idea you possessed the ability of thunder, Yi Xian, and that was merely a taste of your true power. Was it not? It seems the Oblivion Squad has struck gold. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Yi Xian, why not join me in the assault? At this proposal, all eyes turned to Yi Xian, who had already gained their trust. Yet this was only the beginning. Very well. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation, and soon, a massacre commenced. Before long, an astonishing revelation unfolded, as Duanya and the others sensed a dense gravitational field surrounding them, their expressions morphing into astonishment as they gazed at Yi Xian. This fellow possessed dual abilities? Chapter 19. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow awaits. This is a gravitational ability, Lin Gu exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he regarded Yi Xian, astounded by the spectacle before him. Sort of, Yi Xian nodded, aware that if the existence of the Qilin step became known to outsiders, it would undoubtedly attract a myriad of troubles. After all, in a certain sense, the Qilin step could also be considered a supernatural ability. What an extraordinary gravitational ability. The beast's attacks have diminished by nearly half. Observing the approaching beasts, Chu Yang and the others felt the pressure significantly ease, unaware that this was merely a 30-fold gravitational field. Unleash your full strength and kill. Duanya charged forward towards the ironclad boar, cutting down beasts in his wake, while Yi Xian dealt with any that slipped through the cracks. Undoubtedly, with Yi Xian's addition, the squad's combat power surged dramatically. In a moment, Duanya seized an opportunity. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, Duanya, empowered by his wind attribute abilities, transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the iron-armored wild boar chief. Beast, perish, he exclaimed. In that instant, Yi Xian unleashed his 30-fold gravity domain, momentarily halting the iron-armored wild boar chief in its tracks. Just then, a swift flash of sword light cut through the air, and blood erupted in a spray. The massive creature, akin to a small mountain, stiffened, its pupils constricting in shock before it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Its final moments filled with confusion over its sudden sluggishness. The ground trembled as dust was sent flying into the air. Wow, Chu Yang remarked, his voice tinged with disbelief. The iron-armored wild boar chief was dispatched so effortlessly? Indeed, it felt rather easy. Chun Kuan flexed his arms. I haven't even warmed up yet. Haha. Thanks to Yi Xian, Lin Gu said with a slight smile, his gaze resting on Yi Xian. Had it not been for Yi Xian's timely use of gravity powers, they would not have achieved such ease. True, Duanya nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the corpse of the iron-armored wild boar chief. Although there was an element of surprise, this achievement is certainly something to take pride in. He paused for a moment, then turned his attention to Yi Xian. Brother Yi Xian, your ultimate combat strength must surely be on par with the early stage of the third tier, correct? The early stage of the third tier? Chu Yang and the others gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment. This fellow was indeed a prodigy. He was only at the early second tier, yet possessed the strength of the early third tier. Perhaps, Yi Xian replied with a smile. For this was merely a fraction of his true power. As for the remaining ferocious beasts, consider them a warm-up. Duanya observed the surrounding ferocious beasts, their eyes gleaming with fear, and in the next moment, it was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre. Hey, I like this. Chu Yang grinned widely, and then unleashed a torrent of firepower, slaughtering their foes with a ferocity that rivaled that of their leader, Duanya. Clearly, below the sixth tier, the power of their fire support was not to be underestimated. A quarter of an hour later, the horde of ferocious beasts lay slain. Chun Qian stowed away his shield with a satisfied grin. Ah, that was exhilarating. Warm-up concluded, Captain. He then turned his gaze towards Duanya. Shall we proceed to hunt the iron-armored rhino? Yes, Duanya replied, pleased with the fighting spirit of his companions. With such a collective display of strength, their chances of successfully hunting the fourth-tier iron-armored rhino were significantly heightened. Let us depart. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the squad darted away, skillfully evading ferocious beasts to conserve their strength, until they finally arrived at the lair of their target, the fourth-tier iron-armored rhino. Meanwhile, not far away, atop a dilapidated structure, Captain, the Annihilation Squad has arrived, reported a member of the Bloodkill Squad. peering through binoculars. Lu Yifeng sprang to his feet, grabbing the binoculars to spot a familiar figure. That kid is indeed with the Annihilation Squad. Haha, Zhao Qing, the captain of the Bloodkill Squad, clapped Lu Yifeng on the shoulder. A phone. It's been a while since I've seen you so energized. But it's no wonder, he added, glancing towards the Annihilation Squad's position. After all, they are a squad from the Jinling base. If we engage, we must do so without leaving a trace. Otherwise, even the Scarlet Lotus Martial Arts Institute would find it difficult to intervene. Of course, Lu Yifeng nodded earnestly, while a member of the fire support team shrugged dismissively. I've had my eye on the Annihilation Squad for quite some time. Captain, aren't they hunting the 4th-tier iron-armored rhino? I suggest we let them battle it out. Then we can launch a surprise attack from the shadows. Oh. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zhao Qing's eyes sparkled with a fierce glint. That's an excellent idea. This kid may not only be the one responsible for the death of Feng's nephew, but he has also robbed Zhao Zheng of the chance to recruit elite members for the Jinling base. This time he must die. Rest assured, Captain, Lu Yifeng said with a cruel smile. I just broke through to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier yesterday. I'll use this kid to hone my skills. Is that so? Zhao Qing smiled slightly at Lu Yifeng's words. That is splendid. Though Lu Yifeng's strength was not particularly distinguished within the Bloodkill Squad, his wealthy older brother was the reason for his inclusion in the group. Thus, a conspiracy was set in motion, unbeknownst to the Annihilation Squad. Be cautious. Duanya quietly led the Annihilation Squad as they successfully infiltrated the vicinity of the 4th-tier iron-armored rhino, clearly intending to execute a surprise decapitation. Captain, Lin Gu remarked, eyeing the distance. This is the best position to approach. Any closer, and we risk being detected. Are we as close as we can get? After a moment of contemplation, Duanya took a deep breath. If that is the case, let us proceed. Let us slay the 4th-tier iron-armored rhino. He then turned to Yixian. Brother Yixian, stay close to me. We'll initiate a strong offensive, and when I unleash the gravity domain, Lin Gu and I will take the opportunity to strike. Understood. Yixian nodded. Duanya then addressed the other three. Chuyang, you three are responsible for holding off the other iron-armored rhinos. Safety is paramount. Understood. The three nodded vigorously, fully aware of the gravity of their task. As the intel indicated, this iron-armored rhino was at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, a formidable opponent capable of matching their captain. Particularly, this creature had begun to demonstrate a semblance of intelligence, which made it all the more terrifying. Let us move. At a certain moment, Duanya commanded, and the 6 of them burst through the windows of the building, charging towards the location of the 4th-tier iron-armored rhino with remarkable speed. Kill! Chuyang unleashed a torrent of firepower, creating a path for the captain and Yixian. Chen Xian and his brother stood guard beside Chuyang, simultaneously slaying ferocious beasts, aware that they could not afford to let their guard down. It's begun. Not far away, a member of the Bloodkill Squad squinted at the scene of the decapitation operation. Captain, should we strike now? Not yet, Zhao Qing replied with a smirk, observing the unfolding scene. Recently, I learned that the 4th-tier iron-armored rhino has not only reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier, but it also has 2 subordinates that have broken through to the 4th tier. Even if we don't intervene, those beasts will be more than enough to give the Annihilation Squad a serious challenge. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Qing continued, to be safe. Once the Annihilation Squad is exhausted, we will immediately eliminate Duanya and Lin Gu. Even if they are heavily injured, it would be advantageous. Without those 2, the remaining members will struggle to make an impact. Chapter 20. Hunting the Transformation, Split, and Retreat. In Jiangning City, elsewhere roar. A 2nd-tier ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty tank, fell into a frenzy, charging wildly towards its opponent, especially as it was enveloped in wind attribute abilities. Just then, the graceful figure battling it let out a cold smile. I am no longer the peak of the 1st tier. Falling flame execution. Flames surged into her sword, and in the next moment, she launched a rapid attack against the bloodthirsty tank. With a swift motion, she passed by it, blood spraying from its neck as it was swiftly dispatched, while the girl appeared unfazed. This individual was none other than Wuxianovel, now adorned with the blue insignia of the Wuxia Martial Arts Institute, a clear mark of an elite member being groomed for greatness. Moreover, thanks to the resources and treatment provided by the Wuxia Martial Arts Institute, Wuxianovel had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, enabling her to easily slay the bloodthirsty tank. Congratulations, Miss, on your considerable power increase. A 6th-tier powerhouse appeared in the arena, offering his congratulations, secretly acknowledging that her SS-grade fire ability was indeed superior to that of the family head, with her rapid progress being undeniable. By the way, the 6th-tier powerhouse hesitated for a moment before continuing. There is some news I think you should be informed about. It concerns Yixian. Initially reluctant to listen, Wuxianovel furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing news related to Yixian. Speak. A 6th-tier expert cleared his throat and continued. It appears that the Blood Lotus Martial Arts Academy's Bloodkill Squad has intentions to target Yixian, although the nature of their grudge remains unknown. What? Upon hearing this, an aura of chilling rage emanated from Wuxianovel, startling the 6th-tier expert, who had not anticipated that Yixian held such a significant position in her heart. Anyone who dares to touch the man I favor will find themselves courting death at the hands of the Blood Kill Squad. Immediately, a murderous aura mixed with her frigid demeanor sent shivers down the spine of the 6th-tier expert. He was well aware of the Blood Kill Squad. Led by a notoriously ruthless individual, a late-stage 4th-tier powerhouse, far beyond Yixian's capabilities to contend with. He realized that the young lady was furious, more so than when the family head had attempted to force a marriage upon her. This could lead to serious trouble. "Where's Yixian now?" Wuxianovel inquired, her eyes narrowing, while the 6th-tier expert hastily replied, "Miss, Yixian is currently in Jiangning City, engaged in a hunt with the Oblivion Squad against a 4th-tier iron-armored rhinoceros." Jiangning City? Wuxianovel paused momentarily upon hearing this, then glanced at the location information sent by the 6th-tier expert. "Excellent. Let us go and exact vengeance." As her voice fell, Wuxianovel swiftly dashed towards the indicated coordinates, followed by the conflicted 6th-tier expert. Should the young lady's actions be revealed to the proud scions of the imperial capital, it would surely cause an uproar throughout the entire city. Yet, one could not help but wonder what merits Yixian possessed to warrant such fervent devotion from the esteemed daughter of the Mu family. Such conduct left little doubt that the young lady harbored deep feelings for him. However, the 6th-tier expert pondered whether he should inform the family head about this situation. If the young lady were to discover that he had leaked information, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was well known that their eldest young master was fiercely protective of his sister. In the past, when a prominent young man from the capital had shown disrespect to her, the eldest young master nearly annihilated the entire family of that insolent youth. Even now, as the eldest young master had risen to become a top-tier genius in the imperial capital's base, his affection for his sister remained unwavering. She was, without a doubt, the cherished jewel of the Mu family. Meanwhile, the Blood Kill Squad remained oblivious to the terrifying force that had set its sights upon them. On the other side, within the hunting grounds, a fine opportunity. Duanya narrowed his eyes, for he was less than 10 meters away from the 4th-tier iron-armored rhinoceros leader. With a flash, he closed the distance, yet the leader merely smirked, revealing a sinister smile. Boom. Without any apparent movement, two formidable presences surged forth from either side, sending Duanya hurtling backward. The overwhelming force made even him feel a surge of blood. Soon, two smaller iron-armored rhinoceroses appeared before him, radiating an exceptionally strong aura. Two 4th-tier iron-armored rhinoceroses? Duanya's expression turned grave, as he had never anticipated that the leader would possess two 4th-tier beast subordinates. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Duanya made a decisive choice. This was beyond their capacity to handle. While they might be able to slay them at the cost of their lives, the Oblivion Squad would undoubtedly suffer unimaginable losses, perhaps even casualties. That was a consequence he wished to avoid. Roar. Noticing Duanya's panic, the 4th-tier mid-stage iron-armored rhinoceros leader's eyes flickered with mocking cruelty before it sounded the attack signal. Now that the feast was within reach, there was no way it would let him escape. The show was about to begin. Zhao Qing observed the scene with a smirk. "The time has come. Let us strike." "Understood, Captain." The members of the Blood Kill Squad's fire support team grinned wickedly as they pulled the triggers. Bang, bang. Two specially crafted sniper bullets rocketed through the air towards Duanya and Lin Gu, moving with blinding speed. Not good. Duanya's expression changed drastically as he raised his shield to defend, while Lin Gu narrowly dodged the bullet, but was sent flying several meters by a 4th-tier early-stage iron-armored rhinoceros, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it. We have enemies attacking." Chu Yang's face turned pale as he located the source of the fire and began to counterattack. Split up. Taking a deep breath, Duanya understood the enemy's intent. The only way to minimize losses was to scatter. "Damn it." Chu Yang's expression was icy. "If I find out who is behind this, they will face dire consequences." Zhila. Yixian transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly retreating into the distance, while the 6 members of the Oblivion Squad scattered in 6 different directions, vanishing from sight. "Hee, Captain, I will take my leave first." Lu Yifeng, unable to contain his impatience, chased after the direction Yixian had gone, clearly intent on personally eliminating him. "Afon, enjoy yourself." Captain Zhao Qing gazed into the distance, a smile playing on his lips, yet he was unaware that this would be their final farewell. "Captain, see you later." Lu Yifeng quickly disappeared from view, and the members of the Blood Kill Squad all wore expressions of anticipation, their minds conjuring the horrific scenarios that awaited the young man. "We should not linger either." Zhao Qing retracted his gaze and asserted, to ensure absolute certainty, "All members of the Oblivion Squad must perish." "Yes, Captain." The members' eyes gleamed with fervor. For eradicating threats was the customary approach of their squad. Any foe that posed a danger to them must die. Chapter 21. I am Yixian. I have slain Lu Yifeng in the lair of the iron-armored rhinoceroses, unbeknownst to them. Swish. A flash of sword light, accompanied by thunderous might, effortlessly dispatched a 2nd-tier beast, and the sword wielder was none other than Yixian. At this moment, he was surrounded by no fewer than dozens of beasts, the weakest of which were 1st-tier, rendering such creatures incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Since you followed me, come forth. Yi Xian's gaze flickered toward a certain spot. Having noticed the trail of the blood kill squad when they made their move, especially Lu Yifeng, who had been tailing him. Swish. As his words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows, a familiar face, Lu Yifeng. Oh, Lu Yifeng arrived with a mocking gleam in his eyes, fixating on Yi Xian. Interesting. I didn't expect you to notice me. Yi Xian, today you shall perish. With a cold smile, Lu Yifeng glared at the man before him. It was you who killed Changhong, wasn't it? Changhong. Upon hearing Lu Yifeng's words, Yi Xian paused, realization dawning upon him. You mean that fool Lu Changhong? So you've come for him. With a grin, Yi Xian laid his cards on the table. Although I did not personally slay him, it was indeed due to my actions that he met his demise. Just as I thought. Hearing Yi Xian's admission, a murderous aura surged around Lu Yifeng, who immediately donned his full armor. Then you shall die. With a mid-stage third-tier aura surging forth, an imposing presence radiated without the need for wind. Swish. In the next moment, Lu Yifeng unleashed an attack enhanced by his petrification ability, his power escalating dramatically. Yi Xian met the oncoming attack with a smile, matching it with a punch infused with thunderous energy. Sheila. With a resounding clash, the two fists collided, and both were sent stumbling back several meters, the thunder dissipating. Lu Yifeng's face was one of disbelief. What? You are in the late second tier. Lu Yifeng stared in shock at Yi Xian, struggling to comprehend the situation. An 18-year-old in the late second tier? Indeed, Lu Yifeng was astounded by Yi Xian's power. Such talent was truly extraordinary. Thus, today I cannot allow you to escape. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yifeng understood that this young man had reached such a perilous state. Should he refrain from eliminating him now, it would undoubtedly be his own demise in the future. With that, he drew his longsword, his expression as frigid as ice. At this moment, Lu Yifeng dared not let his guard down, for the young man's capabilities were exceedingly enigmatic, and only by vanquishing him could he find peace of mind. You shall perish. With an ultimate strike, Lu Yifeng surged forward at an astonishing speed, sword in hand, aiming to strike Yi Xian. However, just as his attack was about to connect, Yi Xian deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the strike. Impossible. Lu Yifeng's face contorted in disbelief as he stared at Yi Xian. That was a micro-level movement technique. Shock coursed through him. It was crucial to note that such a technique was typically mastered only by 6th-tier warriors. And not just any 6th-tier warrior. How could this young man, merely a 2nd-tier warrior, possess a technique that only 6th-tier warriors could command? In that instant, Yi Xian unleashed the Thunderbolt technique, a palpable sense of peril engulfing Lu Yifeng, as it bore a life-threatening aura. What a terrifying young man. He swallowed hard, astonishment flooding his eyes. The Nine Heavens Thunder technique. This boy has actually practiced such a formidable skill. Yet, just as he attempted to evade, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming gravitational force, rendering him immobile. The Nine Heavens Thunder technique struck with blinding speed, Yi Xian appearing behind Lu Yifeng in an instant. A streak of lightning piercing through his chest. You, impossible? In his final moments, Lu Yifeng's eyes widened in horror. Unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him, this young man had killed him in a single move. He didn't even have time to react. The speed of his assailant was unfathomably swift. With a thud, silence enveloped the arena as Lu Yifeng's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, marking the abrupt end of his existence. A tragic scene unseen by any onlookers. Micro-level movement technique. Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Either of these would send shockwaves through various factions. Even Luo Tong would be left speechless, as mastering the first form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique in such a short span was beyond mere hearsay. Not bad at all, Yi Xian mused as he surveyed Lu Yifeng's corpse, sheathing his S-grade lightning sword with a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Just then, the walkie-talkie beside Lu Yifeng crackled to life, a voice emerging from the other end. It was Zhao Qing, the leader of the Blood Kill Squad. Afon, how is it? Has that boy been eliminated? Approaching the walkie-talkie, Yi Xian's lips curved into a knowing smile. Ah, the Blood Kill Squad's Captain Zhao Qing, is it? I am Yi Xian, and I have dispatched Lu Yifeng. With that, he crushed the walkie-talkie beneath his foot, the shrill sound echoing outward. At that moment, Zhao Qing's expression turned icy. With a crack, the walkie-talkie shattered in his grip, his face darkening with fury. Damn it. The members of the Blood Kill Squad were engulfed in confusion. Captain, what happened? They inquired, knowing well that such a response from their leader indicated dire news. Ah Feng is dead, Zhao Qing stated grimly, his gaze shifting towards Yi Xian's location. It was that Yi Xian who killed him. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the squad, all members standing in disbelief, their eyes fixed on their captain. How could that be? That Yi Xian killed Ah Feng? This news struck them like a thunderclap. Though Lu Yifeng ranked at the bottom of their squad, he had recently advanced to mid-third tier, his strength now comparable to that of a late third-tier warrior. The fact that he had been slain by that young man was unfathomable, leading them to ponder the depth of Yi Xian's current prowess. Gulping audibly, they realized that the boy was merely 18 years old. At such a tender age, Possessing the power to slay a mid-third tier ability warrior implied an extraordinary future that would undoubtedly surpass their own. This was dire news for them, for if they did not eliminate him now, he would surely become a monumental threat in the days to come. Damn. Zhao Qing's brow furrowed in contemplation. Breathing deeply as he assessed the situation, I had originally intended to team up with Afeng to take down Duanya, but it seems I must revise my strategy. That Yi Xian poses a far greater danger than Duanya. Humph. A member of the squad, skilled in fire support, narrowed his eyes with a fierce glint. Then we shall eliminate that boy first. Indeed. Agreed. The squad members voiced their unanimous consent, for the threat posed by Yi Xian was undeniably substantial. However, just then, the temperature around them surged dramatically, followed by a chilling voice that resonated throughout the area. You shall have no chance to lay a hand on the man I have set my sights on. Chapter 22. Mu Xian takes action, annihilating the Blood Kill Squad. Who are you? Zhao Qing and the others were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the girl, their hearts racing as they felt the intense flames surrounding them. SS-grade flame ability. Indeed, it was an SS-grade fire attribute. Mu Xian, one squad member gasped. Captain, she is the renowned prodigy heralded in the Jinling Base S celebratory broadcasts, the genius of Jinling No. 1 High School. Second only to Yi Xian in this year's martial arts examination. Oh, Zhao Qing's eyes narrowed, assessing the girl before him. Indeed. She was only a mid-second tier warrior and appeared to have just recently broken through. Damn, almost let myself be intimidated by a mere girl, he thought. You truly have some audacity, little girl. Stepping forward, Zhao Qing unleashed his overwhelming fourth-tier aura, a dense pressure bearing down on Mu Xian. Hey, this girl looks quite appealing. I bet she'll be quite a treat later. A slew of lewd remarks drew a frown from Mu Xian, her stunning visage displaying a hint of displeasure. Presumptuous. Before Zhao Qing could make a move, an overwhelming aura enveloped the arena, causing all present, including Zhao Qing, to instinctively narrow their eyes. Such a pressure. A sixth-tier powerhouse. Zhao Qing was genuinely taken aback by the formidable presence of the elder before him. Sixth-tier warriors were the pinnacle of power within the Jinling base. Yet how could such a figure appear in this small Jiangning city? For disrespecting the young lady. You shall perish. With a flash, the icy power instantaneously encased all members of the Blood Kill Squad, freezing them into statues of ice, which then shattered into fragments. Witnessing the annihilation of his entire squad, Zhao Qing was consumed by rage, his fists clenched tightly. The sixth-tier warrior narrowed his eyes, unleashing a tremendous pressure that bore down on Zhao Qing, causing him to spit blood. What? You refuse to accept this? The calm voice sent Zhao Qing's expression spiraling into panic. I dare not. At that moment, Zhao Qing was utterly terrified, not daring to voice any dissent. I had originally contemplated sparing your life, but you should not have laid a hand on him. Mu Xian cast a glance at Zhao Qing. Kill him. Let us do this. Zhao Qing, desperate, cast a venomous glare at Mu Xian. You deceitful girl, perish. Foolish. The sixth-tier warrior vanished in an instant. And with a mere flick of his hand, Zhao Qing's life was extinguished before he even hit the ground. The might of a sixth-tier warrior was far beyond Zhao Qing's mere fourth-tier capabilities. Miss, the Blood Kill Squad has been completely annihilated. Mu Xian nodded slightly. Then her gaze drifted to a certain point. Ahem, the sixth-tier expert cleared his throat and continued. Is the young lady not going to meet Yi Xian? Forget it. Mu Xian shook her head, her attention returning to the corpses strewn about the arena, her brow furrowed slightly. He likely does not appreciate such interference, and if he were to find out, it might cause him displeasure. Upon hearing his mistress's words, the sixth-tier expert appeared as if he had discovered a new world. By the heavens, the young lady seems excessively kind towards that young man. Let us depart. With the crisis averted, Mu Xian felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she exited the scene. The sixth-tier expert was momentarily stunned, then followed his mistress, muttering to himself. What kind of enchantment has that young man cast upon the young lady? If the young master were to learn of this, he would surely obliterate that lad on the spot. Before departing, the sixth-tier expert cast a glance in Yi Xian's direction, warning. You must not disappoint the young lady in the future, otherwise, I shall personally ensure your demise. A few minutes later, whoosh, figures suddenly emerged in the arena, led by Zhao Qing, accompanied by Lin Gu and the Chen brothers. Is that Zhao Qing, the captain of the Blood Kill Squad? As the quartet surveyed the scene, their expressions shifted upon witnessing the lifeless bodies. Good heavens, Zhao Qing is a late-stage fourth-tier expert, known for his meticulous mind and ruthless tactics. Lin Gu examined Zhao Qing's corpse, then scanned the surroundings. Based on the residual energy fluctuations, it is highly probable that Zhao Qing was killed in a single strike. And the assailant possesses formidable strength, likely a sixth-tier expert. Not only that, at this moment, Duanya's gaze fell upon the surrounding blocks of ice. These ice formations must belong to the other members of the Blood Kill Squad, indicating that the attacker is also a fire elemental ability user. Damn it. Upon hearing this, the Zhao brothers felt a chill run down their spines. A sixth-tier fire elemental ability user would be an unparalleled adversary within the entirety of the Jinling base. Thus, it stands to reason that the one who ambushed us was indeed the Bloodkill Squad. After a brief pause, Lin Gu continued his analysis. However, it is unclear why we have suddenly offended a certain powerful individual. Fortunately, it seems we have dodged a bullet. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. Indeed. Duanya took a deep breath. Nevertheless, we must set this matter aside for now and prioritize finding Chu Yang and Yixian. Let us move. With that, Duanya led the Desolation Squad away from the scene. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Chu Yang, tap, 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 the explosive firepower surged forth, and rather than diminishing, the number of ferocious beasts surrounding him only increased. After all, the sound of gunfire was quite loud, and he lacked the funds to purchase silencing equipment. Roar. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed, and a fourth-tier beast came charging, specifically, a fourth-tier iron-armored rhino, albeit in its early stages. My goodness. Chu Yang's pupils dilated in shock. How on earth did I attract such a terrifying creature? Captain, help me. The ground trembled as the fourth-tier beast galloped towards Chu Yang, but his intelligent wristband had malfunctioned during his earlier retreat, making it difficult to call for assistance. This is bad. The strength of a fourth-tier beast is formidable. It quickly closed the distance, aiming to crush Chu Yang beneath its hoof. Damn it, this is the end. I swear, I haven't even slept with a woman yet. I don't want to die? Resigned, he activated his strength at the mid-third tier level to defend himself. But just then, zzz, lightning crackled as he activated the Qilin step, amplifying the gravity field by 50 times, then lunged forward with a lightning sword strike. Thunderous might. With a resounding boom, this strike, enhanced by the gravity field, landed on the scales of the fourth-tier iron-armored rhino, causing only sparks to fly as it was knocked back a step. Such defense is indeed commendable for a fourth-tier beast, Yixian observed from across the way, grateful he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Chu Yang's situation would have been dire. Brother Yixian, your attack is astonishing, Chu Yang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Yixian's timely intervention spoke volumes. Let us go, Yixian urged, activating the gravity field while harnessing the power of lightning to retreat from the arena. A fourth-tier beast was far beyond their capacity to handle, unless they deployed an S-class war machine. However, he would not resort to such a trump card unless absolutely necessary. You beast, meet your end. As they fled, Duanya and the others, guided by the location signal sent by Yixian, finally arrived. Chu Yang, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. The captain has arrived. This is the perfect opportunity to complete the hunting mission. A sudden ambush unfolded, quietly taking shape. Chapter 23, SS-class Thunder Ability. Shocking the Desolation Squad. Wind Blade Slash. Duanya initiated his ultimate move, while Lin Gu wasted no time, unleashing his ultimate fire technique, Flame Break. With the wind blade and flames combining, the two executed a combined attack. Boom! The searing heat, intertwined with the wind blade, pierced directly through the scales of the fourth-tier iron-armored rhino, resulting in a piercing scream from the beast. Yixian, Duanya called out, and without holding back, Yixian applied the 50-fold gravity field onto the iron-armored rhino, momentarily halting its attempts to struggle. Giant Shield Crush. At that moment, the Chun brothers descended from above. Their shields, imbued with the power of mid-third tier strength, came crashing down. With a tremendous bang, the two combined their efforts, estimating that their combined strength could reduce the iron-armored rhino to pulp, as the creature was brutally smashed to death. Huh, well done, Chu Yang cheered, suppressing the surrounding beasts, his heart racing with excitement at the sight of the fourth-tier iron-armored rhino's demise. Let us collect the spoils and leave immediately. Duanya swiftly severed the rhino's toughest horn, a symbol of task completion, for fresh trophies cannot be fabricated. After a brief moment, a furious roar erupted, and the fourth-tier iron-armored rhino leader stormed into the arena, enraged at the loss of its trusted lieutenant, causing the ground to tremble underfoot. However, by this time, Yixian and his group had already retreated several kilometers away. Panting, they glanced back at the swirling dust, envisioning the fury of the beast behind them. By the way, Yixian, Duanya directed his gaze at Yixian. After our escape, you didn't encounter any danger, did you? To be honest, Captain, a member of the Blood Kill Squad, claiming to be Lu Yifeng, attacked me. It took some effort to shake him off. Oh. Upon hearing this, Duanya and Lin Gu exchanged glances, realizing the truth. Indeed, the earlier attacker was a lackey of the Blood Kill Squad. Chen Qian slammed his shield onto the ground, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Humph. Chen Kuan also expressed his displeasure. Fortunately, a 6th-tier expert dealt with the Blood Kill Squad. Brother Yixian, you may not know this, but the Blood Kill Squad was annihilated by a 6th-tier expert. What? Yixian was taken aback. The Blood Kill Squad was destroyed by a 6th-tier expert? It is worth noting that the strongest individual he had encountered thus far was Instructor Luo Tong, a 5th-tier warrior, and he was already formidable. He was unaware of the true extent of 5th-tier strength. However, this turn of events was fortuitous, with the Blood Kill Squad eradicated. No one would know about his slaying of Lu Yifeng. This can't be true. At that moment, Xuan stared dumbfounded at the virtual panel. Yixian, was the technique you used earlier the Nine Heavens Thunder Art? Huh. The unexpected question stunned Duanya and the others, clearly bewildered as to why Xuan would inquire about that. Ahem. Seemingly sensing the abruptness of the situation, Xuan cleared his throat and said, Captain, you are unaware. Before your arrival, Yixian unleashed a gravity ability and also executed a thunderous attack that ultimately saved me. That move resembled the first stance of the legendary Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Duanya was genuinely taken aback. After all, the Nine Heavens Thunder technique was renowned, and it would be difficult for anyone to remain oblivious to its fame. Rumor has it that the first stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique is worth over 100 million. Is Yixian truly capable of such feats? This matter is of great significance. If it is indeed true, they must reassess their perspective on Yixian. Yixian had not anticipated that the hastily executed move would be exposed, but he did not dwell on it. Indeed, I have indeed practiced the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. It was an additional reward from the Jinling base for ranking first in the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this, Xuan seemed to understand. I see. So, Yixian, how did you come by such wealth? Taking a deep breath, Xuan continued. However, the remaining stances of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique require an exorbitant amount of huaxia currency. That is not the whole story. Lin Gu's gaze fell upon Yixian, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued, given Yixian's exceptional talent, the base's willingness to grant such a reward is undoubtedly a strategic move to win him over. In the future, as Yixian's strength increases, it is conceivable that the base may even purchase the remaining stances of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique for him. At this, the atmosphere grew somber as everyone understood the gravity of the situation. While others might falter, Yixian was different. If that is the case, then does it not imply that Yixian's future will far surpass our imaginations? Xuan said with anticipation, before suddenly recalling something of great importance. However, logically speaking, even winning first place in the martial arts examination would not warrant such generosity from the Jinling base. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan looked at Yixian with suspicion and asked, May I inquire what level your thunder attribute is? It was clear that Xuan was contemplating a crucial possibility. Xuan. Duanya shot him a disapproving look and then chuckled. Don't mind him, Yixian. It's no trouble, Yixian replied with a slight smile. Not overly concerned. After all, despite the brief time spent together, these individuals were far superior to his previous classmates. The base's generosity was indeed a result of his thunder ability, and as for its level. At this point, even Duanya was fully attentive. It's roughly at the SS level. Cough cough. The unexpected statement left everyone in shock, and they all turned to Yixian. Their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. What? SS level? Surely, they are not experiencing auditory hallucinations? It must be noted that an SS-level thunder ability signifies something monumental. In a certain sense, it symbolizes the pinnacle of power. After all, it is one of the few abilities that can rival the SSS level. No wonder. Duanya inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Yixian shifting, for it was evident that he was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. It appeared that it was not Yixian who had struck gold, but rather the Jinling base that had reaped a tremendous fortune. After a moment of reflection, he understood why Instructor Luo had repeatedly urged him to take care of Yixian and why Commander Wang had taken such an interest. Everything became clear. Yixian, we are truly grateful that you trust the Annihilation team. Lin Gu then cautioned in a solemn tone. However, do refrain from casually disclosing the details of your SS-level thunder ability to others in the future. If various factions become aware, it could lead to endless troubles. Indeed, Duanya took a deep breath and declared gravely, a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasures can lead to disaster. This principle is exemplified in numerous cases. From now on, keep your lips sealed. Duanya glared at Xuan and the others, emphasizing that Yixian's talent was of utmost importance, and that even at the cost of their lives, they could never expose his level. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, Yixian was destined to become a formidable force in huaxia. The members of the Annihilation team nodded solemnly, their gazes filled with anticipation as they looked at Yixian, pondering how far he would grow in the future. Chapter 24, a comprehensive enhancement, entering the mid-stage of the third tier. After a brief exchange, Duanya shifted his focus back to Yixian. Now, Yixian, what are your plans moving forward? With this mission concluded, the Annihilation team will likely return to the base. After all, the team has incurred significant injuries and requires rest to better execute the upcoming tasks. Plans? After a moment of contemplation, Yixian gazed into the distance. I intend to remain in Jiangning City and undertake solitary trials to enhance my strength. At this, Xu Yang's expression changed. Yixian, this place is fraught with peril. Lin Gu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shift in sentiment. Such audacity was something they had not previously witnessed in themselves. Very well, Duanya weighed the options thoughtfully and concluded, Yixian's future achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours, and his means of self-defense will surely be greater than we can imagine. Ding dong. Just then, Yixian received a message. Is this 30 million huaxia currency? Indeed. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. This was an enormous sum. Hee. Yi Xian, Duanya smiled slightly. Of that amount, 10 million is your share from this mission. While the remaining 20 million. As he spoke, Duanya exchanged knowing glances with the members of the Annihilation team. Consider it our token of appreciation. Especially as the second stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique is truly something to look forward to. Thank you. Yi Xian felt a surge of gratitude. Although it was merely a trial mission, it had forged a profound bond with them. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, after bidding farewell to the members of the Annihilation team, Yi Xian inhaled the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Now, let the slaughter commence. With the power of his vision, the ferocious beasts within a 10-kilometer radius were laid bare before him, and with a crackle, thunder surged around him as he propelled himself toward a target. Ding. Host has triggered a mission. Slay 10,000 ferocious beasts. Reward, the hand of gods and demons. Plus 1,000 ability points. 10,000 ferocious beasts. The reward of the hand of gods and demons? The activation of a new mission left Yi Xian momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing with determination. The hand of gods and demons. Just the name alone suggested immense power, and in an instant, Yi Xian felt invigorated. 10,000 ferocious beasts. Though numerous, they were not insurmountable. Murmuring to himself, Yi Xian soon arrived at a den of ferocious beasts, numbering around 100, with the strongest being at the late second tier. Let us begin. With a flash, he transformed into lightning, and in the next moment, he was amidst the fray. Brandishing his thunderblade and unleashing a devastating heavenly dominance fist, followed by a rapid succession of the first stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Swiftly claiming victory over the beasts. Continue. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Xian vanished from his spot, in sight that would leave onlookers in utter disbelief. Thus, time passed quietly. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. 2 days later, Yi Xian encountered an old acquaintance in an alley. The Gale Wolf King. Indeed. This was the ferocious beast he had previously slain alongside Wuxianovel, but this one was a third-tier Gale Wolf King. Howl. As the Gale Wolf King fixed its gaze on Yi Xian, a fierce glint flickered in its eyes, and with a deafening howl, the battle commenced. Then let us fight. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian plunged into the fray with the Gale Wolf pack. Utilizing the Qilin steps, he enveloped the area in a gravitational field, and with a thunderous punch, he struck down several Gale Wolves. However, at that moment, a second-tier Gale Wolf fell into a frenzy, reminiscent of the chaos during the martial arts examination. Too weak. As Yi Xian unleashed the full force of his aura in the late second stage, a flash of lightning struck, and in an instant, blood sprayed from the neck of the second-stage Gale Wolf, which fell lifeless to the ground. Indeed, Yi Xian's current strength vastly surpassed his previous capabilities. After 100 breaths, the ground was strewn with corpses. The third-stage Gale Wolf King stood alone, casting a wary glance at the diminutive figure before it. A third-stage mid-tier ferocious beast, perhaps? Observing the Gale Wolf King, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and mused that this beast was even more formidable than Lu Yifeng had been. At a certain moment, the Gale Wolf King made the first move, its sharp claws slicing through the air towards Yi Xian with astonishing speed. Yet, Yi Xian skillfully evaded the attack with his subtle body technique. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. After several breaths of stalemate, he awaited this moment. Empowered by the Qilin step, as he activated it, a gravity field 50 times stronger enveloped the Gale Wolf King, instilling a sense of imminent danger within the beast. Forcefully pivoting its body, the Gale Wolf King lunged at Yi Xian once more. Despite the weight of the gravity field, its speed remained impressive, showcasing the beast's formidable physique. Overlord Fist. With a thunderous punch, Yi Xian struck, but the Gale Wolf King's lips curled into a cruel smirk, indicating that such an attack would not harm him. Boom. A claw shattered the attack, and it aimed to continue its assault. However, what awaited it was the first form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, Thunder of 10,000 June. With a fierce strike, Yi Xian unleashed his most powerful blow. You have lost. A smile graced Yi Xian's lips as, in the next moment, a surge of potent lightning pierced the beast's vulnerable abdomen, resulting in its immediate demise. Thud. As Yi Xian's attack landed, the massive body of the third-stage Gale Wolf King crashed down, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Feeling content yet contemplative, Yi Xian furrowed his brow, reflecting on the battle. I fear this is my limit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of slaying 10,000 ferocious beasts. Reward, Hand of Deity and Demon, plus 1,000 ability points. At that moment, the system notification rang in his ears, confirming the successful completion of the task. The Hand of Deity and Demon was received. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This made him feel that the days spent slaying ferocious beasts were indeed worthwhile, and his combat experience was now incomparable to before. As for his strength, it was time to elevate it. With this thought, Yi Xian summoned the system. Soon, the voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your realm has risen to the peak of the second stage, consuming 2,000 ability points. Ding. Congratulations, Host, your realm has risen to the early 3rd stage, consuming 3,000 ability points. Ding. Congratulations, host, your realm has risen to the mid-3rd stage, consuming 4,000 ability points. Not only that, but Yixian also upgraded the Qilin Step and Overlord Fist to the 4th level, making him feel unprecedentedly powerful. Then, he called forth his attribute panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 18 years. Realm, mid-3rd stage. Body technique, subtle level. Abilities, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, SS rank. Skills, Qilin Step, 4th level. Eye of Insight, Overlord Fist, 4th level. First form of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique, Hand of Deity and Demon. Items, Silver Medal, Imperial Villa Contract, A-rank Battle Armor, S-rank Lightning Sword, S-rank Battle Machine. Ability points, 5162. Gazing at the attribute panel, Yixian squinted, contemplating his current strength and methods. He estimated that he was already invincible beneath the 4th stage warriors. Is this the sensation of becoming stronger? Feeling the surging power within him, he realized he was at least several times stronger than before, making the future all the more promising. Chapter 25, The Freshman Competition Debut. Encountering an eccentric S-rank healer. Ding dong. Just then, an informational notification sounded, and upon checking, Yixian saw, tomorrow's freshman competition at Jinling University. Do not be late. The message was from Wuxianovel, which caught Yixian off guard. He had not expected her to remind him, wondering if she feared he might require her to run 3 errands. Very well. After sending a reply, Yixian surveyed his surroundings. It was time to return. It seemed he would need to utilize the S-rank battle machine. As he murmured, he summoned the battle machine. For with his current speed, he would not reach the Jinling base in time for the competition the following day. Freshman competition? Once inside the battle machine, Yixian surveyed his surroundings. Number 1. Return to Jinling base. Yes, master. The mechanical voice echoed within the battle machine, which then transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the base. Meanwhile, Yixian admired the scenic views of Jiangning City along the way, hoping that Jinling University would not disappoint him. The next day, at the front of Jinling University. Hey, beautiful, do you have some time? A handsome youth approached Wuxianovel, who was waiting, attempting to strike up a conversation, for it was hard to resist a girl of such exceptional beauty. No time. Wuxianovel regarded the young man before her, his body radiating a fiery aura, the temperature around her plummeting dramatically. Cough, cough, my apologies. The young man, sensing the bone-chilling coldness, wisely retreated, realizing that such a level of ability was beyond his reach. The other students, who had initially intended to approach, halted abruptly, swallowing their breaths in relief, secretly grateful they had not attempted to greet her. Yixian. Before long, a figure appeared in sight. Wuxianov's stunning face broke into a smile that melted the icy demeanor, causing those around them to envy her. Upon arriving at the school gate, Yixian turned at the sound and was greeted by the breathtaking girl. Wuxianovel? You weren't waiting for me, were you? He asked suspiciously, unaware of how many would envy his fortunate position. Huffed. Wuxianov's eyes flashed, rolling them at him. Dream on. You aren't even worthy. Hearing such words, a hidden 6th-stage powerhouse couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, thinking, goodness, miss, you consider a quarter of an hour as just arriving? This fellow enjoys quite the privilege. If news of this reached the capital, who knows what kind of uproar it would cause. All right. Yixian shook his head dismissively and continued. However, I feel you've changed a bit since we last met. You seem to exude more femininity. Get lost. Wuxianovel shot him a glare. I've always been quite feminine. Thank you. After some playful banter, the two walked side by side into the campus, leaving countless students behind with broken hearts, lamenting why the beautiful girl was not by their side. By the way, Wuxianovel recalled something. In this competition, I will definitely defeat you, the determined girl declared, having absorbed the fire crystal her brother had purchased for 10 billion huaxia coins. Her realm having broken through to the late 2nd stage, coupled with her increasingly adept control over the fire attribute, her strength was now incomparable to before. Before long, the two arrived at the venue for the freshman competition, which was already teeming with no fewer than 10,000 attendees. So many people? Yixian was taken aback by the crowd of new students, while Wuxianovel rolled her eyes at him. This is just the beginning. Most of the participants are junior students below the 3rd stage, with the intermediate members being mostly below the 4th stage, and the advanced ones below the 5th stage. Wuxianovel patiently explained. Moreover, the first place in this freshman competition will receive a reward of 1,000 points. Second place will earn 800 points. Third will get 500 points, and even the top 10 will receive 300 points. These points can be exchanged for various martial arts manuals within the school and can also be used to train in the testing tower, making them incredibly valuable. Look, that's the 2nd place goddess of the martial arts exam. I can't believe she's south with the 1st place. Could it be that they're a couple? Listening to the discussions around her, Wuxianovel wore a faint smile, the nature of which, whether joy or irritation, was uncertain. Moments later, the voice of an elder resonated from the high platform. I hereby declare the commencement of the Jinling University freshman competition. We shall begin with the first round of rankings. Those who secure a position in the top 3 shall have the privilege of selecting their teammates. At this announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, especially as many gazed at Wuxianovel, for teaming up with such a girl would undoubtedly confer an advantage. Before long, Xuan was presented with his first opponent. Bang! A figure materialized on the opposite side of the arena, radiating a vibrant vitality, with a faint white glow flickering about. Hey kid! The opponent's gaze fell upon Xuan as he cracked his neck and wrists. You're unfortunate to have encountered me. Remember, I am Shirley, the strongest healer in history. With a resounding thud, Shirley exuded an aura of peak first-tier prowess upon his entrance, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the audience. This aura? A healing ability? Indeed, typically regarded as supportive, it now bore the ferocity akin to that of a formidable offensive fighter. You are a healer? Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It was utterly illogical for a healing specialist to possess such striking offensive capabilities. Indeed, Shirley flexed his robust frame, completely defying any associations one might have with a healer. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi, the vice president of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, spat out his tea in shock. That oddity has finally made an appearance. Director Li, is this Shirley the S-class healer from the Jinling branch of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy? Upon hearing this, the vice presidents of the Wuxia Martial Arts Academy and the Red Lotus Martial Arts Academy turned their attention towards him. Several chuckled. Li Tianyi's face flushed with embarrassment. This fellow had tarnished the reputation of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, as he had initially thought him to be a promising talent, only to discover he was a combat lunatic. By the way, Jin Banqing, the president of Jinling University, remarked with a penetrating gaze fixed on Xuan, this young man. Xuan is no ordinary individual. He has already been recruited as an elite member at the Jinling base by Wang Tianba. What? Upon hearing this, Li Tianyi and his companions were taken aback, incredulously gazing at Xuan in the arena, realizing he was an elite member of the Jinling base. Kid, being defeated by me will be your honor. With a sneer, Shirley launched a golden-hued fist towards Xuan, an attack potent enough to instill trepidation in any early-stage second-tier warrior. Interesting. Observing Shirley, Xuan summoned a surge of electric energy, and with a matching fist, he unleashed his own second-tier prowess. Boom. With a single punch, Shirley was sent flying 10 meters away. Although the blow was sufficient to severely injure an early-stage second-tier warrior, it failed to inflict any harm upon Shirley. Wuxianovel, witnessing this exchange, smirked. Indeed, that fellow had already broken through to a second-tier warrior. She hoped he would not disappoint her. In Chapter 26, Shirley crashed to the ground, his eyes ablaze. Damn. That felt good. No wonder he topped the martial arts examination. He licked his lips, eyeing Xuan like prey. Kid, I won't hold back. Healing art, activate. With a hum, he unleashed his healing powers, infusing them into his body, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Golden Shield. As yet another trump card emerged. Shirley was enveloped in a golden glow, his defensive capabilities enhanced to an extraordinary degree, leaving the audience in stunned silence. By all that is holy, this aura, are you certain he is a healer and not a warrior? With a resounding crash, a spiked club appeared in his hand, its surface shimmering with golden light. Haha kid, this is my most powerful state. I've slain over 10 second-tier ferocious beasts with this. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wait, what? A peak first-tier healer has slain over 10 second-tier beasts? Cough, cough. On the high platform, Li Tianyi cleared his throat. This has nothing to do with my Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Honestly, had it not been for this kid's decent talent, I would have expelled him long ago. Director Li, do not underestimate him. I perceive Shirley possesses a resolute spirit, and this action may one day provide more options for healers. Jin Banqing remarked with a narrowed gaze, his focus fixed on Shirley. Indeed, the vice presidents of the Wuxia Martial Arts Academy and the Red Lotus Martial Arts Academy nodded in agreement. Although the lad was peculiar, they could not deny he had begun to display the heart of a true warrior. Overwhelmed the armies. With a thunderous roar, Shirley charged at Xuan with the ferocity of a primal beast, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. Although powerful, his speed was lamentably sluggish. Swish. Xuan transformed into a bolt of lightning, meeting him with unmatched velocity. Dominating fist. With an earth-shattering boom, as he struck, an overwhelming torrent of thunder erupted, and Shirley barely had time to react before he was hurled off the stage by the force of Xuan's punch. What the hell? A single punch capable of threatening a mid-second-tier warrior. Shirley jumped up, scrambling to his feet. Stop. I concede. Shirley regarded Xuan warily. Had it not been for the latter's restraint, his defenses would have surely crumbled. What a monster. The crowd murmured, feeling the absurdity of Shirley's words. Damn it. You are also an oddity. Well done, kid. The president, Jin Banqing, narrowed his eyes. Did you all witness that punch? He concentrated extreme power into a single point, demonstrating mastery over his strength. Such control requires no less than 20 years of experience. It's unfathomable how strong Xuan's innate talent must be. Damn it. Li Tianyi, the vice president of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, wore an ashen expression. That guy, Wang Tianba, has such a keen eye. What a pity. This young man is truly suited for the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. The numerous dignitaries on the platform expressed their astonishment at Yi Xian's performance, recognizing that today he would undoubtedly make a significant impression, for it was evident he had not yet revealed his full strength. Is that fellow finished? Mu Xianer observed as Yi Xian's battle concluded, then glanced at her own opponent, Flame Piercer. With this incantation, a flurry of fiery spikes manifested in the air, raining down upon her adversary, each blow potent enough to severely injure an early-stage second-tier warrior. Boom! In an instant, her opponent was forcefully incapacitated, collapsing unconscious. Gulp! As Mu Xianer unleashed her technique, the arena erupted in excitement, all eyes upon her, filled with apprehension. By my mother! Is the quality of this martial arts examination truly this high? Thus, the top 10 contenders emerged swiftly. Yi Xian and Mu Xianer were among them, and remarkably, all 10 were second-tier warriors, the eldest not exceeding the age of 20. Hee, this year's quality is commendable. President Jin Banqing stroked his beard, clearly pleased, particularly as his gaze lingered on Yi Xian and Mu Xianer, who were undoubtedly the dark horses of this freshman competition. Yi Xian's achievements spoke volumes. Being favored by Commander Wang and attaining elite status at such a young age was a testament to his exceptional capabilities. As for Mu Xianer, when Jun Banqing gazed upon her, his demeanor grew considerably solemn. The Mu family, a prestigious household in the imperial capital, held her as their cherished jewel. The aura emanating from her suggested that she had likely consumed a fire crystal worth 10 billion from the Alliance Mall, an item that even he would not purchase lightly. Such is the formidable power of the Mu family in the imperial capital. Subsequently, the two took their seats together. Yi Xian, feeling the attention of those around them, smiled teasingly at Mu Xianer. Sitting beside me must be quite the pressure. Huh? Pressure? How could there be any? Yi Xian replied, noticing the stunning girl beside him. With such beauty at my side, it feels rather delightful. Her laughter rang out joyfully, even more so than when she had advanced to the late stage of the second tier. Heavens, how outrageous. Why am I not as fortunate? At that moment, the quirky healer Shirley scratched the back of his head, exclaiming, damn it, no wonder he defeated me. This kid has remarkable composure. By the way, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and looked at Mu Xianer with suspicion. You haven't forgotten the 3 tasks I asked of you, have you? Upon meeting his unwavering gaze, Mu Xianer felt her cheeks flush slightly. Of course not. I haven't forgotten. Yet, a hint of anxiety crept into her heart. All right then. I shall ask you to perform the first task now. As he spoke, Yi Xian leaned closer to Mu Xianer. From a distance, the sight of them together was truly enviable, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Mu Xianer's heart raced. What was he about to ask? Was it an excessive demand? If it were, should she acquiesce? Would it cross a line? Oh dear, he is about to speak. What should I do? This task involves 300 million. Is that too much to ask? Yi Xian ventured, contemplating the second form of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. After all, he had a little heiress before him, and he might as well take advantage of it. Mu Xianer turned her head in astonishment at his words. Is that what you meant? Seeing her reaction, Yi Xian was taken aback, momentarily unsure if he had crossed a line. Cough, cough. What did you think I was referring to? Glancing at Mu Xianer, he retorted with a hint of annoyance. Do you really think I would ask you to carry me back as a wife? You. Mu Xianer's face flushed crimson as she shot him a glare. This scene caused the thousands of spectators to widen their eyes in disbelief. Was the goddess Xianer being bullied? The first-place student Yi Xian was truly audacious. Chapter 27. Subtle techniques that shocked the tournament officials. How infuriating. Mu Xianer was on the verge of a meltdown. How could he behave this way? Even though she had a favorable impression of him, this was too much. Fine, she thought to herself, though she found it hard to refuse. If it were anyone else, she would have ignored them entirely, but this was Yi Xian. Have you agreed? The unexpected question left Yi Xian bewildered. What on earth? She had readily consented to 300 million without a second thought. Ding dong. Soon after, Yi Xian received a notification that 300 million Chinese yuan had been credited to his account. He turned to Mu Xianer, astonished, his expression transforming. Goodness. I didn't realize you were such a wealthy little heiress. 300 million, and she didn't even bat an eye. Initially, Yi Xian had merely been testing the waters, but who would have thought she would actually comply? Hey, since you're so rich, I won't hold back. Yi Xian grinned. 300 million. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would surely be astounded. After all, the last time the Oblivion Squad hunted a Tier 4 iron-armored rhinoceros, they had only earned 60 million yuan. Virtue, Mu Xianer cast a sidelong glance at him. Although 300 million was a significant amount, to her, it was merely a trifle. Given her status and favor within the Mu family, 300 million, or even 3 billion or 300 billion, would not raise an eyebrow in the imperial capital. Very well. At that moment, Jun Banqing's voice rang out from the high platform. Next, to ensure fairness, the top 10 of the new students competition will engage in a series of wheel battles. Each participant will face off against the other 9. As his voice faded, a mentor from Jinling University stepped onto the arena. The series of wheel battles for the top 10 begins now. On Arena 1, the first match featured Yi Xian, the top scorer, against Xiao Xingyang from the Honglian Martial Arts Academy. On Arena 2, Wuxianovel from the Wujing Martial Arts Academy would take on her opponent. As the announcements concluded, Yi Xian found himself face-to-face with his opponent, Xiao Xingyang. Yi, please enlighten me, Xiao Xingyang said with a subtle smirk. While the instructor from the Honglian Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Yunxiao, grimaced at the sight, that kid is likely to lose this round. Swish. As Xiao Xingyang launched an attack, Yi Xian countered with a punch. Strangely, Xiao Xingyang managed to evade his strike, nearly turning the tables on him. Boom. As they distanced themselves, Xiao Xingyang smirked. No need to be astonished. Yi Xian, your attacks are futile against me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This opponent was as troublesome as Shirley had been. Could he possess some peculiar ability? After a couple of probing strikes, Yi Xian began to grasp Xiao Xingyang's capabilities. Although he was unsure of the specifics, it was intriguing. Interesting, Yi Xian mused, fixing his gaze on Xiao Xingyang. To evade my attacks, you must possess not only agility, but also the ability to predict my moves. Huh. And what of it? Xiao Xingyang replied confidently. As I've said, your movements are transparent to me. Buzz. Just as Xiao Xingyang attempted to evade, he realized he was unable to move, and in that instant, Yi Xian's dominating fist was upon him. Unfortunately, this was not an invincible blow. You've lost. With a resounding thud, Xiao Xingyang was sent hurtling out of the arena. Yet, he remained unfazed, preoccupied with the earlier technique that had hindered his movement. An ability. It was akin to a gravitational field. This fellow was a dual attribute ability user. Furthermore, Xiao Xingyang had previously researched Yi Xian's information, which was classified as top secret by the Jinling base, but he was aware that Yi Xian had become an elite member of the base. It should be noted that only Tier 3 warriors could join such ranks, and the conditions for admission were exceedingly stringent. Boom. Meanwhile, Wuxianovel's match concluded shortly thereafter, with her opponent decisively defeated. Not bad, girl, Yi Xian remarked with a smile as he observed her performance. Of course, Wuxianovel beamed, as receiving praise from him brought her immense joy, though she couldn't quite understand why. Soon after, the second round of the top 10 began. Next up, Arena 1, Yi Xian, the top scorer, will face off against Wuxianovel from the Wujing Martial Arts Academy. Arena 2. Boom. The announcement from the instructor sounded like a cannon blast, drawing the collective gaze of the audience toward the couple-like figures of Yi Xian and Wuxianovel. Goodness. They are pitted against each other so soon. Hey, this is going to be quite a spectacle. Moments later, on Arena 1, Yi Xian and Wuxianovel stood opposite each other for their first battle. Give it your all, girl, Yi Xian said with a slight smile, looking at Wuxianovel. Let me see just how powerful you are now. Oh, Wuxianovel, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, could not help but curl her lips into a sly smile. As expected of the man I have chosen, you must tread carefully. Her words, laden with a sense of possessiveness, left the audience in a state of astonishment. Fangzhen, the deputy master of the Wujing Martial Arts Academy, cleared his throat, clearly taken aback. I neither wish to inquire about this girl, nor dare to. It was evident that Fangzhen was well aware of Wuxianovel's esteemed status, as were the others on the high platform. They did not refrain from questioning due to fear, but rather because they recognized their own unworthiness. After all, Wuxianovel was the cherished daughter of the Mu family in the imperial capital. Who were they to challenge her? Should they provoke this little ancestor? The wrath of the Mu family would be beyond their capacity to bear. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. After all, Yi Xian had merely ranked first in the martial examination. What was so remarkable about that? Yet, Wuxianovel, the goddess, exuded an overwhelming aura, leaving many to ponder the consequences of her actions. Suddenly, amidst the crowd's murmurs, a graceful figure vanished from their sight. The battle had commenced. Wuxianovel was the first to launch an attack, propelling herself at Yi Xian with remarkable speed, yet without employing any realm or extraordinary abilities. Bang! Before Wuxianovel could regain her senses, she was struck on the head by Yi Xian, leaving several dignitaries on the high platform in disbelief. Does that boy even comprehend what he is doing? Wuxianovel covered her smooth forehead, her expression a mix of admiration and envy from those around her. Wait. Principal Jun Banqing, recalling the recent events, expressed his astonishment without reservation. Did you all see that? That boy might have mastered the subtle level of movement technique. Upon hearing Jun Banqing's assertion, shock washed over Li Tianyi and the others. Good heavens. It must indeed be the subtle level. Their gazes toward Yi Xian shifted, filled with newfound respect. The subtle level was a technique only accessible to those at the 6th rank. Just how many hidden talents did Yi Xian possess? Crash. With a thunderous sound, the chair beneath Li Tianyi shattered, his face turning pale. Wang Tianba, how enviable to have such a promising talent. Chapter 28, The Battle of Monsters, Wuxianovel concedes. By the heavens. On another stage, Xiao Xingyang gazed in shock at his opponent. The subtle level. It's truly the subtle level of movement technique. He swallowed hard, realizing that Yi Xian was far more exceptional than he had imagined. Terrifying. Such extraordinary talent compelled him to join Yi Xian's team. The mere thought of a future alongside him filled Xiao Xingyang with excitement, dismissing any prior comments about his lack of skill. Your movement technique has actually reached the subtle level. Mu Xian'er recognized the significance of this. Even her own movement technique had only reached the pinnacle of the basic level, still a considerable distance from the subtle level. Thus, to defeat me, you will need to put in some effort, Yi Xian remarked with a calm smile. Very well. Mu Xian'er took a deep breath, summoning a flame sword into her right hand. Then I shall not hold back. With that, a surge of flames erupted, and a second-tier late-stage aura enveloped her. The audience gasped. An 18-year-old at the second-tier late stage was an unimaginable feat. The fire crystal indeed possesses formidable power, Fangjin mused, recalling that Mu Xian'er had previously been at the second-tier mid-stage. In just a few days, with her fire abilities, Yi Xian was in grave danger. Mu Xian'er's combat prowess likely approached the second-tier peak. Not necessarily. Principal Jun Banqing narrowed his eyes. You should know Wang Tianba's discerning eye. This boy has not revealed all his cards. Oh, Fangjin raised an eyebrow. Principal Jun, are you exaggerating? I see no chance for that boy against Xian'er. Before Fangjin could finish, a powerful aura surged from the first arena, leaving him utterly bewildered. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yi Xian. He has also reached the second-tier late stage? Li Tianyi and the deputy master of the Honglian Martial Arts Academy, Feng Chun, exchanged incredulous glances. I told you. Jun Banqing exhaled deeply. In the presence of true genius, even an extraordinary background can sometimes seem surmountable. Now, the anticipation grew palpable. Feng Chen focused intently on the arena. His spirits lifted. Xiao Xingyang stared blankly at the first arena, his heart racing in disbelief. Damn it, that Yi Xian is a monster. The second-tier late stage this strength. Just then, before the astonishment could settle, a powerful thunderous surge erupted, rivaling the SS-level fire abilities of Mu Xian'er. Such overwhelming thunder was comparable to SS-level flames, at the very least S-level. As Xiao Xingyang processed this, he was once again shaken. Fire spike. Mu Xian'er unleashed an attack, marking the quiet commencement of their first confrontation. Overlord fist. Yi Xian delivered a punch with an unfazed demeanor, effortlessly dispersing the incoming fire spikes, leaving all the competitors in a state of shock. The title of martial examination champion was well-deserved. No wonder he could maintain a steady dominance over Mu Xian'er. Yet the disparity between the first and second-ranked candidates seemed excessive. Unbeknownst to them, this realm was merely the tip of the iceberg for Yi Xian. Yet it was sufficient for him. Yi Xian. Mu Xian'er took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on his figure. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Ultimate fire destruction. She unleashed a devastating strike, powerful enough to intimidate even those at the peak of the second tier. Impressive, indeed, Yi Xian remarked, flipping his right hand to reveal a lightning sword. Under the gaze of the crowd, he swung the sword, declaring, thunderous might. Crackle. A tempest of thunder erupted, clashing violently with Mu Xian'er's flames. At that moment, the audience on the high platform could no longer remain seated, all rising in shock. This is the first form of the Nine Heavens thunder technique. That boy has actually mastered such a technique. The deputy masters of the three martial arts academies were utterly astounded, while Jun Banqing's expression was a mix of complexity. Even counting from the day after the martial examination concluded, it has only been 5 or 6 days. Are you telling me this young lad has mastered the first form of the Nine Heavens thunder technique in just that time? Li Tianyi and his companions gasped in awe, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. A once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. It is important to note that the Nine Heavens thunder technique is renowned for its arduous training requirements, with the fastest recorded time being a month. And that was for a genius of lightning mastery. Yet, Yi Xian had achieved it in just 5 or 6 days. What does this signify about his exceptional talent? Boom. The two attacks collided instantaneously, and the residual force of their battle surpassed what second-tier peak warriors could withstand. The entire assembly of students stood agape. Even the advanced students were left speechless. Very well. Jun Banqing observed the arena, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That boy is indeed full of surprises, but fortunately, he is one of ours from Jinling University. Li Tianyi and the others cast disdainful looks at Jun Banqing for his shamelessness. Fire palm. Overlord fist. As the two strikes landed, a punch and a palm surged forth from the arena, unleashing a skyward burst of thunderous radiance and frigid air that permeated the surroundings, astonishing all present with the unexpected synergy of the combatants. Such an abrupt display of lethal intent could very well spell doom for any third-tier martial artist who dared to underestimate it. Bang! The clash of fists sent Yi Xian staggering back 3 steps, a deliberate retreat on his part, while Mu Xian'er was propelled back 5 steps, her heart tumultuously agitated. Had that fellow already surpassed her in strength? Though she had yet to reveal her hidden trump card, it was evident that he had not exerted his full power either. I concede. The calm voice echoed through the arena as Mu Xian'er turned to her mentor, who was momentarily taken aback, for her aura remained undisturbed. Mu Xian'er, are you certain? Yes. She nodded in affirmation, causing an uproar amongst the spectators, utterly astonished that Mu Xian'er would voluntarily concede. Was she truly facilitating that first-place martial exam candidate, Yi Xian? How outrageous, such blatant display of affection. My goodness. For the competitive miss to concede was an unprecedented occurrence. In the shadows, the sixth-tier powerhouse's eyes widened in disbelief, witnessing the unprecedented leniency Wuxianovel exhibited towards him. Such treatment was indeed enviable. Chapter 29. Securing first place in the freshman competition, Wuxianovel resolutely decides to join Yixian's team. Concede? Xiao Xingyang was rendered speechless. What is this? That Yixian possesses a remarkable charisma. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Xingyang's keen perception sensed Wuxianov's interest in Yixian and her willingness to concede. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What kind of experiences had these two undergone to sway such a proud woman? In the second match, on the first stage, Yixian emerged victorious. His mentors were filled with emotion. The intensity of their duel rivaled that of third-tier martial artists, yet they remained composed and unruffled. They returned to their seats as if the previous spectacle had never occurred. Yixian, is it truly hard to believe that you have reached the late second tier? Wuxianovel was profoundly shaken, for she had attained her current achievements only through her brother's fire crystal, while Yixian undoubtedly lacked such resources. Hey bossy. After defeating his opponent, Xiao Xingyang approached, somewhat awkwardly. I hope I didn't interrupt your romantic conversation. A deathly glare shot his way, and Wuxianov's fiery aura surged, causing Xiao Xingyang to feel a jolt of trepidation. It was curious indeed. Despite her evident happiness, her reaction was perplexing. It's you. Yixian regarded Xiao Xingyang, noting the peculiarity of his abilities, capable of predicting his opponent's attacks. If utilized in actual combat, the efficacy would be unimaginable. Bossy, I came to propose a trade. Pausing momentarily, he continued, with your strength, claiming first in the freshman competition is a certainty, and once you achieve that, I would like you to select me as your opponent. Of course. Without waiting for Yixian's response, he pressed on, don't be hasty in your refusal. If you choose me, I can offer you 100 million huaxia coins. 100 million huaxia coins? Yixian was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Xiao Xingyang. Was he truly this wealthy? Hey, there's no need for doubt. Xiao Xingyang chuckled, continuing, the Xiao family is the wealthiest in Jinling. I am the son of the tycoon. The wealthiest in Jinling? Yixian's gaze narrowed. Since he was indeed a tycoon, how could he not take advantage of such an opportunity? Selecting you is not out of the question, but I demand that amount. As he spoke, Yixian extended a hand, quoting a figure that left Wuxianovel stunned. Had he truly lost his mind, requesting 500 million huaxia coins? 500 million huaxia coins. Xiao Xingyang's expression faltered. Yet after weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and nodded decisively. All right, I will provide 500 million huaxia coins. Investing 500 million huaxia coins for a future opportunity to take flight was well worth it. Ding dong. Swiftly, he requested Yixian's account details and promptly transferred the sum, only relaxing once he saw that the funds had been received, fearing Yixian might refuse. Staring at the received 500 million huaxia coins, Yixian was momentarily bewildered. Was the wealth of the Jinling tycoon truly so vast? Good. Once the freshman competition concludes, you will surely be on my team. Yixian assuredly committed to the arrangement, eliciting palpable excitement from Xiao Xingyang. Really? Thank you, bossy. No, captain. The sycophantic Xiao Xingyang addressed him with an eager demeanor, leaving Wuxianovel speechless. Had this fellow's brain been squeezed by a door? Ding ding ding. Just then, Xiao Xingyang received a phone call and answered it without hesitation. Hello. As soon as the line connected, a barrage of scolding erupted from the other end. Ungrateful little wretch. What have you done? 500 million huaxia coins. Have you gone mad? Cough. Dad, let me explain. Oh no, listen to me. Clearing his throat, Xiao Xingyang adopted a serious tone. This is an investment. The future returns will be worth 100-fold. You're being overly cautious. Watch it. Or I'll cut off our father-son relationship and leave the Jinling Xiao family without an heir. You little brat. Beep beep beep. Before his father could finish, Xiao Xingyang had hung up, unfazed. All settled. Under Yixian's watchful gaze, Xiao Xingyang waved his hand. Don't be surprised. That old man frequently insists I inherit the family business. Nonsense. My dream is to become the strongest psychic in history, though I only know how to read minds. At this point, Xiao Xingyang coughed again. But that old man has a fortune of over 100 billion. Spending a mere 5 billion is reasonable, right? Wasteful. That was undoubtedly the impression Yixian formed of him, yet having a wealthy member was not necessarily a disadvantage. Following the farcical father-son drama, the third match commenced. On the first stage, before it could even begin, Yixian's opponent conceded, having lost the will to fight, realizing that facing such a prodigy was akin to courting humiliation. Wow. On another stage, Xiao Xingyang grinned. Captain is amazing. Hey, I concede as well. Observing Wuxianovel, Xiao Xingyang raised both hands in surrender. Deputy Captain, did I perform adequately? He fawned, fully aware of Wuxianov's formidable strength, and knowing that, in her eyes, it was unlikely he could become captain. Not bad. Wuxianovel, recognizing Xiao Xingyang's perceptiveness, nodded slightly, her impression of him improving significantly. The fourth match, the fifth match, the eighth match. Half a day later, the 9 battles concluded, and the rankings for the freshman competition were announced. As expected, Yixian achieved 9 consecutive victories, securing first place, while Mu Xian'er followed closely with 8 consecutive wins in second place. Excellent. After a brief pause, the announcement continued. Next, we will enter the phase of selecting teammates. Yixian, the gaze fell upon him. As the first in the freshman competition, you have one opportunity to choose a teammate. At this proclamation, Xiao Xingyang's eyes gleamed with anticipation, while those around them looked on with eager expectation, for aligning with such a captain would surely lead to extraordinary achievements in the future. Wait a moment. Just then, Mu Xian'er's voice rang out across the arena. Principal, I voluntarily wish to forego forming a team and join Yixian's squad. Is that permissible? She slightly bowed to Principal Jun Hanqing, leaving him utterly astonished. He could not afford to offend this young lady. Cough, cough. Of course, that is permissible. Jun Banqing coughed softly, refraining from offering any retort, which elicited a disdainful glance from Li Tianyi and his companions. To their reactions, Jun Banqing remained as composed as ever. Thank you, Principal. A mischievous smile graced Mu Xian'er's lips as she turned her gaze towards a certain individual, Xiao Xingyang. Would you like to join me in the Yixian team? The sudden proposal took Xiao Xingyang by surprise. Yet he dared not hesitate for even a moment. I am willing. However, although I have joined Yi Laoda's team, why does it feel rather peculiar? As if I am being treated like a mere gift? Chapter 30. The Principal's underhanded maneuver, the unruly Jun Moxie conquered. Captain Yixian, may I inquire if you are willing? Mu Xian'er's stunning eyes fell upon Yixian, a sly smile dancing on her lips, which left Yixian momentarily stunned. This girl was clearly up to something. Nevertheless, this generous offer was undoubtedly well-intentioned. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Xingyang, whispering that he still had an opportunity to choose a teammate. Of course, I would be delighted. Yixian smiled faintly, recognizing that only a fool would decline such an opportunity. However, as his words resonated, the attention of the thousands present shifted back and forth between the two, leaving no doubt that if they were not involved romantically, no one would believe it. Very well. The instructor observed the scene and continued, from this day forth, Mu Xian'er and Xiao Xingyang shall join Yixian's team. After a brief pause, the instructor added, Yixian, you still have one more opportunity to select a teammate. Who do you wish to choose? Upon finishing, the instructor appeared increasingly intrigued, clearly eager to see who would be fortunate enough to join. Choosing a teammate. Yixian's gaze wandered across the crowd before settling on the healing genius who was looking around, a smirk forming on his lips. I choose the healing master from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Shirley. A collective gasp arose. All eyes turned to Shirley, who stood in bewilderment, pointing to himself in disbelief. You chose me? Indeed, he found it hard to believe, as he was typically regarded with disdain by others. Indeed, Yixian smiled slightly. Unless you are unwilling. I am willing. I am absolutely willing. Ha. His exuberance was so unrestrained that Li Tianyi from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy covered his forehead, feeling as though he scarcely recognized this individual. This Grandmaster? Even if someone chose him, there was no need for such a display of excitement. He had single-handedly tarnished the reputation of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Now that Yixian had managed to take this troublemaker under control, he hoped he wouldn't cause any further incidents. However, from a certain perspective after a brief pause, Li Tianyi's gaze swept over the gathering. Shirley joining Yixian's team may not be a bad thing, as it could strengthen our ties with the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Perhaps this is the only beneficial development for the academy. All right. Principal Jun Banqing cleared his throat. Addressing the crowd, the freshman competition is hereby concluded. You may disperse. Yixian, come with me. He then directed his attention back to Yixian, prompting suspicion among Li Tianyi and his companions. What kind of trick was this old fox up to, pulling that young lad aside for a private discussion? Yes, Principal. Yixian nodded slightly before following Jun Banqing away from the square, soon arriving at a secluded corridor. Principal, what is this about? Observing his surroundings, Yixian couldn't help but feel suspicious, while the principal smiled faintly. You little rascal, come out. Suddenly, a young man, seemingly of Yixian's age, appeared, exuding an aura of formidable second-tier peak strength. So, you are the first of the freshman competition? Jun Moxie smirked, casting a glance at Yixian. Clearly a proud individual with an inflated sense of self-worth. Shut your mouth. What an attitude. Jun Banqing glared at the young man before turning back to Yixian with a forced smile. Yixian, this is my rather unworthy grandson, Jun Moxie. I would like him to join your team. Before Jun Banqing could elaborate further, Jun Moxie interrupted. Who would want to join him? What does it matter if he is the first in the freshman competition? He must defeat me first. Principal. Yixian glanced at Jun Moxie. Unfazed, I have no interest in adding a troublemaker to my team. Yixian, please do not take offense. Jun Banqing sighed. This boy has been spoiled by our Jun family, so I would appreciate your assistance in teaching him some discipline. As for the compensation, after a moment of contemplation, Jun Banqing proposed. If you accept this troublesome child as a teammate, I will ensure that you have absolute freedom at Jinling University from now on, and I will personally provide you with an S-class battle aircraft as a weapon. Additionally, after another brief pause, Jun Banqing retrieved a card. Here are 10,000 credits for you as well. This is outrageous, Grandpa. Witnessing his grandfather's extravagant generosity, Jun Moxie had never seen anyone receive such treatment. Humph. Jun Banqing snorted, frustrated. I am doing this for your sake. I appreciate your trouble, Yixian. In paving the way for his grandson's future, Jun Banqing was sacrificing his own dignity. Very well. Seeing Jun Banqing's sincerity, Yixian nodded slightly. Since the principal is being so generous, I will accept the young lad. With a sigh of relief, Jun Banqing felt the weight of his greatest concern lifted, a sense of comfort washing over him. Come on then. Yixian glanced at Jun Moxie. You wish to defeat me, do you? Show me your strongest attack. Straightforwardly tackling this troublemaker, he believed he needed to subdue him thoroughly. Humph. Jun Moxie scoffed coldly, his long sword enveloped in darkness, exuding a presence that could threaten third-tier warriors, indicating that his battle prowess was indeed exceptional. And he possessed unique attributes and abilities. You think you can have me join your team? You're not worthy. Boom. Before Jun Moxie could finish his sentence, Yixian utilized the Qilin step, unleashing a torrent of thunder that sent Jun Moxie flying over 10 meters. Observing from nearby, Principal Jun Banqing's pupils dilated in shock. Was that gravitational ability? As a 6th-tier warrior, how could he possibly misinterpret the powerful gravitational field? A dual attribute ability user. Realizing this, Jun Banqing's gaze towards Yixian shifted dramatically. Indeed, the freshman competition was merely the tip of the iceberg for this young man. Moreover, it seemed that his 2nd-tier late-stage strength was not his true level. Coughing up blood, Jun Moxie stared across in disbelief. How is this possible? Indeed, he could not fathom how Yixian had defeated him in a single move. Again, he then unleashed his peak basic level movement technique, launching a frenzied assault on Yixian. Boom, boom, boom. Too slow, too weak. In a series of attacks, Yixian executed the 9 Heavens Thunder technique, sending him flying once more, subsequently invoking a 100-fold gravitational field that rendered him utterly immobilized. Sizzle. In the next moment, a lightning sword appeared at his throat. You have lost. At this moment, Jun Banqing interjected. Moxie, Yixian's movement technique is at a micro level. He possesses dual attribute abilities, and he has also mastered the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. Moreover, his battle awareness and experience far exceed yours. Now do you concede? Crack. Jun Moxie's pride was trampled like never before. His gaze filled with resentment as it fell upon Yixian. I concede, but mark my words, one day I will defeat you fairly. Is that so? Yixian responded to Jun Moxie's declaration, utterly unconcerned. To be frank, even now you are no match for me, and in the future, you will remain incapable of overcoming me. A mysterious aura of confidence enveloped Jun Moxie, prompting him to retort. However, he ultimately refrained, silently contemplating the origins of this prodigious grandfather. Chapter 31. The unprecedented beast tide in Jiangbei City. The formation of the Thunderfire Squad. Huh. Principal Jun Banqing cast a glance at his bruised grandson. You little rascal. Had I known it would come to this, I would have refrained from giving you a beating. You possess nothing but rebelliousness. Ignoring Jun Moxie's glare, he continued, from now on, follow Yixian and make a commendable effort. Don't disgrace our Jun family. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and the principal received news that changed his expression dramatically. What? Upon learning the news, Jun Banqing's face was filled with astonishment. Jiangbei City is experiencing an unprecedented beast tide. This surely heralds the onset of a large-scale war. Taking a deep breath, Principal Jun Banqing turned to Yixian. Yixian, are you interested in leading your team to assist in confronting the beast tide for some practical training? At this pronouncement, Jun Moxie's eyes widened in disbelief. Is grandfather sending me to my doom? Training the squad? Naturally, I would be willing. A smile graced Yixian's lips as he glanced at the astonished Jun Moxie, recognizing him as a sheltered flower in a greenhouse, needing to experience life and death to truly undergo transformation. Soon, Yixian brought Jun Moxie to the square, where the crowd had already dispersed. This guy. Jun Moxie observed Yixian from a distance. Is he truly unafraid of such a beast tide? Little did he know, Yixian had faced far more than just a few. Yixian, Captain, Wuxianovel, and the others awaited in the square. As they were now members of the same small team, with Xiao Zhengyang and Shirlei particularly exhilarated. After all, they felt they had struck gold. Yixian nodded slightly, and then Xiao Zhengyang looked at the aloof Jun Moxie with suspicion. Captain, who is this? Oh, him. Casting a glance at Jun Moxie, he continued. He is the principal's grandson, our new teammate, Jun Moxie. Shirlei stared at the icy Jun Moxie, recalling the earlier scene. Another one with connections? Jun Moxie offered a cold smile, but did not take it too far, as they would be fighting side by side for a long time to come. All right, let us introduce our abilities and identities. Yixian pondered for a moment before speaking. I am an elite member of the Jinling base, possessing SS-level thunder abilities and S-level gravity abilities, with strength at the mid-second tier. Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Wuxianovel, was stunned. Especially Jun Moxie. SS-level thunder abilities. This guy is a genius with the thunder abilities, sealed by the upper echelons of the Jinling base. Furthermore, S-level gravity abilities. He just utilized one SS level and one S-level dual abilities. Is he even human? Goodness, our captain is so impressive. Shirley's eyes widened, filled with fervor. No wonder he felt like he was being dominated in front of the captain. Hearing Yixian's words, Wuxian air beamed brightly. I am an elite member of the Wujin martial arts school, with SS-level fire abilities and strength at the mid-second tier. However, after using fire crystals, I will likely break into the third tier within 6 months. What? Xiao Zhengyang and Shirley's pupils constricted abruptly. Fire crystals are worth $1 billion. At this moment, Xiao Zhengyang fell into deeper silence, realizing this girl's talent surpassed his own. Additionally, I have another identity. Wuxian air glanced at Yixian, her gaze resolute. I hail from the Mu family in the imperial capital. And I am the second young lady of the Mu family. Boom. This revelation nearly caused Xiao Zhengyang and Shirley to collapse to the ground, while Jun Moxia wore an expression of disbelief. The Mu family in the imperial capital. He knew precisely what that meant. While the Jun family might be considered a prominent figure in the Jinling base, they were nothing compared to the Mu family in the imperial capital. Goodness. Xiao Zhengyang turned to Wuxian air. Vice Captain, your background is so impressive. Compared to the Mu family in the imperial capital, our Xiao family, the richest in Jinling, is nothing. Then, Jun Moxia took a deep breath and continued. You all know my grandfather is the principal of Jinling University, with S-level dark abilities and strength at the peak of the second tier. Huh. Xiao Zhengyang and Shirley were left dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at Jun Moxia. S-level. For a moment, the two felt like they were the least powerful in terms of abilities. Well, Xiao Zhengyang felt somewhat embarrassed to speak. I am an elite member of the Honglian martial arts school, possessing S-level psychic mind reading abilities, mid-second tier, but I currently do not have any other psychic abilities. Mind reading? Jun Moxia looked at Xiao Zhengyang with deep intrigue. That ability is quite formidable. Don't be envious of me. I just don't want to inherit the family business. Upon hearing Jun Moxia's thoughts, Xiao Zhengyang spoke dramatically, eliciting a wave of exasperation from the others. Also Shirley sighed, and then said, I am an elite member of the Thunder Martial Arts School, with S-level support abilities as a healer. At the peak of the first tier, I enjoy fighting and aspire to become the strongest healer in history. What a peculiar bunch. Jun Moxia's lips twitched as he stared at Xiao Zhengyang and Shirley, bewildered. What kind of team has grandfather assembled for me? Is he trying to get me killed? In comparison, Jun Moxia's gaze fell upon Yixian and Wuxian air, recognizing them as the only relatively normal ones. And thus, a peculiar combination was formed, which would soon become a force that struck terror into the hearts of the fiercest beasts. Of course, that is a tale for another time. By the way, Shirley, feeling the pressure, let out a sigh and said, since we are forming a squad, we should have a name, right? This. Xiao Zhengyang pondered for a moment. I've thought this through already. You see, our captain has thunder attributes, and our vice captain has fire attributes. How about we call ourselves the Thunderfire Squad? Oh, Shirley's eyes sparkled. That sounds impressive. I like it. I have no objections. Jun Moxia cast a meaningful glance at Yixian. I care not for anything else. I only wish to defeat Yixian. Xiao Zhengyang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. This kid must be out of his mind, thinking he can defeat the prodigious captain. This was by far the biggest joke they had ever heard since birth. Honestly, they would sooner believe the world was destroyed by ferocious beasts than that he could succeed. Are you joking? A captain of such unparalleled talent. Even the vice captain might not be able to defeat him, let alone that guy. Isn't he a tad overconfident? Years later, Jun Moxia would reflect on how naive that thought had been. Chapter 32. The Exchange of Techniques at the Hall of Techniques, Acquiring the Fragmented Body Technique. By the way, Yixian recalled something and continued. Everyone, there is an identity I believe I should share with you. Currently, I am also a member of the Jinling Base S Annihilation Squad. The Annihilation Squad? Xiao Zhengyang was taken aback, his gaze snapping to Yixian. Captain, are you referring to the Battle General Level Hunting Squad? You actually managed to become one of their members? I have heard of them. Shirley coughed lightly, astonished. It is said that they are among the middle-tier forces in Battle General Level Squads. The Battle General Level Squad? We aren't even classified as a Warrior Level Squad yet, are we? Xiao Zhengyang gaped, realizing that their Thunderfire Squad had yet to engage in any battles. Upon hearing this, Wuxian displayed little reaction, as she had already annihilated a bloodthirsty team comparable to theirs. Naturally, this matter would remain undisclosed, at least for the time being. Jun Moxia felt a jolt in his heart upon this revelation. That individual from the Battle General Level team evidently possessed considerable practical experience. Henceforth, Shirley and Zhengyang shall primarily oversee the team's defense. The offense will be entrusted to Xianer and myself, while Moxia will balance both defense and attack. Is there any issue with this arrangement? None at all. Shirley and Xiao Zhengyang exchanged glances, acknowledging that their relatively weaker strengths made them more suitable for defensive tasks. while the strongest captain and vice-captain could handle the offense without difficulty. As for the prodigious Xuan, his assistance would surely alleviate pressure on both fronts. Excellent. Xuan naturally had no objections. These matters were trivial for him. Thus, the responsibilities for the Lei Hua team's offense and defense were settled. Hey, Shirley then turned to Yixian. Captain, where shall we head next? Zhongbei City. I have heard that an unprecedented beast tide has occurred there, which would be perfect for our honing. Oh. Upon hearing this, the entire team gazed at Yixian. As he was the captain of their squad, there's no rush. Yixian contemplated for a moment, directing his gaze toward the direction of the technique hall. Previously, the principal rewarded our team with 10,000 points. Let us first exchange for suitable techniques at the technique hall. Once we are familiar and have grown stronger, we can venture there afterward. After hearing this, Shirley and the others nodded silently. After all, this would undoubtedly enhance their training and self-preservation. A quarter of an hour later, amidst their discussions, a tower hall appeared nearby, the imposing character's technique hall, instilling a sense of awe. Old Ming. Upon seeing the elderly guardian of the technique hall, Xuan respectfully bowed, leaving Shirley and the others momentarily stunned. To witness this proud individual display such deference, the old man must be extraordinary. Swish. Subsequently, a golden token fell into Yixian's hand. Principal Jun has instructed that your team may cultivate all techniques within the tower hall. What? Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. It was known that even he could only practice techniques up to the 3rd level within this tower hall. He had never ascended to the 4th or 5th levels. Who exactly is Yixian to receive such treatment? Cough cough. Shirley and Xiao Zhengyang were visibly shaken. All techniques in the technique hall? My goodness. This happiness has come too suddenly. Each of them believed they would find answers here. Considering this was a coveted treasure even for the Jinling base and numerous martial arts schools. Thank you, Old Ming. Yixian slightly bowed, and the entire team, including Mu Xianer, followed suit. Go ahead. The guardian elder waved his hand slightly, and the doors of the technique hall opened with a resonant sound, displaying remarkable adeptness. Xuan, who exactly is that old man? Oh no, Old Ming? Shirley asked anxiously, retracting his neck. I do not know, Xuan replied. His brow slightly furrowed. Since my birth, Old Ming has guarded the technique hall. Even my grandfather treats him with utmost respect. His standing is likely even higher than my grandfather's. As he spoke, the earlier arrogance of Xuan faded, replaced by deep reverence. Gulp. Shirley and Xiao Zhengyang swallowed hard, while Mu Xianer narrowed her eyes. Even a 6th-level powerhouse dared not approach, implying that Old Ming's strength was likely at least that of a 7th-level warrior. Yixian, which level shall we go to? Mu Xianer, intrigued by Jinling University, recalled her father's praises for the technique hall there. To cultivate, one must naturally pursue the strongest. Without a second thought, she stepped toward the depths of the 1st level, declaring, let us go to the 5th level. Indeed, our captain is so imposing. Shirley and Xiao Zhengyang were thrilled. The 5th level of the technique hall at Jinling University was a place coveted by countless individuals, said to be accessible only to those of principal-level strength. This fellow. Xuan took a deep breath, as he began to understand why his grandfather had encouraged him to acknowledge this individual as a team member. Coincidentally, this young lady is also quite interested in the 5th level of the technique hall. The 5 of them proceeded toward the 5th level. Before long, upon reaching the 5th level, they found that the techniques were significantly fewer in number. However, even so, there were still no less than 100 volumes. Rumor had it that the techniques on the 5th level possessed certain mysteries, and his grandfather had mentioned that following one's intuition would lead to unexpected gains. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan voiced a reminder. There's indeed a method to this. No wonder it is the 5th level of the technique hall. Buzz. At a certain moment, Yixian, following his instincts, unexpectedly arrived at a location, where he beheld an ancient tome covered in dust. Yiling Qingbu? He stared at the large characters inscribed on the manuscript, which was merely a fragment. Goodness, even a fragment is stored on the 5th level of the technique hall. This technique must be exceedingly remarkable. This one will do. Yixian squinted his eyes. The fragment was inconsequential, as he possessed a system that might allow him to complete it in the future. Jingguang Fa Zhou. A voice from the side belonged to Shirley, who was holding an ancient tome, yet its exchange price was a staggering 500 points. But isn't that too expensive? After all, during the recent newcomer competition, I only earned 100 points. Purchase it. Yixian's voice rang out, followed by, it's not every day we come to the 5th level. A suitable technique cannot be missed. This. Shirley felt an indescribable warmth in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Captain. To be honest, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Upon hearing Shirley's words, Mu Xianer glanced at his burly figure, and the images that flashed through her mind were too unbearable to behold. Scram. Yixian shot him a cold glare. I have no interest in men. Psychic interference technique? At that moment, Xiao Zhengyang also found a suitable technique for himself. 500 points. This. He buy it. Yixian smiled lightly. which made Xiao Zhengyang feel particularly embarrassed since the two of them, being the weakest, had already spent half their points. No worries. Yixian appeared unconcerned, stating, points can be earned again. Opportunities, once missed, are lost forever. Understood. Xiao Zhengyang grasped the manuscript and then turned to Yixian, saying, Captain, no need for further words. I will remember this. Such generosity. Jun Mo Xia observed this scene with a hint of envy, as this fellow's charisma was indeed irresistible. Soon after, both Mu Xianer and Jun Mo Xia found suitable techniques, each costing 500 points, while Yixian's fragment was merely 1,000 points. The Leihua team remained oblivious to the significant assistance these techniques would provide them in the future. But that was a matter for another time. Chapter 33. The Villa Under Surveillance. Those who touch the reverse scales shall die. After a brief moment, buzz. As Yixian's points card lit up, a staggering 11,000 points vanished. More than 10,000 points, just like that, gone. Shirley clutched the technique in his hand, feeling as if he were dreaming, while Old Ming smiled benignly at the group, clearly aware of the techniques they had chosen. Exchange complete. You may leave. Old Ming leaned back in his chair, resuming his slumber. However, what none of them noticed was that not far from where they departed, Old Ming's eyes narrowed. A glimmer of light resting upon Yixian. That little brat is the SS-level Thunderwielder? The little king of the Jinling base possesses quite the discerning eye. Youngster, grow swiftly. The beasts in this world are far more formidable than you can imagine. After taking a deep breath, Old Ming seemed to recall something. An aura of terrifying power surged around him, causing even 7th-level warriors to tremble in trepidation. 7th-tier pinnacle powerhouse. Indeed, this is the caliber of the venerable Ming. Such a being would be a distinguished guest even among the 4 illustrious families of the imperial capital. Before Jinling University, Yixian addressed his team members. Return and familiarize yourselves with your techniques. Strive for some gains. In 2 days, we shall depart for Jiangbei City to confront this unprecedented beast tide. Yes, Captain. Shirley and the others dispersed, while Mu Xianer gazed at Yixian, momentarily entranced. Yixian, you truly are a person of my choosing. How charming you are, she mused with a hint of admiration. To forge such cohesion among the Thunderfire team so swiftly is remarkable. How is it? Have you been captivated by my charisma? Yixian smiled at the breathtaking girl before him. How about accompanying me home to meet my parents? Consider it a second condition. I believe my folks would be exceedingly delighted to have you as their daughter-in-law. With a playful laugh, Mu Xianer shot him a reproachful glance. Unperturbed by the potential repercussions from the powers in the imperial capital. I must take my leave now, she said, waving her hand with a carefree demeanor. On our journey to Jiangbei City in 2 days, I may just present you with a grand gift. Before long, she arrived not far from Jinling University. Swish. Then, a 6th-tier powerhouse entered the scene. My subordinates failed to follow. Please forgive me, miss. Oh, Mu Xianer replied, casting a skeptical glance at him. Do you know the realm of the venerable Ming at Jinling University? I do not. The 6th-tier warrior pondered for a moment, shaking his head with a pained expression as he solemnly regarded the direction of Jinling University. That old man is terrifyingly strong. I sense that if he were to strike, I would not even last a single exchange, not even have the chance to react. As for his realm, I fear it exceeds even the mid to late stages of the 7th tier. No wonder, Mu Xianer mused, narrowing her eyes. My father once mentioned a formidable individual at Jinling University. It seems he was referring to the venerable Ming. However, this fire refinement technique appears to aid me in hastening the absorption of fire crystals. At the Jinling base, within the Imperial Garden Villa, Yixian exclaimed, Dad, Mom. As he entered the villa, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of his mother's signature dishes. Xiaoxian, you're back. His father hastily set down the remote and rose to his feet. Come, let me see that you're unharmed. His mother approached with a spatula in hand, glancing around several times until she confirmed her son was safe, finally exhaling with relief. Although his father remained silent, the look of reassurance on his face spoke volumes. Rest assured, I am now a late-stage 2nd-tier warrior, and what danger could there be in merely attending the grand competition at Jinling University? Yixian chuckled bitterly. Under the influence of the A-grade genetic potion, his parents had significantly improved their physiques, appearing a decade younger. This was, indeed, his greatest joy. By the way, during dinner, Yixian placed a card on the table. Mom, this is 10 million huaxia coins. You and Dad should take it and spend it. What? His mother exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. 10 million huaxia coins? That is far too much. It was worth noting that their family's annual income had only been around 100,000 huaxia coins. Now, 10 million represented a century's worth of earnings. Mom, please accept it. Yixian had anticipated this reaction and had prepared his words. The bounty from hunting fierce beasts is quite lucrative. Furthermore, this is my share from the missions I undertook with a battle class team. After some persuasion, his parents finally accepted the offer. By the way, his father recalled, saying, several individuals visited our home earlier inquiring about your return. They must be your teammates. Indeed, one was named Duanya, and another was called Chuyang. That's them. Yixian felt a warmth in his heart. He had not expected that during his absence, his team leader and the others frequently visited. Xuan was the team leader. Yet he was a late-stage 4th-tier warrior. What? A late-stage 4th-tier warrior? His father was astonished. A late-stage 4th-tier warrior was indeed a figure of high standing. After dinner, the family exchanged a few words, and Yixian retreated to his study. Xiaoji, connect me to the Federal Mall. Certainly, master. With Xiaoji's voice resonating. The interface for purchasing the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique soon appeared. Purchase the 2nd and 3rd forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. Xiaoji was highly efficient. Soon, the latter 2 forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique were acquired. Congratulations, master, for successfully purchasing the 2nd and 3rd forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, totaling 800 million huaxia coins. Furthermore, Yixian discovered that there were S-tier battle aircraft weapons awaiting collection in the Federal Mall's inventory. Claim. Upon clicking to retrieve them, the status indicated they were being delivered. Upon seeing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes. S-tier battle aircraft weapons, capable of posing a threat even to 5th-tier warriors. With these, my expedition to Jiangbei City for the Beast Tide will be considerably more assured. He then accessed his attribute panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 18. Realm, mid-stage 3rd tier. Movement technique, subtle level. Superpower, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, SS level. Skills, Qilin Steps, 4th layer. X-ray Vision, Overlord Fist, 4th layer. First 3 forms of 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. Divine Demon Hands, Thunder God S Movement. Items, Silver Medal, Imperial Garden Villa Contract, S-tier Battle Armor, S-tier Thunderblade, S-tier Battle Aircraft, Weapon Pending Equipping. Superpower Points, 5162. Gazing at the attribute panel, a smile crept across Yixian's lips. Although his realm had not advanced, his trump cards had notably increased. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even a 4th-tier warrior might not prove to be his match. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a call came through, and it was none other than Chu Yang. Hello, Brother Chu. Upon answering, Yixian greeted him warmly. Haha, congratulations, Yixian, on securing 1st place in the new student competition. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Yang continued. Are you at the villa right now? There's something I've been contemplating and feel you should be informed about. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Your parents may have been targeted. What? Upon hearing this, Yixian sprang to his feet. Yixian, do not act impulsively. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yang added, this is merely my speculation. I only drove off the pursuers, and I have yet to ascertain who they are, which is why I have not pursued further. Should I inform the captain? No need. A glint of coldness flickered in Yixian's eyes. It's best not to disturb the captain. I will handle this matter myself. Very well. Chu Yang pondered for a moment before saying, if you cannot resolve it, let me know, and I will support you. Thank you. After hanging up, Yixian's expression turned frigid. His parents were his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to threaten them would meet their demise. Subsequently, with the aid of his X-ray vision, no hidden figures around the villa could evade detection. Taking a deep breath, Yixian felt an unprecedented surge of murderous intent. No matter who you are or what forces you wield, you shall perish. Chapter 34, A Great Surprise. The Defying Thunder God S Movement. Seeking death. With those words, Yixian departed the villa, heading into the distance, for it was clear that the adversaries were targeting him. Under the influence of X-ray vision, he observed that the hidden figures had already reported back. He resolved to uncover the true identities of these shadowy figures. To ensure his safety, Yixian decided to go all out. System, enhance my strength comprehensively. The summoning system swiftly reacted. Ding. The host realm has ascended to the late stage of the 3rd tier, consuming 5,000 ability points. Ding. The host has successfully mastered the 2nd form of the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, consuming 500 ability points. Ding. The host has successfully mastered the 3rd form of the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, consuming 1,000 ability points. The shadowy figures lurking in the dark could never have imagined the terrifying existence of their target. A quarter of an hour later, in the jungle on the outskirts of the base, whoosh, Yixian materialized in the forest, acutely aware of the overwhelming auras pulsating around him. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. Yixian's voice echoed, and soon, more than 100 figures emerged from the shadows, with the strongest among them being a 4th-tier martial artist, albeit only at the initial stage. Additionally, there were 2 peak 3rd-tier martial artists, over a dozen 3rd-tier warriors, and the rest were all 2nd-tier fighters. Such a formidable array, they truly regard me highly. Observing his surroundings, Yixian pondered who could harbor such intense hatred for him. Yixian. At that moment, a figure appeared in the clearing, and upon seeing the newcomer, Yixian realized, Lu Tianxiong? No wonder. With the arrival of this person, everything fell into place. Indeed, it was you. Noticing Yixian's reaction, Lu Tianxiong's face twisted in malice. Although I do not know how you killed my 2nd brother, today you shall die. The Lu family truly is relentless. Gazing at Lu Tianxiong, Yixian smiled helplessly. Since you are so eager to seek death, allow me to send you to meet them. Zila. When enemies meet, words are unnecessary. With a flash of lightning, Yixian glanced at Lu Tianxiong. Do you know why I chose this place to strike? Humph. Playing tricks. Lu Tianxiong sneered at Yixian, clearly thinking the young man had been frightened into silence. Everyone, I implore you, Mr. Lu, do not be modest. Taking money to do a job is quite common. Indeed, many warriors around echoed this sentiment, and at that moment, a third-tier warrior wielding a dagger stepped forward. Boss, let me have a go at this kid. The martial arts competition, elite members of the Jinling base, TSK. This third-tier warrior looked at Yixian with a mocking gaze. Unfortunately, you have offended someone you should not have. Hiss. In the next instant, a sword light flashed, and the third-tier warrior's throat was slashed open, hot blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground. Quick. The strike was so swift that those around could not react in time. Truly, a fifth-level technique. The Thunder God Step is formidable. Yixian gasped in astonishment. Even he was taken aback by the speed of this technique, which had quintupled his speed with just this fragment. What? The fourth-tier warrior's expression darkened. Even he had only seen an afterimage of the attack, and a wave of unease surged within him. Attack together, kill him. With the fourth-tier warrior's command, the surrounding 100 assassins surged forward, and in an instant, countless attacks rained down upon Yixian. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. Not good. That was an afterimage. The fourth-tier warrior's expression shifted dramatically as he looked incredulously at the scene. How is it possible for an afterimage to be created at such speed? Even a sixth-tier warrior might not achieve this. Damn it, that kid possesses an otherworldly movement technique. In an instant, hundreds of blood blossoms erupted, and time seemed to freeze as the assassins stood still, only to collapse in unison, even the mid and late third-tier warriors among them. Not good. At a certain moment, the fourth-tier warrior sensed impending danger and raised his hand to defend, annihilating thunder punishment. With a sword strike, a bolt of lightning struck the fourth-tier warrior, and at that moment, Yixian's late third-tier aura surged forth entirely. With the gravity domain amplified, the fourth-tier warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot. How could the power of thunder be this potent? I refuse to accept this. With a heart-wrenching scream, the fourth-tier warrior fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving Lu Tianxiong utterly stunned, gazing at the figure bathed in lightning like a god of war. Bastard! That guy is not human. Run away. The surviving 5 or 6 subordinates of the fourth-tier warrior fled into the distance, but before they could escape far, Zila. Lightning flashed, and in the next moment, several of them were simultaneously slain by Yixian, including 2 peak third-tier warriors. Thud. The bodies fell to the ground like dumplings, leaving Lu Tianxiong pale as death, collapsing weakly to the ground. Over 100 warriors, led by a fourth-tier martial artist. How is this possible? Looking at Yixian as if he were a demon, in his presence, there was no capacity for resistance. Tap. Just then, footsteps approached, causing Lu Tianxiong's body to stiffen. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the chairman of the Lu Corporation, one of the top 20 wealthiest in Jinling. Do you dare to move against me? Ha. Before he could finish speaking, Yixian had already appeared several meters behind him, and at that moment, blood erupted from Lu Tianxiong's neck. You dare! Thud! Lu Tianxiong's body lay lifeless on the ground, until his last breath. He could not believe that this young man possessed strength far exceeding that of a fourth-tier initial warrior, surpassing anything he could comprehend. 18 years old. That kid is merely 18, yet possesses the ability to slay fourth-tier initial martial artists. What extraordinary talent! Damn it! Had I known this kid was so powerful, even with 100 lives, I would not have dared provoke him, even if he had killed my son and brother. Alas, it was all too late. The Lu Corporation is but a joke before martial artists. Yixian coldly gazed at the gradually cooling corpse, his eyes devoid of any compassion. You may target me, but you should never have set your sights on my parents. The Thunder God Step has indeed provided me with a grand surprise. Yixian narrowed his eyes, the scene of battle flashing through his mind. With all my hidden cards, even mid-4th-tier warriors are no match for me. The unprecedented beast tide in Jiangbei City is truly becoming increasingly anticipated. Chapter 35, A Forceful Strike, Slaying the Mid-Stage Howling Moon Wolf King. 2 days later, on the road in Jiangbei City, a howl echoed through the air, and in an instant, dozens of Howling Moon Wolves surged from various buildings. Not good. The Howling Moon Wolf Pack, retreat. A hunting team appeared flustered, their coordination rife with flaws. This team was none other than the second squad of Jinling University. At this moment, a female team member was sent flying by a second-tier Howling Moon Wolf, and it seemed she would be caught in its jaws. Get back. At the critical moment, a booming voice rang out, whirlwind slash. With a blade of wind, the second-tier Howling Moon Wolf was sent flying, saving the female team member in the process. Captain, there are too many ferocious beasts. Damn it. Hearing the words of his teammates behind him, Xuan, whose expression turned icy. You all retreat. I will hold them off. Captain. Seeing their captain's resolute demeanor, the 4 team members took a deep breath. If we leave together. They were about to step forward to support him, but in that moment of distraction, a peak second-tier Howling Moon Wolf lunged at them. Captain, be careful. Xuan, who spotted the peak second-tier Howling Moon Wolf, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Get away from me. He hurled his shield forward. But he too was knocked back, crashing to the ground in a disheveled state. A howl erupted from the Howling Moon Wolf pack, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Xuan Hu, clearly ravenous from prolonged hunger. Zila. As the pack of wolves surged forward, poised for battle, a flash of lightning erupted from the heavens. Boom. A rich bolt of lightning descended, driving a long sword into the ground, wreaking havoc as it annihilated several of the Howling Moon Wolves at the forefront. In the following moment, a figure emerged onto the scene. It was none other than Yi Xian, soon accompanied by Mu Xian'er and her companions. Yi Xian. Upon seeing him, Xuan Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware of the formidable strength this man possessed. Excellent. Captain Yi. The second team will be under your full command from here on. Understood. Observing the situation before him, Yi Xian offered no further words. The second team is already injured. Xuan Hu, you will lead the members alongside Shirley to defend our rear. Yes, Captain Yi. With Yi Xian's arrival, Xuan Hu found his anchor of hope. Never expecting to encounter such terrifying beasts as the Howling Moon Wolves. Xian'er Emosia. Yi Xian's gaze shifted towards the Howling Moon Wolf King, hiding behind its minions. Follow me. We shall slay the Howling Moon Wolf King. Agreed. Jun Emosia inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on the mid-stage third-tier beast in the distance. Although the plan was audacious, he was eager to test his newly acquired skills. I shall pave the way. Mu Xian'er, aware of the dire circumstances, felt her aura surge. Fire's ultimate annihilation. The terrifying firepower she wielded now surpassed that of their previous encounter. Is that the pinnacle of the second tier? Xuan Hu, organizing the defense. Since the overwhelming energy radiating from Mu Xian'er, the vice captain of Thunderfire has actually broken through. A dark thrust. Jun Emosia's eyes widened in astonishment as he noted her rapid ascent to the pinnacle of the second tier, her aura unwavering. He launched a dark thrust towards the Howling Moon Wolf King, an attack potent enough to threaten a third-tier beast. The Howling Moon Wolf King, witnessing this, curled its lips into a sardonic smirk. Such an attack could not harm it. Yet at that moment, Yi Xian, leaving behind an afterimage, appeared at the Wolf King's abdomen. Annihilating thunder punishment. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous beam struck the Howling Moon Wolf King. Flash. With the dazzling lightning flashing, a gash was carved into the Wolf King's abdomen. Now, Yi Xian's voice rang out as Mu Xian'er and Jun Emosia swiftly entered the wound, aiming to obliterate it from within. A howl echoed as the Howling Moon Wolf King's eyes dulled, crashing heavily to the ground, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Upon witnessing their king's demise, the pack of Howling Moon Wolves scattered in terror, marking a flawless conclusion to the beheading operation. The trio's cooperation was indeed harmonious. Gulp. Xuan Hu swallowed hard, gazing at the lifeless body of the Howling Moon Wolf King, feeling as if he were in a dream. So powerful. A mid-stage third-tier beast was vanquished so effortlessly. He knew the Thunderfire team was superior to his own, but he never anticipated the disparity was this vast. This is no place to linger. With his keen vision, he noticed that the sounds of battle had attracted numerous ferocious beasts, and being surrounded would yield dire consequences. Roar. Just then, a third-tier saber-toothed tiger, lurking in the shadows, lunged at Shirley with its gaping maw. Golden Light Spell. Shirley swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the Golden Light healing spell, enveloping himself in golden runes, significantly enhancing his defenses, revealing that he had advanced to a second-tier warrior. Captain, help. As he cast the Golden Light spell, he hurled a spiked club at the saber-toothed tiger. Boom. The ferocity of the third-tier beast's attack shattered the Golden Light spell, sending Shirley flying, clearly outmatched by the saber-toothed tiger. Dominating Sky Fist. With a thunderous roar, Yi Xian executed the Lightning God's steps, propelling himself forward and sending the initial third-tier saber-toothed tiger flying. Heavenly Flame Technique. Before the saber-toothed tiger could rise, Mu Xian'er enveloped it in an intense blaze. Dark Blade. A swift flash of dark energy sliced through the air, and in the next moment, the initial third-tier saber-toothed tiger was reduced to splinters. Clearly, this creature was far weaker than the Howling Moon Wolf King. Impressive. Shirley stood in stunned silence, enviously watching the trio, utterly awed. Pinnacle of the second tier? Xiao Xingyang observed the dazed beasts around them, his eyes wide with astonishment as they landed on Mu Xian'er. Vice Captain, you're incredible. Thank you. Xuan Hu took a deep breath, approaching to express his gratitude. If it hadn't been for Yi Xian and the others, their entire team would likely have been wiped out. Just a small effort. Yi Xian smiled slightly. But Xuan Hu shook his head earnestly. Though you say so, it is indeed a matter of life and death for us. This is 50 million huaxia coins. Xuan Hu produced a card and added, consider it a token of gratitude from the second team. I hope, Captain, you will accept it. This. Seeing Xuan Hu's earnest demeanor, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Very well. Xuan Hu, the beast tied in Jiangbei City, is unprecedentedly strong. He paused before advising. If you are not fully prepared, I suggest you return to the base. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Yi. Xuan Hu inhaled deeply. Reflecting on his oversight, This decision falls on my shoulders. Hunting ferocious beasts is far more perilous than anticipated. Captain Yi, everyone, farewell. Xuan, who recognized that the second team had little combat strength remaining, pressing on would only lead to further losses, so he made a decisive choice. Let us go. Yi Xian and the others did not linger, swiftly transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward Jiangbei City, while Chun Hu and his companions watched, filled with awe, knowing that the Thunderfire team would surely gain renown from this battle. Chapter 36. The Beast-Tide Assault begins. 7th-tier beasts emerge. That young man, a hidden 6th-tier expert, squinted. Having observed the recent events in their entirety, Yi Xian's strategy and control were nothing short of perfect, especially his grasp of the battlefield. Even he would struggle to match it. A prodigy. This young man surpasses the young lady in many respects. Next, Yi Xian, noticing their speed, furrowed his brow slightly. Let us accelerate at full force. Mu Xianer and I will lead the way. Mo Xia, you and Shirley will work together to eliminate any stray beasts. With that, Yi Xian unleashed his gravitational domain, and under the enhancement of the lightning goddess steps, the air crackled with rampant thunder, turning it into a slaughter for the beasts. Flame Spear. A storm of fiery spikes pierced the ground beasts. In their coordinated assault, none escaped unscathed. Such a scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would surely leave them astounded. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed quietly. The Thunderfire team advanced at full speed, engaging in no conversation, while the sound of growing ability points echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Half a day later, the group arrived at the outskirts of Jiangning City. Crackle. A tempest of thunder enveloped the area, and soon, a 3rd-tier beast's corpse fell to the ground, with a youth standing beside it. Additionally, there were 4 or 5 others nearby, clearly another team. Lei Tianzi. Upon seeing him, Shirley looked as if he had seen a ghost, his expression turning grave. I never expected this guy to show up. Do you know him? Xiao Zhengyang glanced at the scene. His methods resemble the captain's quite a bit. Is it the Thunder attribute ability? Moreover, his level is not low. He must be a prodigy cultivated by the Thunder Martial Arts Academy for many years. Shirley cast a furtive glance at Lei Tianzi. This fellow had already become an elite member of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy a year ago. Shirley? Upon spotting a familiar face, Lei Tianzi's gaze settled on Shirley. What is the matter? Is it not enough to bring shame to the Thunder Martial Arts Academy? Now you've come to Jinling University? His mocking words were unabashed, echoed by the members of his team. You. Shirley attempted to retaliate, but alas, his opponent was far superior in both strength and status. Humph. Noticing Shirley's silence, Lei Tianzi shifted his attention to Yi Xian. You must be Yi Xian, right? The one those old geezers from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy have been boasting about. With a crackling sound, a surge of thunder rolled forth. Its might comparable to an ordinary SS-level ability. Come, let me see the caliber of this year's freshman competition. Lei Tianzi was brash. Yet he had the credentials to be so, as he was originally an S-level thunder ability wielder, and after years of training at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, his power had transcended that of his peers by a significant margin. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the arena. It was Mu Xianer. If you wish to challenge the captain, you must first get past me. Flames surged, the temperature around them skyrocketing, as her peak 2nd-tier aura fully activated, causing the expressions of Lei Tianzi's subordinates to shift dramatically. Captain, that's Mu Xianer, an SS-level fire attribute user. Soon enough, someone from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy recognized her, and Lei Tianzi's gaze fell upon Mu Xianer, peak of the 2nd-tier, SS-level fire attribute. Very well. With a flick of his right hand, he produced an S-level thunder sword, its power on par with the lightning sword. Let us have some fun. With a swift strike, he unleashed the first form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, clearly a result of the extensive training Lei Tianzi had undergone at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Thunderous fury. Lightning surged forth in an instant, yet Mu Xianer merely smirked. This level of thunder was far inferior to that of her opponent. Fire spike. With a flick of her hand, Mu Xianer obliterated the thunderous fury, the mere shockwave enough to leave 3rd-tier warriors trembling, which caused Lei Tianzi to regard her with newfound seriousness. No wonder you're an SS-level fire attribute user. Such a prodigy is willing to remain beneath others. Then allow me to show you my true strength. With a roar, fearsome lightning coalesced in his palm, an attack potent enough to send 3rd-tier warriors fleeing in terror. Lightning palm. However, Mu Xianer activated her fire technique, conjuring a blazing shield before her, neutralizing the 2 attacks into nothingness. Is this the extent of a prodigy cultivated by the Thunder Martial Arts Academy? How surprising. Lei Tianzi narrowed his eyes, preparing to unleash a powerful move, when a piercing cry echoed from the sky. Puffed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his already unstable aura faltering. The Beast-Tide in Jiangbei City is about to clash. Lei Tianzi gulped. The sound wave indicated that the beast's strength was likely at least that of a 7th-tier beast. Captain, the overall situation is paramount, his team members urged. Lei Tianzi cast a meaningful glance at Mu Xianer, then turned his gaze to Yi Xian. Kid, I'll let you live a little longer. What a nuisance. Watching Lei Tianzi depart, Yi Xian shook his head slightly, not taking him to heart. Captain. Jun Moxie spoke up. The three major martial arts academies, including the Jinling base, each have their own secret training squads of prodigies. Moreover, their strength is likely comparable to Lei Tian's level. Oh, Yi Xian paused, surprised to learn that even the Jinling base had such squads. If that were the case, this trip to Jiangbei City promised to be quite eventful. Not only would they have to fend off the Beast Tide, but various factions would likely engage in their own competitions as well. It seemed the Beast Tide in Jiangbei City would be more intriguing than anticipated. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the city's front. My heavens! Shirley's eyes widened in shock as he gazed up at the colossal creature soaring through the sky, its immense form blocking out the sun, exuding a chilling aura. Such a presence was undoubtedly far stronger than the deputy head of the academy. Could it be a 7th-tier beast? Jun Moxie was equally astonished. It was his first time witnessing a 7th-tier beast. To think, such an existence would be beyond even my grandfather's ability to contend with in a single strike. And the intelligence of a 7th-tier beast is on par with that of an ordinary human. Presumptuous. At that moment, a voice thundered from above. A mere 7th-tier beast dares to invade my Jiangbei border. Retreat. I could spare you. Following that, 5 figures appeared atop a combat aircraft. The leader possessing formidable strength, also at the level of a 7th-tier warrior. The Wind God Squad. It was indeed the legendary Wind God Squad, renowned for their past contributions to the defense of the base. The citizens of Jiangbei City and the hunting squads were filled with fervor, as the Wind God Squad had built a reputation for themselves. But who is that young man? He seems extraordinarily strong. Jun Moxie squinted. The youth projected an aura at least 10-fold stronger than Yi Xian's. Who is that? Mu Xian'er's gaze sharpened, and upon recognizing the figure, her pupils constricted. What? Her older brother is here. Chapter 37. The most powerful prodigy in the history of the Mu family in the imperial capital, SS-level ice ability, user Mu Qingho. Brother. Indeed, the astonishingly gifted young man was none other than Mu Xian'er's elder brother, Mu Qingho. 6 months prior, he had the fortune of joining the Wind God Squad, becoming the youngest member in the squad's history, as its members were all at least 6th-tier warriors or possessed strength comparable to 6th-tier warriors. This demonstrated the extraordinary talent of Mu Qingho. Even though Mu Xian'er wielded an SS-level fire ability, she appeared somewhat overshadowed in her brother's presence. For Mu Qingho was the most gifted ice attribute user in the history of the Mu family in the imperial capital. His SS-level ice ability, with further advancement, could reach the SSS level. Qingho, the captain of the Wind God Squad, called out, and Mu Qingho's eyes narrowed. Ultimate freeze. Crack. At that moment, everyone on the ground was horrified to see that the colossal purple-crowned golden eagle, a 7th-tier beast, had ice forming upon its body. However, it was only for an instant. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the 7th-tier warrior narrowed his eyes, spatial annihilation. As he clenched his right hand, a chaotic space emerged around the colossal purple-crowned golden eagle, leaving onlookers awestruck. The terror of a 7th-tier warrior was indeed formidable, demonstrating such a powerful move right from the start. Caw! A piercing cry rang out, shaking the very fabric of space, and at that moment, the other members of the Wind God Squad sprang into action. Crimson flames devour the heavens. 2 fire ability users executed a combined attack, their blazing sword lights instantly sending the colossal purple-crowned golden eagle flying. In pain, the eagle glared hatefully at the Wind God Squad before fleeing, while the surging beast tide grew increasingly agitated. Beast, where do you think you're going? The captain of the Wind God Squad pursued the fleeing 7th-tier beast via the combat aircraft, for if it were to break through to the 8th tier, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for all major bases. Phew. Only after the Wind God Squad departed did Mu Xian'er exhale in relief, silently hoping her brother had not noticed her presence. Meanwhile, the hidden 6th-tier warriors stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Good heavens, has the young master departed? How terrifying. Despite being merely at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, his combat prowess rivals that of a mid-6th-tier warrior. The 6th-tier strongman is filled with trepidation, having been cast into the shadows of fear, for he was no match for the young master merely 6 months prior. At that time, Mu Qingho had only just stepped into the late 5th tier, and his current strength is beyond imagination. However, it is fortunate that the young master has departed. As he contemplates this, the 6th-tier warrior's gaze falls upon his young lady. Should the young master become aware of her association with that young man, the consequences would be dire, potentially implicating him and leading to severe repercussions. Meanwhile, the guardian of Jiangbei City observes the 5th-tier ferocious beasts being held at bay by the Wind God Squad and proclaims loudly, I express my gratitude to all the hunting teams for their support. Why not seize this opportunity to transform this place into a battleground for your competitions? Young prodigies from all factions engage in fierce combat. The first place in overall contributions will receive a reward of 1 billion huaxia coins. The second place will receive 500 million, while the third will be awarded 400 million. Pausing for effect, the guardian of Jiangbei City continues. You have half a day? The competition begins now. With this proclamation, the hunting teams erupt into fervor. 1 billion huaxia coins is a staggering sum. One that even battle-class hunting teams might not amass in a year. Under such a generous reward, valiant warriors will surely emerge. The crowd buzzes with excitement. Their gazes shifting towards the surging tide of beasts, now filled with renewed ambition. 1 billion huaxia coins? Shirley gulps, his eyes wide with astonishment. This temptation is impossible to resist, even causing Xiao Xingyang, the son of the wealthiest man in Jinling, to be taken aback. 1 billion, what a grand gesture. Then let us kill. Yi Xian squints, fully aware that he is in dire need of funds. After all, the purchase of the fourth style of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique alone costs 1 billion huaxia coins. Thus, a massacre unfolds as various factions engage in fierce competition. Watching Yi Xian and the Thunderfire squad slay ferocious beasts, Lei Tianzi sneers coldly. Today, I shall demonstrate to those old codgers at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy that you are but a joke before me. Lei Tianzi. With this thought in mind, Lei Tianzi shows no mercy as he plunges deeper into the beast tied to slay. Other teams, such as the Thunder Squad, follow suit. And the intensity of the battles escalates, even prompting the strong men of Jiangbei City to withdraw from the fray. However, despite the relentless efforts of the Thunderfire squad, the ferocious beasts continue to surge forth in overwhelming numbers. In light of this, Yi Xian decides to reveal a bit more of his strength. In an instant, a second-tier pinnacle aura surges around him, leaving Mu Xianer momentarily stunned. You've reached the pinnacle of the second tier? Indeed, Mu Xianer is taken aback, as her own strength stems from the fire crystal and the burning heaven technique, leading her to wonder how he has kept pace with her. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Xian has already advanced to the late third tier. Captain, you've broken through. Shirley and Xiao Zhengyang gaze at their captain with admiration, fully aware that when their captain was at the late second tier, he was already immensely powerful. Now that he has reached the pinnacle, his strength is unimaginable. Damn it. With this, victory in the competition is surely ours. With this thought, the two become increasingly exhilarated, especially Shirley, whose gaze is fixed on Lei Tianzi. This time, I will trample those secret cultivators from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy underfoot. He smirks coldly, recalling how he had been bullied when he first became an elite member of the academy. Captain, go for it. I believe in you. Shirley encourages his captain while slaying ferocious beasts, the scene drawing a perplexed expression from Li Tianyi, the vice principal of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, who watches from the city walls. At one moment, Li Tianyi notices a change in Shirley. Could that fluctuation in runes be the 5th level healing spell from Jinling University? That little rascal. Li Tianyi is genuinely shocked, while Jun Bansheng casts a glance at him. Vice Principal Li, the Shirley you look down upon will eventually grow to heights we can only aspire to. That Xiao Xingyang has also learned spiritual techniques, and with remarkable proficiency. As they probe further, the gaze of all the academy heads falls upon Jun Bansheng. Principal Jun, what have these young ones experienced? They are indeed curious. For Yi Xian's team now possesses strength that surpasses their previous estimations by tenfold. Goodness, is this still the peculiar team they had once dismissed? Chapter 38. The third-tier warrior shocks the assembly. Nothing much. Jun Bansheng strokes his beard and smiles faintly. I merely enrolled Mo into Yi Xian's team and granted them 1,000 points as a bonus. I facilitated their selection of techniques from the technique hall. Boom. The moment these words are spoken, everyone is left in astonishment, their gazes shifting to Mo, expressions filled with disbelief. Goodness, this old fellow has become increasingly unscrupulous. Simultaneously, the reinforcements from the Annihilation Squad are equally stunned. Captain, am I dreaming? Chu Yang stares at the rampaging Yi Xian, completely dumbfounded. He has reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Indeed, the Chun brothers gulp in disbelief. How could such a short time lead to such a prodigious breakthrough? SS-level thunder ability, what do you think? Why, he rolls his eyes at them, though he too is astonished. The captain must maintain his composure. Ding. The system announces, host has triggered a mission. Defeat the first-rank prodigy squad. Reward, perfect level agility technique, plus 2,000 ability points. The voice of the system sends a thrill through Yi Xian. Wow, a perfect level agility technique. I cannot afford to lose this reward. The temptation is irresistible. An opportunity too enticing to decline. With this thought, Yi Xian is filled with excitement. Thus, he plunges into battle, annihilating thunder punishment. Crackling sounds echo as, at a certain moment, amidst the densely packed tide of beasts before him, a terrifying thunder punishment suddenly descends from the sky. Instantly, within a radius of several dozen meters around the Thunderfire squad, no ferocious beasts remain. This sudden turn of events captures the attention of many surrounding hunting teams. What? Lei Tianzi's eyes widen in disbelief, for he recognizes this move all too well. His face a mask of horror, the second style of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, annihilating thunder punishment. It's impossible. I have been practicing it for over half a month without any success. How could this kid have mastered it? Most importantly, he seems to execute it with ease. Shirley's eyes bulge as he gazes at his captain in shock. realizing that the previous move had effortlessly slain several third-tier ferocious beasts. The second style of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Xiao Xingyang swallows hard, his heart racing with excitement. Goodness, our captain is truly a prodigy among prodigies. He actually mastered the second style. Jun Wuxia is equally stunned, unable to comprehend how Yixian could have achieved such mastery in such a short time. Wow. The group of 5, known as the Toothless Gang, is left dumbfounded. Yixian has unleashed the second style of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. What the heck? Why does it feel so surreal? Everything before me seems like a dream. Such a remarkable young man. The guardian of Jiangbei City gazes in astonishment. At such a young age, he has mastered the second style of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique and possesses such terrifying thunder abilities. In the future, one shall undoubtedly become a formidable force. Indeed, the deputy heads of the Wuxi Martial Arts Hall and the Honglian Martial Arts Hall nodded in agreement. Smack. Li Tianyi clapped his palm against the city wall. Damn it. I'm regretting it to the core. Li Hall Master. Jun Banqing's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth, mercilessly striking a blow. In fact, Yixian has only spent 2 days exchanging for the Nine Heavens Thunder technique up to today. Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did you say? In less than 2 days? In an instant, his emotions became exceedingly complex, and his gaze fell upon Lei Tianzi. Damn it, that Lei Tianzi has been studying for half a month without any progress. And this kid comprehended it in just 2 days? Compared to him, Lei Tianzi is nothing but a wastrel. Perhaps. The 2 deputy heads of the Wuxi Martial Arts Hall and the Honglian Martial Arts Hall sighed as they looked skyward. That little fellow will surely grow to the height of that youth. Boom. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyi's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn, you lot, don't discourage me. Damn it. 100,000 Lei Tianzi can't compare to a single Yixian. How infuriating. At this moment, Li Tianyi of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall was filled with regret, thinking, if I had known this kid was so extraordinary, I should have taken action back then, even if it meant severing ties with the Jinling base. I would have done it without hesitation. A prodigy. Such a monstrous talent. Damn it. Wang Tianba, you old bastard. Li Tianyi was seething with rage. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. Once I return to the base, I will definitely engage in a fierce battle with Wang Tianba for 300 rounds. Hee. In contrast to Li Tianyi's agitation, Jun Banqing remained remarkably composed, even feeling a sense of joy. After all, that Yixian is also a student of Jinling University, is he not? Of course. This was something Jun Banqing refrained from voicing aloud. If he were to infuriate Li Tianyi to the point of unconsciousness, it would be a grave sin. Knowing when to stop, he was aware of this principle. If Li Tianyi were to discover his thoughts, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Damn it. Is this what you call knowing when to stop? Is this leaving a way out? Damn it. This old fellow lacks martial ethics. However, unbeknownst to everyone, amidst the chaos, Yixian had elevated both the Qilin step and the Overlord fist to the 5th level. What a powerful sensation. As he felt the surge of energy, Yixian could not contain his excitement. Everyone, let us hunt the peak-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. With his voice resonating, whoosh, Yixian unleashed the Thunder God-S movement, darting like lightning towards the nearby peak-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. It must be noted that this was a creature that even early-stage 4th-tier martial artists dared not provoke lightly. Alright. Mu Xianer wasted no time, soaring forward, leaving Jun Mo in a state of utter astonishment. Holy cow, are these 2 madmen? Jun Mo cursed, yet still followed suit, exchanging glances with Shirley and Xiao Zhengyang. Damn it, let's go crazy today? Kill. Thus, the 2 joined in, and to outsiders. This scene appeared as though 5 lunatics were charging ahead. So impulsive. Taking a deep breath, Lin Gu, who was observing from the sidelines, spoke gravely. Not necessarily. Duanya offered a different perspective. Yixian may possess unexpected trump cards. Could it be? Upon hearing this, Lin Gu felt uncertain. After all, among Yixian's group, there were only 3 peak 2nd-tier fighters. No matter how exceptional their combat prowess, how could they possibly match a peak-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast? Buzz. Yet, just as the Xia mission squad was engaging in banter, a powerful aura suddenly surged within the arena. Chu Yang let out a scream as he looked towards the center, bewildered. Oh my gosh, a 3rd-tier martial artist. Captain, am I dreaming? Yixian has actually broken through to become a 3rd-tier martial artist. What? The sudden revelation left everyone stunned, as Duanya and the others turned their gazes to see Yixian radiating the aura of a 3rd-tier martial artist. What the hell? On the city wall, Li Tianyi's eyes widened, his entire being trembling with disbelief. A 3rd-tier martial artist. What should I do if I suddenly want to die? This kid is simply astonishing. The other 2 indifferent deputy heads were equally astonished, while Jun Banqing, in his state of shock, was even oblivious to the fact that he had tugged at his beard. An 18-year-old 3rd-tier martial artist, and a holder of the SS-grade Thunder ability, who has also cultivated the Nine Heavens Thunder technique to the 2nd form. Could this kid truly be human? Chapter 39. slaying the peak-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Perfect-level movement technique activated. A 3rd-tier martial artist. Wuxianovel's eyes sparkled as she looked at the figure before her, her expression complex. When did this happen? Everyone. Attack with all your might. I will suppress the peak-level Earth Underworld Python. With this declaration, Xuan made his move, applying the full force of his 5th-level gravity domain onto the Earth Underworld Python, and subsequently, he swung his sword, annihilating thunder punishment. The 3rd-tier aura surged, and a tempest of thunder raged. In that moment, Xuan resembled a war god bathed in thunder, coupled with the thunder god's movement and meticulous level body technique. He evaded the wind blade attacks unleashed by the Earth Underworld Python. Overlord Fist. Sizzle. In close combat, Xuan engaged in fierce battle with the peak-level Earth Underworld Python. Blazing flame slash. Seeing this, Wuxianovel took a deep breath, knowing that Xuan could only temporarily suppress it. Emocia. Understood. Drawing a deep breath, Emocia enveloped himself in dark attributes, wielding his sword, Darkness Thrust. The two attacks pierced straight into the Earth Underworld Python's mouth, inflicting excruciating pain that left the creature howling in agony. Mental shock. Utilizing the mind-reading technique, Xiao Xingyang unleashed a mental attack, the invisible mental waves causing the struggling Earth Underworld Python to momentarily freeze. Haha, behold my prowess. Shirley, in a frenzy, fully activated his healing technique, golden light enveloping him, Wolf Fang spell. Boom. To the astonishment of the onlookers, they witnessed Shirley, an early-stage 2nd-tier fighter, smashing the head of the peak-level Earth Underworld Python into the ground with his Wolf Fang club, the sound of cracking bones resonating ominously. Pure, unadulterated strength. The 5 of them displayed remarkable synergy. Overlord Fist. Intense thunder surged within Xuan's fist, and with a single blow, he sent the Tenjong-sized Earth Underworld Python soaring into the air, its entire body engulfed in purple thunder. Thunderous might. Activating the Thunder Goddess movement, he ascended into the void, and in a moment of shock for all, he swung his sword, the brilliant thunder slicing through the Earth Underworld Python's head. By the time the Earth Underworld Python regained its senses, it was already too late. With a whoosh, blood splattered as the terrifying thunder enveloped the area. The peak-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the Earth Underworld Python, was cleaved in two before the gaze of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. Holy cow! Shirley stared at the scene, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Boss, awesome. This technique is a bit too brutal, but well done. My goodness." Xiao Xingyang was equally moved. By the way, the beast tied in Jiangbei City has clearly turned into the captain's personal showcase. Gulp. Jun Emocia swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed the spectacle before him. At this moment, he found it hard to accept that just moments ago, with his assistance, the captain had slain a peak-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Damn it, surpassing the captain seems increasingly out of reach. What will I do now? Is this truly the man I have set my sights on? Wuxianovel gazed at Xuan in the distance, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Even she herself was unaware of it. However, Xuan's actions evidently provoked a more formidable beast, leading a 4th-tier Gale Demon Lion to charge towards him with great ferocity. This was due to the fact that the Earth Fiend Python was one of its most trusted subordinates. "Captain, be careful." Shirley's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. In the next moment, a figure appeared before Xuan, wind blade slash. A sword was drawn, and with a decisive strike, the 4th-tier beast was sent flying. Haha, brother Xuan is quite capable. The newcomer was none other than Duanya. Following him, Lin Gu and the other 2 members of the Silent Oblivion team swiftly joined the fray, fully mobilizing their forces. "Captain." Upon seeing Duanya, Xuan was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you for your intervention, Captain." "Hey, Xuan, you've certainly made quite the impression." Chu Yang patted Xuan on the shoulder. Then his gaze shifted to the 4th-tier beast not far away. "From here on, we will take over the battlefield." By the way, Lin Gu's attention fell upon Wuxianovel. Recalling the earlier moment when she disregarded danger to assist Xuan, "This girl is your little girlfriend, isn't she? She was quite dedicated just now." Wuxianovel was taken aback by his words, while Xuan coughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Lin Gu, don't misunderstand. Big brother, I understand." He then cast a sidelong glance at the dazed Wuxianovel, chuckling. "Having just broken through to the mid-4th tier, it's perfect to practice on this big fellow. Everyone, let us slay this beast and avenge Xuan." With a surge of determination, the 5 of them unleashed their full powers. Aside from Duanya and Lin Gu, who were both 4th-tier warriors, Chen Qian and his brother had also reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, while Chu Yang had advanced to the late 3rd tier. The overall strength of the Silent Oblivion team had significantly increased. As the battle escalated, numerous squad-level warriors emerged, for even among the younger generation, despite their talent, they ultimately proved too weak and withdrew. However, many gazes were fixed on Xuan, filled with a mixture of wariness and complexity. At merely 18 years of age, possessing the capability to contend against peak 3rd-tier beasts for a brief duration, he was far ahead of his peers. Ha ha ha, splendid. A 6th-tier guardian from Jiangbei City laughed heartily. In this competition, you are undoubtedly the best. Allow me to personally distribute your rewards. As he spoke, he publicly transferred 1 billion huaxia coins to Captain Yixian, eliciting envy from those around. That was a staggering sum, perhaps more than they would earn in a lifetime. As per our agreement, I will divide the 1 billion equally among you. Captain Shirley, upon hearing this, coughed and hurried to decline. Having participated in the slaying of a peak 3rd-tier beast, I already have enough to boast about for half a year. After all, you contributed the most effort. I can't possibly accept an equal share. How about this? Wuxianovel pondered for a moment. Yixian, you keep 800 million, and we will split the remaining 200 million. That sounds good. An effortless gain of 50 million is not bad. The others then looked towards Xuan, who waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine with anything. All right then. Yixian accepted the 800 million, as he was in dire need of funds. With this amount, he could finally make progress on the 4th layer of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first mission for the chosen squad. Reward: perfect level body technique, plus 2,000 ability points. Just then, the system notification rang in Yixian's ears, further elevating his mood. A perfect level body technique. Good heavens. This is an extremely rare ability. While a 6th-tier warrior may grasp an intricate level body technique, none below the 7th tier have ever touched a perfect level 1. Mastering it likely requires an 8th-tier warrior. One can only imagine what a perfect level body technique signifies. Moreover, it allows one to instinctively evade attacks, offering unimaginable advantages. Reflecting on this, Yixian turned his gaze towards the rampaging beast tide. This unprecedented beast tide in Jiangbei City has indeed yielded abundant rewards. Chapter 40. Unveiling Hidden Cards. Battling the extraordinary Wuxianovel. In Jiangbei City, not far away. Exhaling deeply, Wuxianovel glanced back with lingering fear. Relieved to have chosen to return to the Jinling base early for safety. Suddenly, a 6th-tier powerhouse appeared in the scene, panic evident in his eyes. Miss. The young master hasn't discovered anything, has he? That shouldn't be the case, Wuxianovel replied uncertainly. Recalling that her brother had been busy hunting the purple-crowned golden eagle with the wind god squad, leaving no time to notice her absence. That's good. The 6th-tier warrior grimaced at the thought of his young master. If the young master finds out, I fear for my life. It would be wise to return to the base quickly. After weighing her options, Wuxianovel continued her swift flight towards the Jinling base, followed closely by the equally anxious 6th-tier warrior. Feeling the urgency to leave, she decided to send Yixian a message. As she sped away, she texted him to inform him of her urgent return to the base. Meanwhile, outside Jiangbei City, in a desolate clearing, with a crackle as lightning flashed, the last beast in the ruins fell lifeless to the ground. That felt quite satisfying. Having effortlessly slain several 3rd-tier beasts, Yixian's combat strength had grown significantly. Ding! Just then, Yixian received a message, causing him to pause. Indeed, that girl had left early. The image of the stunning girl flashed in his mind, and for some reason, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Suddenly, a figure appeared not far away, an aura of cold ice enveloping the entire ruin. Who? Yixian's eyes narrowed with vigilance, for this newcomer possessed an icy power that rivaled that girl's. You are Yixian. A calm voice rang out, and to Yixian's astonishment, a young man materialized before him, his pupils contracting. It's you, the one from the wind god squad. It was impossible for Yixian not to recognize him. Allow me to introduce myself. Gazing at Yixian, Wuxianovel continued. I am Wuxianovel, Xian'er's elder brother. Boom. This revelation left Yixian utterly stunned. That girl's brother? No wonder. Now that he thought about it, he had been puzzled by the strange expression on her face upon encountering the wind god squad. It all made sense. What business do you have with me? He felt a surge of caution. This individual was terrifyingly powerful, and he could not afford to be careless. What business? Upon hearing this, Wuxianovel's peak 5th-tier aura surged, the icy chill transforming the entire ruins into a realm of frost. I wish to see just how much strength the boy Xian'er is so keen to protect possesses. With a casual wave of his hand, his icy power spread rapidly. The speed of his attack instantaneous. This fellow was truly overstepping his bounds. With a cold smirk, Yixian unleashed his late 3rd-tier aura, thunderous might. A sword strike shattered Wuxianovel's icy palm, and he immediately seized the initiative to attack, employing the thunder god steps beneath him. Swish! A sword was drawn, and it effortlessly pierced through Wuxianovel's figure, encountering no obstruction. Wait, this is an afterimage? Yixian's heart jolted, and at that moment, a voice echoed, good attack, but your speed is too slow. Is that so? A smile crept onto Yixian's lips as he activated the Qilin steps to their utmost limit. A powerful gravity field enveloping Wuxianovel, annihilating thunder punishment. Without holding back, he executed the second form of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. A strike akin to heavenly thunder rained down upon Wuxianovel. Interesting, dual attribute abilities? Wuxianovel observed the terrifying thunder cascading from the sky. Ice domain. As the domain opened, it shielded against the torrential onslaught of thunder. the second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Squinting slightly, Mu Qingho regarded his opponent with a hint of astonishment. Even among the prodigies of the imperial capital endowed with lightning abilities, few could achieve such prowess at the tender age of 18. However, this was not sufficient. With a flicker, Mu Qingho's figure vanished, his fingers converging to unleash a fierce sword aura that lunged directly towards Yi Xian's brow. If this is the extent of your power, it shall end here. Not necessarily. Observing the composed Mu Qingho, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile as he immediately activated the gravity domain. Oh, not this domain again. Just as Mu Qingho prepared to strike, Yi Xian executed a remarkable dodge, grinning as he declared, "Divine Thunder breaks the void." Boom. Without warning, the attack of Divine Thunder breaks the void descended instantaneously, colliding with Mu Qingho's icy abilities. Despite this, Yi Xian was still sent flying several meters. And this was under Mu Qingho's restraint. Perfect grade movement technique. Mu Qingho, with his keen insight, instantly recognized the change in Yi Xian, and at that moment, he was no longer indifferent. Even with his exceptional talent, he had only just reached the peak of the minor level. A perfect grade movement technique was beyond his grasp. Yet this young man wielded it with such ease. Moreover, that previous move was likely the third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Realizing this, Mu Qingho ceased to underestimate this individual, whom his sister held in high regard. At 18, in the late stage of the third tier, possessing dual elemental abilities and perfect grade movement, not to mention mastering the first three forms of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, clearly indicated that his talent was on par with Mu Qingho's own. I shall see just where your limits lie. Boom. With this thought, Mu Qingho's right hand flipped, revealing an SS grade longsword, followed by an intense icy radiance that enveloped the arena. Let us continue. Hiss. In an instant, Mu Qingho slashed forth with his sword, the force potent enough to severely injure someone in the mid-stage of the fourth tier. What the hell? Has this guy gone mad? Yi Xian's expression darkened, genuinely infuriated, for he considered himself a friend of Mu Qingho's sister. Hand of the Demon. Naturally, Yi Xian would not take this lightly, promptly deploying his most formidable trump card, the Hand of the Demon, enveloped in surging, vibrant lightning. Boom. The sword light clashed with the black lightning hand, a terrifying force wreaking havoc in the ruins, leaving the ground riddled with holes from the residual shockwaves. Hand of the God. At that moment, a colossal golden lightning hand descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Mu Qingho. Not bad. Mu Qingho smiled faintly, casually shattering the heavenly hand with his sword, then fixing his gaze upon Yi Xian. Now, unleash your strongest strike. Damn it. Witnessing Mu Qingho's calm demeanor, Yi Xian's expression turned ashen. Humph. As you wish. The gravity domain enveloped Mu Qingho. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and executed the Thunder God's step, his speed surging forth instantaneously. Hand of the Demon. In the blink of an eye, a half-golden, half-black hand of the demon materialized around Mu Qingho. Reaching out to grasp him, the attack rivaling the late stage of the fourth tier. Kid, it seems you have quite the opportunity. Mu Qingho's body trembled slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. Ice storm. In the next moment, centered around him, an icy ability storm erupted, swiftly shattering the hand of the demon, forcing Yi Xian back several meters from the force. You are impressive. Mu Qingho regarded Yi Xian from a distance, his demeanor now devoid of hostility, yet his eyes narrowed. Yi Xian, I wish to know your relationship with my sister. Chapter 41. The support of the brother-in-law. Siblings at odds. The sudden inquiry left Yi Xian momentarily bewildered. Why the question? Yi Xian, equally curious, found Mu Qingho pressing on without elaboration. Although I am unaware of what transpired between you, from my understanding of Xian, it is highly likely she has feelings for you. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian gazed incredulously at Mu Qingho. No way. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Mu Xian looked at Yi Xian before her. The most crucial point is that you must be aware of the delicate situation in the imperial capital. Currently, the political landscape is treacherous, with various factions intertwined. Pausing momentarily, she continued, Xian has many suitors in the imperial capital, and even our father has sought a marriage that matches her status. This, Yi Xian, hearing news he had never encountered before, felt a tightening in his chest. And this subtle reaction did not escape Mu Qingho's notice, though he refrained from commenting. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Youthfulness still lingered. Xian has come to Jinling precisely because of this. With this, Yi Xian remained silent and attentive, clearly unaware of all that transpired. If one day my father forces Xian into marriage, what will you do then? The heart-wrenching words resonated in Yi Xian's ears, leaving him unsettled for a long while. The image of Mu Xian being coerced into marriage flashed in his mind, and his gaze grew resolute. Subsequently, he faced Mu Qingho with forthrightness. I am uncertain whether Xian and I will be together in the future. However, she is still a member of my team. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian fixed his gaze on Mu Qingho. If that day truly comes, I will storm into the imperial capital's Mu family and take Xian away. Clenching his fists, Yi Xian declared with conviction, No one can force Xian to make a decision, not even myself. Ha ha, splendid. Observing Yixian before him, Mu Qingho seemed to see a reflection of himself from years past. For he too had desired to break the chains for his sister and had grown stronger along the way. I hope Xian has not misjudged him. Mu Qingho cast a meaningful glance at Yixian, then cautioned, however, you are still too weak at present. A card materialized in his hand, which he then tossed to Yixian. This card contains 1 billion huaxia coins. He continued, this is not for you, but for my sister. I hope that when we meet again, you will possess the strength to fight me. Mu Qingho glanced at Yixian before casting his gaze towards the direction of the imperial capital. After all, if you cannot even rival me, how can you hope to change Xian's fate? With those words, Mu Qingho's figure vanished from the arena. What the hell? As Yixian returned to his senses, he looked at the card in his hand. Brother-in-law, or rather, that girl's brother is rather generous. S&T? Yet. Why do I feel anxious thinking about that girl being forced into marriage by her father? Could it be? As a thought crossed his mind, Yixian's expression turned peculiar, ultimately shaking his head. Forget it. The path to strength is paramount. The Mu family of the imperial capital does not impose such great pressure on him. Yixian then chose to dismiss these thoughts. For his future was destined to see him become the strongest man in the world. At which point, even the Mu family of the imperial capital would have to bow in reverence. Half a day later, en route to the Jinling base. Hiss. A fighter jet streaked swiftly from the distance, and upon seeing it, Mu Xian's expression changed dramatically, as the eyes of the 6th-tier expert nearby widened in alarm. Oh no, it's the young master. Just as the words left her mouth, a figure emerged from the jet's cabin. It was none other than Mu Qingho, who had come aboard the aircraft. Xian, where are you rushing off to in such haste? Observing his sister, Mu Qingho was acutely aware of the significance this young man held in her heart. Big brother. Mu Xian took a deep breath. Avoiding her brother's gaze. What are you talking about? I'm just out training against opponents. I'm on my way back to the Jinling base now. Silently praying that her brother hadn't noticed, she realized that often, the good luck does not prevail against the bad. Is that so? Mu Qingho cast a glance at his younger sister, chuckling. I thought you were concealing something from me. Ahem. The concealed 6th-tier powerhouse coughed softly. He dared not interject even a single word into the conversation between the young master and the young lady. He lacked the qualifications, and more importantly, he feared the repercussions. Not at all, Mu Xian replied, her voice tinged with nervousness, for her elder brother was not easily deceived. Brother, you're overthinking it. Mu Qingho nodded slightly, and then, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, before coming here, I encountered a young man named Yixian. What did you do to him? Upon hearing this, Mu Xian felt her heart race, urgently pressing for answers. What's the matter? Mu Qingho seemed unfazed, his demeanor devoid of any disturbance. A worthless fool dares to covet my sister, Mu Qingho. You. The sound of Mu Xian's thoughts echoed in her mind, while the concealed 6th-tier powerhouse swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had come to understand precisely what Yixian meant to the young lady during their time together. Buzz. As expected, a fierce surge of flame energy erupted, causing Mu Qingho to furrow his brow slightly. Xian, are you truly willing to strike at me for the sake of a worthless fool? Then, an overwhelming pressure of flame, far surpassing Mu Xian's, enveloped the area, even casting an icy domain across the scene. Gulp. The concealed 6th-tier powerhouse was taken aback, thinking to himself, oh my, the young master is furious. Chapter 42, Mu Xian's hidden struggles, Yixian's subtle existence. Mu Qingho, with a chilling aura surrounding her. Mu Xian's palm radiated an icy coldness as she exclaimed, why did you seek him out? In that moment, her defenses crumbled, her eyes filled with anguish. How can I face Yixian now? You have no idea what he means to me. As she spoke, 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. Tears she had never shed even during her disputes with her father. After being coerced into marriage and arriving at the Jinling base. Had it not been for discovering someone she fervently wished to surpass, had it not been for him, she would not have endured to this day. It was Yixian who had bestowed upon her newfound hope. So that is how it is. Upon hearing his sister's heartfelt confession, Mu Qingho understood, surprised to learn that she had been so unhappy at the Jinling base. However, at that moment, the fiery energy surged uncontrollably, and the icy voice resounded. You. Mu Qingho, sever this path. How am I to face Yixian from now on? With a resounding boom, Mu Xian ascended to the rank of a 3rd-tier martial artist, taking a deep breath and declaring, Fire's ultimate destruction. A terrifying fire sword shot forth, its ferocity capable of claiming the life of even a mid-tier 3rd-tier martial artist, illustrating just how heartbroken Mu Xian was. She felt as if she had lost her most precious possession. Buzz. Yet, despite this, Mu Qingho effortlessly blocked it with a single finger, which then shattered into ice. Little sister, I didn't expect you to care so much for that boy. This truly exceeds my expectations. He then forcefully quelled the flames surrounding Mu Xian, and with the answers he sought, Mu Qingho had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Rest assured, sister, I'm well aware of your temperament. That boy is unharmed. Then, Mu Qingho turned to his sister. I merely tested his strength. You need not worry. He is unaware of my identity. You. Mu Xian'er stood frozen in place, her exquisite face flushing crimson, while the concealed sixth-tier powerhouse's eyes widened in astonishment at this sudden turn of events. My goodness. The young master has become even more formidable than before. Brother, I'm sorry. Remorse washed over her as she thought of having attacked her beloved elder brother. He chuckled softly. Mu Qingho smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Silly girl, why apologize to me? By the way, Mu Qingho then produced a drop of blood. This is the blood essence of the purple-crowned golden eagle. Consuming it will undoubtedly benefit you immensely. Mu Xian'er, having witnessed the seventh-tier ferocious beast, understood the rarity of its blood essence. This single drop was likely worth a fortune, comparable to the rewards from the Thunder God Squad's latest mission. Brother, this is far too precious. You need it more than I do. Before Mu Xian'er could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. It's settled. Thus, under the personal protection of Mu Qingho, Mu Xian'er consumed the blood essence of the seventh-tier beast, a revelation that would surely astonish the outside world. For merely this drop of blood essence, if placed for sale in the alliance market, would command no less than 2 billion. This highlights how devoted Mu Qingho was as a protective brother. Buzz. The results were remarkably effective, as Mu Xian'er absorbed the blood essence of the seventh-tier beast. Both her speed and strength surged significantly, allowing her to step further away from the confines of her family. Not bad. Observing the transformation in his sister's aura, Mu Qingho nodded with satisfaction. You may return to the warplane now. All right. Mu Xian'er thought little of it, and promptly headed towards the warplane, only retracting her gaze once the cabin door closed. Lin Tianying, come out. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, devoid of the previous warmth and laced with a hint of fury. Young master. The sixth-tier powerhouse, acutely aware of the gravity of the young master's temper, hurriedly appeared in the arena, bowing respectfully without daring to breathe too heavily. Indeed. Mu Qingho nodded slightly upon seeing the person before him, mid-sixth tier. It seems you've made a breakthrough. Ahem, young master flatters me. The sixth-tier powerhouse replied, visibly anxious, fully aware of Mu Qingho's temperament. Humph, Mu Qingho chuckled coldly. Use your full strength and fight me. In a certain alley of Zhongbei City. Roar. As Yixian passed through the alley, he heard an enraged beast's roar. Is that a mid-third-tier ferocious beast? Furrowing his brow, he ascended to a high building and observed a small team engaged in combat with it. The Thunder Martial Arts School. That is Lei Tianzi? Upon recognizing the team, Yixian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his unexpected connection to that individual. However, a mid-third-tier ferocious beast is beyond their means to handle. It was a bloodthirsty tank, its menacing fangs instilling fear. Even ordinary late third-tier martial artists would hesitate to confront it head-on. Damn it, Lei Tianzi exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he realized, had I known, I would have returned to the Jinling base. Be careful. At one critical moment, seeing a bloodthirsty tank charging toward a teammate, Lei Tianzi rushed forward, unleashing his ultimate strike, Thunder Split. Slash. Without holding back, he managed to deflect the charging bloodthirsty tank, but was still sent flying over 10 meters. In pain, the bloodthirsty tank was successfully diverted toward Lei Tianzi, who braced himself for the onslaught. Not good, the beast has gone berserk. Gritting his teeth, Lei Tianzi declared resolutely. You all retreat. I'll hold them off. Chapter 43, The Arrival of Rivals, Jinling Base's Secret Training of Prodigies. Slash. In the nick of time, a bolt of lightning appeared beside him, and the mid-third-tier bloodthirsty tank was sent flying by a single punch. Yixian, upon recognizing the newcomer, Lei Tianzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the one who came to his rescue would be the same person he had nearly clashed with earlier. Impressive. The members of the Thunder team swallowed hard, astonished by the sight before them. The mid-third-tier ferocious beast was dispatched with such ease? Surely, they weren't dreaming. Before Lei Tianzi could ponder further, Yixian had already activated his gravitational domain, employing the Thunder God's movement technique to charge towards the beast, now stabilized. Thunderous might. In a flash, the mid-third-tier bloodthirsty tank, caught off guard, was swiftly slain in a seamless motion, as smooth as flowing water. Gulp. Lei Tianzi stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the sheer prowess of that individual. As Yixian regained his composure, he had already vanished into the distance, leaving behind a stunned Lei Tianzi and his companions. A quarter of an hour later, after slaying numerous ferocious beasts along the way, a sudden flicker of movement revealed Yixian appearing not far from the Annihilation team. Brother Yixian, you're here? Xu Yang exclaimed upon spotting him, quickly rising to greet him. You, my friend, are truly remarkable. Even with our newly formed team, we managed to slay a pinnacle third-tier beast. Pausing for a moment, he continued in awe. At this pace, you might soon surpass the Annihilation team. Come now, Brother Chu. You're jesting, Yixian replied with a faint smile. Then, as if struck by a thought, he produced 5 chips. Yixian, what is this? Duanyo inquired, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he regarded the 5 chips. Uncertain of their nature, yet aware that anything Yixian possessed was likely extraordinary. Captain, these are my insights into the subtle level of body techniques, Yixian explained. Hearing this, Duanya and the others were taken aback, gazing at Yixian in disbelief. Such a precious item, you wish to gift us? Indeed. They understood the immense value of insights at the subtle level, especially as they prepared to hunt high-tier beasts, where an enhancement in agility would prove invaluable. Duanya hesitated, fully aware of how advantageous such insights could be. Chungu nodded earnestly. Yixian, your generosity is commendable. Captain, please accept it. Under the collective persuasion of the group, Duanya finally acquiesced, saying, Brother Yixian, you are truly a boon for the Annihilation team. We shall take this opportunity to enhance our agility. Chungu and the others nodded in agreement, while Chu Yang and the others gazed at Yixian with glimmering eyes. Never expecting to have access to such remarkable resources. Captain, focus on comprehending the techniques swiftly. As for the ferocious beasts surrounding us, leave them to me. Yixian intended to take the chance to stretch his limbs and utilize his demon hand nearby. Then we shall rely on you, Duanya acknowledged. Knowing that sharpening their skills was paramount for tackling stronger beasts. A trivial matter, Yixian said, and with a swift movement, he vanished from their sight. Leaving Duanya in awe of the astonishing speed with which Yixian had acquired his formidable techniques at Jinling University's Hall of Martial Arts. Let us begin, Chenggu remarked, taking a deep breath. We must not squander the effort Yixian has put into this. Indeed, Duanya and the others nodded gravely, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, which they would not have encountered without Yixian's guidance. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Is this the subtle level of body techniques? Duanya felt an unparalleled lightness in his movements, realizing it was entirely different from before. Captain, you've reached the subtle level. Chenggu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. I have also achieved the pinnacle of the foundational level. What about you, Chenxian? After exchanging words, it was evident that Chenxian and the others had also significantly improved their techniques, while Yixian had slain numerous beasts over the past 2 days, resulting in a substantial increase in his ability points. Let us move. Duanya inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the depths where the ferocious beasts retreated. It's time for the hunt. Just then, a strike intercepted their path, revealing a small team before them. Yixian, indeed, you are with the Annihilation team. A young man stepped forward, having waited there for quite some time. Is that Wan Lingfeng? Chu Yang's brows furrowed. Yixian, this fellow is named Wan Lingfeng, a prodigy cultivated in secret by the Jinling base. He likely seeks you out after previously making quite the impression. Black Tiger team. Duanya's expression turned icy as he regarded Zhao Feihu, the leader of the opposing team. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to fight? Chun Gu and the others tensed, prepared for a confrontation, knowing the history of animosity between the two parties. Why would we? Zhao Feihu replied with a slight smile. Duanya, Lingfeng has heard of your team's formidable strength, especially Yixian's, and has been waiting here for a fair duel. Duanya cast a sidelong glance at Wan Lingfeng. This kid may be strong, but are you certain he can contend with Yixian? I want to question that. Zhao Feihu waved his hand dismissively. Lingfeng has requested this. I am merely providing them an opportunity for a fair contest. Yixian. Wan Lingfeng's gaze locked onto Yixian. I've heard you hunted a pinnacle third-tier beast during the Beast Tide in Jiangbei City. Truly impressive. How about we spar? With that, Wan Lingfeng emanated a mid-third-tier aura, startling Chu Yang, who sensed that his true strength likely exceeded what was visible. As for the wager, how does 500 million Huaxia coins sound? Wan Lingfeng continued, brazenly adding, I've heard the Nine Heavens Thunder technique costs quite a bit. I assume you could use the funds? Oh, Yixian listened to Wan Lingfeng's audacity, genuinely puzzled by the source of his confidence. It seems he has come prepared. Very well. 500 million was no small sum, and the prospect of a battle that also yielded a reward intrigued him, as he had never encountered such a proposition before. Chapter 44. The fierce battle commences, hunting the high-tier beast, Ice Scorpion King. Flame Slash. With his S-tier fire ability enhanced, Wan Lingfeng slashed out with his sword, an attack that even a mid-third-tier opponent would hesitate to confront, clearly signaling his intent to hold nothing back from the start. Yet, Yixian deftly maneuvered to evade the strike. The subtle level of body techniques is not something you alone possess. As his voice echoed, Wan Lingfeng also activated his subtle level techniques, launching another assault on Yixian. Admittedly, this fellow had some skill. Utilizing his gravity domain, Wan Lingfeng found his movements hindered, and before he could react, Overlord Fist. The force of the punch sent Wan Lingfeng flying, the energy propelling him several meters away, where he coughed up blood. You scoundrel! You're courting death. Wan Lingfeng's face twisted with rage, having never endured such treatment. Inferno Fury. He swung his sword, unleashing an attack powerful enough to rival that of a late third-tier beast, prompting cold smiles from Zhao Feihu and the Black Tiger team. Confident that Wan Lingfeng's strike would be unavoidable for Yixian. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Yixian, employing the Thunder Goddess steps, struck Wan Lingfeng's abdomen with a palm, unleashing a storm of lightning that severely injured Wan Lingfeng, leaving him pale and shaken. Cough cough. several meters away. Wan Lingfeng spat blood, his expression one of disbelief. It's impossible. Despite revealing all his trump cards, he was still no match for Yixian, leaving him devoid of the strength to continue fighting. What? The members of the Black Tiger team's expressions shifted dramatically, as the unfolding scene far exceeded their expectations. Ha ha ha, splendid. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed in delight at the sight. Wan Lingfeng, a bet is a bet. Pay up. Wan Lingfeng's expression turned frigid as he weighed his options, glancing at the Annihilation team, and with Zhao Feihu's nod, he conceded. Fine. A card materialized before Yixian, containing the promised 500 million huaxia coins. Let us go. Zhao Feihu coldly snorted, leading the Black Tiger team away, quickly disappearing from sight, as they could not bear to remain any longer. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Chu Yang laughed heartily, while Chun Gu and the others shared subtle smiles, reveling in the sight of the Black Tiger team's humiliation. Yixian, you are incredible. Duanya regarded the young man before him with deep admiration, marveling. Your combat prowess is likely on par with a late third-tier beast now. Should news of this battle spread, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Jinling base, particularly since Wan Lingfeng is a prodigy cultivated by the base for many years. At that moment, the notification chime resonated. Is this 20 million? Glancing at their respective transaction records, Duanya was taken aback. Yixian, what is this? With the spoils of the hunt shared, it marked a promising start to their hunting mission. Yixian, seemingly indifferent, remarked that while 100 million huaxia coins was indeed substantial, it was not particularly significant to him. In that case, we shall not hold back. Duanya said no more, as they had no need for such formalities between them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duanya and his companions surged deeper into the vicinity until, a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at an abandoned supermarket, where the temperature plummeted sharply, causing Yixian to furrow his brow. He sensed an intense chill in the air, and just then, Lingu, be careful. Duanya's voice rang out as he positioned himself protectively in front of Lingu, his shield infused with wind attribute abilities to guard against an impending attack. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Duanya was hurled backward by a fierce strike, yet he successfully shielded Lingu from harm. Was that the tail of an ice scorpion? Chu Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening as he sensed the attack's origin. That aura. It's a mid-level 4th-tier ice scorpion king. How formidable. The Chun brothers swallowed hard. The pressure it exuded was even greater than that of the mid-level 4th-tier iron-armored rhino they had previously failed to slay. Clearly, they were up against a tough opponent. Chen Gu wore a grave expression, for the earlier attack had spoken volumes, and he had barely registered what had transpired. Captain, observing the immensely powerful ice scorpion king before them, Yixian pondered, you all attract its attention. I am confident I can injure it. Oh, Duanya. Hearing Yixian's words, exchanged a glance with Chun Gu and nodded. All right. Everyone, coordinate with Yixian. Understood. Chu Yang and the others nodded earnestly. Had they not witnessed Yixian's prowess and capabilities firsthand, they might not have been so trusting, but now they were filled with confidence. Let us strike. Chu Yang grinned, boasting, attracting attention is my specialty. Tap tap tap. They unleashed a barrage of firepower, all aimed at the ice scorpion king. Although they could not penetrate its defenses, they certainly inflicted pain. Well done. Duanya observed Chu Yang's actions with narrowed eyes, shouting, everyone, protect Chu Yang. In an instant, the Oblivion squad engaged in battle with the Ice Scorpion King, while Yixian focused intently on the creature, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Wind Blade Slash. Duanya executed a Wind Blade Slash that collided with the Ice Scorpion King's tail. A fierce confrontation ensued. Flamebind. Chun Gu exerted all his effort to ensnare its body with flame, while Chun Xian and Chun Kuan positioned themselves defensively to block the Ice Scorpion King's 6 legs and pincers. Clearly, the Oblivion squad was adeptly holding it at bay. Now's our chance. At a pivotal moment, Yixian moved swiftly, activating the gravity field, the overwhelming gravitational pressure alleviating the burden on Duanya and the others. He then accelerated toward the Ice Scorpion King. Subsequently, crackling thunder enveloped his thunder sword, a smirk gracing his lips. Divine thunder breaks the void. To the astonishment of Duanya and the others, Yixian unleashed the third move of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Divine thunder breaks the void. In a single strike, the thunderous energy wreaked havoc, its power formidable enough to chill even a mid-level 3rd-tier beast, particularly as it struck with blinding speed upon one of the Ice Scorpion King's legs. However, even so, it merely breached the Ice Scorpion King's defenses, blood gushing forth afterward. Is that all? Yixian observed the Ice Scorpion King, noting its status as a mid-level 4th-tier beast, enhanced by its ice abilities, the Dominant Fist. Taking a deep breath, he allowed the surging thunder to envelop his fist, unleashing all his might through the Dominant Fist. Finally, with a resounding crack, the Ice Scorpion King's leg broke, prompting Duanya and the others to brighten with hope. Break. In a tense standoff, Yixian channeled intense thunder into the Ice Scorpion King, forcefully severing one of its legs from its body, sending it flying. Retreat. Duanya commanded decisively, instructing the Oblivion squad to withdraw, for the creature was destined to enter a state of rage next. Crack. Just as Duanya and the others withdrew, the Ice Scorpion King, having lost a leg, swayed its massive body, its eyes turning a furious crimson due to the excruciating pain. A violent killing intent filled the air as it succumbed to fury. Impressive. Xuan marveled at the rampaging Ice Scorpion King below, swallowing hard. Brother Yixian, was that move just now the third move of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique? Indeed, Yixian replied candidly, a smile on his face. The Chun brothers exchanged glances before turning their gaze to Yixian. What a prodigy. To master the third move of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique at such a young age, merely 18. Unprecedented. Duanya and Chungu also wore smiles, awed by Yixian's extraordinary talent. Yixian, having you join the Oblivion squad, is truly our fortune, Duanya asserted earnestly, and the others nodded in agreement, reflecting on how Yixian's inclusion had dramatically enhanced both their combat prowess and gains. Captain, you jest. It is my honor to join the Oblivion squad. Yixian replied with sincerity, feeling grateful toward Duanya and the others, for without them, his growth would not have been so swift. That creature is about to go berserk, Chungu remarked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the Ice Scorpion King with its blood-red eyes locked onto them. As its fury reaches its peak, let us strike. Duanya issued the command to attack decisively, and the entire Oblivion squad unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the wounded creature, demonstrating how even the mightiest defenses could crumble under relentless assault. The gravity field intensified, accelerating the rate of blood loss from the already injured Ice Scorpion King. World-destroying thunder punishment. A thunderous beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the Ice Scorpion King, eliciting a profound sense of awe from Chungu. This individual's damage output rivals that of an entire hunting squad. Wind Ninja Vortex / Flame Strike. Duanya and Chungu joined the fray, launching their attacks at the Ice Scorpion King's severed leg, while Chuyang maintained a relentless barrage of fire. Overbearing Fist. At a critical moment, Yixian swiftly positioned himself beneath the Ice Scorpion King, which had yet to react, and struck it upward into the air. Ha ha ha, it's our turn. The Chun brothers, having awaited this moment, soared skyward, brute force strike. As they combined their strength, two shields crashed down upon the Ice Scorpion King's head, shattering it with a resounding crack, followed by the thud of its corpse hitting the ground. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, dust rising to several meters in height, enveloping the entire area in a thick cloud, obscuring visibility. Soon, under the oppressive weight of the gravity field, the dust settled, revealing the Ice Scorpion King transformed into a grotesque corpse, a vivid demonstration of the law of survival of the fittest. Had the Oblivion squad faltered, their fate would have been far more dire than that of the now lifeless Ice Scorpion King. Chuyang exhaled, gazing at the fallen Ice Scorpion King, relieved. We won. The battle had been surprisingly effortless. In that moment, Chuyang was filled with gratitude, and the Chun brothers nodded in agreement. This victory is thanks to Yixian. Duanya's gaze turned to Yixian, smiling. Had it not been for you, we would have likely needed over a quarter of an hour to secure the kill, with considerable risk of injury as well. Indeed, Chungu concurred, then looked toward the battlefield. Captain, I propose, during this hunting operation, how should Yixian distribute the 3 portions? Agreed. Absolutely. Duanya and the others expressed their unanimous consent, leaving Yixian momentarily taken aback. Deputy Captain, that wouldn't be appropriate. After all, every team member has contributed significantly to the slaying of the ferocious beasts. It's all right. Duanya reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. We're not strangers here. It's only fair to distribute according to effort. Besides, we have also benefited from your prowess. Moreover, he glanced deeper into the woods. This 3-part share is not a freebie. You'll need to exert yourself in the upcoming suppression and battle strategies. Thank you. Yixian understood they were being considerate of him, especially since the cost of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique would only escalate as time went on. Let's go? Duanya did not elaborate further, his eyes narrowing. Let's find the next 4th-tier ferocious beast. With our current squad strength, perhaps we can challenge a late-stage 4th-tier beast. Hearing this, Chungu and the others felt a surge of excitement. Facing a late-stage 4th-tier beast had been unfathomable for them before Yixian joined. Such beasts were typically tasks assigned only to high-ranking battle squads, while they were still merely a mid-tier squad. Thus, a high-intensity hunt commenced. 3 beasts, 5 beasts, 10 beasts. 2 days later, the Oblivion squad had slain a staggering 10 4th-tier ferocious beasts. If this achievement were to be known outside, it would surely be astonishing. Such a high-density kill of 4th-tier beasts could only be accomplished by high-ranking battle squads, and even they would find it no easy feat. Ha ha ha, 10 beasts, Chuyang exclaimed, calculating their achievements, utterly exhilarated. In just 2 days, we eliminated 10 4th-tier ferocious beasts. It feels like a dream. Let's move. Duanya gazed deeper into the forest, a smile curling on his lips. What lies deeper is not something our squad can handle, and besides, time is running short. With the points earned from these beasts, Oblivion Squad is one step closer to becoming a high-ranking battle squad. Subsequently, the group headed towards Jiangbei City. Thus, the unprecedented beast tide in Jiangbei City was drawing to a close, and undoubtedly, Yixian emerged as the greatest beneficiary of this hunting spree. Particularly, after this period of battling high-tier ferocious beasts, his combat experience had significantly improved, and he had become more adept at utilizing his perfected agility. Meanwhile, the elite squad competition, held once every 5 years at the Jinling base, had commenced, heralding the onset of a new journey. Chapter 46. You came to my home to meet my parents? At the Jinling base, in the square, a Jinling base warplane approached from a distance and smoothly landed on the ground. We're finally back. Xu Yang inhaled the fresh air, overwhelmed by nostalgia as he surveyed the familiar surroundings, feeling that they were now significantly closer to becoming a high-ranking battle squad. By the way, at a certain moment, Duanya thought of something and awkwardly cleared his throat. Yixian, the Oblivion Squad has already registered for the Jinling Elite Competition. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us. The Jinling Elite Competition? Upon hearing this, Yixian was taken aback, as this was the first time he had heard of such an event. Shingu noticed Yixian's confusion and explained. The Jinling Elite Competition is designed for battle squads below the 5th-tier martial artists at the Jinling base. All participating squads will be battle squads, making it a gathering of formidable individuals. Furthermore, he paused for emphasis, this year's elite competition boasts unprecedented rewards. The first-place squad not only receives 30,000 points, but also 5 drops of 6th-tier peak ferocious beast blood, along with 1 billion huaxia currency points. Wow! The magnitude of such rewards left Yixian astounded. Previously, their tasks in Jiangbei City yielded only 3,000 points from slaying high-tier ferocious beasts. Yet the first place in the elite competition alone promised 30,000 points. Combined, these 3 rewards must be worth at least 30 billion. Ding! The system's voice echoed in Yixian's ear. Host has triggered a task. Achieve first place in the elite competition to receive an ability upgrade card, along with an additional 3,000 ability points. At that moment, Yixian's heart raced at the prospect of achieving first place in the elite competition. The system was remarkably confident in him, and with this incentive, he found no reason to decline. An ability upgrade card. This was specifically designed for the SS grade lightning ability. If upgraded, could it not become SS grade or even SSS grade lightning ability? The thought of such a spectacle was exhilarating. Alright, with this in mind, Yixian nodded slightly. I would also like to witness the prowess of the elite competitors. Thank you. Duanya expressed his sincere gratitude. As they had all witnessed Yixian's combat capabilities in recent days, particularly his mastery over the battle machine, which even he had to admire. With such exceptional judgment and formidable strength combined, it was a terrifying combination, akin to a superhuman equipped with an intelligent enhancement. Today we rest, and tomorrow the elite competition begins. After a brief conversation, the Oblivion Squad returned to make their final preparations. At the Jinling base, in the Imperial Garden Villa, the sound of the door clicking open resonated as Yixian's parents, upon seeing their son return, broke into smiles. Xian, you're back. Yes. Observing his parents in good spirits, Yixian felt a lift in his mood. After a few brief exchanges of pleasantries, Yixian's parents exchanged curious glances. Xian, while you were away, a girl named Mu Xiener came to visit us. His mother cautiously remarked, recalling her awe upon first seeing Mu Xiener, who was the most beautiful girl she had ever encountered. Her intuition suggested that the girl had an interest in her son. Huh. Yixian was taken aback, incredulous. Mom, what did you say? Xiener came to our home. Not only did he recall his earlier conversation with Mu Qingho, but he also wondered what she was doing. Was it mere small talk, or perhaps a prelude to meeting the parents? Ugh. Yixian shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. What was he even thinking about meeting the parents? Ahem. Mom and Dad, I have something to attend to in the study. Clearing his throat, Yixian awkwardly excused himself from his parents' gaze, genuinely unsure how to face them at this moment. Phew. Once the door was closed, Yixian sat down, gazing out at the beautiful scenery of the villa complex, momentarily lost in thought before dialing Mu Xiener's number. Hello. Soon. The image of Mu Xiener appeared on his smart wristband. What do you need from this lady? Ahem. Yixian cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Did you come to my house to meet my parents? Oh, that matter? Mu Xiener replied nonchalantly. Of course. I went to meet the parents of the man I fancy. Besides, Auntie even said she wished I could be her daughter-in-law. After Mu Qingho's probing, Mu Xiener had come to terms with her feelings for Yixian, at least acknowledging her interest, though she had yet to break the ice. Girl, you wouldn't seriously be considering bringing me home as your wife, would you? Puffed. Seeing Yixian's astonished expression, Mu Xiener felt her heart race, feigning calmness. Dream on. My standards are quite high. The two engaged in playful banter, yet neither dared to delve deeper into the topic. After a while, nearing the end of their conversation, she remarked, the elite competition? I will be attending. I'm off to take a shower. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. After finishing her words, Mu Xiener abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Yixian in a state of bewilderment. Go take a shower? What does that girl mean? Is it a strategy of seduction? Indeed, Yixian found himself utterly perplexed. It seemed rather unusual for such a stunning beauty to speak to a boy in that manner. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside his confusion and focus on shopping. Subsequently, Yixian instructed Xiao Ji to bring up the interface for the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, which was of utmost importance to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for the fourth form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, consuming 1 billion huaxia coins. With the successful exchange, Yixian noticed a significant reduction of 1 billion huaxia coins in his card, yet he deemed it well worth the expenditure. At least in his perspective. Following that, he purchased some equipment and enhancements for his combat aircraft. With a sigh of relief after mastering the fourth form of the technique, Yixian mused, in the elite competition, I am eager to see how many formidable opponents I will encounter. The next day, at the square of the Jinling base, Yixian, upon arriving at the square, he spotted several familiar figures, with Mu Xianer at the forefront, accompanied by members of the Thunderfire squad, including Xuan. Captain, you're amazing, Shirley exclaimed excitedly, gazing at his captain. We all come to cheer you on for the elite competition. Thank you. Yixian felt quite moved. It was somewhat unexpected for Xuan to show up. Don't get me wrong. Xuan seemed to feel that her presence did not align with her usual demeanor. I merely wished to observe the gap between us. Humph. Xiao Jingyang cast a sidelong glance at Xuan, retorting with annoyance. With that little thought of yours, you think you can deceive me? Xuan. Indeed, he had forgotten that this irritating individual possessed the ability to read minds. All right. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Xuan's face. As a teammate, I hope the Silent Death Squad achieves a commendable ranking. Thanks. Yixian smiled faintly. But when he turned to regard the multitude of spectators, numbering no less than several tens of thousands, he was truly taken aback. Goodness, this crowd is quite overwhelming. Chapter 47. The Black Tiger Squad's maneuvers anger the overprotective Mu Xianer. Captain. Soon, Yixian arrived at the preparation area for the Silent Death Squad, where he encountered Duanya and the others. You're here. After exchanging greetings, Duanya solemnly remarked, Today, let us act within our capabilities and strive to break into the top 10. Everyone, there's no need to feel pressured. Although Duanya felt anxious, as the captain, he endeavored to encourage the team. After all, today's battle was of utmost importance and an excellent opportunity for the squad to make a name for themselves. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Wang Tianba, the chief instructor of the Jiangnan base, sat at the center, flanked by Jun Banqing, the president of Jinling University, and Feng Jun, the deputy master of the Wuji Martial Arts Institute. On either side were Feng Chun, the deputy master of the Red Lotus Martial Arts Institute, and Li Tianyi, the deputy master of the Thunder Martial Arts Institute. Feng Chun, the deputy master of the Red Lotus Martial Arts Institute, fixed his gaze on Li Tianyi, who bore panda-like eyes, and asked, Li Master, what is with your appearance? Wang Tianba cast a glance at Li Tianyi, while Jun Banqing exchanged knowing smiles with Feng Jun. Ahem, I stumbled accidentally. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Li Tianyi said, but his gaze towards Wang Tianba was filled with animosity. Damn it. Upon returning to the Jinling base, he had sought out Wang Tianba, and unsurprisingly, the two had sparred. However, he did not expect that the latter had already entered the late stage of the 6th tier. Is that so? Wang Tianba glanced at Li Tianyi, seemingly unperturbed. Then perhaps next time, Li Master should be more careful. Cough, cough. Hearing this sudden remark, Feng Chun nearly choked on his tea. Goodness, Wang Tianba is quite the cunning old fox. Humph. Li Tianyi snorted coldly. This matter does not require the concern of Chief Instructor Wang. While he said this, he had already mentally cursed Wang's ancestors for generations. What a shameless old fellow. At that moment, a figure appeared on the arena, none other than Luo Tong, the elite member instructor of the Jinling base. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am delighted to serve as the host for this elite team competition. The first place in this competition will receive 30,000 team points, 5 drops of 6th tier pinnacle beast blood, and 1 billion huaxia coins. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in excitement. What the heck? Shirley stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene. The higher-ups are placing such importance on this competition. That's quite normal. Xiao Jingyang, being the son of a wealthy tycoon, was privy to much information. The unprecedented beast tide in Jiangbei City has significantly impacted all major bases. Such emphasis is likely related to this. An unprecedented beast tide? Upon hearing this, Mu Xianer felt a twitch in her eyelids. She was well aware that her elder brother had joined the Wind God squad largely for his own growth, intending to become her support against their father and family in the near future. She could not be oblivious to her brother's intentions. All right, just then, Luo Tong's voice resonated from the arena. Next, the first match of the elimination round. The Silent Death Squad from the Jinling base versus the Black Tiger Squad from the Jinling base. Wow. Upon hearing this announcement, the tens of thousands of spectators were taken aback. Both squads were quite renowned and reportedly not on good terms. Now they were pitted against each other right off the bat. Was this a deliberate arrangement by the higher-ups? However, they were eager to see the ensuing drama. Wan Lingfeng, Xiao Xingyang's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Wan Lingfeng. Vice Captain, this is bad. What's wrong? Mu Xian'er asked, taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Cough, cough. Vice Captain. You may not know, but Wan Lingfeng is a genius secretly trained by the Jinling base for 10 years. It is said that he is an S-class fire ability user and is now at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Pausing for a moment, he continued. I've heard he is extremely arrogant, and with our captain making waves in Jinling base and Jiangbei City, he will likely go hard against our captain. Damn it. Shirley felt a wave of unease. Does that mean our captain is in a precarious situation? Wan Lingfeng? Upon hearing this, Mu Xian'er narrowed her eyes. An ominous glint emanating from her. If you dare to harm him, I will ensure you pay the price. Gulp. Xiao Xingyang sensed the vice captain's underlying thoughts and was taken aback. His expression reflected sheer astonishment. Goodness, the vice captain truly has feelings for the captain. And it's not just any ordinary protectiveness. Jun Mo's gaze sharpened. Mid-stage of the 3rd tier, an S-class fire ability user. He is a formidable opponent. At that moment, both squads on the stage were already prepared. Duanya. Zhao Feihu fixed his gaze on Duanya. We meet again. His eyes then fell on Yixian. That kid is in for a tough time today. With the sound of his voice, a formidable aura surged from Zhao Feihu, revealing his late-stage 4th tier strength, causing a ripple of shock to sweep through the audience. My goodness, he started off with late-stage 4th tier power. Humph. Duanya snorted coldly, equally exuding an aura that was not one bit weaker than Zhao Feihu's. Attack. Without further ado, Zhao Feihu commanded, and the battle plan unfolded. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yixian was not matched against Jinling base's Wan Lingfeng, but rather against the Black Tiger Squad's peak 3rd tier martial artist, Lu Qian. Shameless. Shirley exploded with rage upon witnessing this scene, which far exceeded his imagination. A peak 3rd tier warrior blocking the captain. Damn it. Black Tiger Squad. Mu Xian'er's gaze narrowed at this moment. After having dealt with the reckless Bloodkill Squad, she had no qualms about eradicating the Black Tiger Squad as well. Fortunately, Xiao Xingyang had not employed his mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been terrified. Not necessarily. At this moment, Lei Tianzi appeared in the arena, seemingly out of nowhere. When Shirley spotted Lei Tianzi, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. What are you doing here, pestilence? Humph. Lei Tianzi cast a disinterested glance at Shirley. Do you think I am here for you, you worthless fool? Cough, cough. After saying this, Lei Tianzi approached Mu Xian'er and cleared his throat, saying, Miss Luo, I sincerely apologize for my previous offense towards you and Captain Yi. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Mu Xian'er was momentarily taken aback by Lei Tianzi's behavior, but that was not her primary concern. What do you mean by not necessarily? Clearly, she was far more concerned about Yixian's safety. Indeed, Lei Tianzi took a deep breath and addressed the crowd. During the previous hunting mission in Jiangbei City, Captain Yi saved our team and, moreover, single-handedly defeated a mid-tier 3rd-grade beast in one strike. Upon hearing this, Jun Moxie's pupils constricted. What did you just say? Captain Yi defeated a mid-tier 3rd-grade beast with one blow? Are you certain? Of course. Lei Tianzi's gaze swept over the arena, and he remarked, Captain Yi's strength is unfathomable. I truly believe he will prevail. If that is the case? Shirley shot a glance at Lei Tianzi. Pestilence, doesn't this make the battle rather uncertain? Chapter 48. Overpowering the Black Tiger team. The perfect level movement technique revealed. On the high platform. Jun Bansheng observed the configurations in the arena and was momentarily taken aback. A peak 3rd-grade martial artist facing Yixian. It seems the Black Tiger team is rather wary of him. Indeed. Feng Chun, the deputy head of the Honglian martial arts school, nodded. Although Yixian is formidable and has a record of slaying peak 3rd-grade beasts in Jiangbei City, he is still outnumbered against a peak 3rd-grade martial artist. This cannot be underestimated. Li Tianyi watched the scene unfold, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This battle is intriguing. Both sides are from the Jinling base. And the tension is palpable. Hee, it seems we are in for a good show. Wang Tianba, catching wind of the malicious laughter, narrowed his eyes and focused on Li Tianyi. What's this? Has the head of the Li martial arts school forgotten the taste of defeat? If so, I wouldn't mind letting you trip again. You. Upon hearing the old fox's words, Li Tianyi was infuriated, nearly exploding with rage. If it weren't for the public setting, he would have overturned the stage. Brother Lu, teach that brat a lesson for me. Wan Lingfeng derisively directed his gaze toward Yixian, making a note to Lu Qian. Haha, rest assured, Lu Qian of the Black Tiger team smiled slightly, then turned his attention to Yixian. That kid will surely leave the arena on a stretcher today. Let us begin. Zhao Feihu observed the arena and cautioned, we must not allow any other members of the Silent Demise team to assist. Understood. The members of the Black Tiger team grinned broadly, reveling in the misfortune of the Silent Demise team. Kid. As the two sides clashed, only Yixian and Lu Qian stood facing each other. Lu Qian smiled. Withdraw from the arena voluntarily, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure your blood spills on the ground. As his voice fell, The pressure of a peak third-grade martial artist enveloped the area, advancing towards Yixian. Aware of this kid's extraordinary nature, Lu Qian did not dare to act carelessly. Fierce tiger fist. As he unleashed a punch, a roar of a tiger echoed. Its power sufficient to severely injure an average late third-grade martial artist. Is that so? Yixian's lips curled up. If that is the case, let us battle. Overlord fist. Yixian's third-grade martial artist aura surged forth, enhanced by the thunder goddess steps, as he rushed toward Lu Qian. Bang! In an instant, the two collided. And the outcome surprised everyone. Both retreated 3 steps, equally matched in strength. Ha ha ha, splendid. Duanyo observed this scene, feeling confident. Then mockingly turned to Zhao Feihu. It seems your Lu Qian is somewhat lacking. You. Zhao Feihu was equally astonished, not expecting that kid to possess such strength. Lu Qian, unleash your full power, he urged, as this battle was not only about the reputation of the Black Tiger team, but also their ranking. Yes, Captain. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qian flipped his right hand and retrieved a long spear, a dense icy aura emanating from it. Kid, this is where it ends. Lu Qian narrowed his eyes. Preparing, spear shattering the sky. With a thrust of the spear, a powerful icy attribute surged forth, a move no peak third-grade martial artist would dare to withstand. Clearly intending to defeat him in one blow. Swish. The speed was astonishing, reaching Yixian in an instant, aiming directly for his heart. Too slow. A voice rang out. And in the next moment, Yixian deftly evaded Lu Qian's attack, delivering a punch that sent Lu Qian flying, crashing to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. How is this possible? Wan Lingfeng stared in disbelief at Yixian in the arena, his eyes wide with shock. That's the perfect level movement technique. A thunderous roar. Wan Lingfeng's mind went blank. The perfect level movement technique, reportedly only mastered by 8th-grade martial artists. How could that kid possess it? How could he? I refuse to believe it. Wan Lingfeng, losing his composure, charged at Yixian, inferno blaze. A searing heat surged toward Yixian, causing Wang Tianba's expression to darken. Such actions were contrary to the principles of martial artists. Yixian, be careful. Mu Xianer felt a pang of anxiety and quickly called out. Captain Dodge. Shirley and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They had not anticipated Wan Lingfeng's shamelessness, attacking from behind. A conduct all martial artists scorned. Slap. Before anyone could react, Yixian slapped away the incoming attack, and Wan Lingfeng stumbled forward, crashing down like Lu Qian. Bang. He hit the ground hard, completely incapacitated, lacking even the strength to rise. His eyes filled with resentment as they turned toward Yixian. How could this happen? It should be me, Wan Lingfeng, making a name for myself. Wan Lingfeng. Yixian glanced at the distant figure questioning his existence. To be honest, you are less than worthless in my eyes. Boom. The sudden declaration ignited the entire arena, and atop the high platform, Wang Tianba's face darkened. For Wan Lingfeng was a genius cultivated by their Jinling base. Haha, splendid. Jun Bancheng looked at Yixian, his eyes filled with admiration, laughing heartily. Instructor Wang. I must admit, I can no longer discern whether your judgment is astute or misguided. Hee. Li Tianyi beamed at the jest, while Wang Tianba snorted. Wan Lingfeng truly embarrassed the Jinling base. One must understand. Losing is not frightening. What is truly contemptible is being unable to bear the loss. Just then, the gravity domain activated. As Yixian unleashed it, even Zhao Feihu felt its considerable impact. Chun Gu squinted at the scene. Yixian's gravity domain has become even more powerful. Well done. Chu Yang was filled with excitement. Never expecting Yixian to be so capable, defeating 2 members of the Black Tiger team right off the bat. As for the remaining 4, coupled with Yixian's gravity domain, defeat was merely a matter of time. Perfect level movement technique. Duanya gasped in awe, narrowing his eyes. Chun Gu. Perhaps today, we might secure first place in the tournament. Ha ha ha, indeed. Chun Gu laughed heartily, and the aura of a mid-4th grade martial artist began to surge around him, causing Zhao Feihu's heart to tremble. The Black Tiger squad concedes. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Feihu directly admits defeat, should the battle continue. It would likely jeopardize the Black Tiger squad's upcoming missions. Excellent. Instructor Luo, with a meaningful glance at Yixian, nods and announces, the first match goes to the Oblivion squad. After this proclamation, Yu Wei gazes at the high platform, uncertain whether the chief instructor is pleased or displeased. The growth rate of this young man's perfect level agility is truly astonishing. At merely 18, he possesses perfect level agility, the capability to severely injure a peak 3rd-tier warrior, and dual elemental abilities. His future is incredibly promising. However, the forthcoming grand competition seems to be shaping up to be even more intriguing. Chapter 49, Divine Thunder Shattering Void. The third style, astonishing all. So powerful. Shirley stares in disbelief at the arena. A single individual has turned the tide of battle. Indeed, the captain is nothing short of an idol. Xiao Xingyang, a little fanboy, gazes at the platform, initially believing the captain was merely training, only to be surprised by such a significant revelation. It is easy to understand. Lei Tianzi takes a deep breath and looks up at the stage. Do you all realize that Captain Yi has now reached the perfect level of agility? What? Jun Moxie's eyes widen in shock. Perfect level agility? How can that be? Jun Moxie is genuinely astounded. One must understand that merely grasping the subtle level is the hallmark of a 6th-tier warrior, while perfect level is the standard for 8th-tier warriors. Yet, how old is this fellow? Just 18. It seems surpassing him is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Jun Moxie introspects. Simply achieving perfect level agility feels like an insurmountable chasm. Originally, upon breaking through to a 3rd-tier warrior, he sought an opportunity to compete with that individual, but now, that notion seems utterly ludicrous. Perfect level agility? Mu Xian'er stares blankly at the arena, at the one who gives her a distinct feeling. Even her elder brother's agility has only reached the pinnacle of the subtle level. Yet he has not touched perfect level agility. Has this fellow's comprehension of martial arts already surpassed that of her brother? All along, in Mu Xian'er's memory, her brother was the most outstanding genius she had ever encountered, and until today, that remained true. However, now, observing that individual's performance, her conviction wavers. For he is equally formidable in temperament and talent as her brother. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Xian'er has developed a faint admiration for him. Indeed, it feels akin to her admiration for her brother, yet there is something distinctly different. On the other side, damn it, Wan Lingfeng's face is ashen. His glare fixed menacingly on Yi Xian, then turning to a nearby youth. Brother, make sure to teach that bastard a lesson later. No problem. Wan Xiaodian smiles faintly, unconcerned. After all, the captain of their miracle squad is a peak 4th-tier powerhouse, and their squad will ascend to a higher battle squad in no time. Although the Oblivion squad is strong, they remain at a considerable distance from them, at least in his view. When we encounter the Oblivion squad, I will help you take revenge. Casting a glance at Yi Xian and the others, a smirk graces his lips. Their miracle squad is aiming for a top 3 finish in the grand competition, perhaps even first. Truly, upon hearing his brother's words, Wan Lingfeng's eyes gleam with joy. That's wonderful. Humph. He then looks at Yi Xian with a fierce glare. Kid, just let you prance around a little longer. Wan Xiaodian is well aware of how formidable the miracle squad is. Even Captain Zhao Feihu shows great deference in front of his brother, afraid of inadvertently offending the leader of the miracle squad. Thus, the Oblivion squad has become a dark horse in the elite-level grand competition. Time flies, unstoppable as a raging tide. Eventually, they arrive at the juncture for entering the top 10, where Luo Tong presides over the proceedings and announces, next, we will commence the first match of the top 10 battle. The Oblivion squad from Jinling Base will face off against the Miracle squad from the Honglian Martial Arts School. At this declaration, Wan Lingfeng's eyes shine brightly. Lingfeng, wait to see my brother deal with him. Wan Xiaodian then joins the already established Miracle squad. Taking to the arena, Xiaodian, the captain of the Miracle squad, Qin Tianyang, fixes his gaze on Yi Xian. That lad will be your responsibility shortly. Dispose of him swiftly. Understood, Captain. A cold smile plays on Wan Xiaodian's lips as his eyes settle on Yi Xian. That brat has humiliated my brother, and such disgrace will be repaid 100-fold. Humph. With a chilling laugh, Wan Xiaodian continues. While we must avoid causing any fatalities, crippling him is still permissible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first match of the top 10 quietly commences. The Oblivion squad is truly surprising. Qin Tianyang's gaze falls upon Duanya. Captain Duan, I suggest we concede. I do not wish to bully you. As he speaks, a peak 4th-tier aura emanates from Qin Tianyang, remarkably stable, indicating he has been in this realm for quite some time. Is that so? Duanya responds. A cryptic smile playing on his lips. Perhaps I would have conceded before, but not now. With those words, Duanya looks at the opposing Miracle squad. You are not the only one who has reached the peak of the 4th tier. Buzz. Immediately, an aura equal to Qin Tianyang's bursts forth from Duanya. This is the captain at peak 4th tier. Chu Yang's expression brightens. Had they been inclined to concede previously, now that their captain has reached the peak 4th tier, the situation has changed. Sensing Duanya's aura, Qin Tianyang is momentarily taken aback. The peak of the 4th tier? You must have just broken through. Is this your confidence? However, before he can finish, Yi Xian's gravity domain envelopes the arena, leaving Qin Tianyang astonished as he looks at Yi Xian. Gravity attribute ability, dual elemental abilities, truly a prodigy. However, it does not last long before an attack interrupts, and a young man appears opposite Yi Xian. Kid, you are the one who hurt my brother. Upon entering the arena, he continues, I am Wan Xiaodian, Lingfeng's elder brother. Oh, hearing Wan Xiaodian's words, Yi Xian also fixes his gaze upon him. They do indeed share some resemblance, though their styles are alike as well. You seek revenge? Although he is at the early 4th tier, Yi Xian is no pushover, especially since he possesses 100 methods to defeat him without revealing his true strength. You boldly extorted 500 million from my brother. Wan Xiaodian, having finished his words, does not waste time, stating, today, I shall cripple you. Is that unreasonable? Buzz. With that, golden light surges around Wan Xiaodian, as the golden elemental ability flows into his longsword, significantly enhancing his aura. Golden elemental ability? Yixian is quite surprised, for this ability is exceedingly rare and provides exceptional augmentation to attacks. No wonder this fellow is so confident. Admittedly, he has reason to be confident, yet that is all there is to it. Since his agility has been exposed, he might as well reveal a bit more. Narrowing his eyes, Yixian says little, augmenting the gravity domain, causing Wuxianovel to feel a weight in his heart. The earlier lad had not displayed his full strength. Divine Thunder Shattering Void, with astonishing speed. The third style of the Nine Heavens Thunder art is unleashed, capable of severely injuring peak third-tier warriors. Flash. Wuxianovel's expression falters. He truly did not expect that lad to suddenly launch an attack that posed a genuine threat. Boom. The two are immediately separated, each retreating several meters. Stunning everyone present, Yixian actually has more hidden talents. A third-tier warrior takes the initiative, standing toe-to-toe with a fourth-tier warrior. How can this fellow even be human? He is simply too monstrous. The third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, the Divine Thunder Shattering Void. Lei Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Yixian executing the move. Captain, Yi has actually mastered the third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. What? Jun Moxie, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered, staring in shock at the arena. How many more secrets does that fellow possess? Chapter 50, Defeating the Miracle Team. Entering the top 10 of the great competition, Divine Thunder Shattering Void. Shirley and Xiao Zhenyang were equally astonished, gazing at the stage. Goodness. The boss has actually cultivated the third form? When did this happen? Why was I not aware of it at all? The demeanor of the elder brother is indeed unparalleled. Mu Xian'er felt a surge of emotions, unconsciously. Yixian's figure had already stood shoulder to shoulder with her elder brother in her heart. At just 18 years of age, having mastered the third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, he was unmatched among all the major bases. The man I have set my sights on is truly extraordinary. At this moment, not only did Mu Xian'er reveal a proud smile, but this was also the man she yearned to surpass. Good gracious. On the high platform, Jun Bancheng was left in a state of disbelief. The third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique is indeed formidable? This kid is truly surprising. Wang Tianba narrowed his eyes further, and even Feng Chun, the vice master of the Red Lotus Martial Academy, was astounded. Quite intriguing. With a perfect body technique. He has even cultivated the Nine Heavens Thunder technique to such a level. I must see how far Wuxianovel can push him. With a meaningful gaze fixed on Yixian, Feng Chun continued, did you notice? Up until now, Yixian's expression remains utterly unchanged. It is as if everything is under his control. Master Feng, are you implying? Li Tianyi from the Thunder Martial Academy suddenly became agitated. This kid has another trump card. I suspect it is highly likely. At this moment, Feng Zhun, the vice master of the Wujian Martial Academy, also remarked, that kid is the most monstrous individual I have ever encountered. Speaking of which, I now have some faith that he can reach the level of that young man from the Wind God team back then. The reactions from all sides were unprecedentedly intense. After all, even the prominent figures from various factions were astonished, let alone the numerous thunder element abilities users present. In an instant, Yixian became the focal point of the entire arena. Meanwhile, Yixian's gaze, calm and collected, fell upon Wuxianovel as he smiled. A fourth-tier gold attribute warrior. Nothing more. The taunting undertone was palpable, infuriating Wuxianovel to his core. You little brat. Wuxianovel's face turned ashen. He never expected that fellow to be so arrogant. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Golden radiance surged forth. In an instant, a dense wave of gold attribute abilities surged into his longsword. The dazzling golden light tore through the air with a speed unprecedented. You brat die. He then unleashed a peak-level basic movement technique toward Yixian. Should he be struck, even a fourth-tier warrior would face a near-death experience. Is that so? Feeling the fierce golden attack, Yixian smirked. You are simply not enough. With the enhancement of the gravity domain, he channeled a torrent of thunder into his hand. Crack. In the blink of an eye, a few meters around Yixian crackled with explosive thunder. As he executed the Thunder Goddess steps and the perfect level movement technique with astonishing speed, meeting the attack head-on with a single punch. Boom. The force of the impact caused the two opposing teams engaged in battle to momentarily halt. All eyes now turned to the arena. That kid. Qin Tianyang's expression turned grave. He was genuinely taken aback by Yixian's strength. The other members of the Miracle team felt the same. After all, only their captain could withstand such a move. Even if the vice-captain were to endure it, it would come at a significant cost. Annihilating thunder punishment. A deafening roar erupted as a bolt of lightning enveloped Wuxianovel, forcing him to hastily defend with his gold attribute abilities. However, how could he withstand Yixian's full-powered assault? Spitting a mouthful of blood, Yixian's rapid punch sent him crashing away, leaving Wan Lingfeng in disbelief. Elder brother. Staring at the flying figure in utter disbelief, Wan Lingfeng felt an overwhelming shock. How could that Yixian be so strong? Coughing, Wuxianovel managed to stabilize himself. Already having been thrown off the stage, Wan Lingfeng hurriedly rushed forward to assist him. Elder brother, are you alright? Wan Lingfeng's face was filled with concern as Wan Xiaodian cast a complex glance at Yixian. Lingfeng, from now on, never consider this person as an enemy. If it weren't for Yixian holding back just now, I would likely be incapacitated. Boom. Upon hearing this, Wan Lingfeng's expression turned incredulous. That fellow is so strong. Swallowing hard, he realized that Yixian had indeed held back. His true power was unimaginable. If they were to become enemies in the future, Wan Xiaodian took a deep breath, casting a wary glance at the arena. If we provoke him, the Wan family in Jinling may face annihilation. I understand, elder brother. Wan Lingfeng, upon receiving his brother's cautionary reminder, took a deep breath, glancing once more at Yixian with trepidation and fear. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage continued. Under the influence of the gravity domain, Yixian, in conjunction with Chun Gu, severely injured the vice-captain of the miracle team, causing Qin Tianyang's expression to darken. If it were just a single segment of teeth, he might have confidence in defeating them, but with Chun Gu and that kid, whose strength was not inferior to the vice-captain, he would have no chance of victory at all. The miracle team concedes. With a sigh, despite his reluctance, Qin Tianyang chose to concede for the greater good, thus ending their journey in the top 10. The Annihilation team emerged victorious, advancing to the top 10 of the great competition. Luo Tong's expression was complex as he gazed at the arena. Yixian's performance once again astonished him. The third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. How long has it been since that kid started cultivating? It is worth noting that only a month has passed since the martial examination competition, meaning he has mastered the third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique in merely 1 month. A prodigy. An unparalleled prodigy. This was the thought that surged in Luo Tong's mind. Only these 4 words could encapsulate Yixian's innate talent. Wow. As this thought echoed, the audience erupted into an uproar, with tens of thousands of spectators' gazes fixated on the figure on the stage, that being Yixian. A third-tier warrior had actually defeated a fourth-tier warrior with such overwhelming force. This achievement was enough to stand proudly in the world. Advancing to the top 10 was simply unbelievable. Shi Lei's eyes widened, his excitement unmasked. The captain is invincible. A fourth-tier warrior is no match. Xiao Xingyang smacked his lips and then expressed his eager anticipation. Does this mean we are about to become a battle general level team? My goodness. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. If the old man knew, he would surely be left speechless. Speaking in a manner that would shock the world, Xiao Xingyang continued, while Jun Moxie was momentarily stunned, perplexed by the phrase left speechless. Next, Mu Xianer looked at the battle general level teams that had consecutively entered the top 10. This is truly just the beginning of the great competition. It is important to note that to enter the top 10, the weakest must be teams like the Miracle Team. And there are several teams that are significantly stronger than the Miracle Team. I hope Yixian and the others will win. Chapter 51, Revealing Partial Strength. Crushing mid-4th tier warriors. As time passed, after several rounds of competition, they finally reached the moment of the finals. Alright, Luo Tong proclaimed loudly, addressing the audience, and continued. After a series of matches, we have arrived at the most crucial moment. The teams entering the finals are the Annihilation team from Jinling Base and the Extreme team from Wujian Martial Academy. He paused to draw the attention of the audience. Now, let both teams take the stage to compete for the championship of the elite competition. Applause erupted as the sound reverberated. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience of several 100,000, a grand cacophony that lingered in the air for a considerable time. Go, Captain! Shouted Shi Lei and others, rallying for Yixian. They had never anticipated their captain would reach such heights in the finals. So, this is the final? Quite formidable, Lei Tian's amused, reflecting on the previous scenes and feeling immensely grateful that he had reconciled with Yixian. Otherwise, he feared he would have had to pay dearly for his arrogance. Oh. On the high platform, Jun Banqing observed the arena, noting, the Oblivion team truly surprises. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. He turned to Feng Guanzhu. If I recall correctly, the Extreme team has applied for the high-ranking battle general level, yes? Indeed. Feng Zhen nodded slightly, then continued, though the Oblivion team possesses considerable strength, there remains a significant gap compared to the Extreme team. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianba furrowed his brow slightly. Is that so? I beg to differ. After all, the Oblivion team hails from the Jinling base, and naturally, Wang Tianba did not wish to see his base overshadowed. Li Tianyi, witnessing Wang Tianba's obstinacy, smirked mischievously. Well then, let us await the outcome. Meanwhile, atop the arena, Oblivion team, Qin Yu, the captain of the Extreme team, gazed indifferently at Duanya. This is truly unexpected. I had thought it would be the Miracle team, led by Qin Tianyang. However, his gaze shifted to Yixian. The only reason you have come this far is due to Yixian's various enhancements. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all is in vain. With that, a formidable aura emanated from Qin Yu, revealing that he had indeed entered the 5th rank. What? Duanya felt the oppressive force from Qin Yu, his expression turning grave. A 5th rank warrior? You've actually reached the 5th rank. The impact of this revelation was monumental, leaving the entire arena in a state of astonishment. Were they joking? A 5th-rank warrior, capable of barely forming a high-ranking battle general team, appearing in an elite team competition? Together, the other members of the extreme team released their auras, each revealing themselves to be 4th-rank warriors. All 4th rank. Chu Yang's eyes widened in shock. His expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This extreme team is so strong. Such a configuration qualifies as a high-ranking battle general team, doesn't it? This seems like it will be a fierce battle. Taking a deep breath, the Chun brothers exchanged wry smiles, genuinely surprised by the extreme team's prowess. Captain, it seems the chances of winning are quite slim. Chen Gu wore a serious expression, the strength of the extreme team far exceeding his expectations. Yi Xian. Duanya felt a sense of uncertainty, then looked at Yi Xian beside him. Do you have confidence? Very little, about 30%. Yi Xian replied after a moment of contemplation. For a 5th-rank warrior and 4 4th-rank warriors formed a lineup that overwhelmingly outclassed the Oblivion team. Unless he revealed all his strength. Yet, that was evidently impossible. 30%? Upon hearing this, Duanya and the others were momentarily stunned. Their confidence was far greater than they had anticipated. They understood that, in their eyes, the chances of victory were at most a mere 5%. Truly. Duanya took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian, for this battle was of great significance. Yi Xian nodded firmly, while Duanya and Chun Gu exchanged glances. All right. At a certain moment, Duanya made his decision. Henceforth, the command of the battle is yours. Yi Xian, go all out against them. Chu Yang and the Chun brothers nodded solemnly. A 30% chance was quite substantial. Next, Yi Xian gazed at the opposing side and instructed. Captain, you and the vice president will hold off one of their 5th-rank warriors and the mid-4th-rank vice captain. Understood. Duanya and Chun Gu exchanged a knowing look and nodded gravely, though the challenge still rested on Duanya's shoulders. Chu, can you and the Chun brothers hold off one mid-4th-rank warrior? One? The three were taken aback. While it was somewhat difficult, it was achievable. They nodded. But then Chun Gu suddenly realized something. Yi Xian, you're not suggesting. Correct. Yi Xian smiled slightly and turned his gaze to the opposing side. I will handle the remaining 2 4th-rank warriors. It seemed it was time to reveal more of his trump cards. Duanya and the others were momentarily stunned. Indeed, this guy had hidden cards. Moreover, they were sufficient to contend with and even defeat 2 4th-rank warriors, which was a notion that seemed almost fantastical. Commence. With Yi Xian's command, Duanya and the others charged toward their respective opponents, a move that left the entire arena, including the extreme team, momentarily dumbfounded. What an arrogant brat. One of the mid-4th-rank members of the extreme team sneered coldly. Do you truly believe your plan will succeed? Battle absolute. Eliminate those 3 from the Oblivion team. The 2 mid-4th-rank warriors surged toward Chu Yang and the others with ferocity, fully aware that if they could eliminate these 3, they would secure an absolute advantage. Meanwhile, another mid-4th-rank warrior intercepted Yi Xian, clearly indicating that the extreme team had their own battle strategy prepared. Fallen Thunder Strike. One of the mid-4th-rank warriors from the extreme team unleashed a bolt of lightning, attempting to sever the path toward Chu Yang and the others, followed by the full activation of a gravity domain, darkening his expression. What? Shirley and the others were astonished, their gazes fixed upon Mu Xian. Vice Captain. How could this be? Indeed, they were bewildered by the scene before them. The captain had actually executed the vice captain's signature attack, albeit transformed from fiery powers into thunderous ones. Thunderstorm. Before Mu Xian could express her astonishment, she executed another technique, enveloping the mid-4th-rank warrior in a tempest of lightning. You shall not succeed. The mid-4th-rank warrior from the extreme team's expression darkened. Sky-splitting strike. With a single strike, a blade of light surged toward Yi Xian. Its might formidable enough that even mid-4th-rank warriors dared not face it head-on. Divine thunder-shattering void. Yi Xian unleashed a rapid response, mastering the control of his power to the utmost, executing the 3rd move of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. Buzz. As the strike landed, both Yi Xian and the mid-4th-rank warrior staggered back several steps, but Yi Xian's aura had already risen to the mid-3rd rank. What? The mid-4th-rank warrior's eyes widened in shock. You've actually reached mid-3rd rank? Thunder Piercer. In a flash, Yi Xian executed the Thunder Piercer, followed by a powerful fist strike crashing down upon it. Sizzle. The rapid assault approached instantaneously, causing the mid-4th-rank warrior's expression to turn grave. Blade, aura defense. As the words fell, the mid-4th-rank warrior, possessing a special sword attribute physique, conjured a blade aura for defense, but it held for less than 3 breaths of time. Crack. Cracks emerged in the blade aura, prompting a change in the mid-4th-rank warrior's demeanor. Breaking through the blade aura. That's impossible. Swish. However, before he could contemplate further, the Thunder Piercer, driven by speed, barreled toward his forehead, sending chills down the spine of the mid-4th-rank warrior. I concede. As the specter of death loomed, the Thunder Piercer halted a mere 3 inches from his brow, dissipating into nothingness. The mid-4th-rank warrior collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. Incredulity painted across his face as he stared at the figure before him. Is that bastard truly human? Chapter 52. The Return of the Trump Card. Hand of the Demon versus 5th Rank Warrior. Thunder Piercer. Xiao Zhengyang cast a doubtful glance at Mu Xianer. Isn't that the ultimate move of Vice Captain Lian's fiery stab? Vice Captain, when did this occur? Jun Moxie turned his gaze towards the arena, soon resting it upon Mu Xianer. It was hard to believe that these two were not entangled in some secret affair. Cough, cough. I truly have no idea, Mu Xianer replied. Utterly astonished by the scene before her, she looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the arena, who had audaciously appropriated her technique for his own use. Leaving her to ponder how he accomplished such a feat moreover, that thunderstorm was an original technique created by her elder brother, the Ice Storm. How could this individual wield it after only a single encounter with him? At that moment, Mu Xianer's shock was no less than that of Shirley and the others. Yet, the reason Yi Xian could perform such feats was entirely due to the Eye of Insight. That very day, upon awakening, he discovered that the Eye of Insight had undergone a transformation. Every technique he observed could, without exception, be converted into a thunder attribute for his utilization. This explained how he was able to unleash the thunderstorm, undoubtedly granting Yi Xian yet another extraordinary advantage. However, at that moment, another mid-phase 4th level warrior from the Extreme Squad managed to break through the thunderstorm after exhausting considerable effort. Witnessing his comrade concede, his countenance darkened. You brat, seeking death. He was acutely aware of the significance of this battle. Thus, this young man had to be eliminated. Thunder Escape, 1,000 kills. This warrior was also endowed with thunder abilities, and his thunder level was significant. Under the Thunder Escape, his attack instantaneously reached Yi Xian's rear, delivering a devastating slash. The sudden, extreme strike was sufficient to incapacitate a mid-phase 4th level warrior on the spot. Thunder Law Incantation. Yet at that moment, a smile graced Yi Xian's lips, and to the astonishment of all, intricate and profound incantation runes enveloped him, not in golden light, but in thunder. What the? Shirley's eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang to his feet, fixated on the arena. Captain, when did you pilfer my golden light incantation? This is outrageous. Its power exceeds mine by at least tenfold. Jun Moxie, taken aback, could only utter a stunned, A wave of unprecedented astonishment washed over everyone. What on earth was happening? That fellow could even employ Shirley's golden light incantation, albeit transformed into a thunder law incantation. Did this imply he had some connection with Shirley? Just then, unsettling images flickered in their minds. Thunder Pulse. Just as the crowd anticipated an end, Yi Xian unleashed Xiao Xingyang's ultimate technique, the Mental Pulse, causing Xiao Xingyang's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Good heavens, what kind of ability does the captain possess? It's simply monstrous. He swallowed hard, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream, utterly surreal. One person might be a coincidence, but now, consecutively executing the ultimate moves of 3 individuals pointed to something far more significant. How could this be? On the high platform, Jun Bansheng wore a baffled expression, staring incredulously at the arena. How is this Yi Xian managing to do this? It's utterly inconceivable. What is the matter? Wang Tianba, clearly unaware of the differences in these abilities, merely acknowledged the attacking prowess, as did the vice master of Wujin martial arts, Feng Zhun, and others. Cough, cough, clearing his throat. Jun Bansheng did not conceal his thoughts, whether it be Thunder Stab, Thunder Law Incantation, or Thunder Pulse. All these techniques derive from the 5th level of the Gongfa Hall at Jinling University. Moreover, their attributes are not thunder, but rather Fiery Stab, Golden Light Incantation, and Mental Pulse. What? Upon hearing Jun Bansheng's words, Wang Tianba finally lost his composure. Principal Jun, are you suggesting that this Yi Xian possesses the ability to convert the ultimate moves of other attributes for his own use? That can't be possible. The surrounding individuals were equally bewildered, having never encountered such an operation. Indeed, Jun Bansheng nodded solemnly. Though difficult to comprehend, it is indeed the case. By heavens. Li Tianyi, the vice president of the Thunder Martial Institute, widened his eyes. Such an ability, could it be considered Yi Xian's 3rd type of supernatural power? A tri-attribute supernatural being. Realizing this, the gazes directed at Yi Xian from everyone, including Wang Tianba, shifted dramatically, pondering what sort of prodigy had emerged from the Jinling base. In the near future, he was likely to become a protector of not only the Jinling base, but also of all of China. Dual-attribute supernatural beings already stood at the pinnacle of power in the imperial capital. If the existence of a tri-attribute being became known, it would surely drive the prodigies there to madness. Boom. As the Extreme Squad's Thunder Escape, 1,000 kills collided with Yi Xian's Thunder Pulse. Both individuals were sent reeling backward. Yet, before anyone could gather their wits, Thunder Escape, 1,000 kills. In an instant, Yi Xian harnessed the Thunder God's movement, appearing in front of his opponent with a speed that far surpassed that of the previous members of the Extreme Squad. Boom. With a single sword strike, he sent the member of the Extreme Squad hurtling away, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. The member who executed Thunder Escape, Thousand Kills stared blankly at his opponent, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How could you wield my ultimate move? Is your attack truly formidable? Yi Xian cast a sideways glance at the individual before a smile graced his lips. Thunder Law Incantation. Thunder Escape. Overlord Fist. Next, under Yi Xian's extraordinary manipulation, he directly executed the Thunder Law Incantation, combining Thunder Escape with the Overlord Fist, teleporting before Chu Yang and the others, landing a punch on another member of the Extreme Squad, who failed to evade in time. Thus, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. What? The sudden assault left the vice-captain of the Extreme Squad's face ashen. As a warrior on the cusp of mid-phase 4th level, he was well aware of the implications of this turn of events. You brat, you're quite impressive. The captain of the Extreme Squad, witnessing the loss of 3 of his team members, realized that the course of the battle had exceeded his expectations. However, the strength of a 5th-level warrior is far beyond your comprehension. Xuan Yu narrowed his eyes. If so, then let me show you the true power of a 5th-level warrior. Flash slash. As the words fell, Xuan Yu vanished from his position, reappearing before Duanya. The fact that I can unleash my supernatural abilities is a point of pride for the Annihilation Squad. Is that so? Just as Xuan Yu's voice faded, a bolt of lightning appeared beside Duanya, swirling around him in a Thunder Law Incantation. Hand of the Demon. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that reverberated in all directions. Yi Xian was propelled backward by the impact, but managed to deflect Xuan Yu's strike. Hiss! The sudden turn of events left everyone, including Duanya, utterly stunned. This level of combat strength was likely comparable to that of a late-phase 4th-level warrior. However, the Black Lightning Giant hand exuded a terrifying pressure, and a voice echoed, "A light attribute 5th-level warrior. Is this your reliance?" To be honest, it's nothing extraordinary. Chapter 53. Precise control of the situation, ultimately securing first place in the elite squad competition. Good lad. On the high platform, Wang Tianba squinted. Such formidable techniques. To withstand a 5th-level warrior's attack with a mid-phase 3rd-level warrior is undeniably extraordinary. Jun Banqing gazed at the arena, deeply impressed by Yi Xian's performance, which had far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps, this little guy's growth rate was so rapid that it defied imagination. Cough, cough. Am I not merely dreaming? Shirley coughed awkwardly, staring in shock at the arena. Is this really our captain? What is that? Xiao Zhenyang looked at Yi Xian with an odd expression. You may not believe it, but I can sense no hint of anxiety from the captain with my mind-reading technique. It appears that everything is under his control. Jun Mo Xie and the others. Under control? What a joke. The captain shows no signs of emotional fluctuation at all. It simply cannot be. A 5th-tier warrior. What an unfathomable level of strength. Lei Tianze took a deep breath, recalling the earlier scene involving Yi Xian. He wished he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Oh, on the arena? The 5th-tier warrior Xuan Yu was also quite astonished to see Yi Xian withstand his strike. Imitating others' martial skills is indeed a formidable ability. However, do not think that this alone can dictate the course of battle. With a flicker of motion, Xuan Yu appeared beside Duanya, delivering a punch that sent him flying, which caused Duanya's heart to sink. It was evident that he was no match for Xuan Yu. After all, the gap between a peak 4th-tier and a 5th-tier warrior is truly vast. Captain. Yi Xian glanced at Xuan Yu, but chose to disregard him. A meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You all hold him back. Leave the vice-captain of the Extreme Squad to me. Upon hearing this, Duanya, Xingu, and the others exchanged glances, their minds inevitably drifting to the scene of hunting the mid-4th-tier Ice Scorpion King. Is Yi Xian planning to employ the same tactic again? All right. Taking a deep breath, the 5 of them charged toward Xuan Yu. Although they could not suppress or even counter him, they could certainly hold him off for a while. Captain. The vice-captain of the Extreme Squad's expression darkened at this sight. Buzz. As the gravitational field enveloped him, an attack swiftly approached. Thunder Escape, 1,000 strikes. Get back. The vice-captain's expression turned grim, and with a surge of icy energy, he swung his sword. Boom. The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that had the tens of thousands of spectators on the scene fully alert, not wanting to miss a single thrilling moment. Thunder Stab. As the two attacks dissipated, Yi Xian imbued himself with the thunderous spell, fearlessly advancing toward the vice-captain of the Extreme Squad with the Thunder Stab. This is bad. The vice-captain's expression grew grave, and he took a deep breath. Ice Escape. Thus, the two fierce battles unfolded, captivating the audience who were eager to see how the conflict would evolve. Moments later, Chu Yang, be careful. The Chun brothers rushed forward to assist as they witnessed Xuan Yu strike harshly at Chu Yang. However, Xuan Yu's light attribute speed was too swift. He instantaneously appeared beside Chu Yang. Thunder Shield. Chu Yang's face changed dramatically. Having prepared for elimination, he suddenly heard a voice, and a thunderous shield appeared before him. Humph. Xuan Yu sneered coldly. Such defense will not save him. With that, he exerted more force, shattering the thunder shield into a frenzy of lightning. Is that so? Yi Xian paid no heed to this, and had already reached Chu Yang's side. Hand of God. With a surge of potent lightning, A colossal golden hand was directed toward Chunyu, the gravitational field operating at its peak. "Captain, be careful." The vice captain of the extreme squad felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had failed to hold off that fellow. The attack was commendable, but alas, the strength was insufficient. Chunyu cast a glance at Yixian, clearly unimpressed despite the latter's astonishing combat prowess, for he was a fifth-tier warrior, after all. "Is that so?" Yixian's lips curled into a smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. Sometimes, confidence is not a virtue. Under the thunderous spell, Yixian charged at Chunyu with the dominating sky fist. This is bad. Even Chunyu, a fifth-tier warrior, felt a sudden change in expression. What a mad man. To withstand the residual shockwaves of battle is indeed a self-destructive endeavor. Dominating sky fist. As the lightning surged, it struck Chunyu, who felt as if he had been hit by a ton of bricks. "But it is not over yet. Receive another blow from me." Yixian's smile widened, and with the thunder sword in hand, he delivered a strike. Divine thunder breaks the void. Suddenly, the third form of the Nine Heavens thunder technique forced Chunyu to retreat repeatedly. A golden opportunity. Duanya, seeing Chunyu's opening, unleashed his full power with a wind blade slash. Even with Duanya's peak fourth-tier attack, Chunyu was sent flying several meters back, swallowing a mouthful of blood. "Captain Chun, my apologies." Duanya took a deep breath, placing his sword against Chunyu's neck. "You have lost." Upon uttering these words, it felt as if he had exhausted all his strength. He could hardly believe what had transpired, as if it were a dream. Their Annihilation Squad had indeed triumphed over the most elite squad of the Wuji Martial Arts Academy. Cough, cough. Chunyu, upon seeing Duanya before him, cast a meaningful glance at Yixian. In this battle, the Miracle Squad submits willingly. You have won. Though the outcome was unexpected, it also fell within the realm of possibility. Yixian, is it? Chunyu's gaze settled on Yixian. I look forward to your future. Let us go. With that, Chunyu led the Miracle Squad away from the arena, fully aware that had Yixian not held back, everyone in the Miracle Squad would have perished. And this was the reason he harbored no ill will toward Yixian. Wow. As these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The fifth-tier warrior Chunyu from the Miracle Squad had genuinely acknowledged them, a testament to the significance of this moment. Oh. Shirley's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared fixedly at the arena, his face a picture of shock. Did I hear that correctly? Captain, our Annihilation Squad has come first in the Elite Squad competition. That fellow, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, took a deep breath, looking at Yixian on the stage with disbelief. To think he could contend with a fifth-tier warrior to such an extent. Do I truly have a chance to surpass such a prodigy? Chapter 54. A generous reward from the Jinling base, SS Class Thunder Battle Armor. Oh, as the host, Instructor Luo observed the result on the arena. That Yixian is indeed surprising. Alright, now that victory has been determined, Luo announced loudly. The final result of the finals is that the Annihilation Squad from Jinling base is victorious. Moreover, they will take first place in this elite squad competition. Clap, clap, clap. As the words fell, a thunderous applause erupted from the tens of thousands of spectators, electrifying the atmosphere. It was truly exhilarating. They had never anticipated witnessing such a spectacular battle today. Moreover, it felt as if they had witnessed the rise of a peerless genius, making it a journey worth taking. On the high platform, Wang Tianba nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. His mind is astute. From the very beginning, he led the Miracle Squad into a trap. This young man has boundless potential. Although it was their first meeting, Wang Tianba had a very favorable impression of him. It could be said that he had exceeded his expectations significantly. Given time, the future is indeed promising. In the shadows, a sixth-tier warrior gasped in disbelief. Looking at Yixian, that kid has grown astonishingly fast. He can even imitate the young master's ice storm. If the young master were to know, one can only imagine his reaction. With this thought, the sixth-tier warrior's gaze toward Yixian shifted. Perhaps this young man could truly become the son-in-law of the Mu family in the imperial capital. It must be noted that the talent he displayed now is no less than that of the young master. Could it be? The head of the family's choice was truly mistaken? Observing the exceptionally talented Yixian, Lin Tianying found himself questioning the patriarch's decision for the first time. While the alliance through marriage with the four prominent families would indeed solidify the Mu family's status, the prodigious aptitude displayed by this individual was genuinely daunting. Moments later, Wang Tianba personally presented rewards to the Jimmy team, a clear indication of their esteemed standing. A staggering 30,000 points, 5 drops of pinnacle 6th-tier beast essence, alongside 1 billion huaxia coins. Such rewards incited envy among all present. Following the distribution, Wang Tianba's gaze settled upon Yixian. In light of your outstanding performance in this grand tournament, the base has decided to reward you with the SS-level Thunderlight Battle Armor. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at this declaration. Subsequently, envious glances filled the arena as they comprehended the significance of the SS-level Thunderlight Battle Armor, an object coveted even by 7th-tier warriors. It was rumored to possess not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also substantial enhancements to offensive power. Xiao Xingyang, observing the scene, could not help but swallow hard. I've heard the old man mention this Thunderlight battle armor. It's said to be worth upwards of 15 billion. And it's priceless in the market. What? 15 billion? Shirley's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unsettled. The Jinling base is truly investing heavily to secure the captain. Yi Xian himself was momentarily taken aback by Wang Tianba's generosity, clearly not expecting such lavishness. Thank you, Commander Wang. Not at all. Wang Tianba replied with a slight smile, gazing into the distance beyond the Jinling base. This world is far more splendid than you can imagine. Strive to grow stronger with all your might. Little one, I have high hopes for you. With a hearty laugh and a wave of his hand, he declared, I hereby announce the conclusion of the elite team tournament. With that, Wang Tianba made his way towards the elevated platform. That cunning old fox. Li Tianyi felt a rush of anxiety, observing the magnitude of the rewards, the SS-level Thunderlight battle armor. Has he thwarted our plans? To be honest, he had considered seizing Yi Xian at any cost, but it seemed highly improbable now. After all, the Thunderlight Martial Hall could not offer anything surpassing the benefits of the SS-level Thunderlight battle armor, at least within the confines of his authority at the Jinling base. Although the means were somewhat unscrupulous, they were undeniably effective. Feng Zhan, the vice president of the Wuxia Martial Hall, sighed deeply, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Xian. With such a decisive move coupled with prior alliances, it appeared that Yi Xian would soon become an integral part of the Jinling base. Indeed, Commander Wang has made quite a generous gesture, Jun Banqing remarked with a smile, fully aware that while Yi Xian was a student of Jinling University, he evidently had closer ties to the Jinling base. SS-level Thunderlight battle armor. Duanya gazed at the armor in Yi Xian's possession, utterly astounded and envious. Buzz. At that moment, Duanya transferred the 30,000 points to the Team S score, leading to a change in the base's rankings. Is this the high-tier battle team? Chungu noticed the shift, his complexion reddening with excitement. How could he not feel this way? Ahem, it feels like a dream. The brothers Chu Yang and Qin Xian were still dazed, struggling to process the impact of their rewards when yet another piece of good news arrived. A high-tier battle team. Unexpectedly, they had achieved it so swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Duanya steadied his emotions and then focused on the 5 drops of Pinnacle 6th tier beast essence in his hand. In that case, I shall take the lead. You may use the 5 drops of essence. That is not acceptable. Chungu and the others immediately protested. For it was clear that the most deserving among them were Duanya and Yi Xian. Let us consider it this way. Chu Yang pondered momentarily. I'm here for fire support, and my strength is comparatively weaker. Why discuss this? Chungu also tried to decline, but witnessing this scene, Yi Xian smiled gently. Captain, there's no need to argue. I will take the billion huaxia coins, and you may all use the 5 drops of beast essence. I believe that would be more beneficial for you. At this, Duanya and the others fell silent. They understood that given Yi Xian's exceptional talent, the essence would not significantly benefit him, whereas it would be of great value to them. Very well, Duanya mused, nodding in agreement with Chungu. As they negotiated the distribution of rewards, Chu Yang expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Captain, I can hardly believe we have actually claimed first place in the elite team tournament. Indeed. The Chun brothers nodded in agreement, lamenting. To be honest, even now, it feels like a dream. This is all thanks to Yi Xian. Chungu's gaze fell upon Yi Xian, continuing, the success we've achieved today is largely due to his contributions. Absolutely. Duanya concurred, nodding. Had I been in command during that previous battle, merely holding out for a quarter of an hour without defeat would have been commendable, let alone defeating the extreme team. Haha. Chungu then teased, looking at the armor. Yi Xian, with this Thunderlight battle armor, I doubt I would stand a chance against you. Their conversation fostered a harmonious atmosphere. Gulp. In a corner of the square, Wan Lingfeng swallowed hard. My heavens, that Yi Xian is extraordinarily powerful. Seeing this, he wished he could slap himself for his earlier arrogance, which had nearly brought calamity to the Wan family. What on earth were you thinking, Wan Lingfeng? Chapter 55. The awakening of the SSS-level chaos, divine thunder shocks the Jinling base. Captain Long Live. Upon reaching the audience area, Shirley was beside himself with excitement. His admiration for his captain flowing endlessly, much like a raging river. This is the SS-level Thunderlight battle armor. Wow. Xiao Xingyang mused, his eyes narrowing with exhilaration. When the old man finds out, he'll undoubtedly be left speechless. Let us go? Yi Xian was in high spirits as well. Tonight, we feast, it's on me. Haha, thank you for the treat. Jun Moxie, upon hearing this, wore a rare smile, finding it hard not to like such a prodigious talent who remained so humble. By the way, shortly after leaving the square, Yi Xian leaned closer to Mu Xiener and whispered, how about I gift you the Thunderlight battle armor? Oh, the unexpected suggestion startled Mu Xiener, and she anxiously glanced at Shirley and the others, only relaxing when she saw they were oblivious to their conversation. What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? Mu Xiener shot a glare at him. If Shirley and the others were to learn of this, how could she possibly explain it? An SS-level Thunderlight battle armor being given away so casually. Who would believe that their relationship was merely ordinary? Quickly put it away. Xian urged, hastily attempting to suppress this moment before they could notice. Holy day, Xiao Xingyang, realizing Xian's intentions, felt his heart race. Is the captain actually going to give the SS-level Thunderlight battle armor to the vice-captain? Goodness, could it be that the captain and vice-captain are already together? It was crucial to note that if it weren't for such a relationship, who would so freely give away such a precious item unless they were out of their minds? Clearly, the captain was not that kind of person. The implications were indeed chilling. Seeing Shirley and Jun Moxie beside him remaining oblivious, he took a deep breath, forcing himself not to turn around, pretending to be completely unaware of the situation. What a joke. If he were to discover this, there was no telling what the vice-captain might do to silence him. Thus, the wisest course of action was to feign ignorance. Damn it, Xiao Xingyang, you are truly too astute. I'm deeply impressed. As night deepened, Xian returned to the Imperial Villa. Testing room. Ding. The host has successfully completed the first task of the elite competition, earning an ability upgrade card X1, along with an additional 3,000 ability points. Shortly after arriving at the testing chamber, the sound of the reward being credited echoed in his mind. The system prompted. The host possesses an ability upgrade card. Would you like to use it? Before he could ponder further, the system's voice resounded again. Use. Without hesitation, Xian made his decision. Buzz. Soon, the system responded. Ding. The host has successfully used the ability upgrade card. Thunder abilities have been elevated to SSS level. Congratulations. The host has awakened the SSS level Chaos Divine Thunder, awakening in progress. When listening to the system's announcement, Xian's eyes narrowed. SSS level? Chaos Divine Thunder? What a marvel. Indeed, the system lives up to its reputation of invincibility. Boom. At that moment, Xian noticed the sky outside changing ominously, thunder rumbling, swiftly enveloping the entire Imperial Garden Villa area. This is bad. The awakening of the SSS level thunder ability will surely cause an unimaginable uproar. Instantly, the world transformed. Ye's parents, enjoying the scenery on the balcony, were struck by a pressure akin to the end of days. What is happening? Ye's mother, pale-faced, felt a suffocating terror from the overwhelming thunder pressure. Could it be that high-tier ferocious beasts are invading the Jinling base? Don't be ridiculous. Ye's father shot a glare at Ye's mother. Haven't you heard that good omens are not bad omens? Moreover, taking a deep breath, Ye's father, too, felt a sense of uncertainty. Cough. The Jinling base has so many formidable warriors. Even if ferocious beasts were to descend, they would not pose a threat. Zila. As his words fell, the thunder clouds rolled ominously, especially for all thunder ability wielders in the Imperial Garden Villa, whose hearts raced, feeling an instinctive urge to prostrate before the thunder. Numerous gazes turned toward the sky, which resembled a thunder tribulation, filled with astonishment. What is happening? Such terrifying thunder pressure. How could this be? Could it be that high-tier thunder ferocious beasts are approaching? In an instant, the residents of the Imperial Garden Villa were thrown into panic, particularly the thunder ability users who were engulfed in anxiety. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jinling base, deep within a room, Wang Tianba respectfully bowed to a man before him, who was none other than Li Patian, the highest commander of the Jinling base, whose strength far surpassed Wang Tianba, being a 7th-tier martial artist. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, Wang Tianba received a phone call and promptly answered. Hello. As soon as the call connected, a hurried and anxious voice came through. Chief Instructor, there is a major incident. An unprecedented thunder has appeared above the villa. Its power is extraordinary. What? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Wang Tianba's expression turned grave, and he glanced at the nearby screen, switched to the Imperial Garden Villa video. Immediately, the screen shifted, revealing a scene resembling the end of the world, with surging thunder. Is this the awakening of thunder? Li Patian stared at the unfolding images, momentarily stunned. How could it be? Such powerful thunder must have surpassed SSS level. Gulp. Wang Tianba swallowed hard. Sir, could this possibly be an SSS level thunder ability? Indeed. This spectacle shocked him, as there had never been an SSS level thunder ability user in history. It is highly probable. Taking a deep breath, Li Patian understood the implications. Seal off the Imperial Garden Villa and urgently investigate who has awakened such thunder abilities. Wang Tianba's expression turned peculiar, and he coughed lightly. Well, sir, I believe I have an inkling of who might have caused this phenomenon. Hearing this, Li Potion's gaze fixed on Wang Tianba. Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tianba continued. Do you remember the thunder phenomenon that occurred during the martial examination a while back? It was just significantly weaker than what we see now. Listening to Wang Tianba's words, Li Patian furrowed his brow, looking towards the direction of the Imperial Garden Villa. Chief Instructor, are you suggesting that Xian's thunder ability has awakened for a second time? Highly likely, Wang Tianba asserted, adding that Xian is an extraordinary talent, unlike any I have ever seen. If anyone is qualified to awaken an SSS-level thunder ability, it must be Xian. Is that so? Li Patian gazed into the distance, faintly sensing the thunderous aura. If that is the case, I would very much like to meet this Xian. Chapter 56, Power Enhancement. Invincible below the 6th tier? Zila. In the testing room, Yixian felt the surging chaos divine thunder at his fingertips, momentarily dazed. Is this the SSS level chaos divine thunder? Within it, he could distinctly sense its terrifying destructive power. The previous purple cloud divine thunder now seemed utterly insignificant by comparison, as if they were not even in the same league. What a wonder! Yixian squinted. Taking a deep breath, with my current concealed strength at the late 3rd tier, I estimate that with a single strike, I could instantly eliminate the earlier 5th tier warrior. Chinyu. Swish. The thunder surged, and the next moment, Yixian unleashed a punch imbued with pure thunder towards the testing stone tablet. A resounding brilliance erupted, followed by the revelation of 5th tier early stage. The intensity of the attack appeared above the stone tablet, leaving Yixian astounded. Such a casual strike equating to the 5th tier early stage, if he were to unleash his full power. With this thought, a smile crept across Yixian's face. I dare say even mid-5th tier warriors would need to avoid my edge. Truly, the SSS level Chaos Divine Thunder is remarkable. Yixian felt increasingly satisfied and gazed into the distance. Now, the various factions in the Jinling base will surely be in an uproar. However, pausing for a moment, feeling his current strength at the late 3rd tier, while I have surpassed the average person, it is still insufficient. System, upgrade my power. Soon. Yixian summoned the Invincible system once more. Ding. The host realm has been elevated to the peak of the 3rd tier martial artist, consuming 6,000 ability points. Ding. The host realm has been elevated to the early 4th tier martial artist, consuming 7,000 ability points. Ding. The host realm has been elevated to the mid-4th tier martial artist, consuming 8,000 ability points. Moreover, Yixian also elevated his Qilin Step and Overlord Fist to the 6th level, naturally incurring a significant expenditure of ability points. Of course, this was of little consequence to Yixian, as power is paramount. Exhaling. After completing the series of operations, Yixian felt a sense of relief as he embraced a strength that was several times greater than before. So this is the mid-4th tier martial artist? To be honest, the experience of his last battle against Mu Qingho resurfaced in Yixian's mind. If I were to face him again now, I would undoubtedly not find myself in such a predicament. He then brought up his attribute panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 18 years. Realm, mid-4th tier. Movement technique, perfect level. Ability, Chaos Divine Thunder, SSS level. Skills, Qilin Step, 6th layer. True Perspective Eye, Overlord Fist, 6th layer. 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, first 4 forms. Divine Demon Hand, Thunder God, S Movement Step. Items, Silver Medal, Imperial Garden Villa Contract, SS Level Battle Armor, S Level Thunder Light Sword. S Level Battle Aircraft, Weapon yet to be equipped. Ability points, 6358. Looking at the attribute panel, Yixian felt a deep sense of gratitude. It was thanks to his previous hunts of numerous ferocious beasts in Jianbei City that he could support the elevation of his realm and skills. Mu Qingho. Yixian squinted. The image of a youthful figure surfacing in his mind. When we meet next time, I hope you will be even stronger. Subsequently exiting the attribute interface, Yixian cast a glance at the testing stone tablet. Uncertain, he paused momentarily before uttering, "What is the current pinnacle of strength?" As he murmured, his entire being became enveloped in a tempest of thunderous incantations, his right hand wielding the thunderblade with utmost seriousness. All thunder converge as one. With a resounding crash, a colossal sword of lightning struck fiercely against the testing stone tablet, producing a terrifying sound that, were it not for the special materials of the testing room, could have leveled the entire villa. Buzzing. The brilliance erupted, and after a few breaths, the inscription of Peak Level 5 manifested prominently above the testing stone tablet. Gazing at the displayed attack intensity, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed somewhat illusory, barely comparable to the peak of Level 5. Nevertheless, it was already extraordinarily formidable. Regrettably, casting his eyes around the chamber, Yixian lamented, "Here, I cannot utilize the hand of gods and demons. Were I to employ additional techniques, I should be invincible beneath the 6th level." After this test, Yixian had formed a preliminary assessment of his own strength. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Jinling base. "What brings you here?" Upon reaching the headquarters, Yixian was astonished to see a familiar figure, Mu Xianer, alongside Qin Zhiyang, and Zhao Kaiyuan, all evidently the distinguished leaders of elite teams. "Yixian, you have arrived." Upon seeing Yixian, Mu Xianer's lips curved into a smile. Having witnessed Yixian's innate talent, she felt a glimmer of hope for the future. This was precisely the reason she felt emboldened to come here. The little ones are quite impressive. At that moment, a smiling voice echoed, and a man with a powerful aura approached from a distance, with Wang Tianba, the chief instructor of the base, following closely behind him. The identity of the man before them was evidently significant. "We have the honor of meeting the inspecting envoy." Qin Zhiyang, and Zhao Kaiyuan regarded him with solemnity, bowing respectfully, their demeanor betraying no hint of impertinence, their gazes filled with fervor and admiration. "Yixian," Mu Xianer explained to the puzzled Yixian, This individual is the supreme commander of the Jinling base, the inspecting envoy. Additionally, he is a mid-stage level 7 martial artist. Hiss. Hearing Mu Xian'er's words, Yixian could not help but gasp in astonishment, turning his gaze towards Li Patian in sheer shock. Level 7 martial artist? Observing Yixian's reaction, Li Potion's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This young man made a commendable first impression. I have summoned you because the Jinling base has decided that you will travel to the Imperial Capital base for exchange and study. Of course. You may refuse if you wish. Boom. Chen Yu and the others were instantly filled with brilliance in their eyes. We are willing. However, Yixian furrowed his brows. His reluctance was not due to a desire to decline the exchange at the Imperial Capital base, but rather an understanding of Mu Xian'er's identity and presence, especially the countless suitors pursuing her, as mentioned by Mu Qing'o. It seemed this girl was preparing to resist such advances. Didn't he? Yet, unbeknownst to him, Mu Xian'er's decision stemmed entirely from her own feelings. Yixian, would you be willing? Li Patian gazed at Yixian with a smile, sensing the overwhelming thunderous energy emanating from him. Undoubtedly a result of the second awakening of the SSS level thunder ability from the previous day. With 5 individuals attending, this time the Jinling base would surely achieve remarkable standings. I am willing. Yixian's gaze was resolute. A trip to the Imperial Capital was inevitable, now that his combat strength was virtually invincible below level 6. He felt no fear even in the face of those prodigies from the Imperial Capital. I am also willing. Mu Xian'er wore a smile, and her expression caused Chen Yu and the others to momentarily pause. This girl was truly a stunning beauty, and her ability to become an exchange student as a level 3 martial artist indicated her exceptional status. However, why did they sense that this enchanting girl harbored feelings for Yixian? Chapter 57, Private Discussion, Tailored Breakthrough Reward Plan. A quarter of an hour later, Yixian. Li Patian met with Yixian privately, while Mu Xian'er waited outside the base with the Thunderfire team. As Shirley and the others had expressed a desire to observe why the captain and vice-captain had been summoned. Inspecting envoy, Yixian slightly bowed. Yet his demeanor conveyed a sense of neither subservience nor arrogance. Li Patian nodded slightly, observing Yixian before him. Though this is our first meeting, I have heard your name numerous times. SSS level thunder ability talent, truly remarkable. Yixian was not surprised by this. After all, as the supreme commander of the Jinling base, it would be easy for him to recognize such talent. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Patian delved into the main topic. By the way, after a moment of contemplation, Li Patian continued. I summoned you not only to meet you, but also because such a talent shall not be neglected by the base. The information indicates that you have already purchased the 4th form of the 9 Heavens Thunder formula, correct? Li Patian stated directly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thus, the last 2 forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder formula will be funded by the Jinling base for your acquisition. Isn't that inappropriate? Upon hearing Li Potion's words, Yixian was taken aback. Goodness, the last 2 forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder formula were indeed the most expensive techniques, with the 5th form costing 2 billion huaxia coins and the 6th form soaring to 50 billion huaxia coins. This meant that this act would save him a staggering 70 billion huaxia coins. No, that's too much. Well, of course I'll accept. Before Li Patian could finish his sentence, Yixian interrupted, jestingly remarking that only a fool would refuse such a heavenly gift. Hee, no need for pretense. Li Patian smiled faintly, having observed from past information that this young man was indeed fearless. However, it was understandable, given his extraordinary potential. Pausing for a moment, Li Patian continued. Furthermore, your contracted salary with the base will be elevated from 50 million to 100 million huaxia coins annually. This is, of course, the maximum I can authorize. Moreover, he added, directing his gaze towards the imperial capital, this compensation is already among the highest offered to prodigies outside the huaxia base. Naturally, Li Patian then regarded Yixian with a meaningful smile, stating, while the base cannot enhance other benefits, I have tailored a breakthrough reward plan specifically for you. A reward plan? Hearing this, Yixian cast a skeptical glance at Li Patian. Indeed, Li Patian affirmed. The so-called reward plan entails that if you break through to level 4 within 6 months, you will be rewarded with 500 million huaxia coins. Should you ascend to level 5 within a year, the reward will be 1 billion huaxia coins. If you reach level 6 within 2 years, the reward will be 2 billion huaxia coins. And for a breakthrough to level 7 within 3 years, you will receive 5 billion huaxia coins. Furthermore, if you can achieve level 8 within 5 years, the base will grant you 1 billion huaxia coins. And if you reach the late stage of level 8 within 8 years, the reward will be 3 billion huaxia coins. Hearing Li Potion's words, Yixian was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this madness? A breakthrough to level 8 would yield 1 billion huaxia coins, while reaching the late stage of level 8 would grant him 3 billion. What do you think? Li Patian observed Yixian's dazed expression, revealing a cunning smile akin to that of a fox. Are you tempted? Then strive to grow stronger. Additionally, after pondering for a moment, Li Patian said, naturally, prodigies deserve prodigious treatment. As he spoke, he tossed a medal to Yixian, which which was unmistakably a medal for a high-level warrior team. From this moment on, your Thunderfire team will be recognized as a high-level warrior team. Pausing briefly, Li Patian continued, consider this another gift from the base. Yi Xian stood in a daze, gazing at the high-ranking warrior team medal in his hand. By all accounts, one would need to accumulate at least 15,000 points to ascend to a high-ranking warrior team. Such an honor, if it were to leak, would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire Jinling base. Thank you, esteemed Inspector. Yi Xian bowed in gratitude. For this medal would spare him considerable trouble. Go ahead. Li Patian nodded in satisfaction, then turned to leave. I look forward to the day you surpass me. Unpretentious and composed, this young man's resolve exceeded his expectations. After a brief moment, Yi Xian stepped outside the base. Captain, upon seeing their leader emerge, the team members gathered around him excitedly. What did the esteemed Inspector say during your private audience? Yes, do share. The members of the Thunderfire team chimed in. With Wuxianovel also brimming with curiosity, she understood all too well what it meant to be singled out by the Inspector. Nothing much, Yi Xian replied, noticing the heightened excitement of his teammates. The Inspector has agreed to assist me in acquiring the remaining 2 forms of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Boom. At his words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, the previous chatter evaporating into thin air. What? Xiao Xingyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his captain. The remaining 2 forms? That amounts to 70 billion huaxia coins. My heavens. Such an action was truly worthy of the esteemed Inspector. Jun Moxie gasped, recognizing the magnitude of this gesture. The young man's capabilities were beyond what he had imagined. Additionally, the Inspector has devised a specialized breakthrough plan for me, a reward of 500 million huaxia coins for breaking through to a 4th-tier warrior within 6 months, and 1 billion huaxia coins for breaking through to a 5th-tier warrior within a year. As Yi Xian recounted this, the expressions of Jun Moxie and the others shifted from astonishment to utter bewilderment. 50 billion huaxia coins for a 7th-tier warrior, 100 billion for an 8th-tier warrior, an additional 300 billion for an 8th-tier late-stage warrior? This was madness. Completely insane. Such treatment was undoubtedly unique to their captain. Impressive. Absolutely astonishing. Shirley and the others raised their thumbs, their admiration for their captain reaching new heights. Incredible. Even Wuxianovel, accustomed to the grandeur of the capital's Mu family, found herself momentarily taken aback, unaware that the man she esteemed had already undergone a second awakening of the SSS-grade Chaos Divine Thunder. Moreover, before Yi Xian could continue, Wuxianovel couldn't help but interrupt, is there more? Indeed. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of her companions, Yi Xian produced a medal. Behold this. The medal arced gracefully before landing steadily in Wuxianov's delicate hand. A high-ranking warrior medal. Jun Moxie recognized it at first glance, and even Shirley and the others quickly grasped its significance, as it was common knowledge. This was another gift bestowed by the base, marking the Thunderfire team as a high-ranking warrior unit from this point forward. Boom. Upon hearing this, Shirley and the others felt as if their minds had erupted, struggling to comprehend the surreal nature of the moment. High-ranking warrior status? The esteemed Inspector was certainly overly indulgent towards their captain. Chapter 58, in broad daylight. What moon is there? Cough, cough. Shirley stared in astonishment at the medal held by the vice captain. Are we really a high-ranking warrior team now? The scene before him was indeed hard to believe. It is crucial to note that a high-ranking warrior team is composed of individuals who are at least 4th-tier warriors. Although their captain's strength was comparable to a 4th-tier warrior, he was still only at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Undoubtedly, their captain had become the most favored individual at the Jinling base. Just then, a formidable group approached from a distance, each possessing an exceptionally powerful aura. Miss. The leader bowed respectfully, radiating the essence of a peak 6th-tier warrior, accompanied by several others, all of whom were 6th-tier warriors as well. Did you bring the items? Wuxianovel inquired, observing the newcomers. Miss, please check this. At that moment, the peak 6th-tier warrior reverently presented a brocade box with both hands to Wuxianovel. Dismissed. With a slight wave of her hand, Wuxianovel signaled for the group to retreat, and they complied respectfully, not daring to linger. Hiss. Jun Moxie inhaled sharply, sensing that even the weakest among them was on par with his grandfather, especially the leader, who felt significantly stronger than his grandfather. Impressive. Shirley narrowed his eyes. Miss. Vice Captain, could they be experts from your family? He solemnly questioned Wuxianovel, as did the others. Even Yi Xian was taken aback, realizing the strength of this young woman's lineage. Yes. Wuxianovel replied with a calm nod. They are my brother's personal guards, tasked with ensuring his safety. Cough, cough. Personal guards? Xiao Xingyang coughed, genuinely astonished by the vice captain's words. Goodness, his limited perspective had severely constrained his imagination. Heavens. 6th-tier warriors, who were all formidable existences, were merely personal guards for the vice captain's brother. One had to admit that the vice captain had truly impressed them. What is this? Yi Xian inquired, glancing at the brocade box. It was clear that whatever lay within, protected by 6th-tier warriors, must be extraordinarily precious. Oh, Mu Xian'er opened the box, revealing 4 perfectly preserved droplets of essence blood. This is the essence blood of a 6th-tier fierce beast, acquired through special channels by my brother. With a gentle smile, Mu Xian'er continued, consider this a gift for everyone. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was genuinely astonished. Essence blood from a 6th-tier fierce beast? This young woman was remarkably capable. Gulp. Even Jun Moxie was stunned. Were the 4 great families of the capital truly this extravagant? 6th-tier fierce beast essence blood was no trivial matter. Thank you, sister-in-law. Xiao Zhengyang exclaimed with enthusiasm. His words drawing the attention of Shirley and Jun Moxie. Yi Xian awkwardly chuckled, while Mu Xian'er felt her cheeks flush. Oh no, Vice Captain, cough, In that moment, Xiao Zhengyang struggled to find his words, gazing 45 degrees into the clear sky. The moon is exceptionally round tonight. Thud. Yi Xian playfully knocked his head. Stop that nonsense. In broad daylight, what moon is there? Nothing to worry about. Mu Xian'er said with grace, though her heart raced. The title sister-in-law echoed repeatedly in her mind. That guy actually called her sister-in-law. Was he out of his mind? Yet, why did she feel no aversion to it? How peculiar. All right. Yi Xian glanced at the 6th-tier fierce beast essence blood. Take the essence blood back for absorption. We will commence trial missions in 2 days. Let us strive for the Thunderfire team to achieve battle general status as soon as possible. Yes, Captain. As the topic shifted, even Jun Moxie wore a serious expression. For attaining battle general status was no simple task. It required the team to possess at least 2 4th-tier warriors, with all members being 3rd-tier warriors as well. Additionally, there were point restrictions. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Hey, finally, I can showcase my abilities. Shirley exclaimed excitedly. Having absorbed the essence blood from the 6th-tier fierce beast, he had now broken through to the late 2nd tier. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengyang had reached the peak of the 2nd tier, and Jun Moxie was just a step away from mid-3rd tier, while Mu Xian'er had advanced to the mid-3rd tier. It could be said, in this present day, the strength of the Thunderfire squad has increased beyond measure. Deputy Captain, you are now at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Jun Moxie gazed in astonishment at Mu Xian'er, for this scene was indeed quite a shock to him. After all, over the past 2 days, he had been utilizing the blood of 6th-tier ferocious beasts, yet the deputy captain had seemingly not partaken in such enhancements. The fact that she could still surpass him and break through first was a clear indication of the gap between them. What? Originally elated by their own breakthroughs, Shirley and his companion widened their eyes at Jun Moxie's words. Mid-stage of the 3rd tier? Goodness, that puts her on par with the captain. Suddenly, Xiao Zhengyang had a thought and turned to their captain, questioning with suspicion. Captain, what tier are you at now? At this, all gazes turned towards Yi Xian, including Mu Xian'er. I'm at the late stage of the 3rd tier, Yi Xian replied with a calm smile. Though he could not reveal his full power at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, disclosing a portion of it was acceptable. Thus, his astounding combat prowess would become less difficult for others to accept. Wow, Shirley gasped, his expression peculiar as he looked at Yi Xian, a prodigy indeed. Jun Moxie's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Was he truly at the late stage of the 3rd tier now? Yi Xian, you've broken through again? Mu Xian'er inhaled deeply, realizing that this fellow had already left her behind in terms of tier. No, she could not lag behind. At the very least, she must not fall too far behind. Well, it's not too bad. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, yet he refrained from mentioning that he had mastered all 6 techniques of the 9 Heavens Thunder Art. However, upon completing the 6 techniques, he discovered that the requirements for executing the latter 2 were exceedingly stringent, and he was currently unable to utilize them. The 5th technique. The Thunder God Incarnation could only be employed by a 6th-tier warrior, while the 6th technique, the Void Annihilation, required one to reach the 7th tier. Forcing their use would undoubtedly inflict irreparable harm upon oneself. Captain, what is our mission this time? The squad members inquired curiously, eager to engage in practical training now that their strength had significantly increased. To eliminate ferocious beasts of the 2nd tier and above in Qingchuan Town, Yi Xian announced. Upon reviewing the accepted mission, this task could barely be classified as high-grade warrior level, and given the relatively low tier of the beasts and their considerable numbers, it was perfectly suited for their training. Moreover, it would conveniently allow them to harvest a bounty of ability points. After all, his ability points were nearly depleted. However, unbeknownst to them, a covert assassination attempt targeting Yi Xian was silently set into motion, and this mission was destined to see a considerable loss of life. Chapter 59, Unleashing Full Power, Overwhelming Assassins. Upon arriving in Qingchuan Town, Yi Xian perceptibly sensed the murderous intent encroaching around him. It was directed at him. Under the gaze of his perspective eye, those lurking in the shadows had nowhere to hide. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Yi Xian vaguely realized that the elite squad's recent prominence had attracted quite a number of envious eyes. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. It provided an excellent opportunity to test his skills against these individuals. Everyone, the ferocious beasts in Qingchuan Town are of a lower tier, Yi Xian mused aloud. Shirley, you and Zhengyang will team up for the hunt. The rest will engage in separate hunts. Should you encounter any danger, Signal for support immediately. Sounds good. Shirley and Xiao Xingyang exchanged glances, clearly approving of this strategy. After all, having their entire squad act together was somewhat of a misallocation of resources, and it would prolong the completion of their mission. Working independently would significantly reduce the time taken while allowing for optimal training outcomes. Swiftly, they dispersed in different directions. As Yixian transformed into a bolt of lightning and sped away, his eyes narrowed. He was eager to see how many formidable foes awaited him on this journey. Ding! The system's mission notification chimed in his ears, startling Yixian. Eliminate the incoming assailants. Reward, Technique Derivation Card X1, plus 5,000 ability points. As he advanced, the mention of a technique derivation card sparked a realization in Yixian's mind. It reminded him of the Thunder God movement, even in its fragmented form. It was potent enough to ascend to the 5th level of the technique hall, if he could successfully derive it. Envisioning that scene made his eyes gleam with determination. Oh, how fortunate. These incoming foes are truly benevolent, offering me a remarkable opportunity to derive a powerful technique. The hunt was about to commence. Having distanced himself sufficiently from the Thunderfire squad, Yixian felt unencumbered to unleash all his trump cards. It had been stifling to hold back, and now he was determined to engage in a vigorous confrontation. Suddenly, a chilling ice attack surged toward him with remarkable speed, launched by a third-tier warrior possessing formidable speed techniques. Flash! A commanding shout rang out, and in the next moment, a glimmer of cold light approached. Impressive speed, Yixian remarked with a smirk, but your attack lacks strength. Thunderlaw. Without employing any of his tier's power, Yixian effortlessly intercepted the rapid strike with just 2 fingers. What? The third-tier warrior's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yixian. I can't withdraw it. Damn this guy. Crack. At that moment, the sword shattered, and a flash of brilliance erupted, showering the ground with blood. The third-tier warrior had barely registered the events before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. And this attack sounded the horn of assault. In quick succession, figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding Yixian, each exuding a potent aura. This boy is peculiar. Everyone, let us attack together and kill him. They smirked coldly, casting derisive glances at Yixian. The second young master of the Wei family from the imperial capital wants him dead. No one has ever survived that. Die. You've brought this upon yourself by coveting what you shouldn't. With that, the foremost dozen warriors lunged forward. For this young man's head was worth a staggering 10 billion huaxia coins. Is that so? Casting a glance at the enemies surrounding him, each at least a third-tier warrior, Yixian's lips curled into a smirk. World Annihilation Thunder Punishment. The second technique of the 9 Heavens Thunder art descended, and in an instant, dozens were pierced through, turning to charred remains around Yixian. At this moment, he was merely exhibiting his power at the late stage of the 3rd tier, for he found it more enjoyable to play slowly. If he unleashed his full might at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, he feared it would scare these individuals away, making the mission exceedingly difficult to complete. Gulp. Despite this, the remaining assassins, who had initially intended to advance, found themselves swallowing hard. Their expressions filled with horror as they beheld the scene before them. By the heavens! With a single move, dozens fell in an instant. His thunderous abilities are far more formidable than we anticipated. Be cautious. This boy has already mastered the first 3 techniques of the 9 Heavens Thunder art. This was only the second technique. Hearing this, the assassins gasped collectively, realizing the terrifying depth of Yixian's abilities. No wonder that previous attack had been so powerful. Damn it. Even if his technique is extraordinary, he is still just a mid-stage 3rd-tier boy. Sneered some self-proclaimed geniuses among the assassins. Everyone, let us converge on him. I refuse to believe he can withstand so many of us 4th-tier warriors. Yes, let us take him down. In light of Yixian's overwhelming display of power, the assassins did not retreat. Rather, they became emboldened, charging forth en masse. A dark wave of figures descending upon him. Little did they know, the allure of 1 billion huaxia coins is indeed substantial, attracting a multitude of desperate individuals. In an instant, the scene is vividly imaginable. What a delightful turn of events. A smirk graces Yixian's lips as he unleashes the 6th layer of the gravitational domain, causing all assassins within a radius of several dozen feet to momentarily falter. Those below the 4th-tier martial artist level spew forth blood in a single gasp. The chaotic divine thunder is unleashed. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of thunderous energy envelopes Yixian, cascading down like divine retribution. In a heartbeat, Yixian moves with the grace of lightning, annihilating his foes in an instant. Moments later, he finds himself amidst a throng of over 1,000 assassins. Thud! In the next moment, the multitude collapses lifelessly to the ground, including those of the 4th tier. As for Yixian, at this moment, the aura emanating from him distinctly indicates a mid-4th tier prowess. His fully unleashed realm catches everyone off guard with its remarkable effectiveness. Esteemed guests, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? A calm voice resonates, followed by the sound of applause not far away. Quite intriguing. This young lad has concealed his abilities well. A smile curves the lips of the 5 newcomers, each possessing greater strength than those before, with the weakest among them being a late 4th-tier martial artist. The leader, a mid-5th-tier warrior, and the vice-captain, also a 5th-tier martial artist, are particularly noteworthy. An 18-year-old at mid-4th tier, the leader, a late 5th-tier warrior, remarks with a smirk. Young man, you truly surprise me. However, you have provoked individuals beyond your station. Following this, he sneers coldly. A mere youth dares to covet the daughter of the Mu family in the imperial capital. Captain, allow me to test this brat. One late 4th-tier team member grins maliciously. Boy, prepare to meet your demise. With eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of seizing this boy's opportunities, they believe their team's strength will soar, possibly even reaching the level of a god of war squad. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips curl into a mocking smile, and with a flash of lightning, he effortlessly evades the attack, delivering a devastating blow to the assailant's abdomen in a moment that leaves him incredulous. He dies unaware that his strength was merely a joke in the face of Yi Xian's prowess. Chapter 60. Acquisition of the Technique Evolution Card, perfecting the Thunder God's movement. Boom. A dull sound reverberates as the late 4th-tier warrior is sent flying backward, lifeless before he even hits the ground. Thud. As the corpse crashes to the ground. The faces of the Yin Wolf team change drastically. What? The scene before them is overwhelmingly shocking. After all, to be slain in an instant by a mid-4th-tier warrior indicates that the opponent's strength is at least comparable to a 5th-tier martial artist. Boy, you seek death. The captain of the Yin Wolf team, Song Lingyun, is filled with rage. Kill him. The previous attack has instilled a sense of caution in him. Despite his confusion over how a mid-4th tier could so effortlessly dispatch a battle-hardened late 4th-tier member. Die. 2 peak 4th-tier warriors strike simultaneously. One from the left and one from the right. Their lethal intent obvious as they aim to end the boy's life with a single blow. Alas, they have encountered Yi Xian, and just as they believe they have succeeded, they realize their attacks have merely passed through his illusionary form. Not good, a phantom. As the realization dawns, Yi Xian's voice whispers in their ears. Your speed is too slow. You dare, before they can finish their retort. Both warriors find their necks seized by Yi Xian, who then channels a torrent of thunder into their bodies. With a slight squeeze, they perish on the spot. At this juncture, only 2 members of the Yin Wolf team remain, Captain Song Lingyun and the vice-captain, instantly killing 2 peak 4th-tier martial artists. The vice-captain's expression shifts dramatically, for he realizes that this individual's strength far exceeds his own, and even his captain may not stand a chance. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the vice-captain turns to flee, but as he does so, an attack strikes him. Divine thunder shatters the void. A bolt of lightning pierces through him, and the vice-captain's pupils widen in horror. This is impossible. How can that boy be so powerful? Thud. With a body filled with unwillingness, he crashes to the ground. Lifeless. This scene casts a shadow over the only remaining mid-5th-tier captain, whose expression darkens. The gravitational domain is activated fully, and a terrifying pressure renders Song Lingyun's face a ghastly pale. You boy, what do you intend to do? At this moment, fear grips him. The threat of death looms, and he can no longer maintain the aura of a 5th-tier warrior. I warn you, I'm the captain of the high-ranking Yin Wolf team, and my Song family is a prominent clan in the imperial capital. Dare you act against me? Crackle. Before Song Lingyun can finish his sentence, a terrifying thunderstorm envelopes the area, leaving his face ashen, for he senses a profound threat emanating from the storm. Damn it. Song Lingyun realizes the intent to kill has been ignited, his eyes flashing with fury. If you wish to kill me, you shall not escape unscathed. Sunfire, annihilation. Taking a deep breath, he channels potent energy into his long sword, unleashing his strongest strike. At this moment, he does not dare to hold back in the slightest. Under the thunderous incantation, Yi Xian brandishes a sword of lightning, launching a strike against the approaching Song Lingyun. 10,000 swords return to 1. At this moment, Yi Xian executes the 4th stance of the 9 Heavens Thunder Art. 10,000 swords return to 1. A resounding explosion. The 2 attacks collide instantaneously. However, Yi Xian's lightning sword shatters Song Lingyun's fiery assault, and the residual force crashes upon him with overwhelming might. Puffed, blood sprays forth. As the terrifying thunder causes his heart to cease instantly, Song Lingyun's eyes widen in disbelief. His face a mask of horror. You actually managed to slay me with a single strike. How is that possible? Until the moment of his death, he cannot fathom that as a renowned genius of the imperial capital, he would fall to the hands of a mere mid-4th-tier youth. Thud. With eyes wide open in disbelief, his lifeless body collapses to the ground, plunging the surroundings into a deathly silence, for all others have perished. This scene, if revealed to the outside world, would surely leave them astounded. A mid-4th-tier warrior possessing the capability to eliminate a mid-5th-tier opponent in an instant, and without exerting his full strength. Such an impact is unprecedented. Even if Mu Qinho were present, he would undoubtedly be struck by awe, for Yi Xian has now reached a level worthy of his attention. Buzz. At that moment, Yi Xian surveys the field littered with corpses, a smile gracing his lips, for the sound wave device he casually deployed has already attracted numerous ferocious beasts. These creatures will undoubtedly serve as the most effective means of obliterating the evidence. Whoosh! As the ferocious beasts arrive, Yixian transforms into a flash of lightning and departs, leaving no trace that anything had transpired. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, just moments ago, Yixian had single-handedly exterminated over 1,000 martial artists of at least the 3rd tier, obliterating the Yin Wolf team. This strength is rather impressive. Observing the frenzy of beasts behind him, Yixian smiles faintly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of annihilating the intruders. Reward, Technique Evolution Card X1, along with 5,000 ability points. As he prepares to leave, the system notification rings in his ears, eliciting a grin from Yixian. The Technique Evolution card is in hand. Yixian's eyes light up, and he ascends to the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper. System, use the evolution card. Then, under Yixian's command, the system initiates its function. Ding! Host successfully uses the Technique Evolution card. The Thunder God's movement has evolved to the perfect level. Soon after, Yixian comprehends the changes in the technique with remarkable clarity. Sizzle! Under the impetus of thunderous energy, Yixian astonishingly appeared more than 10 zhang away in an instant, his speed rivaling that of teleportation. Gazing at the towering buildings in the distance, Yixian was left speechless, truly astounded by his own swiftness. Goodness! After a few flickers, Yixian returned to the top of the abandoned skyscraper. This speed had indeed multiplied several times. It was simply unbelievable. Yixian found it hard to wrap his mind around the notion. It is essential to recognize that his original speed was already extraordinary, and now, with a boost of several times, the implications were clear even to the most naive of minds. What a remarkable transformation! A delighted smile stretched across Yixian's lips. The sensation of becoming stronger was simply exhilarating. If he were to encounter Qin Yu again, the scene from the elite team competition flashed in his mind. He could defeat him with a single strike, or even slay him. Moreover, it would be with remarkable ease. Weighing his thoughts, Yixian felt an undeniable certainty. He inhaled deeply, savoring the faint scent of blood in the air. This high martial world seemed rather promising. In a moment of reflection, Yixian was overwhelmed with emotion, recalling the multitude of experiences he had undergone. With the support of the Invincible system, he had undoubtedly become a child of destiny within this realm. Quite frankly, the so-called luck of the fortunate was utterly trivial in comparison to the might of the Invincible system. Subsequently, Yixian gazed into the distance, sensing the brutal conflict unfolding. A tantalizing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The future was becoming increasingly exhilarating. Chapter 61. Xingyang, Father, I fear today may be my last. In the depths of the Wuji Martial Arts Hall at the Imperial Capital Base, a young man received an urgent notification, his eyes narrowing as he crushed a valuable jade stone in his grasp. He emanated a peak 4th-tier aura, indicating he was an exceptionally strong prodigy. Wei Tianming, the second young master of the Wei family, one of the 4 great families of the Imperial Capital, had already reached the peak of the 4th tier at the tender age of 20. If this news were to spread to Jinling, it would undoubtedly stir the entire base into chaos. 20 years old, at the peak of the 4th tier, what did that signify? Everyone had gone silent. A sardonic smile crept across Wei Tianming's lips. What a waste. Song Lingyun of the Flame Wolf Squad is nothing but a failure. With such ability, he dares to associate himself with my Wei family in the Imperial capital? Uncertain of the connection to that brat, Wei Tianming murmured as he gazed toward the Jinling base. I have found an interesting little mouse. Let the Song family of the Imperial capital have their fun with him first. A mere brat, daring to compete with my brother for women. Wei Tianming chuckled coldly, then murmured, Mu Xiener, you are destined to be a member of my Wei family, and the Mu family shall inevitably be swallowed by us. He then promptly called the head of the Song family in the Imperial capital, and as expected, the reaction was one of furious indignation. After completing his tasks, Wei Tianming smiled faintly. Yixian, I hope you can entertain me for a while longer. Kill. 2 days later, after a series of killings, Yixian had remarkably accumulated a considerable number of ability points. He transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards a nearby location. Soon after, the Thunderfire squad reunited for the first time in days, each member having made significant gains, particularly in combat experience, which had markedly improved since their last encounter. Captain, Shirley and the others spoke in unison, their eyes still harboring traces of violence, clearly having come from a path of slaughter. Yixian nodded slightly, then turned his gaze deeper into Qingchuan town. It was time to assess the fruits of their trials. This I like. Jun Moxie smiled, increasingly enamored with the thrill of hunting ferocious beasts as a squad. Strangely, his animosity towards Yixian had diminished significantly, even evaporating entirely, though he could not comprehend why. Just then, Xiao Xingyang's virtual phone rang, and upon answering, a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to him appeared on the screen. Xingyang, I fear today may be my last. The image revealed countless ferocious beasts surrounding him. Old man, what have you done? Xiao Xingyang's heart tightened upon seeing the scene. Although he often took his father lightly, their bond was undeniable. Upon learning that his father, Xiao Dogwang, had inadvertently attracted a horde of ferocious beasts, Xiao Xingyang felt a wave of concern wash over him, thankful that they were currently in Qingchuan town. But before he could say more, the signal was abruptly lost, causing Xiao Xingyang's expression to shift sharply. Shirley, record the location. Move. As his voice fell, Yi Xian and the others had already taken flight, while Xiao Xingyang remained frozen in place. Old Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Shirley nudged Xiao Xingyang's elbow, urging him to follow suit. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xingyang felt a surge of gratitude. Old Shir, thank you. His sincere gaze sent a chill down Shirley's spine. Dude, cut it out. Shirley shot a disdainful look at Xiao Xingyang. I'm not interested in men. Get lost. Xiao Xingyang shot a glare at Shirley, his fleeting gratitude dissipating entirely. And in no time, the Thunderfire squad raced towards the site of the attack. About 15 minutes later, they arrived near the designated location, and before they could approach, they spotted thousands of ferocious beasts in the distance, pouncing towards Xiao Dogwang and his remaining 10 or so companions like starving tigers on prey. Each beast seemed to be on a frenzied rampage, and at the center loomed a formidable fourth-tier beast, the blazing fiend tiger. Roar. At that moment, the roar of the blazing fiend tiger echoed, and in the next moment, thousands of ferocious beasts surged towards Xiao Dogwang's group, now drastically outnumbered. If they were surrounded, there would be no hope of survival. This is bad. Upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of beasts, Xiao Dogwang glanced at the contents of his backpack. Damn it. I should have thrown that little creature away earlier. Now, I fear I may meet my end. As he beheld the approaching ferocious beasts, Xiao Dogwang sighed. What a pity. I won't be able to see that brat marry. However, he took solace in the fact that he still had some inheritance left. With his eyes closed, bracing himself to become a feast for the beasts, a flash of lightning erupted, and as it dissipated, it astonishingly transformed into a long sword. This sword, imbued with thunderous energy, was the result of Yi Xian's intervention. In a flash, under the application of the Thunder God steps, Yi Xian appeared out of thin air in the fray, his speed leaving even the fourth-tier martial artists accompanying him in sheer disbelief. It's him. Among the hired fighters, one man's eyes bulged in shock. The genius of the Oblivion Squad, the champion of the martial examination, Yi Xian. What? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Yi Xian's name had become synonymous with fame throughout the Jinling base, making it impossible not to recognize him, even if they had never laid eyes on him before. He is Yi Xian. I didn't expect him to be even younger than I imagined. The crowd buzzed with astonished chatter, momentarily forgetting their perilous situation amid the ferocious beasts. Uncle Xiao, retreat. Leave these beasts to me. It was only then that Xiao Dogwang snapped back to reality, staring incredulously at his savior. Yi Xian? You are that brat's captain. In that instant, Mu Xian'er and the others finally arrived. And Jun Moxie looked on in disbelief at the figure standing before the ferocious beasts. How is this possible? That individual's speed was unfathomably fast, at least several times faster than his own, making it hard to believe. For a moment, Jun Moxie thought he might be dreaming. Indeed, it was utterly astonishing. How could someone as speed have escalated to such heights in such a short span of time? As he delved deeper into the situation, he realized that the disparity between him and the nominal captain was widening significantly, to a degree that now felt utterly unattainable. Just then, Xiao Xingyang entered the arena. Casting a concerned glance at Xiao Dogwang several times, and only after confirming his safety did he let out a profound sigh of relief. What are you doing, you brat? Crying like a baby. I'm not dead yet. Xiao Dogwang playfully thumped his son on the back of the head, though his heart was filled with an inexplicable warmth. For his son was indeed his sole hope for survival. Enough. Xiao Xingyang took a deep breath, his eyes radiating determination. Old man, you take the team and go ahead. I will hold the rear with the captain and the others. Xiao Dogwang looked at his impudent son with astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Was this truly his son? In such a short time, he had reached the pinnacle of the second tier and had even mastered mental attacks. This revelation struck him profoundly. He had initially intended for his son to inherit the family business, but alas, this rebellious child had other plans. Nevertheless, he thought, it was for the best. He could endure a few more years. Xiao Dogwang had already made up his mind, clearly seeing that his son's current performance promised boundless potential for the future. At that moment, Shirley, radiating an intense white healing energy, began to channel it into himself. He then unleashed a golden spell, instantly becoming a formidable force that rivaled Xiao Zhengyang. Anyone who dares to harm the Xiao family will face death. With a resounding thud, his spiked club surged forward, and with a single strike, he crushed a second-tier beast, sending weaker creatures flying in all directions. Huh, what a thrill. After accomplishing this, Shirley laughed heartily, eyeing the approaching beasts with a grin. Let us do this. He charged forward like a human tank, bulldozing through thousands of ferocious beasts, his terrifying defense and offensive prowess leaving Xiao Dogwang and the others in awe. Gulp. The fourth-tier mercenaries assigned to protect Xiao Dogwang were utterly dumbfounded. Is that a healing-type ability user? My goodness, when did healing-type users become so powerful? They were astonished. This combat strength was at least comparable to a third-tier warrior. Xiao Dogwan was momentarily taken aback. A second-tier healer matching the power of a third-tier warrior? Was this some kind of joke? This was no healer. This was a born warrior. Undoubtedly, at this moment, both Shirley and Xiao Xingyang were basking in the limelight. Dark Swamp. Just then, Mo Junxi took a deep breath. His mid-third tier aura fully unleashed, and then he executed a new skill. Under this ability, the surrounding beasts found it exceedingly difficult to move. Die. In the next instant, Mo Junxi transformed into a shadowy figure, swiftly eliminating over a dozen beasts, including several third-tier ones. Xiao Dogwan watched in astonishment as Mo Junxi cut through third-tier beasts as though they were mere vegetables. What the? Upon uttering these words, the surrounding mercenaries could no longer maintain their composure and coughed awkwardly. Mr. Xiao, it's not that the beasts are weak. It's that this team is exceptionally strong. Swallowing hard, one of the fourth-tier warriors continued. Moreover, I suspect the other two are even more formidable than that dark ability user. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the unstoppable Yi Xian and Mu Xian. Sure enough, just as this was said, a commanding voice echoed. Raging flames consumed the heavens. With a thunderous roar, an inferno erupted, engulfing the surrounding beasts in flames, their anguished cries resonating throughout the arena. In an instant, not a single beast remained within several dozen meters of Mu Xian, including third-tier ones. She had slaughtered nearly 100 beasts with that one move. Cough, cough. Incredible. The fourth-tier warriors were visibly shaken, even sensing the intense danger emanating from Mu Xian, astonished at her young age and her terrifying strength. Moreover, her fire abilities seemed extraordinarily potent, likely of S-rank quality. Thunderous spell. At that moment, Yi Xian had arrived before the fourth-tier beast, the Flame Beast, summoning lightning to envelop him. All thunder converge. Thus, Yi Xian unleashed the fourth form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. His late third-tier aura surging as he struck at the fourth-tier Flame Beast. Roar. The Flame Beast sensed an overwhelming threat, its bloodthirsty eyes and fiery claws flaring in response. Bang. With a single blow, the fourth-tier Flame Beast was sent flying, a sight that left everyone astounded. Wow. Shirley stared at the captain single-handedly confronting a fourth-tier beast, managing to suppress it. Such battle prowess was nothing short of miraculous. What? Xiao Xingyang was utterly bewildered. The captain had become this strong already? Mo Junxi, witnessing this, took a deep breath, but before he could ponder further, he unleashed Thunderous Swamp. In an instant, a terrifying swamp ability, infused with gravitational forces, rendered the flame beast utterly immobile. What? Mo Junxi's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the scene. What? Thunderous Swamp? Isn't that my Dark Swamp technique? I just learned that skill. The realization that someone else had used it so adeptly left him utterly astounded. Gulping. Mo Junxi was genuinely taken aback. It was no joke. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Thunderous strikes. With a swift motion, a torrent of sword energy shot towards the flame beast, piercing through its body and instantly annihilating it. Thud. The cold corpse crashed onto the ground, leaving everyone feeling as if a monumental hammer had struck the surface of a tranquil lake. Unmatched, the fourth-tier warriors were left in awe, gazing at Yi Xian with disbelief. Goodness, is this the elite team that has been making waves? With such combat strength, I doubt I could even compete. Ugh, wow. Xiao Dogwan, having held back for so long, finally let out an exclamation of astonishment, overwhelmed by the spectacle of talent before him. A prodigy. An absolute prodigy. All members of that boys' squad are geniuses. The potential of this combination was unfathomable. In that moment, Xiao Dogwan's expression grew complex as he recalled his earlier decision to invest 5 billion into the team. He now understood his son's keen eye for talent. Taking a deep breath, he shrugged off the previous harsh words he had directed at his son, nodding in satisfaction as he continued. Indeed, my son, Xiao Dogwan, is truly remarkable. Hand of the demon. At this moment, Yi Xian extended his right hand and astonishingly activated the hand of gods and demons. A colossal hand, imbued with black and streaked with thunder, manifested in the air, exuding an overwhelming force as it struck towards the horde of ferocious beasts, thus commencing a massacre. Chapter 63. The Source of Danger. The 7th grade Tianlin Python Beast Egg. Boom. With a single strike, he annihilated at least several hundred beasts, prompting a few pinnacle 3rd grade beasts to howl in dismay and flee in utter chaos. After all, at this level, they had developed a modicum of intelligence. Soon, the remaining beasts scattered, leaving no trace behind. Gulp. A dozen 4th grade warriors observed the scene, each swallowing hard, as if the recent events were not but a dream. Unbelievable. Could these individuals truly be regarded as geniuses? In comparison, they seemed utterly worthless. Hee, thank you all. Xiao Dogwang smiled as he entered the fray, expressing his gratitude. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. By the way, after exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Xingyang cast a suspicious glance at his father. Old man, what on earth did you do to provoke the 4th grade beasts into a frenzy? Cough, cough. Well, Xiao Dogwang cleared his throat, then removed his backpack, revealing a blue-patterned beast egg within. A single egg? Shirley stared in astonishment at the contents of the backpack, utterly taken aback by the sight of a beast egg. Indeed, Xiao Xingyang nodded, then solemnly declared, "This is no ordinary beast egg, but the egg of a 7th-grade ferocious beast." What? Upon hearing this, Jun Moxie's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the egg, a 7th-grade beast egg. So that's it. No wonder those beasts were so intent on pursuing you. Mu Xian gazed at the beast egg before her, nodding in agreement. This is the egg of a 7th-grade Tianlin python, which ranks among the upper echelons of 7th-grade beasts. It is worth at least 3 billion. Huh. Shirley was taken aback, then looked at the egg with a changed expression. Vice Captain, are you saying this egg is worth 3 billion? Yes. Mu Xian nodded. Continuing, that is a conservative estimate. If this item were to be auctioned at the Imperial Capital's auction house, its value could very well reach 50 billion. Hee. Xiao Daguang narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Mu Xian. Little girl, it seems you are quite the connoisseur. However, the Imperial Capital is too far. I intend to sell this item to the base. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Daguang continued, though it may not fetch 50 billion, 40 billion is certainly feasible. Then, as if struck by a thought, Xiao Daguang produced a card. Captain Yi, here is 1 billion huaxia coins. Consider it your reward for this endeavor. I hope you will not decline. This. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, quickly replying, Uncle Xiao, you are being too kind. As Xingyang's father, you need not do this. Alas, having operated in the business world for over 20 years, Xiao Daguang naturally would not retract his offer. That is erroneous. It is precisely because of this that Captain Yi should accept. After all, I do not wish for my actions to affect your team's relations with that brat. A deal is a deal. Xiao Xingyang rolled his eyes at his father's words. Captain, just accept it. Though the old man claims it is gratitude, there is also an underlying intent to cultivate goodwill. Perhaps, as he spoke, Xiao Xingyang revealed, in the future, the old man might find use for you. You brat. Xiao Daguang's expression faltered, glaring fiercely at his mischievous son. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Why are you speaking such blatant truths? I have no such intentions. Hee. Shirley, listening intently from the side, found the father-son duo quite amusing, while Mu Xian looked on enviously. For she had never experienced such camaraderie with her own father. After fruitless attempts to decline, Yi Xian accepted the offer. However, Shirley and the others insisted on equitable distribution based on effort, resulting in Yi Xian receiving 5 billion huaxia coins, Mu Xian 2 billion, and the three of them 1 billion each. Observing this scene, Xiao Daguang nodded approvingly. A team with such relationships was bound to achieve greater heights in the future. That brat, does he not understand that he is paving the way for himself? Damn it, to slander me with talk of fostering relationships, cough cough. Though there might be a hint of truth to it. By the way, on the way back, Xiao Daguang curiously inquired of his son, Brat, how did you end up in Qingchuan town? Well, we were, of course, on a mission to eradicate ferocious beasts of 2nd grade and above in Qingchuan town. Pausing for dramatic effect, he continued, the military seems intent on establishing Qingchuan town as a new martial examination training ground. Is that so? However, this revelation startled the nearby 4th grade warriors. To clear out ferocious beasts of 2nd grade and above in Qingchuan town is nearly tantamount to a general-level mission. Truly, the prodigious talent of this team is beyond their comprehension. The next day, at the headquarters of the Jinling base, Captain, Vice Captain, farewell. After a night of rest, the leader of the Thunderfire team escorted the two leaders to the Imperial Capital base for an exchange, while members of the Wuji team followed suit to bid farewell to their captain. To be selected for an exchange at the Imperial Capital base is a tremendous honor, and upon their return, their strength is sure to increase significantly. Let us go? Wang Tianba nodded to Yi Xian and his companions. This was the highest caliber exchange group from the Jinling base. An SSS-grade Thunder Elemental Ability user, an SS-grade Fire Elemental Ability user. Such talent, even at the Imperial Capital base, is considered top tier. This trip will undoubtedly make a significant splash for the Jinling base. Upon boarding the SSS-grade warplane, the group curiously surveyed their surroundings, with only Mu Xian maintaining her composure. After all, she had seen aircraft that surpassed even the SSS grade. So Wang Tianba was not surprised. Chenyu. Wang Tianba's gaze fell upon the 5th grade warrior Chenyu, reminding him, you are the strongest on this trip. Take care of them when you arrive at the Imperial Capital base. Yes, Chief Instructor. Chenyu respectfully saluted, after which Wang Tianba's voice rang out again. However, while we do not seek trouble, should anyone provoke you, do not hesitate to fight back. As long as no lives are lost, I will take responsibility for any fallout. With Wang Tianba's admonition, Chenyu and the others squinted, realizing that this exchange at the Imperial Capital was not as simple as they had imagined. Directly engaging in battle amidst the gathering of prodigies from various bases would surely lead to fierce competition. Following a series of discussions, Wang Tianba ultimately focused his attention on Yi Xian, subsequently retaining him for a private conversation. Yi Xian, Wang Tianba narrowed his eyes and continued. You are the ace of the Jinling base for this exchange competition. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. The ace? Chief Instructor. Are you sure? Chen Yu is a 5th grade warrior. Wang Tianba waved his hand, then explained, in the Imperial Capital base. The exchange competition does not hinge on who has the higher realm, but rather on potential. Potential? Yi Xian was somewhat bewildered. How does one compare potential? Through Wang Tianba's explanation, Yi Xian began to understand. The Shura Trial Tower? Upon hearing this name, especially its function of suppressing combatants to the same realm, Yi Xian realized that this exchange competition at the Imperial Capital base was indeed intriguing. Chapter 64. Is that Yi Xian at peak 3rd grade? The following day, in Tianhai City, roar. The roar of a colossal beast echoed from a distance, followed by an alarm on the warplane. Ahead in Tianhai City, a beast tide is currently underway. The leading ferocious beast is the mid-level 6th grade Ice Lion King. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and the others inside the warplane turned pale. In the midst of the 6th-tier beasts, a formidable creature capable of contending with late-stage 6th-tier warriors emerged, its presence rivaling the scale of the beast tide that once plagued Jiangbei City. Wang Tianba, upon receiving this information, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Tianhai City, situated at a considerable distance from the major bases, was under the defense of a mere early-stage 6th-tier guardian. Clearly, the beast tide needed to be addressed first. After a moment of reflection, he piloted his aircraft towards Tianhai City, viewing this support mission as a warm-up for the upcoming Grand Exchange competition at the Huaxiao base. His gaze shifted to Yi Xian, eager to witness the extraordinary prowess of this young prodigy. Yes, Chief Instructor, he affirmed. Soon enough, Tianhai City loomed closer. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck. The Ice Lion King, a 6th-tier beast, unleashed a frigid blade that tore through the city wall, injuring dozens in an instant. Chen Sihai, the strongest protector of Tianhai City, wore a grave expression. Damn it. The nearest reinforcements won't arrive for half a day. Tianhai City may not last that long. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, declaring, Beast, even if I perish, I will not allow you to prevail. Unleash your fury. At that moment, an unprecedented surge of power enveloped Chen Sihai, forming a protective energy barrier around him, revealing him as a formidable physical-type ability user of no small caliber. Dominating blade slash. He shouted, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the 6th-tier beast. The Ice Lion King, witnessing the impending attack, displayed a mocking expression. Its paw enveloped in ice as it retaliated with a crushing blow. The collision unleashed a shockwave, devastating the surroundings. With a resounding crack, Chen Sihai's barrier shattered, and a wave of despair washed over him. Damn it. Before he could recover, the Ice Lion King struck him with its paw, sending him flying, clearly demonstrating that he was no match for the beast. My lord. The expressions of the other strong warriors in Tianhai City shifted dramatically. Chen Sihai was their strongest protector. If he fell short against the 6th-tier beast, the city would surely face annihilation. Watch out, my lord. They shouted in alarm. However, before they could react, the Ice Lion King launched another onslaught of icy blades, each capable of grievously injuring even 6th-tier warriors. Despite being a ferocious beast, it displayed an alarming level of intelligence, adeptly seizing the opportunity to attack. Solar blade slash. At that moment, a golden sword light descended from the aircraft, cleaving through the barrage of icy blades that rained down. In an instant, the formidable attacks were obliterated. The residual force of the golden sword light surged toward the Ice Lion King, striking it and sending it reeling back several meters, as Wang Tianba appeared before Chen Sihai. Captain! Chen Sihai exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figure before him. Yes, Wang Tianba replied, turning to face him. Sihai, is that you? The guardian of Tianhai City had been reassigned a year ago, and he had been sent to protect this place. He never imagined that a beast tide would erupt just 3 days prior, and that a mid-6th-tier beast would appear, far beyond what he could handle. Breathing a sigh of relief, Chen Sihai admitted, if it weren't for you, Captain, I might have perished here. This beast is mine to deal with, Wang Tianba declared, stretching his limbs before donning his SS-class battle armor, an overwhelming battle intent radiating from him. Beast, meet your end. He charged toward the Ice Lion King with incredible speed and ferocity. Chen Sihai stood stunned, realizing the captain had reached late 6th-tier status and was not far from the peak. Impressive. He truly deserves to be an S-class metal-type talent. Just then, the strong warriors of Tianhai City rushed forward. Guardian, are you unscathed? They inquired. No harm done. Chen Sihai waved them off, then turned to the sky. Captain has finally taken action. Let me witness his current strength. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of Tianhai City's warriors, as they now regarded the figure engaged in battle with the Ice Lion King with newfound respect. It was none other than the captain of their guardian. The Ice Lion King, sensing the provocation and infuriated by the pain it had just endured, entered a frenzied state, its combat prowess surging dramatically. Huh, enraged, are we? Wang Tianba smiled slightly, gripping his sword without fear as he engaged once more with the beast. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Chen Yu and the others watched in awe at the chief instructor's prowess. The chief instructor is incredible, Wuxianovel noted, glancing at the ongoing battle before returning her attention elsewhere. With a thunderous roar, Wuxianovel made her entrance amidst the beast tide. Her aura now at the mid-stage of the third tier. Since the arrival of Yixian, a prodigy who constantly pushed her, she had not dared to relax. Mid-stage of the third tier. Chen Yu and his companions were taken aback. They had researched her progress after their last return, discovering her to be an SS-class fire ability user. Such a level of power was beyond their reach, clarifying why the Jinling base had made an exception for her to attend the Huaxiao base. Then let the hunt begin. Yixian smiled slightly, seizing the opportunity to accumulate ability points amidst the chaos. Thunder Law spell. With incantations enveloping him, he surged into the beast tide, his aura rising to the peak of the third tier. That girl has broken through. It's only fair for me to reveal some of my strength, he mused. The sudden surge of energy drew gasps from Chen Yu and the others as they looked on in disbelief. Yixian is at the peak of the third tier now? When did that happen? They recalled that he had only been at the mid-stage of the third tier during the elite team competition, and their gazes shifted to him with astonished respect. Chapter 65. Yixian takes action, instantaneously slaying a fourth-tier beast? Peak of the third tier? Wuxianovel, engaged in her own hunt, was equally astonished. She had only achieved such rapid progress due to the dual effects of the blood of a seventh-tier beast and the fire crystal. Yet, Yixian had clearly not had access to such resources. All thunder converge. With a single slash of his sword, he unleashed a gravitational field, resulting in the immediate demise of over 100 beasts. Thunder Strike Barrage. As an array of techniques erupted forth, the warriors of Tianhai City stood in stunned silence, having witnessed over 1,000 beasts fall to Yixian's might in mere moments. Goodness, is that boy insane? Chen Sihai observed Yixian with newfound insight, remarking, I previously heard that a lightning ability prodigy had emerged from the Jinling base, possibly even an SS class. It must be him. What? The powerful figures of Tianhai City were utterly astonished, gazing at Yixian in disbelief. What manner of creature possesses an SS-level thunder ability? The fourth style of the Nine Heavens thunder technique. As Chen Yu and his companions vanquished the ferocious beast, they turned their attention to Yixian, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and fascination. Good heavens, how old could that lad be? 18, perhaps? At such a tender age. He has mastered the fourth style of the Nine Heavens thunder technique and attained the pinnacle of the third tier. In terms of combat prowess, it seems that even seasoned fourth-tier warriors would struggle against his hidden trump cards. Haha, excellent. High above in the void, the dominant Wang Tianba watched the battle of Yixian with satisfaction on his face, a peak third-tier warrior employing the fourth style of the Nine Heavens thunder technique. Moreover, his gravitational field appeared significantly stronger than before. In light of this, he couldn't afford to lag behind. Wang Tianba fixed his gaze on the battered Ice Lion King across from him. Today, this beast shall remain here, with a mighty fusion of man and sword. A golden light surged forth to pierce the heavens. Boom! As the grand move unfolded, a dazzling golden sword ray shot forth towards the Ice Lion King, penetrating its body before it could react, the terrifying destructive force instantly obliterating its internal organs. In an instant, the lion's pupils widened in shock. It was utterly unaware of how it had met its demise. Thud! Its massive body crashed to the ground, hot blood gushing forth. Yet Wang Tianba swiftly collected the precious blood, for it was a valuable treasure. With a swift motion, Wang Tianba reappeared before Chen Sihai, presenting him with 7 or 8 drops of Ice Lion King's blood. Here, consider this a token of our first meeting. Chen Sihai fell silent upon receiving such a generous gift, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Captain, is this appropriate? We're kin. What could be inappropriate? Wang Tianba glanced around at the devastated Tianhai City. One must think not only of oneself, but also of Tianhai City. Unable to decline, Chen Sihai accepted the blood of the sixth-tier beast. By the way, Chen Sihai dismissed his subordinates and turned to the fierce battle unfolding. Captain, could that young man with the thunder ability be the prodigy whose news has been sealed by the Jinling base? Indeed. Wang Tianba nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Yixian's name. His name is Yixian, and he is the ace for the upcoming exchange competition at the Huaxiao base. An ace? That makes sense. With an SS-level thunder ability and having cultivated the fourth style of the Nine Heavens thunder technique, he is indeed qualified, Chen Sihai remarked. While Wang Tianba smiled slightly. Sihai, you are only partially correct. Partially? Precisely. Wang Tianba smiled enigmatically, his gaze locking onto Yixian. The fourth style of the Nine Heavens thunder technique is indeed accurate, but as for his thunder ability, it is not SS level. It is SSS level. Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Sihai was rendered speechless, staring incredulously at Wang Tianba. What? An SSS level thunder ability? How is that even possible? Gulping in disbelief, Chen Sihai's gaze towards Yixian shifted entirely. Captain, does this mean that this young man's abilities have already surpassed the ordinary SSS level? Indeed. Wang Tianba smiled slightly before continuing. Moreover, the esteemed inspector from the Jinling base is already aware of this matter, and it is likely that the upper echelons of the Huaxia base have been informed as well. Hiss. Chen Sihai inhaled sharply, fully grasping the implications. It meant that this young man would soon become an unparalleled powerhouse, a figure sought after by various factions. Of course. Wang Tianba narrowed his eyes. Such a talent must not be exposed to the eyes of various powers, for it would undoubtedly bring him endless trouble. The situation in the imperial capital is exceedingly complex. By the way, at a certain moment, Wang Tianba pondered, the situation of your Chun family in the imperial capital isn't too favorable, is it? Though a first-rate family, you exist in the cracks between the four great clans. Chen Sihai bitterly shook his head at this. Although reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. The four great clans of the imperial capital loomed over their Chen family like colossal mountains, and they dared not offend any of them. Sihai, Wang Tianba continued, turning his gaze back to Yi Xian. Do you know why I am sharing this with you? Perhaps, in the near future, Yi Xian will be the key to breaking the deadlock for your Chun family in the imperial capital. At this point, Wang Tianba squinted. If this young man grows into a true powerhouse, the four great clans of the imperial capital will pale in comparison. At that time, it may very well rewrite the dynamics of the capital. Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Sihai suddenly understood. Captain, are you suggesting that I cultivate a relationship with Yi Xian? Indeed. Wang Tianba spoke earnestly. From my understanding of Yi Xian, he is clear about his grievances. Now that he has not yet fully matured, it is the perfect opportunity to befriend him. Thank you, Captain. Chen Sihai sincerely expressed his gratitude, then continued. Coincidentally, I recently obtained a thunder crystal. Presenting it as a gift will surely leave a good impression on him. Wang Tianba nodded. The thunder crystal is a fine item. But remember, do not harbor any ulterior motives. Captain, I understand. Chen Sihai chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Do you think I am that kind of person? Speaking of which, if the old man knew that I was cultivating such a talent for the family, he would likely be grinning from ear to ear for 3 days straight. As the two conversed, their gazes returned to the battlefield, and Chen Sihai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If he could draw Yi Xian into becoming a son-in-law of the Chen family, that would be even better. Naturally, this thought would evoke an unknown reaction from Wuxianovel if she were to find out. With a powerful strike, Yi Xian unleashed the demonic handbrake. Utilizing the lightning god movement, he swiftly dispatched a 4th-tier early-stage beast in an instant, leaving the mighty warriors of Tianhai City once again in awe. How on earth could a 4th-tier beast be so effortlessly slain by this prodigious talent from the Jinling base? Chapter 66. Enhancements before the competition. Early stage 5th tier achieved. Yi Xian. As the beast tide receded, Wang Tianba summoned Yi Xian, introducing him. This is the guardian of Tianhai City, Chen Sihai. You two may converse. With that, Wang Tianba exited the room, leaving the two alone. Guardian, did you seek me for something? Yi Xian inquired, looking at Chen Sihai. Chen Sihai nodded, cutting to the chase. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the first-rate Chen family in the imperial capital. I have come to seek your acquaintance. As he spoke, Chen Sihai produced a crystal stone radiating thunder, unmistakably a thunder crystal. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I hope you can look out for the Chen family. Pausing for effect, he continued. This thunder crystal serves as a token of sincerity. Additionally, Chen Sihai then produced a card. Here, you will find 100 billion Huaxia coins. I hope you will accept it. This. Yi Xian stared at the thunder crystal and the 100 billion Huaxia coins in his hand, taken aback by the audacity of the imperial capital's forces. My young friend. There is no need for surprise. An SSS-level thunder ability grants me such privileges. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian accepted the offerings. Prompting a sigh of relief from Chen Sihai, he understood the significance of this investment. If what the captain said holds true, perhaps the Chen family would no longer be under the thumb of the four great clans in the future. 2 days later, at the Huaxia base. Old Wang. It has been a long time. Upon arriving at the base, a man who had been waiting eagerly approached. He was Li Qingtian, the chief instructor of the Huaxia base. Moreover, he bore another identity. He was the brother of Li Potion, the inspector of the Jinling base. So this is the little prodigy from Jinling base, is it? Subsequently, Li Qingtian's gaze fell upon Yi Xian, and he was acutely aware of what the SSS grade thunder ability signified. Yi Xian, Wang Tianba nodded slightly, then introduced. This is Li Qingtian, the chief instructor of the Huaxia base, and also the younger brother of the esteemed inspector of Jinling base. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Xian was taken aback. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon encountering this individual. It turned out he was the brother of the inspector. Xianer. Long time no see. Li Qingtian's gaze shifted to Mu Xianer, for as the chief instructor of the Huaxia base, how could he not recognize her? Hello, Uncle Li. Mu Xianer greeted with a slight nod. Li Qingtian had a close relationship with the Mu family in the imperial capital, and they were naturally already acquainted. Chen Yu and the others were taken aback by Mu Xianer's address. Uncle Li? This revelation left them deep in thought. The individual before them was none other than the chief instructor of the Huaxia base, and to call him uncle was indicative of Mu Xian'er's significant status. Yixian. You ought to be cautious, Li Qingtian remarked, his gaze shifting back to Yixian. Xian'er has quite a number of suitors in the imperial capital. Perhaps this exchange competition will bring about some trouble. Cough, cough, Uncle Li, what are you saying? Upon hearing Li Qingtian's words, Mu Xian'er's face flushed slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. Greetings, Chief Instructor. At that moment, a group of young men arrived, among whom was the elite member of the Huaxiao base, Song Xiaoyang, who regarded Yixian with a hint of hostility. Clearly, he had come to test Yixian's capabilities. His cousin, Song Lingyun, had mysteriously disappeared after the last assassination attempt on this young man, and according to Wei Tianming, it was highly likely he had perished due to Yixian. His current mission was to probe this young man's strength. Li Qingtian nodded slightly, evidently unaware of Song Xiaoyang's intentions. Come, let me introduce you. Song Xiaoyang is ranked 86th on the Huaxiao base elite list. He is currently in the mid-stage of the 4th realm at just 20 years old. Upon hearing this, Yixian was taken aback. A mid-stage 4th realm at 20 years of age was indeed impressive. You must be Yixian. I look forward to sparring with you. After a few brief exchanges, Song Xiaoyang departed, and a smile crept across Yixian's lips. Could it be that Song Xiaoyang was related to that Song Lingyun? He certainly hadn't forgotten the Song family in the imperial capital. How was it, Xiao? A subordinate inquired after Song Xiaoyang left, his expression tinged with doubt. Ordinary. Song Xiaoyang replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yixian. Just an 18-year-old peak 3rd realm brat. I don't know what my uncle is thinking. Believing he could kill my brother Lingyun. During the exchange competition, I shall see what he is capable of. Soon after, Yixian arrived at the room arranged by the Huaxiao base. Ziz. He then took out a thunder crystal exuding crackling energy. This item should prove quite useful. He proceeded to use the thunder crystal, and a vibrant glow of lightning enveloped him, causing crackling sounds to resonate throughout the room as Yixian's physique and power visibly escalated. System, assist me in enhancing my strength. While absorbing the thunder crystal, Yixian remained focused, for in the Huaxiao base, any enhancement in strength would surely prove advantageous. Ding. The host's realm has been elevated to the late-stage 4th realm warrior, consuming 9,000 ability points. Ding. The host's realm has been elevated to the peak 4th realm warrior, consuming 10,000 ability points. Ding. The host's realm has been elevated to the early stage 5th realm warrior, consuming 110,000 ability points. Thus, Yixian's strength surged directly to the early stage 5th realm. Yet his overall power had multiplied several times over, causing him to narrow his eyes in contemplation. He then called forth his attribute panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 18 years. Realm, early stage 5th realm. Movement technique, perfect level. Ability, Chaos Divine Thunder, SSS grade. Skills, Qilin Step, level 6. True Perspective Eye, Overlord Fist, level 6. First 4 styles of the 9 Heavens Thunder Art, Divine Demon Hand, Thunder Goddess Step. Items, Silver Medal, Imperial Garden Villa Contract, SS grade Thunder Armor, S grade Thunder Sword. S grade Warplane, weapons to be equipped. Ability points, 7358. Gazing at the attribute panel, Yixian let out a sigh of relief, feeling increasingly eager for the forthcoming exchange competition. Eager to witness the prowess of the prodigies from the Huaxiao base. Meanwhile, in a certain villa in the imperial capital, eldest young master, a figure appeared within the villa, possessing a strength at the peak of the 6th realm, yet displaying utmost caution. What news? The young man, savoring his tea, regarded his subordinate with a calm demeanor. Song Xiaoyang from the Song family has already set out to probe. Pausing momentarily, the subordinate looked at his master with suspicion. Is it possible that Song Lingyun was truly killed by Yixian? Surely not. Mu Qingho's gaze shifted towards the Huaxiao base. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. That young man's talents are beyond what ordinary people can comprehend. Yixian. If you cannot even overcome the Song family, it would be truly disappointing. Chapter 67. Unleashing Power. The Trial Tower annihilates Song Xiaoyang. The next day, at dawn, before the Shura Trial Tower of the Huaxiao base. Wow. Upon entering, the surrounding elites from various bases could not help but express their awe, as it was evidently their first encounter with the Shura Trial Tower. This very tower would suppress their realms to a uniform level, utilizing advanced technology to present simulated battle scenarios. Ding. The host has triggered a task. Secure first place in the exchange competition. Reward, SSS grade spatial ability, plus an additional 8,000 ability points. At that moment, as Yixian contemplated the possibility of becoming the champion, a voice echoed in his ears, momentarily startling him. Spatial ability? Undoubtedly, this power piqued Yixian's interest. As a reward from the Invincible system, this ability must be extraordinary. Ding. The host's realm has been concealed by the system as a peak 3rd realm warrior. Before Yixian could ponder further, another voice reached his ears, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Concealed realm? Peak 3rd realm warrior. Good heavens, this is indeed setting up an opportunity for him to play the fool. The first match, Yixian from Jinling base versus Lu Qianren from Huaxiao base. Upon entering the trial tower, a virtual control interface appeared before Yixian, revealing that his opponent was indeed another peak third realm warrior. Buzz. Soon, both individuals found themselves in a simulated alleyway battle arena. Yixian. Lu Qianren narrowed his eyes. As a confidant of Song Xiaoyang, he was undoubtedly instructed to probe. Thunder Law spell. Before he could react, Yixian had already vanished from his original position. And in the next instant, a single punch obliterated Lu Qianren, resulting in an instant kill. Hiss. As Lu Qianren returned to his senses, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The sensation of being annihilated felt almost like a personal experience. How was that? Song Xiaoyang inquired, observing Lu Qianren's reaction with a furrowed brow. Gulping, Lu Qianren took a deep breath, casting a wary glance towards Yixian, young Master Song. That Yixian is incredibly powerful. He eliminated me with a single punch, and it was astonishingly effortless. Song Xiaoyang's gaze narrowed. He was well aware of Lu Qianren's potential. Although not exceptionally strong, he was certainly above average. To think he couldn't even withstand a single move from that young man. A smirk crept across his lips. This is intriguing. No wonder he made it to the exchange competition. Is that all? Chen Yu and the others glanced at the distant Lu Qianren, and from his expression, it was evident that Yixian had emerged victorious. Old Wang, that young man possesses some skill. Li Qingtian's gaze fell upon Yixian. It had been less than half a minute since he entered the trial tower, clearly indicative of a swift victory. However, considering his SSS-level thunder ability, it was not surprising. Indeed, that is only natural, Wang Tianba remarked with a faint smile, reflecting, when it comes to potential, he undoubtedly ranks first. Just wait and see. This is merely the beginning. As the two conversed, the second match commenced, and Li Qingtian promptly instructed his subordinates to display Yixian's battle footage. The second match, Yixian from Jinling Base faced Long Fei from Jianglin Base. Upon seeing Long Fei, Li Qingtian nodded slightly. I know this Long Fei. He is 18 and at the early stage of the 4th rank, a commendable talent, with potential that can barely be considered above average. Within the peak of the 3rd rank, Yixian is invincible. Wang Tianba remained unfazed, and Li Qingtian refrained from elaborating, for the SSS-level thunder ability was a formidable presence. Jianglin Base, Long Fei. The young man introduced himself before launching into battle. Hurricane Slash. Suddenly, wind-based powers surged forth, accompanied by a powerful slash aimed at Yixian, whose movements were refined and speed unmatched. Thunderous Might. The first move of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique was unleashed, instantly obliterating the Hurricane Slash. This scene left everyone in attendance dumbfounded. The Nine Heavens Thunder technique. It appears that young man has indeed mastered the strongest thunder technique. Song Xiaoyang's expression darkened. His regard for Yixian heightened. His potential was likely already above average. With a single strike that defeated his opponent, Long Fei returned to his senses. Looking at Yixian with a mix of wariness. So you're Yixian? You are indeed formidable. Defeating two opponents in quick succession garnered the attention of all the prodigies from various bases, for those who participated in the exchange were all exceptional talents. Well done. Wang Tianba nodded in satisfaction, while Chunyu and the others expressed their admiration, as, after several matches, apart from Yixian and Mu Xiener, they too had faced defeat. The concept of potential, in fact, bore little relation to 1's realm. Before long, they reached the semifinals. Semifinal, Yixian from Jinling Base versus Song Xiaoyang from Huaxia Base. As the battle footage transitioned, Lu Qianduan and the others turned their eyes toward the virtual screen, as did Chunyu and his companions. Yixian, let me see just how strong you are. Song Xiaoyang, accustomed to the peak of the 3rd rank after numerous battles, was already well prepared. Flame Sun Annihilation. Without hesitation, Song Xiaoyang launched a full-force attack, evidently intending to overwhelm his opponent decisively. However, he had overestimated himself. Dominating Fist. Yixian unleashed a thunderous incantation enveloping his body and struck with a single punch, shattering Song Xiaoyang's proud Flame Sun Annihilation. Flash. Following this, Song Xiaoyang's attack came swiftly. His methods far from lacking in experience, yet Yixian deftly sidestepped the assault with a slight shift of his body. What? Li Qingtian's pupils widened in disbelief. His gaze fixated on the battle screen, a perfect level movement technique. How can this be? Lu Qianduan was utterly astonished, exclaiming, a perfect level movement technique can only be comprehended by an 8th rank warrior. What kind of talent does Yixian possess? This is terrifying. With a gulp, Lu Qianduan recoiled, recalling the sensation of being obliterated by Yixian's punch, now filled with trepidation. Divine Thunder breaks the void. However, before he could ponder further, another astonishing move unfolded before him. As Song Xiaoyang's head was severed in the simulation, blood spraying in a gruesome display. By heavens! Lu Qianduan felt a cramp in his calves, exclaiming, what on earth did I just witness? The 3rd form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, Divine Thunder breaks the void. He actually executed the 3rd form. Li Qingtian, witnessing this, was equally shaken. He only knew that Yi Xian possessed an SSS-level thunder ability and was not well versed in the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. At 18, having mastered the third form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique was truly monstrous. Hiss. Waking from the haze of defeat, Song Xiaoyang recalled the searing sensation of being slain. I actually lost? Indeed, he was momentarily at a loss. With only one thought lingering in his mind, this individual was far more formidable than he had imagined. He then recalled the matter of his cousin's disappearance. Could it be that this was the doing of that very person? Chapter 68. Wei Tianming strikes. Mu Xianer fiercely protects her husband. We won. Shen Yu and his companions were elated. Making it to the semi-finals among so many prodigies was already an impressive feat. Mu Xianer from Jinling-based triumphs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Xianer also successfully advanced to the semi-finals, which compelled Shen Yu and his companions to admire her talent. Should this news return to Jinling base, it would surely ignite excitement among many. Young Master Wei. Shortly after Mu Xianer's victory, Song Xiaoyang respectfully greeted the newcomer, who was none other than Wei Tianming, the second young master of the Wei family from the imperial capital and the foremost figure of the younger generation of the Wujin Martial Arts Academy. Wei Tianming nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the arena before settling on Mu Xianer. Xianer, it's been a while. Assessing the stunning girl before him, Wei Tianming smiled, acknowledging her beauty, which was hard to resist. Furthermore, had it not been for his elder brother being the future head of the Wei family, he might have contended for her affection. Wei Tianming. Seeing the visitor, Mu Xianer furrowed her brows. The person her father had once pressured her to marry was indeed Wei Tianming's elder brother. What are you doing here? A sense of foreboding washed over her. This individual had always held himself in high regard, and his presence here surely bore significance. Of course, I am here to participate in the exchange competition. Wei Tianming then turned his gaze toward Yi Xian, narrowing his eyes. So you are Yi Xian, quite impressive. His eyes held a deeper meaning. For this was the young man who had escaped his assassination attempt. The finals should be approaching soon. Observing the conclusion of the semi-finals, Wei Tianming smiled. Young man. It seems you have caught Xianer's eye. That is no small feat. Wang Tianba frowned at this, stepping forward, only to be stopped by Li Qingtian, who shook his head. Old Wang, the Wei family from the imperial capital is formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke a conflict. As the chief instructor of the Huaxiao base, Li Qingtian was well aware of the Wei family's substantial influence. Moreover, he glanced at Yi Xian. Although Wei Tianming is the foremost figure of his generation, he may not necessarily triumph against Yi Xian. Soon after, the exchange competition reached the finals. With the virtual battlefield displayed, peak of the third rank, commendable talent, Wei Tianming sensed the suppression of his realm, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Fireblade Massacre. With the words spoken, Wei Tianming unleashed his SSS-level fire attribute, its ferocity surpassing even that of Mu Xianer, transforming into a vortex that charged toward Yi Xian. The might of this attack was such that even in his suppressed state at the peak of the third rank, it could easily obliterate a warrior at the early stage of the fourth rank, demonstrating Wei Tianming's audacity. Regrettably, he had encountered Yi Xian, Dominating Fist, under the thunderous incantation. The Dominating Fist was fully unleashed, and with a single strike, Wei Tianming was sent flying, his attack shattered in the process. Poof! A mouthful of blood spewed forth. As Wei Tianming stared in disbelief at the outcome of that single strike, he had been utterly suppressed. What precise control of power! Wei Tianming quickly realized that Yi Xian was extraordinary. He could wield his strength to perfection, a feat even his elder brother could not accomplish. Though he remained unaware of how Yi Xian had achieved such mastery. However, this ends here. With a swift motion, Wei Tianming drew his SS-grade longsword. An intense surge of fiery, elemental energy coursing into the blade. Starfall, annihilation. The resplendent sword light, powerful enough to deliver a devastating blow to a mid-tier fourth-stage opponent, sliced directly towards Yi Xian. This was undeniably Wei Tianming's strongest strike in his current state. Brat, you're dead. Narrowing his eyes, a cruel smile crept upon Wei Tianming's lips. Even at his peak third stage, the might of this attack rivaled that of a late fourth stage. He could hardly believe that this youth could withstand it. How dare a mere child provoke the Wei family of the imperial capital? This time, you shall understand the meaning of disparity, with the convergence of a myriad of swords. The perfect level of body technique combined with the fourth form of the Nine Heavens Thunder formula. As he struck down, Wei Tianming's prideful starfall annihilation was immediately shattered. Before he could react, Yi Xian's attack had already struck, thunderous thousand strikes. In an instant, the lightning sword light penetrated Wei Tianming's body, unleashing a terrifying torrent of thunder that culminated in an explosive demise. This scene left all onlookers at the exchange competition utterly astounded. Wei Tianming actually lost. Undoubtedly, this act secured Yi Xian the first place in the competition. However, the gazes directed at Yi Xian within the virtual combat scene had dramatically shifted. The pinnacle genius of the Wujin Martial Arts Academy had been vanquished, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Gasping, as Wei Tianming savored the agony of his explosive demise, pain surged across his face, a blow he had never before endured. "Brat, I will kill you." Enraged, Wei Tianming emanated a dense aura of murderous intent, pressing it towards Yixian without the slightest concealment, startling the entire crowd, yet none dared to step forward. After all, the Wei family of the imperial capital loomed like an insurmountable chasm before them. "Wei Tianming, how dare you?" Mu Xian'er's eyes glinted with icy coldness, as a peak third-stage aura surged forth, causing the temperature in the arena to spike sharply. The two combatants' auras clashed, both wielding SS-grade fire abilities, leaving the surrounding crowd in a state of profound discomfort. Mu Xian'er, Wei Tianming, noticing her standing protectively in front of Yixian, felt his anger intensify. "You dare obstruct me for a mere child? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you?" With a cold smile, the murderous light radiated from Wei Tianming. Had it not been for the reputation of the Mu family, these people would have already met their demise. Impudent. Li Qingtian, witnessing the escalating tension between the two, unleashed his peak 6th-stage aura to suppress the raging flames. "This is the Huaxia base. If you dare create further disturbances, do not blame me for being ruthless." Humph. Wei Tianming naturally refrained from taking action here, for the Wei family, despite their might, could not dominate the Huaxia base. "That brat is courting death." Song Xiaoyang observed the scene with glee, relishing the predicament of Wei Tianming, who had certainly sealed his fate. With a cold chuckle, Wei Tianming's gaze fell upon Yixian. "Brat, you had best pray that Mu Xian'er can protect you for a lifetime." With that, he departed the exchange competition arena with his subordinates. Gulp. Chen Yu and his companions silently swallowed hard. How formidable was Wei Tianming? Yet Mu Xian'er's status seemed to rival his. Indeed, the identity of Mu Xian'er was far more mysterious than they had imagined, clearly beyond their reach. In the shadows, the 6th-stage powerhouses exchanged nervous glances, realizing the grave trouble the young lady had caused by openly offending Wei Tianming for the sake of that boy. This was not an act of salvation. It was a calamity, and it was likely that significant trouble would ensue. Chapter 69, Awakening SS-Grade Spatial Abilities, the slaughter commences. This. Wang Tianba looked on with a bitter smile, as the unfolding events surpassed his expectations. Wei Tianming. He had not anticipated that Yixian would come into conflict with someone from the Wei family of the imperial capital, and the battle had shown no mercy. Did the two harbor a grudge? But that cannot be. Yixian was visiting the capital for the first time, and should have had no prior interactions with Wei Tianming. The Wei family of the imperial capital was a matter of great significance. Forgetting him, even the inspectors of the Huaxia base would show deference to the Wei family. For as one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, their power was beyond description. Enough. Li Qingtian, upon witnessing the outcome, felt a headache brewing. After all, the matter concerning the Wei family had exceeded his capacity to handle. It seemed this issue could only be reported. However, as he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon Yixian, and a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. In recent years, the 4 great families of the imperial capital had become increasingly unmanageable. If this continued, it would be detrimental to Huaxia, as such conditions would breed more parasites. Perhaps this young man could serve as a sharp blade, potentially altering the situation in the imperial capital. After all, with an SSS-grade lightning ability, a perfect level of body technique, and the first 4 forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder formula mastered, alongside many other means, he was undeniably a prodigious talent. The exchange competition has come to a close. Letting out a slight sigh of relief, Li Qingtian continued. The first place of this exchange competition goes to the Jinling base. Clap, 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 clap. As Li Qingtian's voice fell, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. With all eyes turning towards Yixian, their expressions transformed. The foremost potential. The pinnacle genius of the Wujin Martial Arts Academy had been defeated. They understood all too well what this implied. Moreover, the most frightening aspect was that this individual possessed a perfect level of body technique and had advanced the 9 Heavens Thunder formula to the 4th form, coupled with mastery in lightning manipulation. In retrospect, it was not difficult to accept that Wei Tianming had been defeated. Thank you. Yixian smiled faintly at Mu Xian'er, nodding in acknowledgement of the trouble her actions would undoubtedly bring him. Humph, I am not doing this for you. Mu Xian'er haughtily snorted. I simply find Wei Tianming distasteful. There is not a single good person in the Wei family. As she spoke with such audacity, Li Qingtian and others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. In the entire imperial capital, perhaps only this little lady dared to speak so freely about the Wei family. Yet, she had the standing to do so. Despite her apparent severance from the imperial capital's Mu family, it was evident that it was merely superficial. Besides, this little lady had an exceptionally formidable brother in the imperial capital. Just her brother alone ensured that the Wei family would not dare to act recklessly. This was also a significant reason why Wei Tianming had retreated so embarrassingly. After all, Mu Qinghe was a figure even his brother respected. Ahem, it's time to disperse. Li Qingtian coughed lightly, hastily dismissing the crowd, fearing that Mu Xian'er might utter more shocking words. Old Wang, I will take my leave first. Li Qingtian did not linger, for the events of the day required immediate reporting. Should Yi Xian sustain any injuries, it would be a heavy loss. Wang Tianba nodded solemnly. Fully aware of Li Qingtian's haste. Let us go? Wang Tianba then led Yi Xian and the others back to their residence. While Yi Xian's name spread like wildfire throughout the entire Huaxia base. Ding! The host has completed the task of securing first place in the exchange competition, rewarding SS-grade spatial abilities and an additional 8,000 ability points. Before long, a voice echoed in Yi Xian's ear. SS-grade spatial abilities? Narrowing his eyes, Yi Xian concentrated. In the next moment, he found himself several meters away, the effect proving far more formidable than the complete version of the Thunder God's movement technique. Spatial abilities. This power encompasses the entirety of spatial superpowers, granting the host capabilities such as spatial movement, spatial cutting, spatial compression, and even, though not limited to, spatial annihilation. Upon observation, Yi Xian himself was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this is not merely a superpower, it is clearly an encyclopedia of spatial abilities. Oh, this power possesses a certain allure. A smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he perceived that, in some respects, this ability surpassed even the thunderous powers, rendering it an indispensable tool for silent assassination. At a certain moment, Yi Xian's keen gaze detected a murderous intent directed at him. How brazen. Yi Xian smiled slightly, musing with profound insight. Could it be a deliberate exposure, intended to lure me away? Are they hesitant to act within the confines of the base? With that thought, Yi Xian activated his spatial abilities and departed from his residence, doing so without alarming anyone along the way. The individual pursuing him was likely dispatched by Wei Tianming. Although he had not yet confronted his enemy, Yi Xian had surmised much, having only recently made enemies of them. As expected, upon arriving at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the base, he found the would-be assassin waiting in the shadows. The figure was none other than Song Xiaoyang. Through his piercing gaze, Yi Xian recognized a familiar silhouette, the very Song Xiaoyang whose head he had severed earlier at the base. However, at this moment, beside him stood a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to him. It was undoubtedly Song Xiaoyang's father. Soon, Yi Xian entered the scene. The hundreds of elite members of the Song family, lying in ambush, were instantly invigorated. Dad, that brat has arrived, Song Xiaoyang exclaimed, gazing at the drone's surveillance feed. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A fool who does not know his own demise. Song Jinlai nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon Yi Xian in the distance, exuding an aura of a peak-stage 5th-tier warrior, undeniably formidable. At the same time, there were no fewer than 10 5th-tier experts accompanying him, with the rest being no weaker than 4th-tier warriors. With such a formidable lineup, not even a peak-stage 3rd-tier warrior, let alone a 6th-tier warrior, would dare to challenge them. Get your act together. Song Jinlai's eyes gleamed with intensity. This battle is crucial for our Song family's alliance with the Wei family. We cannot afford a single misstep. That brat must die today. No matter what. Yes, second master. The surrounding Song family warriors responded with a chorus of respect, as Song Jinlai was indeed the second master of the Song family, with his elder brother being the family head. Following this, 100 gazes converged upon Yi Xian in the abandoned lot, their lips curling into mocking sneers. What did it matter if he was a peak-stage 3rd-tier prodigy? Offending the Song family meant certain death. Truly, the audacity of youth. This boy still had much to learn. Next, Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware of the intentions of the Song family's elite, instead wearing a mischievous smile. Let the slaughter commence. Chapter 70. A taste of spatial abilities. Annihilating the Song family's forces. At a crucial moment, Song Jinlai's eyes narrowed with a fierce glint. This young man was an opportunity for the Song family's ascendance. If they could eliminate him, the Song family would surely ascend to new heights alongside the Wei family. A grand strategy for the clan. Second master, allow me to test him. One of the Song family's experts volunteered, radiating the aura of a mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, a speed-type ability user capable of inflicting severe damage with a full-powered strike. Go. Song Jinlai regarded Yi Xian with a cat-and-mouse demeanor, believing that with over 100 powerful warriors at their disposal, no one could save that boy today. He was convinced of this. With Song Jinlai's command, the mid-stage 4th-tier expert vanished in a flash, reappearing above Yi Xian. Brat, prepare to die. The speed of the attack elicited a grin from Song Xiaoyang. With such an assault, that boy was doomed. The rest of the Song family's experts nodded in agreement. After all, this move was sufficient to threaten even a late-stage 4th-tier warrior, let alone a mere peak-stage 3rd-tier youth. Spatial confinement. As Yi Xian willed it, the mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, poised to strike, suddenly halted in midair, his soul nearly escaping him. How could this be? In the face of such an unexpected turn of events, his eyes widened in horror. He was utterly immobilized. Not good. Before he could contemplate further, a palpable threat surged from across the way. Yi Xian's fist, charged with thunder. Titan's fist. With a thunderous impact, Yi Xian's fist collided with the mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, the raging lightning engulfing him entirely. This scene was utterly beyond everyone's expectations. What? Under the gaze of the Song family elites, The mid-stage 4th-tier warrior was obliterated on the spot. Indeed, he was annihilated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. A brutal display of power. Gasp. A chill swept through the air as the Song family warriors collectively inhaled sharply. How could that boy be so strong? A mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, utterly obliterated. It's him. Song Xiaoyang shrieked in a frenzy, his face contorted with rage. That attack. Dad, Lingyun must have been killed by this brat. Song Xiaoyang's face darkened. Yi Xian's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. A peak-stage 3rd-tier warrior. How could this boy possess the strength to annihilate a mid-stage 4th-tier warrior with a single punch? Moreover, this fellow had perfected his agility and mastered the first 4 forms of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique? Damn it. The level of this boy's talent might even surpass Wei Xiao's by a considerable margin. Jealousy surged within Song Xiaoyang, for he realized that even at mid-stage 4th tier, he was unlikely to be this boy's match. Why? How could a mere youth possess such extraordinary combat prowess? Damn it. That guy must die. Kill him. Song Jinlai, too, recognized the extraordinary nature of the boy before him and commanded his 100-strong contingent of Song family warriors to charge. However, they had grossly underestimated Yi Xian's power. As he invoked his spatial confinement ability, Yi Xian transformed into a bolt of lightning, commencing his ruthless harvest. Buzz. At that moment, Yi Xian no longer concealed his true strength. The aura of a 5th-tier warrior burst forth. Crackle. In an instant, the lightning swept through, claiming the lives of 100 Song family warriors, the scene extraordinarily surreal. Thud. Corpses fell to the ground, regardless of whether they were 4th-tier or 5th-tier warriors. Song Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly grasp the reality unfolding before him. That boy could obliterate even 5th-tier warriors. You. Song Jinlai's eyes bulged in shock, struggling to comprehend the aura emanating from Yi Xian. A 5th-tier warrior? You are actually a 5th-tier warrior. How is this possible? Stunned, Song Jinlai could scarcely believe his eyes. What a joke. How old could that boy be? 18 years old. An 18-year-old 5th-tier warrior. Such talent rendered even Wei Tianming a mere trifle in comparison. Damn it. At that moment, Song Jinlai realized the magnitude of the threat they had provoked. His gaze hardened, and a murderous intent enveloped him. The more formidable that boy proved to be, the more imperative it became that he perish today. Otherwise, the Song family would soon face an apocalyptic disaster. Hiss. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of lightning struck him with blinding speed. Kid, you're dead. Just as he was about to speak, Song Jinlai was astonished to discover that he was unable to utter a sound. His hands instinctively reached for his neck, only to find them stained with blood. That lightning, how could it be? Unable to remain in a state of shock any longer, his consciousness shattered, and he succumbed to death. To engage in battle while allowing oneself to be distracted, how foolish. Yi Xian gazed at the lifeless Song Jinlai, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Are the members of the Song family so arrogant? Blood gushed forth as the corpse crumpled to the ground. Song Xiaoyang was horrified by the sudden turn of events. His calves tightened in panic, and he instinctively wished to flee, but his body refused to obey. Dad, you witnessing his father's gruesome demise. Song Xiaoyang felt no desire for vengeance. Instead, an overwhelming wave of terror consumed him. Demon, that man is a devil. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously, causing Song Xiaoyang to shudder and turn his gaze. He gulped, his face turning as pale as a sheet. What do you want? I warn you, my uncle is the head of the Song family. If you dare to touch me, my family will pursue you relentlessly. Before Song Xiaoyang could finish his threat, Yi Xian smiled and struck. To him, it appeared as though a reaper from the depths of hell had come forth. Space slicing. As the words fell, Song Xiaoyang witnessed his own head detach from his body. Blood spurting from his severed neck, sending a chill down his spine. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him, his piercing screams echoing throughout the area. However, the surroundings had already been sealed off by Yi Xian's spatial abilities, rendering the sounds inaudible to the outside world, which would otherwise have terrified countless witnesses. Yi Xian, may you meet a terrible fate. With a heart full of resentment, Song Xiaoyang met his tragic end, his death mirroring that of the virtual battlefield before. If such power were to be revealed to outsiders, the entire nation of Huaxia would surely tremble. The terror of spatial capabilities was profound. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Xian unleashed chaotic thunder, instantly reducing Song Jinlai and his companions to mere ashes. If Song Xiaoyang were to learn of this, one could only wonder if he would rise again to fight. Not a single corpse remained. Such indignity was beyond comprehension. Chapter 71. Is Yi Xian a triple ability user? How extraordinary. Observing the lingering scent of blood in the air, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Spatial abilities, quite delightful indeed. This display was no less impressive than his lightning powers. Truly, the Invincible system is deserving of its title. Yi Xian savored the moment, reflecting on how such abilities warranted the label of invincibility. The Song family of the imperial capital? Yi Xian's gaze drifted toward the direction of the Song residence. I hope this matter ends here. Should you dare to come again, I shall not hesitate to eradicate your family from the imperial capital." As he murmured these words, Zixiao vanished in a flash of lightning, leaving the area in eerie silence. Approximately 100 breaths later, figures appeared at the scene, led by a strikingly handsome young man, none other than Wuxianovel, whom Zixiao would undoubtedly recognize if he were present. Eldest young master. Soon, one figure bowed deeply, radiating the aura of a 6th-tier warrior, yet their gaze was filled with shock as they surveyed the scene. Every member of the Song family lay dead, reduced to ashes, including the second master, Song Jinlai. This shouldn't be possible. The astonishment was evident on his face. That kid was merely at the peak of the 3rd tier. How could he possess such formidable combat strength, not only killing all the Song family members, but leaving no remains? A smirk graced Wuxianovel's lips as he sensed the energy fluctuations around him. That Zixiao is rather intriguing. From the subtle tremors, he must have already reached the 5th tier. Gulp. The moment these words left his mouth, the Mu family experts around him gasped in disbelief. What? A 5th-tier warrior at 18? They were genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Moreover, it appeared that this young man had also mastered the perfect level of martial arts, achieving the first 4 forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. Furthermore, as Wuxianovel scrutinized further, his eyes narrowed once again. That kid seems to possess remarkably advanced spatial abilities. Boom. At this revelation, Wuxianovel's subordinates were thrown into a state of turmoil. Spatial abilities, my heavens. Consequently, a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward the scene, their expressions transforming. Eldest young master, could it be that he was originally a dual ability user? Now, with the addition of spatial powers, does that mean he is a triple ability user? Gulp. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Dual ability users were already exceedingly rare among the gifted, but a triple ability user had never occurred before. Heh, a triple ability user? Wuxianovel chuckled softly, recalling their first encounter. Last time, that kid seemed to lack such powers. Could it be that he has just awakened? As he pondered this, Wuxianovel, being a top-tier genius of the imperial capital, had extraordinary insight, and Zixiao was the only individual he could not fathom. Xianer, you found yourself a remarkable man. Wuxianovel mused, realizing that a triple ability user far surpassed the so-called prodigies of the Wei family. Zixiao, you have truly surprised me. In that moment, Wuxianovel had a thought. If I recall correctly, the first 4 forms of the 9 Heavens Thunder technique require at least a 6th-tier warrior to master. It seems I must prepare an exceptional gift to aid this young man in his quest for strength. As these thoughts formed in his mind, the image of his sister flashed before him. 300 billion is a hefty sum, but for Xianer's future, it is all worth it. Ding. Meanwhile, as Zixiao returned to his base, a piercing alarm blared overhead, reminiscent of the urgent warnings from the Jinling base. Clearly, a dire situation had arisen, otherwise, such an alert would not be issued. Emergency mission. In the wilderness area near the Huaxiao base, a large number of displaced civilians are under attack. Strong warriors are needed for support. Warriors who hear this message, please proceed immediately to the wilderness area to protect the civilians. With the crimson alarm ringing in his ears, Zixiao frowned in contemplation. Displaced civilians? Under attack by ferocious beasts? Before he could ponder further, Wang Tianba arrived with Mu Xian and 3 others. Zixiao, you heard the alarm, right? Wang Tianba's expression was grave as he got straight to the point. The Xuan base next to the Huaxiao base has been breached by a 9th-tier beast, and now the civilians are being hunted during their evacuation to the Huaxiao base. You all need to form a team and go assist in the hunt. What? Chen Yu's eyelids twitched violently at the news. A 9th-tier beast has breached the Xuan base? Qin Zhiyang exchanged shocked glances with Chen Yu, both recognizing the severity of the situation. A 9th-tier beast. Just the name alone indicated the gravity of the matter, as it equated to a 9th-tier human warrior, an entity so powerful that even ordinary 9th-tier warriors would struggle against it. Alright, Zixiao took a deep breath. This was a fortuitous opportunity to earn some ability points, and he could also hone his spatial powers. Let us set off immediately. The safety of the civilians must not be taken lightly. Wang Tianba nodded in agreement. Thus, Wang Tianba summoned his team of combat aircraft, directing them toward the desolate wilderness outside the Huaxiao base. Meanwhile, at the Song family estate in the imperial capital, a crack echoed as the head of the family. Song Tianyang shattered the armrest of his chair, a powerful aura radiating from him, signaling he was at the mid-stage of the 6th tier. What did you say? That Zixiao is still alive? What on earth is Jinlai doing? He can't even handle such a trivial matter. Fuming, Song Tianyang began to contact Song Jinlai. But a sudden dread gripped him as he realized all lines of communication had been severed. Following this, he ordered the retrieval of the satellite positioning interface, only to be met with a pallid visage upon seeing the empty expanse. His family members, including his brother and nephew, were likely slain. One of the formidable warriors from the Song family, incredulous and filled with confusion, exclaimed, "How could this be? That kid is merely at the peak of the 3rd tier. Damn it." Song Tianyang's face darkened as he processed the news. First, his son was killed, and now his brother and nephew, all connected to that Zixiao. Zixiao, I will make you pay with your life. A torrent of murderous intent surged from Song Tianyong, his fury palpable. No matter who stands behind you, you are doomed. Ding dong. One of his subordinates, noticing a new message, narrowed his eyes and reported, Master, that kid has left the base and headed into the wilderness. He must be executing a mission to protect and relocate the populace. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Song Tianyong's murderous intent intensified. Gather the strong and follow me into the wilderness. This time, I will ensure that boy suffers a fate worse than death. Chapter 72. The massacre begins. Yi Xian transformed into the god of death. The next day, in the wilderness, swoosh, a sound tore through the air as the hatch opened, revealing Yi Xian and his companions. Upon arriving in the wilderness, Chun Yu and the others were taken aback by the scene before them. They beheld an endless tide of beasts surging forth. A scale of beast horde that was incomparably greater than that encountered in Jiangbei City and Tianhai City. For the two previous locations were simply not on the same level. Creatures of the 6th and 7th tiers were frequently spotted, with even 8th tier beasts lurking in the distance. It was evident that this beast tide, instigated by 9th tier beasts, represented an apocalyptic catastrophe. It must be noted that should the base fall, the impact on Huaxiao would be unprecedented, with direct losses immeasurable, not to mention the indirect consequences. The savage roars of the beasts pierced the air, causing excruciating pain to the eardrums. If this beast tide were to assault the Jinling base. At this thought, Yi Xian's heart sank, fully aware that the defenses of the Jinling base could not withstand such an onslaught, leading to certain death for all. No. With his parents residing within the Jinling base, Yi Xian clenched his fists resolutely. This day must never come. Clearly, he still had much to learn. As Chun Yu and the others observed the chaos, they gazed at Wang Tianba, who was already engaged in battle with the high-tier beasts. The situation had shifted. With the overwhelming number of beasts, only by acting independently could they maximize their efforts to rescue and relocate the populace. Qin Zhuyang and the others nodded in agreement. Then turned their sights toward the distant battle. Let us each fight our own battles. With that, Qin Zhuyang charged toward the horde of beasts, his parents having perished at their hands, leaving him with a deep-seated hatred for these creatures. Xiener, be careful. Yi Xian nodded at Mu Xiener, advising. If you find yourself outmatched by a beast, contact me immediately. Rest assured. Mu Xiener replied with a radiant smile, I am no pushover. Swoosh. With that declaration, Mu Xiener unleashed her peak 3rd-tier aura. Flames engulfed the heavens. In a single strike, numerous beasts fell to her assault, dispelling any concerns about her capabilities. Zing. Yi Xian's figure flickered as he dashed toward a different direction, aware that he needed to find an isolated spot to enhance his attributes without restraint. Thunderous incantations erupted from him. As he unleashed the second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, cataclysmic thunderbolts descended, obliterating hundreds of beasts in an instant. Wow. The sudden onslaught shocked Chun Yu and the others, who had not strayed far, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sheer power. My goodness, such ferocity. They exchanged glances, marveling at Yi Xian's prowess. Kill. Oblivious to their reactions, Yi Xian continued his relentless pursuit, harvesting the lives of the beasts with ease, employing spatial confinement to his advantage. Thus, in a short span, Yi Xian quietly departed from the fray. Spatial slicing. As he distanced himself, he unleashed the full force of his gravitational domain, executing precise spatial cuts on the beasts below. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, hundreds of beasts lay dead, and through his trial and error, Yi Xian became increasingly adept with his spatial abilities. If the outside world were to learn of this, it would surely spark a monumental stir. There were spatial manipulators, but none had ever exhibited such extraordinary talent as Yi Xian. Excellent. Listening to the sound of his ability harvesting points, a smile crept across Yi Xian's face. Indeed, this was a paradise for strengthening oneself. Come forth. Yi Xian flipped his right hand, revealing the thunderblade. Let me witness just how terrifying this beast tide, stirred by 9th-tier beasts, truly is. Divine Demonic Hand. Boom. Yi Xian immediately unleashed the Divine Demonic Hand, now imbued with spatial abilities, vastly surpassing its previous strength. With this strike, several 4th-tier beasts perished. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yi Xian sensed a potent threat approaching from the distance. Under the gaze of his all-seeing eye, he discerned over 1,000 figures encircling him, each radiating formidable energy. Are those from the Song family? Yi Xian was genuinely surprised to encounter familiar faces. Song family from the imperial capital. A cold smile graced Yi Xian's lips. Are these fools truly seeking their demise? Initially, Yi Xian intended to let bygones be bygones with the Song family, but it seemed they were unwilling to relent. In that case, with this thought, Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings, then let them all perish here. Perfectly, it was an opportunity to test the efficacy of his spatial abilities. With a smirk, Yi Xian prepared for the impending confrontation as the Song family approached. Master, that kid is just ahead. One of the 5th-tier warriors in the Song family gazed into the distance, his eyes glinting with malice. Excellent. Song Tianyong narrowed his eyes and peered through a telescope. Spotting Yi Xian still engaged in hunting beasts, utterly unaware of their presence. At least, that was his impression. Attack. Song Tianyong chuckled coldly, then playfully cautioned. But don't kill him too quickly. I want to save her torturing him. Understood. The experts from the Song family exchanged sinister grins as they advanced toward Yixian. Though the 1,000-strong contingent was not solely there for him, they also aimed to slay some beasts along the way. Swoosh. Mere moments later, one of the Song family's experts, a peak 4th-tier warrior, made a decisive move, his attack arriving in an instant. Smack. Before the 4th-tier warrior could react, Yixian, empowered by the thunderous incantation, struck him down with a single blow, residual waves of spatial energy still lingering. What? The sudden turn of events astounded everyone, including Song Tianyong himself. That kid. Song Tianyong narrowed his eyes, the scene from moments ago replaying vividly in his mind. A peak 4th-tier warrior, dispatched with a mere swipe. Moreover, he had yet to unleash a semblance of his true power. Swallowing hard, the formidable members of the Song family could not help but gulp, exclaiming, "By my mother! Is that lad truly human? What an astonishing physique!" This boy was enigmatic, utterly unparalleled in combat. Without hesitation, Song Tianyong commanded all to engage, and thus, over 1,000 warriors of the Song family surged forth toward Yixian, the commotion causing nearby ferocious beasts to be obliterated into a mist of blood. Boy, meet your demise. The warriors of the Song family roared as they charged at Yixian, for slaying this individual would undoubtedly earn them immense rewards beyond imagination. Space slicing. A smirk curled at the corner of Yixian's lips as the aura of a 5th-tier warrior enveloped him, the thunderous incantation enhancing his mystique. However, as the thunderous energy mingled with the spatial slicing, a subtle reaction transpired. In an instant, no fewer than 100 members of the Song family fell lifeless, including several 5th-tier warriors, the scene bizarre beyond belief. Yet, this was merely the commencement of the end for the Song family in the imperial capital. Chapter 73. The Gift from the Elder Brother, the Blood of the 8th-tier Peak Thunder Dragon. Thud. With the bizarre demise of over 100 formidable warriors, Song Tianyong wore a face of shock. This lad, a 5th-tier warrior with impeccable agility, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, for he understood the implications of the recent slaughter of late 5th-tier warriors. Good lad. To avert further casualties, Song Tianyong could no longer remain passive. He unleashed his mid-6th-tier aura, clearly intending to take matters into his own hands. Though he harbored many secrets, in the face of absolute power, one must perish. A cold smile spread across Song Tianyong's face as he squinted. Fear not, I shall unearth all the secrets you possess. The head of the family vowed. I will ensure your slow demise. With those words, Song Tianyong ceased his idle chatter. Boy, open your eyes in your next life. The Song family is not to be trifled with by mere ants like you. Flame Sun Extinguishing Day. As he swung his sword, a terrifyingly intense assault incinerated the nearby beasts, causing the Song warriors to retreat in haste. However, just as Song Tianyong was about to strike, a flicker of cold light swiftly severed his neck, rendering his lethal move impotent. Puyu? Song Tianyong attempted to utter a word, but his consciousness shattered. In his final moments, he sensed a ghostly figure materializing before him, radiating a 6th-tier peak aura. Impossible. That lad is actually protected by a 6th-tier peak warrior? Moreover, that strike's power far exceeded this realm. What? The sudden turn of events stunned all remaining members of the Song family. They witnessed the head of the family, a mid-6th-tier warrior, being instantaneously dispatched by that individual, without even a chance to react. Who are you? The last 2 6th-tier warriors of the Song family felt their eyelids twitching violently. This individual was overwhelmingly powerful. It is him. Yixian recognized the newcomer, who was none other than the 6th-tier peak expert that had previously delivered the blood of a 6th-tier beast to the Jinling base. Someone from the Mu family of the imperial capital? Kill them, leave none alive. The leader, expressionless, regarded even the head of the Song family as mere refuse. Yes, Lord Shadow One. With those words, several shadow guards from the Mu family transformed into streaks of dark light, swiftly unleashing a massacre, each being a 6th-tier warrior with power far exceeding their rank. In an instant, over 1,000 Song family warriors were annihilated, with not a single soul spared. They did not even have time to scream. Young friend Yi, it has been a long time. Shadow One from the Mu family grinned, causing Yi Xian's eyelids to flutter. Good heavens, was this the hidden strength of the Mu family? Quite formidable indeed. Cough, you were sent by Lord Mu Qingho? Yi Xian squinted, immediately envisioning a certain figure, and upon hearing this, Shadow One cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xian, acknowledging his cleverness. Indeed, Shadow One smiled. It is precisely the young master who dispatched us. Now, all shadow guards of the Mu family are loyal to the young master. Naturally, only he could send us here. Yi Xian, hearing Shadow One's words, felt a twinge of suspicion. Shouldn't such a secretive force be under the control of the family head? Was Mu Qingho attempting a coup? Recalling how Mu Qingho had nearly attempted to kill him due to his sister complex, he couldn't help but question further. The young master contemplated this, but deemed the odds unfavorable and thus abandoned the idea. Yixian, cough cough. He truly did not expect Shadow One to trust him so implicitly, fearing that he might leak this information. Are you suggesting that you won't resort to silencing me? Yixian was genuinely puzzled about Shadow One's intentions. Of course not. Shadow One smiled slightly, stating, the young master has saved my life, and I do not approve of the family head's actions. Moreover, pausing momentarily, Shadow One continued, young friend Yi, your talents are extraordinary. The young master has declared that regardless of the family head's decisions, you shall always be the son-in-law of the Mu family. Huh. Upon hearing Shadow One's words, Yixian felt utterly baffled. He couldn't help but picture Mu Qingho's intentions to eliminate him, and he coughed. The son-in-law of the Mu family? This was undoubtedly said by Mu Qingho. Indeed. Shadow One nodded, refraining from elaborating further, and then proceeded to retrieve a brocade box. This is a gift from the young master to the son-in-law. Cough, a gift? Yixian felt somewhat disoriented by Shadow One's sudden shift in address. Goodness, had he truly become the designated son-in-law? If Mu Xian'er were to learn of this, one could only imagine her reaction. With a hint of suspicion, Yixian opened the brocade box, revealing a dazzling, thunderous blood essence exuding an overwhelming potency. Gulp. Even Yixian found himself momentarily unsettled at the sight of the contents within the box. Blood of the 8th tier peak Thunder Dragon? Had Mu Qingho lost his mind? Indeed, Yixian could scarcely believe that such a precious item would be bestowed upon him. It spoke volumes. Elder brother, what a grand gesture. Yixian marveled. Astonished by the lavishness of it all, how much could this possibly be worth? All right. Shadow One smiled slightly, then remarked, since the son-in-law is safe, we shall take our leave. Furthermore, do not disappoint the young lady, lest you disappoint the young master as well. With that, as the words faded, Shadow One and his companions vanished, leaving Yixian alone in a state of bewilderment, surrounded by the lifeless forms of the nearby beasts. Blood of the 8th tier peak Thunder Dragon. Yixian subsequently logged into the Alliance Mall to check, and he nearly fainted at the revelation. This blood essence was worth 3 billion Chinese yuan. Clearly, Yixian was taken aback by his elder brother's extravagant actions. Was he suggesting that his physical form was insufficiently robust? Good heavens. After a moment of contemplation, gazing at the 8th tier peak blood essence in his hands, he mused that if combined with the Thunder Crystal, they might enable him to advance to the 5th form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique ahead of schedule. With that thought in mind, Yixian ceased further deliberation and opened his mouth to consume the 8th tier peak Thunder Dragon blood essence. Under the dual influence of thunder and spatial powers, he swiftly absorbed the essence. Buzz. As the essence and Thunder Crystal took effect, Yixian's physical form and power began to surge explosively, a growth that could easily be described as several times greater than before. Exhaling deeply, Yixian felt the tumultuous energy within him and was invigorated with resolve, the 5th form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. It seems the time to cultivate it has arrived. Chapter 74, Surge in Combat Power, Annihilating High-Level Beasts. Half a day later, a rich thunder cloud enveloped the area as the Nine Heavens Thunder technique reached its zenith, emanating an unprecedentedly formidable aura from Yixian. A menacing 5th-tier apex beast. A steel giant lizard lumbered onto the scene, its massive form clad in armor-like scales that boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. Upon locking eyes with Yixian, the creature's gaze ignited with fervor, undoubtedly perceiving him as a delectable target. In a heartbeat, the steel giant lizard lunged forward, its gaping maw revealing jagged fangs, accompanied by a nauseating stench of decay emanating from its mouth. The moment of impact was imminent. Should this attack succeed, even a 6th-tier warrior would suffer dire consequences. With a fierce determination, Yixian summoned the Thunder God Avatar. As the steel giant lizard closed in, a majestic thunderous figure, towering over dozens of feet, materialized in the air, resembling Yixian himself. Following this, Yixian invoked the Thunder Law, enveloping his entire Thunder God Avatar in a shroud of mystical energy, augmenting his aura further. Here it comes. Observing the approaching steel giant lizard, the colossal Thunder God Avatar clenched its fist and propelled it forward at an astonishing speed. With an earth-shattering crash, the apex beast was sent reeling from a single blow, the sound of bones fracturing echoing as the steel giant lizard let out a horrific wail. Yixian was momentarily taken aback by the sheer power of his strike. Good heavens, even a 6th-tier warrior would likely be gravely injured from such a punch. However, the steel giant lizard, now pulsating with a crimson glow, entered a state of frenzy. In this condition, even ordinary 6th-tier warriors would think twice before engaging. With the Thunder God Avatar at his command, Yixian unleashed the Thunder Spike, launching it straight at the steel giant lizard, while simultaneously employing the Thunder God movement to dart towards the beast like a streak of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The thundering sound reverberated throughout the battlefield as Yixian clashed directly with the heavily armored beast. The air crackled with energy, and debris flew about wildly. If this scene were witnessed by outsiders, it would surely leave them in awe. Here was a frenzied 5th-tier apex beast, something that even 6th-tier warriors would hesitate to confront. Yet, Yi Xian engaged head-on, and the implications of this were clear. After a brief moment, Yi Xian observed the now weakened steel giant lizard post-frenzy. It's time to end this. Under the influence of the gravity domain, he enveloped his thunder sword in the thunder law. With a resounding declaration, thunderous destruction, Yi Xian unleashed the first form of the Nine Heavens thunder technique. In a dazzling flash, the radiant thunder sword pierced through the steel giant lizard's body, its terrifying destructive force obliterating its internal organs. Blood erupted from the creature's body like a burst balloon, its eyes wide with disbelief until its last breath. It could hardly fathom that such a diminutive figure could wield such might. Thud! As the colossal carcass crashed to the ground, it felt akin to a minor earthquake. While Yi Xian stood at a distance, calm and composed. Truly, the fifth form of the Nine Heavens thunder technique is formidable. Feeling the empowerment of the thunder god avatar, Yi Xian squinted thoughtfully, realizing that throughout this encounter, he had not even employed his spatial abilities. This indicated that he had only tapped into a fraction of his true strength. If he were to unleash his full potential, even early 6th-tier beasts would be no match for him. It seemed that his capacity for combat had become increasingly formidable. Observing the devastation around him, Yi Xian smiled wryly. Most importantly, he was still merely at the early stage of the 5th tier, yet possessed the capability to single-handedly slay early 6th-tier beasts. Such news, if revealed to the outside world, would undoubtedly cause an unprecedented uproar. Should I consider further enhancing my strength? Though the current display was impressive, he anticipated even more formidable foes on the horizon, particularly the 6th-tier warriors of the Song family. This massacre had significantly increased his reserve of abilities. System, enhance my strength. With this in mind, Yi Xian hesitated no longer. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect all that he cherished. In no time, the system responded. Ding. Host realm has advanced to mid-5th-tier warrior, consuming 120,000 ability points. Ding. Host realm has advanced to late 5th-tier warrior, consuming 130,000 ability points. Ding. Host realm has advanced to peak 5th-tier warrior, consuming 140,000 ability points. The successive notifications rang in his ears until Yi Xian reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, resulting in a substantial boost to his power. Exhaling deeply, he savored the rich, surging energy within him, and could not help but smirk. Peak 5th-tier warrior. With various trump cards at his disposal, even Mu Qinghe might not stand a chance against him. Clenching his fist, arcs of lightning crackled across it, and his instincts told him that even if Mu Qinghe were to conceal his true strength, he would surely be no match for Yi Xian. Next, he summoned his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years. Realm, peak 5th-tier movement technique. Perfect level abilities, Chaotic Divine Thunder, SSS level. Spatial ability, SS level. Skills, Qilin Steps, level 6. True Perspective Eye, Dominating Heaven Fist, level 6. First 5 forms of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Hand of God and Demon, Thunder God movement. Items, Silver Medal, Imperial Villa Contract, SS level Thunder Armor, S level Thunder Sword, S level Battle Machine. Weapon to be equipped. Ability points, 7158. Glancing at the attribute panel, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, pondering the extent of his current strength. To be honest, he was uncertain. If he were to encounter the steel giant lizard again, it would be no exaggeration to say that he could crush it with a mere finger. Next, with a soft murmur, Yi Xian gazed into the distance. It was time to hunt beasts, to acclimate himself to his current realm. With that thought, he activated his spatial movement and Thunder God movement simultaneously, appearing several dozen feet away in an instant. Such a feat, if witnessed by others, would leave them utterly astonished. 100, 300, 500. In this fashion, within a mere quarter of an hour, Yi Xian had slain no fewer than several thousand beasts, each at least at the 3rd tier, showcasing the terrifying extent of his power, even managing to take down several early 6th-tier beasts. Incredible. Half a day later, Yi Xian landed atop a building. Beside him lay the corpse of a mid-6th-tier purple-crowned golden eagle, a treasure trove in its own right, valued at no less than 2 billion. At present, his combat prowess could likely rival even the peak of the 6th tier. After this bout, Yi Xian had a clearer understanding of his strength. It could be said that only a rare few below the 7th tier could hope to defeat him. Not bad. Utilizing his spatial abilities, Yi Xian harvested the valuable parts of the purple-crowned golden eagle and then turned his gaze towards the horizon. It seems it's time to return. Chapter 75. A small test of strength, forming a team to annihilate mid-5th-tier beasts. In a certain area of the wilderness, Wuxianovel wore a cold smirk as, in an instant, a storm of fiery spikes rained down, obliterating one beast after another. At that moment, a mid-4th-tier beast let out a ferocious roar, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged toward Wuxianovel. Be careful, Wuxianovel. Chun Yu and his companions, returning after slaying a ferocious beast, were taken aback by the sudden emergence of this lurking 4th-tier creature, clearly demonstrating a significant level of intelligence. Heavenly Flame Barrier. Flames surged into Wuxianovel's hands, conjuring a barrier of fire that materialized before her just as it collided with the beast. This is bad. A hidden 6th-tier powerhouse's expression changed dramatically. The young lady was barely able to contend with the mid-4th tier beast. It was evident that this beast had succumbed to a frenzied state. Crack. Just as the 6th-tier expert thought this, the fiery barrier began to crack, fissures spreading throughout. Damn it, it seems I must intervene. Just then, Lin Tianying, poised to assist, sensed a ripple in the space around him, and a figure appeared like a ghost, moving with such speed that even he was taken aback. Boom. At that instant, the barrier shattered, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Mu Xian'er's mouth. You beast, seeking death. Witnessing her injury, Yi Xian was enveloped by the aura of a 4th-tier warrior, and in the next moment, he unleashed a tempest of thunder that engulfed the area. In an instant, Yi Xian transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting past the mid-4th-tier beast, and to everyone's astonishment, a spray of blood erupted from the beast as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yi Xian, it's you. Mu Xian'er gazed at the figure not far away, whose presence was akin to that of a descending thunder god, particularly marked by the terrifying killing intent that surrounded him. She had never seen him so enraged before. Was it because she had been injured? For a moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled. She hadn't anticipated that he would become so furious over her injury. This sensation was truly wondrous. Despite her injury, a smile of satisfaction crept onto Mu Xian'er's lips. A 4th-tier warrior. Chen Yu and his companions were utterly flabbergasted. Incredible. Yi Xian has actually ascended to the 4th tier? Shock, disbelief, astonishment. An array of emotions surged within them as their gazes toward Yi Xian transformed. How could he be so extraordinary? He had broken through to the 4th tier already? It had barely been 3 months since the martial examination. 3 months. In such a brief span, he had ascended from the pinnacle of the 1st tier to the 4th tier. This was unprecedented. As for Mu Xian'er, they understood her status was far from ordinary. She was likely a scion of a prominent family in the imperial city. But what of Yi Xian? He came from an unremarkable background, lacking any connections. Yet, he had managed to surpass Mu Xian'er, which spoke volumes. A prodigy, in the face of genuine talent. The notion of background crumbled. Moreover, the most critical aspect was his terrifying strength. To have slain a mid-4th tier beast, especially one in a state of frenzy, was nothing short of remarkable. Yi Xian's prowess was at least that of a late 4th tier warrior, if not stronger. At 18, his combat ability rivaled that of a late 4th tier warrior. Such talent could not merely be described as extraordinary. My goodness. Wang Tianba arrived at the scene just in time to witness Yi Xian's remarkable display. With a single strike, he had annihilated a mid-4th tier beast in a frenzied state. Wang Tianba glanced at Yi Xian. When did this little fellow break into the 4th tier? Astonishment. Wang Tianba was taken aback. Every time this young man took action, he left everyone in awe. Well done. Wang Tianba nodded in satisfaction, and upon seeing this, Chen Yu and the others quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, Chief Instructor. MHM. He acknowledged with a nod, then turned his gaze to Yi Xian. Breaking through to the 4th tier, impressive. Mu Xian'er regained her composure at this moment. Yi Xian. Thank you. Unbeknownst to her, her admiration for Yi Xian deepened, a hint of pride swelling within her, as if to say, see, this is the man I have chosen. No need for such formality. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. If no one had been present, that mid-4th tier beast would have been reduced to ashes by him long ago. Ahem. Chen Yu and the others made an inappropriate sound at this moment, causing Mu Xian'er's cheeks to flush slightly. All right. Wang Tianba did not comment further, smiling quietly as he continued. Do you see that mid-5th tier beast not far away? Let us test the results of your training by taking it down together. No problem. As the only 5th tier warrior, Chen Yu was eager to prove himself. I feel that I am close to the mid-5th tier, with good coordination. It should not be difficult to kill it. Excellent. Qin Zhuyang and the others exchanged glances, sensing they too were near breaking into the 5th tier. All right. Mu Xian'er took a deep breath. She certainly did not wish to lag behind, and nodded earnestly. Yi Xian, what do you think? Wang Tianba looked at Yi Xian with a smile, eager to see what limits he could push. I have no objections. Yi Xian replied casually, then turned his gaze toward the rampaging mid-5th tier beast nearby. Next, I will suppress it with all my strength. Chen Yu and the others can launch a full frontal assault. Oh. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed at Yi Xian's words. That sounds good. We will rely on you then. No problem. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then turned to the stunning girl beside him. Xian'er, you stay by my side since you're injured. All right then. Mu Xian'er initially wanted to say something but thought better of it, realizing that Yi Xian would surely draw the beast's attention, and staying close to him would allow her to respond to any emergencies. Haha, let us get moving. Chen Yu was eager to charge into battle, his 5th tier warrior aura surging around him. Thunder Pulse. Without further ado, Yi Xian unleashed a thunder pulse toward the mid-5th tier beast, while the others activated their gravity pressure. The sheer force of the gravitational suppression made Chen Yu and the others' hearts race. Goodness, this gravitational pressure has intensified tremendously. However, Yi Xian's assault did not end there. Thunder Swamp. As he executed another skill, the ground beneath the mid-5th tier beast transformed into a quagmire of thunder. immobilizing it within the gravitational field. Roar. The mid-fifth tier beast sensed the imminent threat from Chunyu and the others, erupting in rage and entering a frenzied state. Its roar reverberating like a sonic wave, momentarily stunning Chunyu and the others. Just then, before the mid-fifth tier beast could react, it charged toward Yixian. Sensing the aura of death emanating from him, seeing the beast in a frenzy, Yixian smirked with satisfaction. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Attack with full force, do not mind me. With that, Yixian summoned the thunderous incantations around him, then bellowed, divine thunder breaks the void. With a single stroke, he unleashed the fourth style of the Nine Heavens thunder technique, colliding with the beast's claws, followed by a devastating strike from the dominating heaven fist. The force propelling both Yixian and Mu Xian'er away. Die. Seeing Yixian being thrown back, Chunyu and the others immediately unleashed a torrent of attacks that engulfed the mid-fifth tier beast, which let out no cries before being obliterated. In the arena, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere as Chapter 76 unfolded, depicting the master of the Thunder Martial Arts Institute making his move, swiftly annihilating a peak-tier 8th grade beast. With a thud, the carcass of a mid-level 5th grade beast crashed to the ground, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. It perished just like that? Chunyu and his companions gazed in disbelief, never anticipating that a mere encounter would result in the demise of a mid-level 5th grade beast under their assault. Their grasp of the battle's dynamics remarkably precise. Subsequently, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards Yixian, their expressions subtly altered, for he had withstood a strike from the frenzied mid-level 5th grade beast. Oh, such an outcome greatly exceeded Wang Tianba's expectations. It was not unusual for Chunyu and his companions to slay a mid-level 5th grade beast, but achieving such a feat in such a brief span of time was truly remarkable. Well done. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Tianba remarked. It is evident that each of you has made significant progress. News from the Huaxiao base announced that all civilians had successfully relocated from the wilderness area into the safety of the Huaxiao base, signaling the conclusion of their rescue mission. With a sigh of relief, Wang Tianba acknowledged the magnitude of the beast tide, the largest in over a decade, where 9th grade beasts were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. Roar. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A thunderous roar echoed, and in the next instant, a flash of lightning surged from the depths of the beast tide, sending shivers down Wang Tianba's spine. This was Dire, an apex 8th grade beast, the Thunder Shadow Leopard. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from afar, Wang Tianba wasted no time. Quickly, entered the battle aircraft and returned to the Huaxiao base at once. He understood that such a creature was not something ordinary humans could contend with. Crackle. As the lightning flickered, in an instant, more than a dozen aircraft were obliterated. Their pilots meeting untimely ends without even a chance to scream. Speed. The velocity was unfathomable. Moreover, the destructive power of the Thunder Shadow Leopard was formidable. Its attacks barely inferior to those of a 9th grade beast. How audacious. Just as Wang Tianba prepared to pilot the aircraft away, a booming voice erupted from a distant aircraft radiating a powerful aura. A man emanating an unprecedentedly potent thunderous energy appeared in the sky. Boom. An aura more potent than that of the apex 8th grade beast surged forth. Gulp. Chunyu and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment, and Mu Xian'er gazed at the figure with admiration. It was the esteemed master of the Thunder Martial Arts Institute, Lord Lei Hu. What? At this revelation, Chunyu and the others were left in shock. The master of the Thunder Martial Arts Institute, a 9th grade martial artist? A 9th grade martial artist. Upon witnessing this, Yixian also looked on in amazement at the figure of Lei Hu in the void, while Wang Tianba's voice rang out once more. Indeed, Wang Tianba spoke with fervent admiration. It is said that Lord Lei Hu has now attained the pinnacle of 9th grade martial artists, his combat prowess ranking among the top 10 globally. The mention of the global top 10 left Chunyu and the others gasping in awe, as such a being was undoubtedly the true guardian of humanity, the embodiment of the Thunder God. As they marveled, a towering figure of a Thunder God materialized in the sky, resembling Lei Hu, whose every gesture altered the very fabric of the world. Roar. The Thunder Shadow Leopard, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Lei Hu, narrowed its pupils, its eyes turning crimson as it succumbed to fury. It then transformed into a bolt of lightning, launching a ferocious attack towards Lei Hu. Beast, perish. A voice akin to a divine decree resonated, and Lei Hu's gaze sharpened, unleashed the Thunder Ice domain. As the domain activated, the Thunder Shadow Leopard's speed plummeted by half, even its proud lightning abilities rendered entirely suppressed. Thunderous might. Casting a glance at the Thunder Shadow Leopard, a smirk graced Lei Hu's lips as he executed the first move of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique with a single strike. Whoosh. The radiant sword light, far surpassing Yixian's own, instantly pierced through the Thunder Shadow Leopard, the terrifying power of Thunder Ice freezing it in place. And with a single stroke, it was reduced to countless ice shards. This was a move that killed in an instant. Chunyu and the others gazed upwards, their eyes brimming with fervor, the battle far exceeding their expectations. An apex 8th grade beast, Even in its frenzied state, it was annihilated in an instant. Such terrifying strength was truly astonishing. Look, at that moment, Chen Yu's eyes widened as he fixated on the void. Master Lei Hu is about to make another move. Indeed, as his words fell, the crowd turned their gazes, witnessing Lei Hu swinging his sword towards the depths of the beast tide. The annihilation of the void. Remarkably, this was the 6th move of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, a technique only eligible for cultivation by ordinary 7th-grade martial artists. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a sword beam of thunder ice struck deep into the beast tide. In the next instant, a horrific scream of pain erupted from the depths, followed by a surge of terrifying energy. Without a doubt, the severely wounded entity was the 9th-grade beast responsible for instigating the beast tide. However, as the attack erupted, numerous beasts in the depths were encased in ice, transforming into frozen statues of thunder ice, the scene evolving into a realm of ice sculptures. With a crash, as the ice sculptures shattered, tens of thousands of beasts fell lifelessly, including many 6th and 7th-grade beasts. Incredible! Wuxianovel was equally astonished by this spectacle. Even her revered elder brother seemed insignificant in the face of such prowess. This was what her brother had described, a single individual capable of obliterating the 4 great families of the imperial capital? Astounding. Undoubtedly, in that moment, Wuxianovel was overwhelmed, contemplating if she possessed such strength, who could dictate her life. At last, Wang Tianba exhaled deeply, regaining his composure as he remarked thoughtfully. Lord Lei Hu possesses an SS-grade thunder ability combined with an SS-grade ice ability. Moreover, the fusion of these 2 abilities awakens the thunder ice domain, its power exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and the others were struck with immense shock. Such a being could only rank among the top 10 globally. What kind of combat prowess did those even stronger than Lord Lei Hu possess? Furthermore, did you see the aircraft that Lord Lei Hu piloted? Wang Tianba paused, his eyes shining with fervor. That is an imperial-grade aircraft, the highest tier worldwide, capable of severely injuring 9th-grade beasts. Gulp. The group turned their gaze towards the aircraft, understanding that above the SSS-grade aircraft, there were royal-grade aircraft, and above the royal-grade were the emperor-grade aircraft, with imperial-grade being the pinnacle. The implications of an imperial-grade aircraft were beyond comprehension. At a certain moment, Wang Tianba looked towards the direction of the imperial-grade aircraft in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of deep emotion. Yixian. Just now, Lord Lei Hu issued a command. He wishes to see you alone. Chapter 77. The overbearing Lei Hu strikes, annihilating the high-level martial artists of the Song family in the imperial capital. What? Chen Yu and his companions were left in shock at Wang Tianba's words, their gazes swiftly turning to Yixian. Good heavens! To be summoned personally by Lord Lei Hu was an unprecedented honor. Oh, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. After all, Lord Lei Hu stood as one of the world's foremost figures today. I'll be back shortly. Yixian nodded at Wuxianovel, a gesture that caused her cheeks to flush momentarily, wondering why he felt the need to mention it. Indeed, though she thought this, she still nodded, feeling inexplicably sweet and strange inside. Go ahead. Wang Tianba, upon observing the 2 individuals, smiled and remarked, do not keep Lord Lei Hu waiting for too long. Thus, Yixian, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, soared towards the imperial-class war machine. Yixian's achievements herald a future of boundless potential. Chen Yu licked his lips as he spoke, and Qin Zhuyang and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that to witness the rise of such a prodigious talent was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Before long, within the imperial-class war machine, Yixian bowed slightly and addressed the Grand Master. I have come to pay my respects. Not far away stood a man exuding an overwhelming aura. The founder of the Thunder Martial Academy, Lei Hu, who had previously annihilated an 8th-tier peak ferocious beast in an instant. No need for excessive formalities. Lei Hu replied with a slight smile, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Yixian. You are Yixian, 18 years old, a 4th-tier martial artist, with the SSS-level dual attributes of thunder and gravity. Quite impressive. Lei Hu continued, I have long heard of your illustrious name. Do you know? He paused for effect, then added, I am here merely to fend off the beast tide, but my true purpose is to meet you. Taken aback by this revelation, Yixian felt flattered. Was this a jest? The man before him ranked among the top 10 in global combat prowess, and to have such a towering figure visit him was a profound honor that stirred his emotions. Do not be surprised, Lei Hu explained patiently. Your SSS-level thunder ability alone is sufficient to warrant my interest. Your talent undoubtedly surpasses my own, and you are the only SSS-level thunder ability user in history. Nodding at Yixian, Lei Hu remarked, although you are not affiliated with the Thunder Martial Academy, you shall surely become a formidable thunder ability practitioner in the future. Ahem. Your praise is overwhelming, Yixian said, feeling somewhat bashful. He was confident he could achieve greatness, but acknowledged that such heights were not yet within his grasp. You are deserving of this commendation, Lei Hu waved dismissively, then produced a gem radiating with the essence of thunder. This gem, forged from the blood of a 9th-tier thunder ferocious beast, contains an immense amount of thunder attributes. If embedded in a weapon, it would significantly enhance its power. Moments later, under the dual refinement of Lei Hu's thunder and ice abilities, the gem seamlessly fused with the Thunderlight sword, causing the sword to tremble. The sword's rank ascended to the SSS level, showcasing the remarkable efficacy of the 9th tier Thunderblood gem. Moreover, Lei Hu, observing the SSS level Thunderlight sword, nodded in satisfaction before summoning a virtual shop panel with a wave of his hand. You may select an SSS level war machine from within as another gift from your elder. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's heart raced. An SSS level war machine, a treasure valued at over 10 billion. What, do you not desire it? Lei Hu smiled at Yi Xian, who appeared momentarily dazed. Of course I do. Clearing his throat, Yi Xian bowed. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder. Indeed. Lei Hu nodded approvingly at Yi Xian's straightforwardness. This lad possesses a good temperament. However, if you wish to express your gratitude, strive to grow stronger and slay more ferocious beasts. As Lei Hu spoke, his gaze turned distant. This world is far more perilous than we can imagine. Go forth. With a gentle smile, he watched Yi Xian depart the war machine, then fixed his eyes on the direction of the Huaxiao base. The Song family of the imperial capital dares to lay hands on such a prodigy of the thunder abilities. They must have a death wish. If I do not intervene, will they think the thunder martial artists are easy prey? In the next moment, the imperial-class war machine transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Huaxiao base, swiftly vanishing from sight. Swish. After the war machine departed, Wang Tianba, along with the others, approached the scene. What business did Lord Lei Hu have with you? Wang Tianba inquired. Gazing towards the direction the imperial-class war machine had taken, curiosity evident in his voice, while Chun Yu and the others listened intently. After all, he was a 9th-tier peak martial artist, a world-class powerhouse, just urging me to train diligently and gifted me some Huaxia currency, Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, aware that both the 9th-tier Thunderblood gem and the SSS-level war machine were incredibly extraordinary. After all, even the Commandant's war machine was merely SS-ranked. Silently amassing wealth was the true path to ascendancy. Half a day later, at the Song family residence in the imperial capital, crack. In a secluded cave within the back mountain of the Song family, a chair shattered with a resounding crash. What did you say? Immediately, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth, revealing an elderly man whose presence was comparable to a mid-tier 8th-tier martial artist. Everyone from Tianyang has gone missing? The Song family's strongest member, Song Songhai, wore a grim expression. What on earth transpired? Patriarch took over 1,000 family experts to the wilderness area half a day ago, intending to eliminate a genius named Yi Xian to ascend to the Wei family. A subordinate confessed, sensing the intense pressure and gulping nervously. Fool. Upon hearing this, Song Songhai exploded in rage. For a mere brat, you dispatched over 1,000 family experts, and yet they have gone missing? How audacious. Is it that Yi Xian? Song Songhai's eyes gleamed with menace. Regardless of whether he's involved, he must die. The Song family has suffered such a blow. We must align ourselves with the Wei family, or we shall find no foothold in the imperial capital. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared within the cave. Who goes there? Song Songhai demanded, a sense of danger creeping upon him. Die. With a swift motion, Song Songhai was struck down. His life extinguished before he even had a moment to react. In that fleeting moment before his demise, Song Songhai's eyes widened in disbelief. How could an 8th-tier, mid-level martial artist be slain in an instant? 9th tier? You are a 9th-tier martial artist. With that, his lifeless body crashed to the ground, unable to comprehend that he had perished at the hands of a 9th-tier martial artist. Soon after, lightning crackled. Within mere moments, all experts above the 6th tier of the Song family in the imperial capital were wiped out, rendering the Song family all but extinct. The perpetrator was none other than Lei Hu. Gazing at the bodies of the fallen Song family members, Lei Hu murmured, "Thus, one hidden danger is thoroughly resolved. Young lad, do not disappoint this master." Chapter 78. Mu Qingho takes action. Yi Xian becomes the son-in-law of the Mu family in the imperial capital. At the Huaxiao base. In the plaza, whoosh. A sound of air being sliced apart resonated as the hatch opened, revealing Yi Xian and his companions. Oh, Chen Yu let out a deep breath, inhaling the fresh air. It feels good to be back at the base. Indeed, Qin Zhuyang and the others echoed, reflecting on their surroundings, while Wang Tianba smiled slightly, seeing a resemblance to his younger self in the group. Brother, that's him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Tianming pointed at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with malice. Oh, Wei Wuji turned his gaze towards Yi Xian. 18 years old, a 4th-tier martial artist. His talent is commendable. Too bad he dared to covet a woman I. Wei Wuji have set my sights on. With a meaningful glance, he strode towards the arena, while Wei Tianming smirked mockingly behind him. Kid, with my elder brother personally taking action, no matter who you are, your fate is sealed. Sensing the gaze upon him, Yi Xian looked around, and upon seeing Mu Xian her face paled dramatically. Kid, you are the one who ranked first in the exchange competition? Wei Wuji emanated a formidable aura of a sixth-tier warrior, which left Wang Tianba astounded and Shen Yu and the others in utter disbelief. What? The individual before him, barely older than himself, had already attained the rank of a sixth-tier warrior. Wei Wuji. Mu Xian inhaled deeply. Her delicate fists clenched as she positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Xian. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Mu Xian's actions, the murderous intent in Wei Wuji's eyes intensified. Xian, are you truly willing to stand in my way for that boy? Such a stance puts the Mu family in a precarious position. As soon as these words left his lips, Mu Xian's fair complexion drained of color. She was acutely aware that among the 4 prominent families in the imperial capital, the Wei family held the greatest strength, leaving the Mu family significantly weaker in comparison. This man, Yi Xian, sensed the mid-stage 6th-tier prowess of Wei Wuji, which was commendable for the younger generation, yet he perceived it to be rather inconsequential. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he possessed at least 100 methods to dispatch him in an instant. However, such actions would inevitably reveal a considerable amount of his strength and hidden cards. After all, being an 18-year-old pinnacle 5th-tier warrior carries implications that could be easily surmised. While he would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions, he would equally provoke hostile forces to pursue him. Wei Wuji. Just as Yi Xian was deep in contemplation, a chilling voice swept in from afar. How dare you offend Xian? You are quite audacious. Whoosh. Suddenly, a young man appeared before Mu Xian, none other than Mu Qingho, who had previously crossed paths with Yi Xian. Sensing the aura of Mu Qingho, Wei Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment. A 6th-tier warrior? Mu Qingho, you have actually stepped into the 6th tier? Humph. Mu Qingho snorted coldly, then turned his gaze toward Wei Wuji. You threaten Xian. You are courting death. Buzz. Before Wei Wuji could react, Mu Qingho unleashed a palm infused with icy energy, his surroundings pulsating with a frigid domain, showing no mercy in his assault. Arrogant. Wei Wuji responded with a palm strike of his own, a torrent of sword light erupting forth, revealing his rare talent for swordsmanship, along with his mastery of wind elemental abilities. Boom. In that clash, both warriors were forced to retreat simultaneously. Mid-stage 6th tier? Once they halted, Wei Wuji looked at Mu Qingho in astonishment. You are indeed mid-stage 6th tier. He had unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage in their earlier exchange. I am eager to see just how much you, Mu Qingho, have grown over the years. With a cold smile, Wei Wuji drew his sword, sky-splitting slash. Swoosh. A terrifying force surged forth from his sword, an attack so powerful that even those at the late 6th tier would hesitate to confront it head-on, leaving Wang Tianba greatly unsettled. Icy constriction. Mu Qingho's eyes shimmered with resolve as he executed a dazzling strike with his long sword, causing the ground beneath him to be enveloped in frost. His ultimate strike descended, and their attacks collided, holding firm for several heartbeats. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, the clash dissipated into nothingness, leaving Wei Wuji staggered back several steps. While Mu Qingho remained steadfast, the victor clearly delineated. What? Wei Tianming, witnessing this, was filled with incredulity. Impossible. How could my brother be at a disadvantage? That Mu Qingho is a curse. How dare he reach mid-stage 6th tier? Brother. Mu Xian, observing the scene, was equally shaken. He has actually reached mid-stage 6th tier, and it appears Wei Wuji is not even his match. Are you alright? Glancing at Wei Wuji, Mu Qingho directed his attention to his sister, epitomizing the role of a protective older brother. Brother, I'm so sorry. I've caused trouble again. Mu Xian spoke with a face full of guilt, fully aware that if her brother took action, their father would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Silly girl. What do you have to apologize for? Mu Qingho affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and then subtly nodded at Yi Xian. Following that, his piercing gaze turned toward Wei Wuji. Wei Wuji, I warn you, do not trouble Yi Xian in the future. Pausing for emphasis, he added meaningfully, Yi Xian is Xian's boyfriend and also the son-in-law of the Mu family in the imperial capital. Boom. Upon hearing this declaration, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Huh. Shen Yu and the other's eyes widened, swiftly turning to Mu Xian with incredulity. My goodness. She is actually the daughter of the Mu family in the imperial capital. What a revelation. Yet, Yi Xian is to be the son-in-law of the Mu family. This announcement undoubtedly struck them like a thunderbolt. Cough, cough. It seems Mu Qingho has stirred up quite the storm. Wang Tianba cleared his throat, while at that moment, Li Qingtian also arrived on the scene, astonished. It appears Qingho is initiating his plan. Brother. Mu Xian's face flushed crimson, spreading to her neck. What are you saying? What boyfriend and son-in-law of the Mu family? Indeed, Mu Xian could not bear to look at Yi Xian, her heart racing uncontrollably, wondering how she was unaware of this development. Undoubtedly, Mu Qingho's sudden declaration stunned everyone present. You are talking nonsense. Wei Tianming roared in fury, retaliating immediately, but before he could finish, a loud slap from Mu Qingho sent him flying. Wei Tianming, who do you think you are to shout in my presence? This slap severely injured Wei Tianming, causing him to spew blood, Yet peculiarly, no one intervened. Not even Li Qingtian. Mu Qingho, seeing his brother severely wounded, Wei Wuji's expression darkened. Your Mu family is quite something. From this day forth, the Wei family of the imperial capital shall sever ties with the Mu family. Coldly staring at Mu Qingho, Wei Wuji's piercing gaze then fell upon Yi Xian. Leave. Thus, a farcical scene drew to a close. However, every gaze directed at Yi Xian had transformed, as the young man had evidently captured the attention of the Mu family's daughter and had become the designated son-in-law. Yet, this action had also incurred the ire of the Wei family. The wrath of the four great families of the imperial capital was not something a mere youth could withstand. Cough, cough. Yi Xian surveyed the astonished expressions around him, utterly bewildered. What the hell, has my brother-in-law lost his mind? Chapter 79. The Pursuit of the Wei Family. Confronting a 7th-tier warrior, the son-in-law of the Mu family. Even Li Qingtian was somewhat taken aback. This move was utterly reckless, as it effectively thrust Yi Xian into the crosshairs of the Wei family's wrath in the imperial capital. Clearly, this matter required reporting to the higher-ups. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingtian's expression grew serious. We cannot afford to let an SSS-level lightning ability user be extinguished by the Wei family of the imperial capital. Of course, Mu Qingho's motivations were not merely impulsive. There was profound significance behind his actions, as he had learned that Yi Xian had previously been summoned by the esteemed Lord Lei Hu, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Such treatment spoke volumes about Yi Xian's innate talent and strength. To have garnered the attention of the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Yi Xian's lightning abilities must be at least of SSS rank, if not even higher. His potential for growth would undoubtedly surpass expectations. Most importantly, this young man was willing to go to great lengths for Xian, which was the crux of the matter. Yi Xian, it has been a while. Mu Qingho's gaze fell upon Yi Xian, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if the earlier confrontation had not occurred at all. Cough, cough indeed. Yi Xian cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward, as his relationship with Mu Xian had always been ambiguous. Hee, you are quite impressive. Mu Qingho regarded Yi Xian. Though he was unaware of his current level of strength, it was evident that he was unmatched among 6th-tier warriors. His talent far surpassed his own. By the way, Mu Qingho felt quite pleased. From now on, just like Xian, you may call me brother. After all, we will soon be family. Under this wave of support, Mu Xian's face flushed a deep crimson. Brother, if you keep talking nonsense, I will ignore you. Indeed, she could hardly fathom her brother's public acknowledgement. Well, I seem to have caused you trouble, Yi Xian said apologetically. For the rift between the two prominent families of the imperial capital was not a matter to be taken lightly. No matter, Mu Qingho waved his hand dismissively. I have long harbored disdain for the Wei family. Moreover, as long as I am here, no one shall interfere with Xian's decisions. His commanding words drew gasps from those surrounding him, and Mu Xian's eyes brimmed with gratitude, for her elder brother had always cared for her. Without him, she could scarcely imagine her current plight. Qingho, Li Qingtian observed the dispersing crowd and sighed. Though I appreciate your resolve, this action undoubtedly places Yi Xian in peril. Given the Wei family's nature, they would not permit such an occurrence. Thus, he paused momentarily before continuing. We must ensure they depart the imperial capital swiftly. Only then can we minimize the danger. I suspect the Wei family has already begun to act. Very well, Mu Qingho acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Contemplating for a moment, then we shall take my warplane to leave. He then summoned an SS-class warplane. Brother, take care. With that, Yi Xian and Mu Xian boarded the warplane, departing from the Huaxiao base. Alas, Li Qingtian sighed, gazing in the direction of the departing aircraft. I hope the Wei family has not yet realized. Otherwise, the situation could become dire. Half a day later, in a remote area of the wilderness. Boom. An anti-aircraft cannon intercepted Mu Qingho's warplane, and the opposing cabin door opened to reveal a formidable group. Led by a peak 6th-tier martial artist and accompanied by over 26th-tier experts. Young Master Wuji had anticipated this. Come forth. One of the figures, leading the SS-class warplane, mockingly declared, otherwise, this SS-class warplane will be destroyed. Impudent. Ing Yi, along with a dozen protectors for Yi Xian and Mu Xian, manifested in the arena. Upon seeing Ing Yi, the leader of the opposing faction smirked. Attack. Thus, the Wei family's warriors surged towards Ing Yi and his group. Miss, you and the young master must leave first. Ing Yi took a deep breath. The strength of those opposing them was on par with their own, and holding them off would be their utmost limit. Sir, should we dispatch some to pursue? One of the Wei family's powerful warriors inquired with a furrowed brow, to which the leader replied with a smirk, no need. Our task is merely to stall Ing Yi and company. As for that boy, he will be dealt with by others. After saying this, the leader's gaze shifted towards the direction in which Yi Xian and Mu Xian had fled. Ing Yi, you cannot protect that boy alone. Humph. Ing Yi's expression turned frigid, fully aware that the Wei family's backup was far from exhausted. Before long, the Wei family's warriors launched another assault. Boy, where do you think you're going? A terrifying aura enveloped the area, revealing a 7th-tier martial artist. What, a 7th tier? Mu Xian'er's face paled. Wei family, you have gone too far. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent, but before she could contemplate further, another figure sped in from the distance, emanating the same 7th tier martial artist aura. Miss, this is where we part ways. With the emergence of icy powers, all avenues of escape for Mu Xian'er were swiftly sealed. Sir, the family head has decreed. The alliance between the Mu and Wei families must not be fractured. The Miss shall not interfere in that boy's affairs henceforth, and the family head will impose confinement upon her. As the words of the Mu family's 7th tier warrior fell, the Wei family's 7th tier warrior narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. Excellent. Just as young Master Wuji predicted, the Mu family will indeed act to restrain Mu Xian'er. Thus, I can act without reservation. Heh, boy, now I shall see who can save you. With a swift motion, the Wei family's 7th tier warrior charged at Yixian, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary 6th tier expert, especially considering Yixian was merely at the initial stage of the 4th tier. At least, that is how the Wei family's 7th tier warrior perceived him. No, in a heartbeat, Yixian transformed into a streak of lightning, escaping the clutches of the 7th tier warrior at the edge of the wilderness. Let me go? Mu Xian'er's eyes blazed crimson as she watched Yixian pursued by the 7th tier martial artist, her gaze filled with resentment. Mu Dingtian. If anything happens to Yixian, I shall never forgive you. Boom. With a swift strike from the Wei family's 7th tier warrior, Mu Xian'er fell into unconsciousness. He sighed, Miss. I have erred. With a flash, he vanished from the scene, leaving the future events to unfold without his concern. Meanwhile, in another part of the wilderness, swish, Yixian appeared on the scene, choosing not to flee, for there were no others around, merely a 7th tier warrior, and he was not without the capacity to fight back. Noticing Yixian had halted, the Wei family's 7th tier warrior, Wei Qinglin, furrowed his brow. Boy, you choose not to escape? It seems you are aware of your fate. With that, he unleashed a lightning-fast punch, appearing before Yixian in an instant. If that is the case, prepare to die. Beneath the intense heat, Yixian distinctly sensed the impending danger. Is that so? Yixian's lips curled into a smirk as he mockingly replied. Just a 7th tier warrior? This shall serve as fine practice. Chapter 80. Upon learning of the grim news, Mu Xian'er is placed under house arrest by the Mu family. Arrogance. The Wei family's 7th tier warrior sneered coldly, raising his hand to unleash a dark surge towards Yixian Dai. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 7th tier warrior's attack was upon him. Overlord Fist Break. With the Thunder Law spell cast upon him, Yixian unleashed the Overlord Fist to its utmost limit. Entering his peak 5th tier realm, the force of the collision sent both parties staggering back several steps. The 7th tier warrior of the Wei family was left in disbelief, staring at Yixian, peak 5th tier. An 18-year-old at peak 5th tier, truly monstrous. Feeling the pressure of Yixian's realm, the Wei family's 7th tier warrior gasped, realizing that even their young master Wei Wuji had not been his equal at that age. Boy, today you shall die? Wei Qinglin's expression grew grave. An 18-year-old at peak 5th tier was a future threat the Wei family could not afford to let escape. Let me die? Yixian's lips curled into a smile. Unfortunately, old man, you are not qualified. If you wish to kill me, come at me. With no one around, Yixian felt no need to hold back. The terrifying gravitational field enveloped the area, even affecting the 7th tier warrior Wei Qinglin. Good lad. Wei Qinglin's murderous intent surged as he glared at Yixian, heaven-shattering slash. With his SS-class sword in hand, Wei Qinglin unleashed a devastating strike that would severely injure even a peak 6th tier warrior, a move that would leave outsiders astounded. Divine Thunder breaks the void. Under the Thunder Law spell, Yixian infused his lightning and spatial abilities into his lightning sword, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword light. Boom. The two attacks collided in an instant. Even Wei Qinglin's expression changed drastically as the horrific shockwave sent him flying. Spatial confinement. At that moment, the confinement ability suppressed Wei Qinglin, causing his face to change dramatically. What? Is this a spatial ability of confinement? Damn it. Wei Qinglin took a deep breath. His fury igniting, sword chi storm. A dense storm erupted around Wei Qinglin, instantly shattering the spatial confinement. A triple element ability user, truly unexpected. The more intense the situation became, the more formidable Wei Qinglin's onslaught against Mang appeared. It seemed that you must be eliminated. The true form of the Thunder God. As Wei Qinglin's voice resonated, a colossal thunderous figure materialized behind Yixian, followed by a surge of thunderous spells, and the power of space manifested upon the lightning sword wielded by the Thunder God. Flash. Under the terrifying might of that strike, Wei Qinglin's expression shifted dramatically. This was the 5th stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder Art. Impossible. This brat is merely a peak 5th tier warrior. How could he possibly comprehend the 5th stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder Art? A feat even 6th tier warriors struggle to grasp. Boom. To Wei Qinglin's astonishment, the sword descended, the attack potent enough to threaten even peak 6th tier warriors. Sword chi dominance. As the dense sword radiance enveloped the surroundings, Wei Qinglin forcefully endured the blow. It must be said that a 7th-tier warrior possesses extraordinary resilience. Such formidable defense. Yixian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, in such a hurried moment, to establish such defense. It appeared that the Wei family had dispatched a highly regarded individual to eliminate him. Boy, what other methods do you possess? Wei Qinglin looked down upon Yixian with disdain, while Yixian contemplated that if he wished to inflict severe damage or even slay him, he could only do so in the state of the Thunder God, employing thunderous spells alongside spatial abilities, and utilizing the hand of divinity and demons. This would be his most powerful strike. Today, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Rumbling. As the sound fell, a dense sword energy permeated the void. And in an instant, a massive sword of 100 feet appeared in the air, evidently expanded in size. The sword intent of returning to the sea. Swoosh. At that moment, Wei Qinglin seemed to transform into a sword, achieving the realm of unity between man and sword. Such a move would daunt even a mid-level 7th-tier warrior. Is that so? At the critical juncture, an old man with white whiskers appeared before Yixian, his speed akin to a specter. A sword is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. The elder materialized on the scene, and in the next moment, he pointed his finger as if it were a sword, gently sweeping forward. In an instant, a sword radiance spanning several dozen feet shattered the 100-foot giant sword, swiftly obliterating Wei Qinglin. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Wei Qinglin gazed at the newcomer, and upon recognizing his visage, his pupils widened in shock. Chen Chongqing, you dare to lay a hand on the Wei family. Thud. With those words, Wei Qinglin collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. As for the elder, the aura radiating from him was immensely powerful, though he could not compare to Lei Hu, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He was far from an ordinary individual, evidently possessing the peak of the 8th tier. Thank you, esteemed elder. Upon witnessing the elder's intervention, Yixian slightly bowed, clearly acknowledging the extraordinary status of this individual. No need for such formalities, young friend. The elder smiled slightly, an 18-year-old peak 5th-tier warrior. With battle prowess comparable to peak 6th tier or even 7th-tier warriors' SSS-level thunder ability, alongside gravitational and spatial anomalies. Impressive indeed. Cough. Esteemed elder, you flatter me. Yixian coughed lightly, not surprised that his hidden abilities had been discovered. Simply speaking the truth. Chen Chongqing nodded slightly, and continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Chongqing, the former head of the Chen family in the imperial capital, and also the father of Chen Sihai, the protector of Tianhai City. Oh, hearing this, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. So you are the father of the protector of the Tianhai family. My apologies. I shall remember this favor, esteemed elder. Yixian took a deep breath and then glanced at the corpse of the 7th-tier warrior nearby. In the future, I shall repay this debt 100-fold. A mere act of kindness. Chen Chongqing smiled slightly, evidently satisfied, as sending aid in times of need is far more valuable than mere embellishments. Thus, even at the risk of offending the Wei family of the imperial capital, he had ample reason to intervene. By the way, Chen Chongqing continued, you probably aren't aware of the strongest powers among the various factions in the imperial capital. In terms of first-rate families, the strongest among them is my 8th-tier peak warrior. As for the 4 great families, including the Wei family, at least there are 9th-tier powerhouses stationed, and with the Wei family being the foremost among them, it is highly likely they possess mid-tier 9th-tier warriors or even stronger. So formidable, Yixian was quite taken aback, not expecting that all 4 great families in the imperial capital would possess 9th-tier powerhouses. Thus, it could be inferred that the Mu family was no exception. Indeed, Chen Chongqing continued, while your talent is exceptional, it would be prudent not to completely sever ties with the Wei family until you possess sufficient strength to contend with the 4 great families in the imperial capital. At the very least, you must avoid provoking their 9th-tier powerhouses. Thank you for the advice, esteemed elder. Yixian nodded in gratitude. This information was crucial for him. Chen Chongqing nodded. What are your plans moving forward, young friend? As for my plans, Yixian pondered for a moment, then gazed into the distance. I will embark on a trial journey back to the Jinling base, which will also allow me to evade the Wei family's pursuit. That works. Chen Chongqing nodded, then looked toward the direction of the imperial capital. Furthermore, I must inform you of one thing. The young lady of the Mu family, Mu Xianer, has been placed under house arrest by the head of the Mu family. It seems that her fate awaits only a marriage alliance. Boom. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Yixian's eyes, and he directed his gaze toward the imperial capital. Xianer has been placed under house arrest. Damned. The Mu family of the imperial capital, you are courting death. Chapter 81. Father and Son Rift. Mu Dingtian determined to kill Yixian? In the imperial capital, Mu family manor. Swish. A figure appeared in the midst of the scene, and this figure was none other than Shadow One. Young master, I am incompetent. The situation has taken a turn. The Wei family has seemingly dispatched a 7th-tier warrior, and Miss Yixian is among them. Shadow One knelt on one knee. He could only contend against a 7th-tier warrior, and defeating one was entirely out of the question, especially since the Wei family had also dispatched a 6th-tier peak powerhouse on par with him. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingho sprang up from his seat, the teacup in his hand shattering in response. The Wei family seeks death. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Qingho's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Gather, everyone. Follow me to the Wei family. I shall kill. With these words, Shadow One felt a heavy weight on his heart. Indeed, the young master would act thus. For although Yixian might not qualify to provoke him, the young lady could. Insolence. Just as Shadow One was about to respond, an enraged voice echoed from outside, followed by the arrival of a middle-aged man, none other than Mu Dingtian, the current head of the Mu family. And he was also Mu Qingho's father, unfilial son. Who do you intend to kill? Upon entering, Mu Dingtian's face was icy, his gaze fixed upon his son, filled with both pride and disappointment. Naturally, the Wei family. Mu Qingho paid no heed to his father's presence. Whoever harms Xiener shall be slain. Silence. Mu Dingtian shouted, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon Mu Qingho. At that moment, a mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth, leaving him in a state of disarray. Unfilial son, you are antagonizing Wei Wuji, jeopardizing my grand plans. Hearing this, Mu Qingho unleashed a desperate strike with his long sword. Mu Dingtian, get out of my way. Boom. Under the terrifying attack, Mu Qingho unleashed the full power of his 6th tier late stage, even stronger than what he had previously revealed. Oh, 6th tier late stage, it seems you have broken through again. Mu Dingtian made no unnecessary movements, merely raising a finger to meet the attack, effortlessly blocking Mu Qingho's strike and sending him flying several meters, crashing against a boulder before finally coming to a halt. Shadow One watched this scene unfold, his eyelids twitching. Even he estimated that Mu Qingho would not escape unscathed. Mu Qingho's lips bled as his crimson gaze fell upon his father, Mu Dingtian. If there's an issue with the current head, our conflict is far from over. You ungrateful wretch. In response, Mu Dingtian struck with a swift slap, sending the already injured Mu Qingho flying once more. Such emotional recklessness. How can you ever hope to manage the vast Mu family? He sighed in disappointment at his son, who had once been his pride but had now turned against him. With a single strike, Mu Dingtian severely wounded Mu Qingho, rendering him powerless. You, a mere late-stage 6th tier martial artist, dare to claim authority over Sienna? You are woefully weak. Mu Dingtian remained unfazed by Mu Qingho's defiance, yet in an unexpected moment, Mu Qingho smiled. Mu Dingtian, do you truly believe you control everything? While I may not be able to alter Sienna's fate, rest assured, someone will rise to oppose you soon. Oh, Mu Dingtian's piercing gaze shifted to his son. Are you referring to that top competitor, Yixian? At this, Mu Dingtian let out a cold laugh. Is that your hope? What if I were to kill him right now? Your so-called hope would become nothing but a delusion. Hearing this, Mu Qingho's smile broadened, mocking. Dare you kill Yixian, Mu Dingtian? Don't say I didn't warn you. With a knowing smirk, he added, do you think my confidence rests solely on Yixian himself? You underestimate me gravely. After a brief pause, Mu Qingho continued, to be frank, Lord Lei Hu, the master of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, has taken an interest in Yixian and even met with him during a mission in the wilds. Upon hearing this, Mu Dingtian's pupils dilated in surprise. Mu Qingho noted the shift in his father's demeanor and smirked derisively. Mu Dingtian, there are indeed things in this world that you fear. If you have the courage, go ahead and kill him. Of course, he added after a moment's thought, if you don't believe me, you can investigate. As the head of the Mu family, that should be quite simple for you. Ingyi, let us go? Casting a glance at the uncertain Mu Dingtian, Mu Qingho turned to depart. Yixian. After a while, Mu Dingtian gazed into the distance, contemplating, if Lord Lei Hu is involved. It seems there is more to him than meets the eye. Clearly, even the illustrious Mu family in the capital could not afford to remain indifferent. After all, Lei Hu was a peak 9th tier powerhouse, capable of single-handedly overwhelming the entire Mu family, even annihilating the 4 great families if he chose to. He knew well that the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, under Lei Hu's command, would answer to his every order. However, as he pondered this, Mu Dingtian's gaze followed the path of his son, whom he both loved and despised. Qingho, you are still too young. Though the Mu family would refrain from taking action, there would be others eager to eliminate that boy. For instance, the Wei family would surely relish the opportunity. A chilling smirk crept upon Mu Dingtian's lips. No one could obstruct the Mu family's ascendance. Those who stood in the way would meet their demise. I refuse to believe it. Furthermore, he contemplated the direction of the wilds. How could a mere boy, lacking any background, grow to challenge the 4 great families of the capital? Moreover, the Wei family had dispatched a 7th tier martial artist to hunt him down, a formidable opponent known for defeating others of the same tier. Mu Dingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never anticipated that after decades of dominance in the capital, he would be unsettled by a mere youth. The Wei family was unaware that the boy had been summoned by Lord Lei Hu. Given the current circumstances, even if the boy survived, the Wei family would likely send stronger fighters to pursue him relentlessly. The Wei family was fully aware of the boy's talents, and considering the humiliation they had suffered, they would see him as a target that must perish. The wrath of the 4 great families of the capital was not something a mere youth could withstand. At least, That was his belief, yet the events that unfolded in the following days would quietly challenge this notion, though that was a tale for another time. Chapter 82. Captain, what is your current realm? In the depths of the Mu family's villa in the capital, a notification chimed. Immediately, Mu Xian'er glanced at her device. Xian'er, do not worry. I have escaped safely. With a sigh of relief, Mu Xian'er relaxed. I knew it. I knew you would be fine. Mu Dingtian. Her phoenix-like eyes burned with anger, flames of fury swirling around her, raising the temperature of the villa dramatically. The intensity was unprecedented. The guards stationed at the villa felt their hearts race. The young lady was enraged. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. Mu Xian'er sent a message, lacking the courage to call directly. No harm done. Soon, a reply arrived. When the time is right, I will take you away from the Mu family in the capital. Yes, I believe in you. As the two exchanged messages, Mu Xian'er's anger subsided significantly. Would his promise to take her away from the Mu family be a confession of his feelings? A charming smile crept upon her lips at the thought, a sight that would surely astonish the others in the Mu family, for they had never witnessed her so blissfully happy. At that moment, a young man approached the villa. Young master. Numerous Mu family experts bowed respectfully, while Mu Qingho simply nodded and stepped into the villa, no one daring to obstruct him. Xian'er, upon entering, sensing the residual heat, Mu Qingho's resentment towards his father deepened. Are you all right? I'm fine. Seeing her elder brother, Mu Xian'er finally smiled. You worried for nothing. What nonsense is this? Mu Qingho affectionately ruffled his sister's shoulder and continued. I, as your elder brother, have failed to protect Yixian. Brother, it's not your fault. Mu Xian'er replied, her gaze shifting to a distant point. How could you have stopped father? By the way, Mu Qingho inquired with concern, is Yixian safe? I heard the Wei family sent a 7th-tier martial artist to hunt him down. Brother, he is fine. Mu Xian'er took a deep breath. If anything had happened to Yixian, she would not be so composed. Half a month later, near the Jinling base, a figure appeared in the arena, emanating a formidable aura. It was Yixian. His strength had now reached the mid-6th tier, and his spatial abilities had become increasingly refined. Both the Qilin steps and the Overlord fist had reached the 7th level, placing him above the average 7th-tier martial artist. If he were to encounter Wei Qinglin again, Yixian was confident he could defeat him head-on. Then, he accessed his attribute panel. Name, Yixian age, 18 realm, mid-6th tier movement technique, perfect level abilities, chaotic divine thunder, SSS level, spatial ability, SS level, skills, Qilin steps, level 7, true perspective eye, Overlord fist, level 7, 9 heavens thunder art, first 5 styles, divine demonic hand, thunder god steps, items, silver medal, Imperial Garden Villa contract, SS level thunder light battle armor, SSS level thunder light sword, SSS level combat aircraft. Ability points, 8158. Gazing at the attribute panel, Yixian exhaled softly. His strength had surged significantly, now capable of slaying ordinary 7th-tier martial artists with ease. However, against the colossal force of the 4 great families in the capital, he still felt insufficient. At that moment, a ferocious roar echoed from afar, abruptly interrupting Yixian's train of thought. A peak 3rd-tier beast? He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and, with the vision granted by his insight, he discerned 3 figures engaged in a fierce battle with a peak 3rd-tier beast. Upon recognizing them, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Jun Wuxia and his companions, whom he had not seen for over half a month. Damn it, it has gone berserk, retreat. Jun Wuxia's expression darkened. Having just reached the peak of the 3rd tier, he evidently struggled to control his newfound power. Although he had the assistance of Shi Lei and the others, defeating an ordinary peak 3rd-tier beast was manageable. However, if it had gone berserk, the situation would become quite strenuous. Mental strangulation. Xiao Xingyang took a deep breath and exerted his full strength to influence the 3rd-tier beast mentally. Wolf Fang's spell critical hit. Boom. Shi Lei was not idle either. He had also ascended to the 3rd tier, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. A thunderous roar echoed as he struck the beast, forcing it back a step. However, Shi Lei was sent hurtling backward like a streak of light, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away. With a grunt, he quickly scrambled to his feet, cursing, damn it. No wonder it's a berserk peak 3rd-tier beast. It's incredibly strong. With a terrifying speed, the enraged beast charged forward, its berserk aura potent enough to severely injure a 4th-tier warrior. Suddenly, before Jun Wuxia could react, a flash of lightning appeared, followed by a familiar technique, the dominating heaven fist. With a resounding explosion, the berserk peak 3rd-tier beast was brutally obliterated by a single punch. Gasping in astonishment, Shi Lei and the others watched as the lightning dissipated, revealing a figure. Captain. Upon seeing Yixian, the 3 swiftly appeared by his side. Impressive. A peak 3rd-tier beast, and reduced to a mist of blood by a single punch. Jun Wuxia swallowed hard, contemplating the immense power that must be at least at the later stages of the 4th tier, or perhaps even stronger. Moxia, it's been a while. Yixian chuckled, observing the significant increase in strength among Jun Wuxia and his companions. Cough cough. Captain, what is your current realm? Jun Wuxia inquired with a hint of skepticism, having long abandoned any thoughts of surpassing Yixian. Indeed, Shirley and Xiao Jingyang exchanged curious glances, both intrigued, especially after witnessing the astonishing technique Yixian had just displayed. My realm? Yixian pondered for a moment, reflecting on his journey to the Imperial City. I would say mid-4th tier. PFF. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuxia and the others widened their eyes in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Huh? Mid-4th tier? My goodness. At that moment, Yixian emanated the aura of a mid-4th tier warrior, which did not seem too out of place. In just half a month, he had advanced from the peak of the 3rd tier to the mid-4th tier. Such strength was extraordinary. The trio felt a wave of emotions, while Yixian merely smiled. By the way, Yixian then flipped his right hand and produced 3 crystal stones. During this trip to the Huaxiao base, consider this a gift for you. This is dark crystal, soul crystal. Mine is wood crystal. The trio gazed in astonishment at the items in their hands, fully aware that these objects were worth at least 10 billion Huaxiao coins, and even then, they were priceless. 3 of them amounted to 30 billion Huaxiao coins. Gulp. Truly, this gesture left the 3 of them in awe. The captain's generosity was beyond measure. And there's more. Yixian proceeded to reveal various weapons and armor, all undeniably of SS grade. Even Jun Wuxia was left speechless, wondering if the captain had indeed just robbed a bank.